Gravitation is only a subterfuge employed by Newton in his attempt to prove that the Earth revolves around the Sun, and the quicker it is relegated to the tomb of all the Capulets, the better will it be for all classes of society.
Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow rules on the spinning bar. It makes a stick. Gravity, it's a con trick. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic.
I confess that I cannot imagine how any human being in his proper senses can believe that the sun is stationary when, with his own eyes, he sees it revolving around the heavens, nor how he can believe that the earth on which he stands is whirling with the speed of lightning around the sun when he feels not the slightest motion. We've been taught that the moon has no light of its own, but is merely a reflector of the sun's light, that some masons from NASA actually walked on the moon, that some other masons from NASA sent rovers to Mars, that satellites and space stations are incessantly spinning in suspended animation above the Earth. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. We have been taught that a mysterious force called gravity, a magical magnetism responsible for keeping everything from falling or flying off the spinning ball Earth, is just strong enough to hold people, oceans, and the atmosphere tightly to the surface, but just weak enough to allow bugs, birds, and planes to take off with ease. We have been taught that the ball Earth spins at a constant velocity, perfectly dragging the atmosphere along so we cannot feel the slightest bit of motion, wind, or air resistance. They say we cannot feel any of this motion because the magical Velcro of gravity pulls the atmosphere precisely along, and we cannot measure any of this motion because the stars are so incredibly far away. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. A sphere where people on the other side live with their feet above their heads, where rain, snow, and hail fall upwards, where trees and crops grow upside down, and the sky is lower than the ground. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. Cosmic
I would say, I don't mean to. I'm not intentionally trying to deceive. If I'm repeating things that you disagree with, that's
I told you
understandable.
you're just a victim of the lie.
Okay, got it.
So
yeah,
that's what I said. The system indoctrinated you to think this way. I don't blame you. I blame the deceivers, which I tell them, if you're listening to me right now, you need to come in here and stand up to the 3 points and stop getting people to come in here parroting religious pseudoscience. If you have evidence of the globe earth, you better get in here and demonstrate it to me and to this forum, and stop getting people to come in here religiously parroting things that they have no idea what they're doing. Get in here now.
Speaking of, if people came in here, what if Buzz Aldrin himself came into the server and said,
Bring him in here.
Smash the fuck
Bring
out
him
of
in here. I want to speak to him. If you're listening, Buzz Aldrin, get your ass in here right now. I want to speak to you directly. And you better answer the questions I have for you, specifically and directly. No obfuscation.
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question.
Wow.
No, here's the difference. We can describe gravity. We can say what it does to other things. We can measure it, predict with it. But when you start asking, like, what it is, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. You have no idea. Okay, next question. You have no idea. Okay, next question.
No, I don't want to fool you here. Last month, for the first time since 1972, NASA released a blue marble, a single snapshot of the Earth taken from outer space. And so much has changed in the decades between that first picture and the second. Borders have shifted, generations have come and gone. Our global population has nearly doubled. But one thing hasn't changed. Our planet is as beautiful as ever. It still looks blue.
In 2002, Blue Marble 2.0, NASA's Rob Simon made this. And it had wide appeal too. For example, it ended up as the default background on the iPhone.
I didn't even know until I bought an iPhone and turned it on and kind of did a little happy dance.
Simon's job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is, a composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
To us, the really cool thing was the data set. Up until that point, there was no realistic color map of the globe anywhere.
So the land layer here comes from
the Moderate Resolution Imaging Spectroradiometer aboard Terra.
And the tricky part here was the weather.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it's a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then,
There was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
and then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space. But I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
What it is?
So where's the edge?
Where is it?
Who's to say that there is an edge, and why assume there is one? Is it because when we are introduced to the idea of a flat Earth, it's always depicted like this?
Like a floating ball.
Currently most accepted model, Antarctica is not a continent, but a 360-degree landmass made up of ice that holds the oceans within. When we look at a Gleason's map from 1892 that states at the top that it's scientifically and practically correct, as is. We see this Antarctic ice rim. The Gleason's map is basically an azimuthal equidistant projection, which can be traced back to the year 1000. The AE map is also an official map of the United States Geological Survey, the USGS, and the official logo for the United Nations. The oldest known globe in the world is from 1492. This is something you need to keep in mind because many people argue that the azimuthal equidistant map is just a flattened out version of the globe, when in fact the globe is just a rounded version of this true world flat map. If the flat map came first and it has the ability to convert into a globe without any problems whatsoever, then that should tell you a little bit about how this globe deception was achieved. Now, back to if there is an edge or not. There is no proof that there is an edge past the Antarctic ice wall, but it is speculated by many that perhaps the plane that we live on is either extremely expansive or it's possibly endless. In these two scenarios, it would be logically assumed that more land is being hidden from the general public. In a 1954 interview with Admiral Richard E. Byrd, an American naval officer who specialized in exploration, he had this to say.
But strangely enough, there is left in the world today an area as big as the United States that's never been seen by a human being. And that's beyond the pole, on the other side of the South Pole, from Middle America. And I think it's quite astonishing that there should be an area as big as that unexplored.
Implying that there is more land past Antarctica. If that uninhabited land was on a globe, it would be in the Indian Ocean. A recent discovery of an old Buddhist map in a newspaper from 1907 seems to support the idea of a vast plain with much more land.
Where does the sun go if the Earth is flat?
Well, the sun neither rises nor sets, but travels in a clockwise circuit from east to west, and only appears to rise and set due to perspective. The sun disappears at the vanishing point of human perspective on the horizon where the ground meets the sky, and since the sun is not 93 million miles away, I repeat, not 93 million miles away, but much closer and smaller, the light emanating from the sun only illuminates about half of the flat plane at once as it makes its daily journey.
Ballers run away.
What's underneath the flat Earth?
This is obviously an unanswerable question since the assumed edge has never been known to be reached, but many people suppose that whether the Earth is round or flat, that either way, it still must be floating in the middle of outer space. But the idea of outer space goes out the window with the round Earth theory. Many religious texts support an immovable Earth that has its foundations on which it is laid and its pillars by which it is supported. We simply don't know, but we do know that the Earth is obviously fixed in place, as we can tell by our everyday experience of non-movement. What we see in the skies above are illuminated objects making circles around us just as it appears. Whatever this place may be, it's the center of all we survey. Some say that the Earth is the floor of the universe. In the ancient Hebrew conception of the universe, we are surrounded by the waters above and the waters below, known as the Great Deep. The deepest hole ever drilled into the Earth was a total of about 7.5 miles. The very core of the Earth is nothing more than wild speculation, if not another malicious lie. So what's under the Earth? That remains a mystery to us all. But another thing that you can research is what's inside the Earth. Multi-billion-dollar deep underground military bases known as DUMBs, D-U-M-Bs, right?
What about ships and boats disappearing over the horizon?
This is also due to human perspective. They don't go over the horizon, they go into the horizon, moving beyond the limit of our vision and past the vanishing point. But the ships and boats are easily brought back into view with a pair of binoculars, a telescope, and any camera with a good zoom lens. A great question to ask yourself is why can't we see noticeable curvature from 120,000 feet up? But many people claim that the supposed curvature can be seen from the ground by watching boats. It doesn't make sense.
And what about all of the pictures of the Earth?
They are all clearly computer-generated images. They claim this picture from Apollo 17 in 1972 is real, and they also claim that the 2015 epic Earth picture is real. But NASA employee Robert Simon gave us a glimpse of how they do it when he shared his experience of creating the Blue Marble 2.0 in 2002. He is now called Mr. Blue Marble. He was interviewed and on record stating, "The last time anyone took a photograph from above low Earth orbit that showed an entire hemisphere, one side of the globe, was in 1972 during Apollo 17. NASA's Earth Observing System, EOS, satellites were designed to give a checkup of Earth's health. By 2002, we finally had enough data to make a snapshot of the entire Earth, so we did."
In 2002, Blue Marble 2.0. NASA's Rob Simon made this. Simon's job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is, a composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it's a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just take Command Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space. But I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Why are all the other planets round then?
When you compare amateur footage done with professional grade cameras and compare it to NASA's official images of planets and stars, it's clear that NASA images are all computer generated, no different than the photos of Earth. What have become known as planets are round lights that seem to be set over the flat Earth. The so-called planets and stars are not what we have been told they are, and comparing luminous objects that you see in the sky to the Earth under your feet is very ineffective for actually proving the supposed rotundity of the Earth. Since there are no actual photographs of the Earth, and motion has never been experienced or proven, it would seem more logical for one to assume that we are on a flat, motionless plane, and everything we see in the heavens revolves around us.
What about satellites and GPS?
As crazy as it may sound, satellites are a hoax. Have you ever wondered why there are never any damaged or fallen satellites? And why there are no satellite malfunctions due to constant heating and cooling? It's weird they don't melt in the thermosphere that's over 2,000 degrees. I find myself looking at the moon and wondering why we never see satellites pass by the moon. Did you know there are thousands of miles of fiber optic cables under the seabed that supplies 90% of the Earth's communication? Internet, phones, etc. And GPS works off of cell phone towers. It's called triangulation. Haven't you seen those really tall towers and wondered what they are? Satellite TV is just enhanced radio using ground-based towers. It's all ground-based, just like the old TV antenna. Science fiction author Arthur C. Clarke proposed the idea of geostationary satellites in 1945 in a magazine called Wireless World. And 20 years later, in 1965, they claim to have successfully launched the first commercial geostationary communication satellite. Today, there are said to be thousands, but the odd thing is that trying to prove it only leaves you fruitless.
Is outer space even real?
Yes and no. What you see in the sky, as far as stars and wandering stars, also known as planets, are there. How could we deny them? We don't know what they actually are, but they are there. Now, what we are told about outer space and what it is not true at all. Everything we believe about so-called outer space is due mostly to Hollywood movies and other media, including children's cartoons. Of course, NASA propaganda is the biggest culprit. As we have already gone over, there are no pictures of Earth, and even images of all the other so-called planets are computer-generated. NASA has gone on record numerous times stating that humans can't get past low Earth orbit.
NASA's next spacecraft, already being built and tested across America, will do those things and more.
This is the spacecraft that's going to take humans to explore the solar system. It's the next big step for NASA in exploration.
Called the Orion Multipurpose Crew Vehicle, or MPCV, this next-generation spacecraft will enable America to explore beyond low Earth orbit.
As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belts, an area of dangerous radiation. But Orion has protection. Shielding will be put to the test as the vehicle cuts through the waves of radiation. Sensors aboard will record radiation levels for scientists to study. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
Plan that NASA has is to build a rocket called SLS, which is a heavy lift rocket. It's something that is much bigger than what we have today, and it will be able to launch the Orion capsule with humans on board, as well as landers or other components to destinations beyond Earth orbit. Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go. And this new system that we're building is going to allow us to go beyond and hopefully take humans into the solar system to explore. So the moon, Mars, asteroids, there's a lot of destinations that we could go to, and we're building these building block components in order to allow us to do that eventually.
And unlike the previous program, we are setting a course with specific and achievable milestones. Early in the next decade, a set of crewed flights will test and prove the systems required for exploration beyond low Earth orbit.
Low Earth orbit is supposedly between 99 and 1,200 miles away. The funny thing is that they say the moon is over 200,000 miles away. How did we make it so far in the 1960s and 70s if we can't do it today? Also, the International Space Station, just like everything else brought to us by NASA, is a fake Freemasonic hoax, completely fabricated and done with special effects, models, pools, zero-G planes, and various other camera tricks.
How is circumnavigation possible on a flat Earth?
Very easily. You can travel east and west directions to ultimately end up right back where you started. The face of the Earth looks similar to that of a clock. In fact, clocks were most likely designed after the true appearance of our world. If you follow a compass east for long enough, you'll make a full circuit. Same thing if you travel west long enough. As we've already gone over, the flat Earth map that was around before globes were easily converts to a globe, so everything you believe you are doing on a globe is actually taking place on a flat Earth.
How come the moon is upside down in the southern hemisphere?
This is another very simple explanation. When somebody is in the northern part of the Earth, or on the northern part of the Earth, they see the moon from this angle. When somebody is on the southern part of the Earth, the moon looks like this. They're looking at it from this angle. They see it from the opposite angle, and that's all it is. Imagine you tape a picture of the moon in the center of your living room, right? Depending on where you are in the room, the moon will be seen differently. When pondering this question, keep in mind that the face of the moon never changes. On a spherical Earth, we'd expect to see other sides, but we never have.
What about the seasons?
The sun is close and small, and it circles around and above the flat Earth in a spiral pattern on the Tropic of Cancer in the northern summer months, and then down in the Tropic of Capricorn in the northern winter months. So when the sun is further away from the North Pole, right, the center of the flat Earth, it's winter in the north and summer in the south. Since the sun is smaller than we are told and closer, it makes much more sense that we experience seasons in the first place. If the sun was 93 million miles away and had a radius of over 400,000 miles, we would hardly experience temperature fluctuation as we do.
What about gravity?
Gravity is necessary in order for a spinning ball Earth to work. People readily believe that you can't fall off of a spinning ball that's darting through outer space at speeds that you can't even comprehend, yet they will deny how much easier it is to stay on a flat surface that doesn't move. Gravity is a scapegoat for all that cannot be explained, and it has never been proven. The reason why things fall or float is because of density and buoyancy. If something is heavier than air, it falls. If it's lighter than air, it floats. Very straightforward. Your phone is denser than the air, therefore it falls when you drop it. Everything works because of density. No need to factor in imaginary components. Quote, "The law of gravitation is said by the advocates of the Newtonian system of astronomy to be the greatest discovery of science, and the foundation of the whole of modern astronomy. If, therefore, it can be shown that gravitation is a pure assumption, and an imagination of the mind only, that it has no existence outside of the brains of its expounders and advocates, the whole of the hypotheses of this modern so-called science fall to the ground as flat as the surface of the ocean. And this most exact of all sciences, this wonderful feat of the intellect, becomes at once the most ridiculous superstition and the most gigantic imposture to which ignorance and credulity could ever be exposed." Thomas Winship, Zetetic Cosmogony.
What about the Coriolis effect?
They say that the Coriolis effect is a result of the Earth spinning and is responsible for the deflection of an object moving above the Earth, rightward in the northern hemisphere and leftward in the southern hemisphere. The problem is that things like hurricanes and water in the sink aren't always predictable and have been known to spin both ways in either hemisphere. Also, another contradiction that proves the Coriolis effect false is the fact that no flying machine above the Earth has to account for it. If a bullet that travels 1,700 miles per hour has to account for the effect, then an airplane traveling at 550 miles per hour would definitely have to account for the effect. When you look for the answer, you'll find that we are told that since the atmosphere moves with the spin of the Earth, planes aren't affected. So why would bullets be? Especially when they go much faster than common airplanes.
Why can't I see infinitely far?
This is for the people that wonder why they can't see certain things that they believe they should be able to see if the Earth was flat. I've been asked on numerous occasions, why can't I see Mount Everest from anywhere on Earth? I've also been asked, why can't I see Spain from the east coast of America? Well, besides dirt, dust, dew, rain, fog, smog, smoke, clouds, mist, haze, snow, etc., your vision is limited by the vanishing point of your perception. Check your weather app on your phone and notice the visibility in your area.
Is the flat earth a religious thing?
Yes and no. I say this because I myself am not religious. I'd rather not have faith in something, but know the facts to the best of my ability. And the facts are that the curvature and motion of the earth have never been proven. The Bible, without any doubt whatsoever, supports the earth that's fixed in place. The book of Enoch, which is biblically endorsed and most likely belongs in the Bible, describes the flat stationary enclosed earth in great detail. Many religions and civilizations preceding Judaism and Christianity support a flat and stationary earth, such as the Babylonians, the Egyptians, the Mayans, the Norse, the Hindus, etc. This fantastic spinning globe earth is very new to the people of the world, yet most of us carry on as if the theory is unquestionable, and we've been conditioned to laugh when the flat earth is brought up. Whether you are religious or not, you can see the flat earth for yourself.
Is the Flat Earth Society behind the resurgence of the flat earth?
No, the Flat Earth Society is designed as a containment unit. Gatekeepers that tell the truth about some stuff, but then lie about other things in order to make it appear ridiculous or steer you in the wrong direction. For instance, this is what FES has to say about gravity. In the Flat Earth model, gravity, rather than being a force, is the upward acceleration of the flat Earth. The Earth always accelerates upward at 1g, which is equivalent to the gravitational acceleration in the round Earth model. Like the force of gravity, the Earth's acceleration causes several commonly observed phenomena in our daily lives. If that isn't the biggest turnoff, I don't know what is. The flat Earth argument has never died. It only died down. Real flat earthers have always been among us, but it wasn't until late 2014, early 2015, when Eric Dubé started making a lot of noise about the flat earth conspiracy and got people like myself on board. It took me 10 months of research before finally accepting the truth about where we live. Thanks to the many great flat earth researchers, content creators, and activists since then, more and more people are waking up to the massive deception every day.
Are all scientists, pilots, and members of the government in on it?
No, most scientists, pilots, and members of the government have been indoctrinated just as the rest of us have. When they work at their everyday job, they go about it as if the Earth is most certainly spherical. If indeed some of these people did know the Earth is flat, they most likely wouldn't even speak out about it in fear of losing their job or ruining their reputation. The average scientist goes about everything they do with the spherical Earth already factored in. For mainstream science, questioning our current model is a huge no-no. For pilots, computers do most of their work, not to take away from what they do because I personally appreciate it, and also pilots often switch out at stops, making it difficult to understand the real layout of Earth's land masses. As far as government members and politicians go, besides high-ranking officials at NASA, which isn't government at all, it's safe to assume that they are not in the know and they are not knowingly perpetrating this lie. Very few people compared to the population of the world are enlightened to the flat Earth.
NASA isn't the only space agency. Are all others in on it too?
The answer is yes. Here's a short clip on what you need to know.
The Vector, NASA's official logo. If you've ever looked at NASA's official logo, both their official insignia and their official seal, you'll see that the most prominent object in the seal is a red swooshing object. They call that the chevron or the vector. If you ask NASA's Public Affairs Office, this symbology is featured so heavily in their insignia and seal, they'll give you what really amounts to the standard facile cover story for the unilluminated. They'll tell you that that is a representation of a hypersonic wing design from the 1950s, which was the time the logo was created. Not exactly the case. Someone might want to ask the Russian Federal Space Agency, Roscosmos, that was formed in 1992, why they chose that same logo. And while you're at it, you can go ask the Chinese, who formed their space agency in 1996, why in the world they're using a hypersonic wing design from the 1950s as their official logo. Then you can ask the Japanese, the South Koreans, Taiwanese, Malaysia, Mexico, Iran, all of these countries, even Bulgaria. They all utilize the vector symbology in their space agency logos for their national space agencies. It gets even deeper. You can go look at the individual manned program patches for NASA. The Mercury program, for example, a blatant use of covert symbology. In every logo dealing with the Mercury program, you'll see what looks like a number 7 in their logo. And again, NASA's official story is that they put this number 7 there so that they could pay homage to the original 7 Mercury astronauts. Kind of forgetting the fact that only 6 Mercury astronauts actually flew into space, because number 7 never did. Deke Slayton had a heart problem, so he didn't get to go up. So there were only 6 Mercury astronauts. Yet there's a 7 in every single logo. That's in the official mission or official program insignia for Mercury, as well as the 6 individual mission patches carry this logo. And it carries on to the Space Shuttle program. If you look at the Apollo logo has a big letter A in it. At least that's what they want you to believe. But it's not. Again, that's just a simple way of explaining away the inclusion of this vector symbology in the logo. If you go to the Space Shuttle program, the original Space Shuttle STS program patch is a triangular patch that, again, hides the use of the chevronic vector symbology. And that also goes for many of the STS-specific mission patches. Every single one of the International Space Station expedition patches carry the vector symbology. The Russian Mir space station used the vector symbology. That was their official logo. And you can even go deeper and look at military-industrial complex companies. Look at the logo on a company like Lockheed Martin, 2 vectors. The X-Prize logo, Ames Research Labs, U.S. Space Command. When you get into the military realm, the United States Space Command, their official logo is the vector symbol. And when you look at the military's individual space-specific programs, all of them deal with vector symbology in their official insignias. And the question really becomes, who or what are these people paying homage to?
Let's look at NASA's Earthrise. Now let's look at JAXA's Earthrise. Do you believe this is real?
Well, then who's responsible for this deception?
You will find that the Jesuits and the Vatican have been intimately involved in all things space, including owning the earliest telescopes and, to this day, the largest owners of observatories and telescopes in the world. The Society of Jesuits have been actively spreading the heliocentric theory for 500 years, while trying to bury thousands of years of flat Earth cosmology. The Jesuits are rulers of all powers that we are aware of, and have been ruthless in their pursuit of world domination for centuries, no matter who is killed or what has to be done to establish a one-world order out of chaos. They rule over, or are deeply partnered with, people like the Rothschilds and many other international banksters, secret societies, especially the Freemasons, as well as Zionist Jews, and especially Zionist Jews in seats of power, They rule over all the alphabet agencies and government think tanks, including the NSA, CIA, FBI, Mossad, KGB, Roundtable, Committee of 300, Tavistock Institute, Lucius Trust Publishing, Bilderberg Group, and the Council of Foreign Relations, including representative government and legislation like the U.S. Presidency, Congress, and the Supreme Court. The Jesuit order is said to have been established by Jews, again showing that the Jews are behind some of the biggest hoaxes in history, including the Holocaust. Freemasons are also spread out all over the world to further the different agendas that serve this Illuminati elite.
Why the lie?
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my gosh. Stop fucking lying. Always lying to me. You lying so much. You making it hard for me.
Their desire is to convince us that we are only one of a septillion other planets flying through infinite space. A septillion? Where do they get these numbers? A septillion has 24 zeros. They want us to think that we are nothing more than a cosmic accident caused by a big bang that took place 14 billion years ago. Again, where do they get these numbers? How one could draw that conclusion is unknown. They want us not to understand our origin and go on believing that life is meaningless. They want us to believe that alien life is real and that they created us. Look no further than Ancient Aliens for the propaganda. Not to mention countless shows and movies they program us with. This isn't just about flat Earth versus round Earth. It's much bigger than that. Whatever they plan on doing needed the spherical Earth groundwork laid before they could proceed. They may either shock us with a fake alien invasion or a disclosure of the beings that have always been among us, passed off as life from distant galaxies. Who knows? Another reason to turn the Earth into a ball is to hide extra land. If this is a vast plain, and there are places past Antarctica, with more oceans and more land masses, then an easy way to get rid of them is to wrap our part of this plain around a ball, and make it seem as if there is nothing else and everything has already been discovered. The globe is full-fledged slavery for the inquiring mind.
I'd like to be an explorer, like the great Magellan.
Oh, well, you're too late. There's really nothing left to explore.
What does it mean if the Earth is flat?
It means that the origin of man is deliberately being covered up from us. Man, woman, child, you are being deceived on a massive scale. Flat Earth, enclosed flat Earth, expansive plane flat Earth, or even infinite plane flat Earth with an infinite ceiling barrier, or possibly another plane of existence above us and below us. It means that this place was created, that you were designed, you were crafted, you are special and with purpose. A purpose being hidden from you on purpose. We are supposed to know our world and our reason for being. We've been swallowed whole by this economic fiat money system that controls absolutely everything and fuels this manufactured reality. Most of us know that we are slaves, and it's no wonder we desire to escape through movies, TV shows, and video games that happen to also further our programming and mental conditioning. We were never meant to live like this, and knowledge of our flat Earth is a step in the right direction. It's something that can't be taken from us. It's the fuel that we need to let these bastards know that we won't go down in ignorance. We will not willingly accept their one world authority that wants to rule over all mind and all matter. Embrace this flat world of ours and free your mind from the globalist mind control It's time that we stand up for ourselves and our beautiful Earth. All I want to know is, who's coming with me?
Boom.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
Have you ever dreamed of going up to outer space? Or maybe meeting other beings from another place? Have you ever wondered what it's like on other planets? Then you watch a science show and come to believe you understand it? You feel empowered by the knowledge and you feel enlightened, listening to Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson. But then you wake up and you start to see the obvious. Life is just a lie and this whole world ain't what we thought it was. NASA's missions to the moon were never completed. They just filmed them in a room and people believe it. I used to wonder what it's like to be an astronaut. Now when I see them acting, I can't help but to laugh a lot. They give us cartoons and they claim that we live on a ball, but it's flat and it's not moving or spinning at all. Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
History has been rewritten by winners of wars, the Jesuit order, Khazars, Freemasons, and more. They pulled the veil over our eyes, and it's time to awaken. Through organized indoctrination, our minds have been taken. It's time we take our power back and we rescue our people. The Vatican and the bankers are like Resident Evil. They may have had the greatest plan that was ever concocted, but Illuminati never thought that they'd ever be spotted. They're manufacturing reality all in our heads. They tell us if the earth is flat, then we'll fall off the edge. But if it is a spinning ball, we won't fall off it then. And gravity is our imaginary magic friend. Why is water always flat when unmanipulated? Why are pictures of the earth computer generated? Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
Dear NASA, it's becoming 100% crystal clear that you and the other space programs that are in operation are connected and are deceiving the entire world. More and more people are waking up every single day, and we are now able to see right through you. But what we really want to know is, why are you lying? Sincerely, me and the great people of this earth.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
The captain thinks the world is round, see? But we all know it's a flat, right?
Of course it's flat. Sure, I know the world is flat.
Yeah, so do I. Everybody knows that.
Horizon
isn't a physical thing. It's just the point at which geometrically the tangent that you're looking at towards the surface of the Earth. So that red area right now is hidden behind the horizon, the physical geometric horizon.
Behind the physical horizon.
Yeah.
Yep. Higher in elevation than it usually is.
The horizon isn't an object, it's just a point a certain distance away from you.
Correct.
The blue area.
Not Q. We don't have a geometric horizon. Then not P. The Earth is not a globe.
We do have a geometric horizon, we just can't see it, but perhaps we better agree to disagree. But I would like to see that butane experiment done again. There is no, the horizon, there is a geometric horizon, but if you walk forward 6 feet, the geometric horizon would move away from you by 6 feet. It's not an exact point, it's just a distance.
So that's apparent. It changes. But can I ask you, if it is an apparent location, the horizon, what is cutting off the bottoms of those ships?
On occasions when you see that, the ship is beyond the geometric horizon and the amount of refraction is not enough to lift them further into view. So the geometric horizon is hiding them.
So we can see the geometric horizon on some days?
We do have a geometric horizon, we just can't see it, but perhaps we better agree to disagree. But I would like to see that butane experiment done again.
So we can see the geometric horizon on some days?
No, it's hidden behind the water, but there's not enough refraction to lift the image of the full ship above that apparent horizon. At best, what you have done, you would have disproved the radius of the Earth.
Ding, ding, ding! What do we have for her, Johnny?
Andrew Young cites geometric horizon as where the apparent horizon would be if there were no refraction, equivalently where the cone with the vertex at the observer's eye and tangent to the sea surface.
So you said the geometric horizon is what? That refracted?
It's where the apparent horizon would be if there were no refraction.
Okay, so it is the horizon that we see because there's only one horizon. The horizon is the refracted horizon, correct?
No.
That's what you just, I'm sorry, you just said that.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Going round in circles.
Yeah, that's what you just said, Brenda.
We don't have an apparent horizon and a geometric horizon. We just have a horizon. It's just not geometric.
Correct.
Yeah, well then, welcome to Flat Earth. You've just made it plain we don't have a geometric horizon. So what geometric position, moron? You don't have one!
We do.
Oh, so now we do. Only 30 seconds ago, ladies and gentlemen, he made it plain we don't have a geometric horizon, and now we do.
No, we don't have a geometric horizon.
You seem to be double flip-flopping.
We have got geometry, and it's...
No, we haven't. We've demonstrated a geometric impossibility in the Black Swan image. Ergo, you don't have a geometric horizon.
No, we don't have a geometric horizon.
Yeah, see, there he goes again. Can't seem to make up his mind. He needs a geometric horizon for his Earth curve maths, but we haven't got one according to him. You've lost. So we definitely don't have a geometric horizon.
I didn't say we did.
Yeah, we don't. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Wow.
Water, when unmanipulated, is to find its level. So whether you look at a cup of water, a bathtub, a swimming pool, a lake, or the ocean, it's flat. Of course, natural motion is not considered and doesn't equal a curve. We have 0 authentic pictures of the Earth and they're all composites, and NASA even admits that they Photoshop Earth images.
It is Photoshopped, but it's has to be.
On numerous occasions, NASA admits that we can't go beyond low Earth orbit, which is between 99 miles and 1,200 miles away. The interesting thing is that the moon is said to be 238,000 miles away, which is a difference of 236,800 miles. No matter if you're on the ground, on top of a building, a mountain, a hot air balloon, an airplane, or looking at high-altitude amateur balloon footage, the horizon never fails to rise right to your eyes. Whether you are looking at Toronto's skyline from Niagara-on-the-Lake, 31 miles away, Chicago's skyline from Union Pier, 43 miles away, or even Oahu from Kauai, which is up to 108 miles away from center to center, or 73 miles away from the closest points, you will not see any curvature where it's supposed to be. According to the Pythagorean theorem, which states that the curvature of the Earth is 8 inches per mile squared, Oahu should not be visible whatsoever, but you can see the whole thing. In 1887, Albert Michelson and Edward Morley conducted what's known as the Michelson-Morley experiment. This experiment was attempting to prove the speculated motion of the Earth around the Sun, and when it failed, Albert Einstein was forced to form the theory of relativity to overcome this problem. In fact, anytime mainstream science is faced with undesirable results, they create a workaround, which isn't real science at all. The Sun is claimed to be 93 million miles away, with a radius of over 400,000 miles, but can easily be proven to be much closer and smaller by tracing the crepuscular rays back to its origin in the sky. If the Sun were indeed 93 million miles away, it would simply be impossible to have angled sun rays, as they should all consistently come in straight. According to the globular theory, a lunar eclipse occurs when the Sun, Earth, and Moon are in a direct line, but it is on record that since about the 15th century, over 50 eclipses have occurred while both the Sun and Moon are visible above the horizon. F.H. Cook, The Terrestrial Plane. It's a common misconception that the shadow of the Earth causes moon phases. Even the pastors and priests of the science religion readily admit this fact. The interesting thing about moon phases is that they are always the exact same 8 phases repeated. But if we were circling around the Sun, these 8 phases would inevitably be reversed from the summer to winter seasons. I completely understand that the idea of a flat and stationary Earth seems ridiculous in many ways, but that's only because we are taught the false globe model from the very first time that we enter a school classroom. Not to mention the first time we are introduced to the concept of a flat Earth, it's depicted as a highly laughable world where ships, boats, and water would run off of the edge. So I do get it, but it's all part of the deception. I've spent 30 years of my life believing that we were on a spinning globe. It wasn't until I unbiasedly and scientifically investigated the flat Earth claims that I started to realize that there is more to this theory than I originally gave it credit for. Now, after almost 2 years of research, I'm certain that the Earth is flat. We are told that the Earth spins at 1,040 miles per hour, while the Earth travels around the Sun at 66,000 miles per hour. Meanwhile, the whole solar system is going inside the Milky Way galaxy at a speed of 490,000 miles per hour. And finally, the entire Milky Way galaxy is darting through infinite space at over 1 million miles per hour. Most people believe this, and yet every experiment ever conducted to prove even the simple spin of the Earth has failed. The same thing goes for curvature. It's never been proven, and the only time we see it is in movies, NASA CGI, or when we're looking through a distorted fisheye lens. With all that said, please continue to research critically and don't be afraid to ask reasonable questions and speak out.
Wake up, you sleepyheads. Wake up. Or not.
So Neil, you're not a climate scientist, but you're a very distinguished scientist and astrophysicist. What do you think about when people say, look, this is not settled science, there are still questions?
Chuck, got to get this off my chest, like now.
Okay. Hopefully it's not like any chest hair.
No, it's not.
Okay,
I'm not
good.
particularly hairy anyway, so that's not a thing.
Okay.
All right, so when people say they want to go into space,
I want to go.
What do
into
they
space.
typically mean by that?
They mean I'm going to be an astronaut. I'm going into space, man. I'm going up there. I'm going up there.
Up there, and generally they mean they want to go into orbit. All right, anyone who has ever been in space.
They don't mean that. They want to go to space, man.
Well, okay. If that's the case, do you know how many people have left low Earth orbit?
Well, first of all, you are going to have to define low Earth orbit for me.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
Because
I'll say it another way. All right, the Apollo astronauts. Okay, that left Earth.
Right.
To go to the moon.
All right.
Okay.
And that's space.
Okay, wait a minute. So there was Apollo 10, 11, 12, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So 8 missions left Earth to go to the moon. Not all of them landed, right? As famously Apollo 13 didn't. And Apollo 10 was just a dry run for Apollo 11. But those are the only people who have ever left Earth for a destination.
That's cool.
Every other astronaut, hundreds of them, are called astronauts, and we still say they went into space. And what that means is they went into low Earth orbit.
Oh, that's just awful.
And so low Earth orbit is, in practice, where the space station is. It's about a couple of 100 miles up. So the distance from Earth's surface to the space station is less than the distance from New York City to Washington, D.C.
Oh, God! Why are you depressing me like
I'm
this?
just trying to be honest about this.
This is awful.
Okay, so when people say to me, "You want to go into space," and because somebody's got some orbital tourist thing, and I'm thinking, to me, space is the large-scale structure of the universe. Thank you. Not boldly going where hundreds have gone before, driving around the block, as low Earth orbit indicates. Okay, so yeah, you can drive to Earth orbit in 3 or 4 hours.
Oh,
all right. If the road were pointing straight up. So NASA and others, I'm not implicating NASA uniquely in this, when they say we are going into space, that's what they mean. Okay?
Okay, that makes sense.
That makes sense. So there's a distance for which that's it. And they rounded the number, so it's a nice clean number. It's 100 kilometers up, or about 62 miles.
Damn.
Okay?
So is the space station space? Is that beyond that threshold?
It's outside of that definitional layer.
But it's still low Earth orbit.
It's still LEO, low Earth orbit.
Damn.
And I'm sorry, as an astrophysicist, to me space is the large-scale structure of the universe.
All right. Listen, I can't find fault with anything you said. It kind of makes sense.
Frankly, I have been pushing NASA to revamp its vision. The shuttle did some extraordinary work in low orbit experiments, this International Space Station, moving cargo. It was an extraordinary accomplishment, and we're very proud of the work that it did. But now what we need is that next technological breakthrough. We're still using the same models for space travel that we used with the Apollo program 30, 40 years ago. And so what we've said is, rather than keep on doing the same thing, let's invest in basic research around new technologies.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology. and it's a painful process to build it back again.
Now what we need is that next technological breakthrough. We're still using the same models for space travel that we used with the Apollo program.
The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to.
This previous program, we are setting a course with specific and achievable milestones. Early in the next decade, a set of crewed flights will test and prove the systems required for exploration beyond low Earth orbit.
The technologies that we're testing out on Space Station are definitely helping us with our goals of going beyond low Earth orbit.
Well, that's a great question. The plan that NASA has is to build a rocket called SLS, which is a heavy lift rocket. It's something that is much bigger than what we have today, and it will be able to launch the Orion capsule with humans on board, as well as landers or other components to destinations beyond Earth orbit. Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go. And this new system that we're building is going to allow us to go beyond and hopefully take humans into the solar system to explore. So the moon, Mars, asteroids, there's a lot of destinations that we could go to, and we're building these building block components in order to allow us to do that eventually.
Nowadays, outer space is a given in everyone's mind. It's virtually in every movie, video game, comic book, novel, and even music and TV shows, causing mostly everyone to believe in outer space without question, even though they have never been there or seen it for themselves. Did you know that we are told that a mere 536 people have been to space, with only 24 of them traveling beyond low Earth orbit? That's barely a drop in the bucket as far as the entirety of Earth's population is concerned. And one of the funniest things is that all 24 people that have supposedly been past low Earth orbit come from the Apollo missions that took place between 1963 and 1972.
Now think about that. The only people that have been to space, and I say that in quote when I say space, are these 24 guys. And the last time they went was 1972. And
Astronauts to the moon.
Ignition sequence start. 3, 2, 1.
Houston, we have a problem.
We copy you on the ground. You got a bunch of guys about to turn blue.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
What is going on, everyone? It's Jaron from Jaronism back with yet another live video for you today. We've got a discussion with Globers. Don't insult my intelligence or our intelligence. Flat versus Globe. Live, we got myself, Jaron from Jaronism, and we've got Dave Weiss, fresh off his vacation, much deserved. Dave, welcome to the show.
Hey, glad to be here.
Awesome to have you. And we've got, if you guys remember, it was about 3 weeks ago, I guess about 3 weeks ago, maybe a month ago, I was shown a podcast that I thought was current and covered that for a little while. The podcast name was Don't Insult My Intelligence, and it was hosted by Bo and Jerry. And so I did about I don't remember how long the show was, did a covering of that hour-and-a-half podcast. And then
4 hours.
4 hours. And then got in contact on Facebook with these guys, and they wanted to come on the show. So they're here, and I told them that we would give them the floor to start. That's what they wanted, so we're going to hear from them. Let's start first with Bo. Bo, welcome to the show.
Hey, thanks. And thanks for having us on. So just to give kind of like a level set of what our podcast was and everything, because I think you, well, first off, man, you did a great job, slicing and dicing us to I'll have to admit it was a humbling thing to sit there and listen, It had been a long time since I listened to that podcast, and so it was kind of rough, listening to that. So anyway, just like an origin of what happened, okay? Because a couple comments you made, like right up front, were, "Damn, it sounds like shit," and these guys don't know what the fuck they're talking about. So sorry. Am I okay to cuss? Sorry.
Absolutely. Curse all you want.
All right. So when we first started, podcast, that was really like the first show we ever did. And it was really just meant to be like a test show because I was in North Carolina, Jerry's in Virginia, so we were doing like a long distance thing. And this is 4 years ago. And secondly, we didn't know what the hell we were doing either. So, so we did that, and, we pretty much did exactly what you accused us of. We strawmanned what we saw on the Flat Earth Society page,
right?
Which obviously doesn't represent what you and Dave stand for or believe in. So, and I learned that pretty quick.
Or most flat earthers, right?
Right. Yeah, I get it. But that's what we did at the time, and we literally did. I mean, I know myself. I don't think Jerry really looked into it much. Just because the style of what the show was going to be I was just going to set up the topics, and we're going to try to get Jerry's kind of gut reaction, and so we really didn't research at all. I just went with what we found on Google, read over a couple of things, got just have enough to have a brief conversation, and when we were launching that podcast, what we were kind of going under the advice of, hey, you need several episodes when you're first getting out of the gate. Because somebody listens, they're going to want to listen to a couple, and then they can wait on another, to come out later on.
Mm-hmm.
And we had a few in the chamber, because if you listen to any of our other shows that are a little bit later on, you'll see it's a different format. It's not as, accusatory or whatever. And, it was much more thoroughly researched. But, we had 2 in the can, and it took us like a month to do 2. So we were like, shit, it's going to take us another month to have 4 episodes to put them all out. So we're just like, all right, we'll put out the Flat Earth one and this other one we did on why bread was so expensive, that we just did as a, kind of a joke.
Mm-hmm.
And that's, so we put that out. And then we didn't get a lot of, obviously we didn't get a lot of feedback or views on it. So it just stayed out there. And, really, if you call that a troll or whatever, it looks like we caught 2 big fish with it, but it just took 4 years.
You reeled me in.
So, yeah. But anyway.
Well, somebody reached out to me and said, "Hey, I was listening to this podcast yesterday, and here's these guys talking about flat Earth, and I thought you might enjoy it." And then I listened to it, and I thought at the beginning I heard one of you say something about 300,000 listeners. So I immediately thought I was listening to some really, really big podcast, and I was confused. I'm like, "Your sound sucks. How do you have so many viewers?" But I guess
Yeah,
that's
and
not true.
and honestly, the fact that you can even hear it was several hours of me trying to get the sound up, because when we recorded that, Jerry thought he was talking through his microphone, but it wasn't enabled, and so it was actually he was on the one side of the room, and the audio was from the laptop mic, in built-in mic.
Gotcha.
From across the room. Man, it sounded like shit. But anyway, so I just wanted to kind of give that background, and since like I said, it was a humbling experience listen to you just chop down everything we were saying, and I've done some research since then. I've listened to a bunch of your stuff, and Dave, I had run across you. I think the first time I heard you was on you were on Grimerica, which I listened to, and that's the first time I heard you. That was several years ago. So I've heard a lot of your stuff before, and so
was that before or after you did that podcast?
It was after. Yeah, definitely after.
You heard me after, right? So
yeah,
I got a quick question for you. Does the other guy's Jim, right? Jim?
Jerry.
Does Jerry know that you're a flat earther yet?
Well, I don't know if I'm a flat earther yet, but it's, I've got, there's definitely things.
He's not ready to admit it.
There's definitely things you pointed out that,
all I expect,
that aren't really consistent.
Here's all I want. By the end of today's show, you have to admit that flat Earth is a better belief than Santa Claus, because I believe you said that Santa Claus was the better belief last time. That's,
let me. Okay,
poor.
so one
that
last
was actually me, but yeah, okay.
Yeah, one last thing, and then I'll be done.
Sorry,
so,
I didn't mean to interrupt you guys.
Yeah, put this.
No, that's okay. So right towards the end, you put it on double speed, and I don't think you got at the very end. I came back and wedged in a little correction file.
Oh, I don't think I
said,
did
hey, I said St. Christopher. I meant St. Nicholas. So,
okay.
But it is funny.
It was funny.
And, but that's what I was talking about. But you're right. Maybe flat Earth is more believable than Santa Claus. So
I don't know if Jerry feels the same way, but we'll find out.
Well, I just kind of want to believe in Santa Claus, but so no, and I will say, I mean, everything Bo said is absolutely correct. And I want to, thank you guys for both being here and, having us on. But also, I do want to offer an apology because we did kind of go at it as a lark, and just kind of threw it out there how ridiculous we thought it was. Now,
we all did.
Well, and I know that, and regardless of how ridiculous it might still seem, I just want to. It wasn't fair. I just now I see that, because honestly, you guys, after you reached out, we were talking. Did you change my mind? And I told you no. But if nothing else, it did create a plethora of questions in my mind. It's
That's good.
I really, I have this, I have that. And so just kind of, and I know you were and you felt you had been mean to us, which kind of for me is a joke. I mean, that wasn't mean at all. I mean, it was a little, rubbing, but, mean to me that's not mean. So I don't fault any of that. So don't even worry about that.
Well, good.
But it's it's one of those things where it's we don't need to be mean. We just need to have discussion. It's right. I mean, that's kind of that's what I'm looking to do here.
Absolutely.
If nothing else, I just want to hear something new from people because we went at it. I mean, I gotta be honest. If I knew a flat earther, I had no idea, and no one certainly would admit it to me at that time. So it's nice now. I can at least have, the actual thing right in front of me, so we can see where it goes.
You guys seem honest and open-minded, and you're willing to take in new information. That's great. That's all we could ask.
Yeah.
You said what many people say. Well, you haven't flipped me yet. I still don't believe in flat Earth, and that's an interesting comment. So if you don't believe in flat Earth, that means you believe in the globe. So when we're done with this, I'm going to ask you guys for one proof of the globe, just one. And if you can give me one, I give you 3 Bitcoins. Okay.
Awesome.
But if you can't, you have to at least say the globe is a lie. You don't have to say flat Earth is real, but the globe is a lie. And then your journey has begun.
Yeah, I think the first part of the podcast that really got me, because I only listened about 20 minutes before I went live and did it, but the first part that I was like, all right, now these guys, is you made this claim that any grade school child can easily go out and prove that the Earth's a globe. And, that's bothered me because one of the biggest things to me is they don't teach this in school. They don't teach you how they came to the globe proof. And even the things that they might say in school turned out to be untrue, right? I don't know if you guys heard that water goes down the opposite direction in the other hemisphere. I grew up believing that. I thought that was one of the proofs. And then you find out, oh, no, that's just a lie. And the people at the equator do it to steal money from people. You're like, okay, well, why would they need to lie about that? And then you hear that, way back 2,000 years ago, they saw boats disappear bottom up. And that meant it was a globe. But then we go out and do our own, experiments where you can watch a boat go out. It disappears from your eyesight. You pull out your P900 or your P1000, you zoom in, and that boat comes back. So what that alone tells you, even if people say after that, oh, well, it still goes over the curve eventually. Eventually it goes over. Okay, great. But you guys said 2,000 years ago that these guys knew it was a globe because they watched the boat disappear. But I can watch the boat disappear and I can pull it back, something that they couldn't do. So why are you using that as evidence? And then you talk about Aristophanes, which is the belief that 2,300 years ago or whatever it was, that some guy went out with sticks and shadows and knew a distance 500 miles away, and the same time of day the sticks were. And again, the problem with that is it works with a local light people can do on their own kitchen table, where you take two items and put a flashlight above one of them, which will give you no shadow on that first item, but will give you a shadow on the second item. So that doesn't mean that I can then measure those shadows and predict how spherical my kitchen table is. The kitchen table is flat. So it's all these things that just keep coming up that are like, and one more thing. Then you also said later in the podcast that the reason that science doesn't want to touch this, the reason Neil deGrasse and these guys won't debate it or they won't cover it, is because they don't want to give it any legs, right? But the problem with that is that nothing gets legs when you debunk it. So if science were as sure as they say they are, and they have all these facts and evidence, then they would just come out and they would clean the floor with us, and it wouldn't give it any credence that they crushed it. What gives it credence is the fact that they won't touch it. So I think you guys have things a little bit opposite. I don't think children can prove it because they haven't been given any of the tools to do so. And I also don't think that the reason that science won't touch it is because they don't want to give it credence. That may be the truth, that they don't want to give it credence because they know they can't defeat it. But go ahead anyway.
Yeah. So on the whole, measuring the things with sticks and shadows, Aristophanes, right? So that's, so Carl Sagan kind of let me down on that one. I'd been watching that series since I was a kid. And,
loved it. Big fan.
Yeah. After you kind of pointed that out, I went out and did a little research on that one. I saw, different aspects of that. And that one seems to be completely reasonable, that you can, using a local light, you can, put two things on the table, just like you're saying, and you're going to have different shadows, and you can extrapolate that math out and you get a curve, right? Because you're taking two partial angles, just based on the angle of the light coming in the shadows. Remember, yeah, just like you're showing there. Yeah. So that, I can see how that really doesn't prove anything. I guess it gives someone ground to have a hypothesis, but
because the difference becomes
doesn't really prove anything.
If the sun is really an infinite distance away and these rays are coming at us parallel, which is of course what we're told, but it's not something that would have been believed 2,300 years ago. Aristophanes was around when they would have believed that most likely the sun was moving around us, and therefore he would have thought of it as being a smaller item, not infinite size and infinite distance. How would it? I think they were smart enough to realize that infinite size, infinite distance. How is it going around us? So it's just kind of a story that seems like it was made up. There's people that came after him, Herodotus, other people that were also librarians in Alexandria who never mentioned him once, and that just doesn't make a lot of sense. So I personally think a lot of that stuff was input after the fact, but they've just done a good job of storytelling. Science has done that with Sagan, and they leave things out and don't mention that because they make it sound like, we see this curve item on the moon during the eclipse, and therefore the only thing that can leave a shadow like that is a sphere, and that's a blatant lie, because actually a sphere doesn't leave that shadow on another sphere, and even a flat edge, and I'm not saying that it's the shadow of the Earth on there, I'm just saying even a flat edge would create a curved shadow on a sphere item. So it just seems like constant lies and misdirection, confusion, and that's the biggest problem. That's why there's flat earthers, is because when you start looking into this stuff, you guys don't feel like you're spinning. You don't feel like you're flying right now 2.2 million miles per hour. So to have that belief, you've just given away the one thing that you own, which is your own beliefs. You just handed that to somebody else and said, here, tell me what to believe. Tell me where we're at. Tell me what's going on. And they tell, oh, you're spinning and flying around in space 2.2 million miles per hour. And you're only smart if you believe that. And so we got a world full of people who believe that because they think it makes them smart, just repeating what these wizards tell you. Not impressive to me.
Well, there's a couple things there, and I don't want to just hog all the time. I want to let Jerry interject if he wants to. But there's three big things that I kind of wanted to talk about. But I'll just say them, and then Jerry, I'll let you jump in on which one, because I know they're probably on your list too. So the first one, like when we're talking about a little kid could prove it, the subtext behind that is gravity. And I know you guys have a whole belief on gravity or disbelief on gravity or a position, whatever it might be. But that's where that was coming from. So behind that, things are falling to the ground because of the force from gravity. And
but can we prove that? Is that a provable thing, or do you think it's just it could be something else?
Well, yeah, it's definitely an observed effect, and yeah, gravity. You go do the research. Physicists will admit they don't know what gravity is. They don't.
Supposedly, they did the experiment with the two balls in a shed. What was that? Is that Sagnac? What was it called?
No,
Jaron?
that's the
no.
No.
and Morley?
No.
I'm getting them all mixed up.
Yeah, no, not my brain's not working.
Cavendish. So you got two balls in the shed. Do you think Mount Everest would have a little more gravity than those balls? Of course. So when you hold a plumb bob anywhere, it points directly down. A plumb bob next to Mount Everest should point a little sideways, but it doesn't. All plumb bobs in Australia, America, China, wherever, all point in the same direction. They point down. They're all parallel with each other. So that's a simple, the Cavendish experiment. There's so many flaws with it. There's so many things that were wrong with it. But a plumb bob next to Mount Everest, next to a giant cliff even, should tilt sideways, but it doesn't.
Well, I mean, are there responses to that from physicists? Because would it really pull it that way? I mean, is it that strong?
Well, if it's not, then the whole Cavendish experiment is out.
Because they'll say that the Earth is too big, the Earth is too gigantic, and therefore to expect the plumb bob to go to the right is ridiculous. But then they want to use for an experiment these two balls on a torsion balance. But why isn't the Earth, which is so huge, overriding that?
I'm sorry. Can you remind me about the Cavendish experiment?
So the Cavendish was in a shed, and they were basically held on a torsion balance, like two balls on the end of a stick, and then it kind of rotates towards the other balls that were put on the ground.
Giant lead balls, maybe. Okay. I don't know.
Which can be explained through electrostatics. I mean, there's so many forces that are at play here that to just jump in and say, oh, we know static electricity does things. We know that we can walk and lint will fly on your shirt and that you can rub your head with a balloon and your hair will stand. There's many forces going on there, and we can't just make up shit and say, oh, this is definitely gravity.
And there's lots of evidence, the only forces in this world are electricity and magnetism, that the Earth has this negative charge. The sky has a positive charge. And when you lift off the Earth, you're surrounded by this positive charge. And there's this weak force that says, hey, down is this way. Then buoyancy and density sort everything else out from there. So what's a little experiment that we could do to check that? Well, you guys have seen these little tinfoil things where they crank them up with an a negative charge, and they rise up. So are they defying gravity, or are they defying some electrostatic charge? So that's interesting. You have to admit that.
Well, they'd be defying gravity, right?
Well, no, they're defying the electrostatic charge. Anti-magnetic trains aren't. They're using magnetism and electricity. They're not defying gravity. They're defying the electric charge of the Earth. One of our globebusters, Zach, who's in the chat here, he did an experiment where he has a Van de Graaff generator that puts a negative charge into things, and he got a balloon holding a button, just a button for something that it was floating just a couple inches above the floor, and he had a wire going to it, so it's at that equilibrium. He cranked up the generator, put a stronger negative charge in it and it got heavier. Just by changing the charge potential of that item, it got heavier. And that, again, is more evidence towards its electrostatic charge. And the last thing, and then I'll throw it back to you guys, is, whatever gravity you believe in, Newtonian gravity or Einsteinian, bending of space-time, which is, they changed it, which most people don't understand, which is good because it's just nonsense. How the hell does the sun hold on to all of the planets and ignore all the moons? How come when the moon comes around the sun, around the earth, towards the sun, it doesn't speed up or get ripped away? And when it goes away from the sun, how come it doesn't slow down? Because the sun's pulling on it. The sun can pull on fucking Pluto and Saturn and Jupiter, but it ignores all the moons, right? And the three body problem is, you can take a supercomputer and you can put two bodies in there, got a sun and a planet, and they go into orbit and they work perfectly. It can predict what it's going to do forever. You add a third body in there, it can only predict it for a tiny little bit, and then it goes into chaos mode. They can't figure out what's going to happen next. But we have planets and stars and comets and all sorts of crap just in our little solar system that we know where they're going to be for hundreds and thousands of years. We know where they've been, where they're going, when they're going to line up. All of that is nonsense in the gravitational model.
Okay. Well, okay. So, in what you're saying, I have a question with that. So, if that's the case, then how on earth are we able to pretty accurately predict when you're going to have eclipses, when you're going to have, comets?
Because they're observational, right? So, for instance, let's say that we were all put here. We don't know what the shape of the Earth is or whatever, and it's dark out a lot. We don't have electricity, so we sit around and do a lot of observing. We would be able to get patterns down, passed down through families and generations. Here's the patterns. We saw the eclipse on this date, and then you would build a predictive model that doesn't need to know where the Earth is, doesn't need to know if the Earth's flat or curved. You're just making observations, right? So the Antikythera mechanism, right? The Antikythera mechanism they found, it's like an analog computer from way back in the day they found in some shipwreck, is an analog computer that predicts eclipses. And it was on a flat Earth.
Yeah, let me just say one thing. So our sun is 400 times bigger than our moon, right? But it's 400 times farther away, so they happen to be the same size. The chances of them lining up perfectly to make an eclipse, I can't even do it. The chances of them lining up perfectly are so infinitesimally small, it's incalculable. But them happening a second time is it's literally impossible. But that's the problem. There's eclipses every year, and after 18 years, guess what? They repeat. The entire eclipse cycle repeats every 18 years. Okay. Does that sound like a crazy beehive, random stars, moons, comets, universe? Or does that sound like a intelligently designed clock?
Okay.
Well, it sounds like a predictable model. I mean,
yeah, that's right.
Right. Versus a crazy beehive, which is not predictable.
Well, who's saying it's a crazy beehive?
Well, that's the heliocentric model. We got planets and moons and stars, and in our galaxy, there's 100 billion stars and dozens of planets around all of them, and they're all going in different directions. If you actually do the math and think about it, it is provable that we couldn't see any stars. Absolutely provable. If I showed you a penny from 10 feet away, could you see it? Of course. If I showed it to you from 200 yards away, could you see it? Probably not.
Right.
Half a mile away? Absolutely not. The angular size limits of our eyes is 0.02 degrees. Okay. Anything smaller than that, we can't see it. Well, you guys live in the north. I assume you can see Polaris. Polaris is 433 light years away. It's 48 times bigger than our sun, they tell us, right? Our sun is provably invisible at 3 times the distance that they tell us it is. Okay. Well, if we made it 24 times the distance, that would be 3 light hours away. We could not see the sun. Scientifically provable. It's angular size. Forget about the brightness issue, because that's a big issue too. It would be too small. So equate would be 6 light days away would be the equivalent. You could not see Polaris at 6 light days away, and it's 433 light years away. That's like saying, hey, I got a penny. I'm going to hold it on Mars, and you can see it with your naked eye. That's what you would have to believe, that you could see a penny on Mars with your naked eye.
But we're not really seeing that in real time, right?
You're seeing the light. You're seeing the light travel forever. But light, you know about the inverse square law of light? Light spreads out. And so every time you double the distance with light, it's 1/4 of the brightness. Okay. It would fade out into nothingness.
Okay.
No.
I mean, it gets weaker. But does it really go down to nothing? I mean, don't we have an instrument that can detect it?
We do. But you can see it with your naked eye. We can see Polaris with our naked eye. When people say, it was gone a billion years ago and we're just seeing the light, I just go, cool story, bro. Right? Because that's what it is. It's just a cool story.
But
it's just a cool story.
You're comparing a star to a penny on Mars.
I'm comparing the angular size of Polaris would be as small as a penny on the moon or Mars or wherever.
But in all fairness, a penny doesn't emit light. I mean, the star does.
Right. But the brightness of that star, it's like the brightness of the moon, right? If when you look at a full moon, you could read by it. Okay. Right. Let's just say it's 1 lumen. A full moon on a clear night is 1 lumen. It's probably more than that, right? You go halfway to the moon, it's 4 lumens. Go halfway, it's 16 lumens. Halfway, 64 lumens, right? By the time you get to 100 miles from the moon, Darren, do you remember the number? Is it tens of thousands of lumens?
65,000 times as bright, I think.
It would be brighter than we see the sun from Earth. Okay.
But then we see pictures of them on some gray, dusty rock, walking around, where if that was the case, the moon should be so bright that they are fried. Because think of how bright it is from Earth. And then, like you said, you should get 4 times as bright each halfway. So by 100, I think it's 65,000 times as bright as it is from here. It should be from on the moon. I just wanted to show this real quick. I don't know if you guys know this about the eclipses. Even, NASA's site, why would they need to say this? So they have all these eclipse dates and you could pick them. But down here, you'll notice that it says all eclipse predictions are by Fred Aspernak. The reason why is because Fred Aspernak knows about the Soros cycle, and he's the one who provides NASA. Why wouldn't they just be able to figure it out? It's a globe model. They know the globe. Go figure out the eclipses. Why would you need to go to some guy? And if you go to every one of their pages, it always tells you eclipse predictions are by this guy. And this guy, when you look him up, I think he even did a book called The Soros Cycle, which is the 12-year or 18-year cycle of eclipses. So it's not, again, this idea that, only the globe can predict eclipses. And it's very smart of them to do that, because that's what we get all the time from these globe believers, is them saying, we have such a predictive model. Our model predicts everything. It's like, well, yeah, if you guys got here first and took all the observations of what's going on and then applied them to whatever model you wanted and called that the truth, then you got parrots going around saying, well, this is such a predictive model. It predicts everything, when you don't know that that's where it came from, and you don't even need the globe to predict those things. So just wanted to point that out.
Okay. All right. So, Bo, that was number 1 of 3 you said. What else do you have?
Oh, you said something about, real quick on gravity. Gravity, what it comes from, what it means is weight, right? So gravitas is weight. So really, they've just taken weight and spun it into a force. And originally it was mass attracting mass, but that's not even the belief anymore. So now the belief is the bending of space-time. And what is space-time? Well, if you ask anybody, what they say, the fabric of space-time, that the Earth sits in it, and you've seen the pictures before, right? Where they've got the lattice and the Earth is sitting inside of it and bending it down, which doesn't make any sense. If there's no up and down in space, the Earth is not weighing anything down. That wouldn't even be a possibility. So it's the entire premise is ridiculous.
Well, it's not really down. It's into a different dimension, right?
I don't know what it is. Yeah, because every different direction is being pulled to the center, right?
But when they show that tablecloth with the weight in it and the Earth going around, or how come it's not going sideways or up or left or right?
Well, I guess it could. I think it's just I think it's just not a good representation, but it's one that most people can attempt to understand.
Right, but it's nothing close, right? I mean, they always put in classrooms that big sheet, and then they put a ball in the middle, and they throw some marbles around, which go around twice and crash into the middle thing. And then they say, the difference is in space is there is no resistance, which is ridiculous on its face. So there's just nothing, and things fly forever. So it's a very magical story. And when you tell people that it's smart to think that, and then you don't let them learn about the flat earth, or you make sure that they know that it's the dumbest belief anybody can have, then the result of that is a bunch of people who believe in what I now consider to be ridiculous and think it's smart for believing that.
Sure.
So,
well,
because
I just go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say on the podcast, you guys came across very much as pompous, right? And I get it because I believe in the globe forever too. And the thing that shocks me is the amount of people who do that, but they're not actually giving any beliefs of their own. Like what I heard from you guys was just basically an appeal to authority nonstop, right? Like we've got scientists who do this, and we know that they know what they're doing, and that's just where you leave it. And then it's kind of shocking to me that anybody who goes out and actually tries to look into things themselves are chastised or called names. One of you guys, I don't remember which one, said you went into some chat and tried to talk to some flat earthers and you asked, what is gravity? And all you got was this kind of pompous attitude, like gravity, we haven't heard that before. And you kind of hee-hawed at that. Well, do you see that we have the same issue? We try and go and talk to anybody about the globe, and it's the same kind of response, right? They're not saying, oh, let me show you how gravity works and let me explain it to you. They say, you're a freaking idiot. We hope you don't reproduce. Why are you even alive? Go get in a gas chamber. So, I mean, that's not very good conversation.
Well, no. And like I said before, we acknowledge that. And that's why we're here. I mean, I'm curious.
Good.
So, all right, Bo, what was your second out of the three?
Well, let's see. The first one was gravity. Really the next one's kind of like the whole indoctrination thing. Because I mean, you just said we're being told, right? And I don't think we're really being told. I think it's more osmosis than say direct, indoctrination. Maybe it's indoctrination by default.
Well, it's the first thing that we're taught in school. When you go to school,
sure,
there's a globe in the front of the class, and one of the first worksheets you bring home is the orbits of the sun and the moon and the planets. So, and then they teach you about gravity. They swing a bucket of water around. It's all of the movies, all of the kids shows. There's astronauts on Disney. There's astronauts on Sesame Street. Okay. Sure. And then when the astronauts are up on the International Fake Station, they do interviews with kids. What do you eat? How do you sleep? No one asks how you go to the bathroom, God forbid. Okay. Right. Because if you actually looked at that whole situation, that debunks the whole thing. Quick question. Saw it in the chat. I had the question myself. Did we go to the moon?
See, I'm not 100% sure on that one. So, okay. But I don't equate that to the Earth being flat or not. I'm not happy with NASA. I mean, if you saw, probably the best podcast we did one about life on Mars. And watching your videos, Dave, it's obvious there's some type of fakery going on, and I can believe
there's every type.
Well, and I can believe we faked the moon landing, because I can see even a political reason to do that.
Doesn't mean the Earth is flat. I get it.
Right. But I've seen your videos, and they're pretty convincing. So NASA definitely has some there's a conspiracy at NASA for sure. It certainly seems that way. So
yeah, and they came around right at the same time as the Antarctic Treaty. I mean, you kind of have to go back and see the history of these things. The Antarctic Treaty, and then NASA right after, and it certainly seems like there's a concerted effort to stop people from going to Australia. Now you can get a trip for $30,000 and you go to the little nub that sticks out near South America, but there's really not a lot else that you get.
We have a friend who lives in Australia. What are you talking about?
Oops, sorry, I meant Antarctica. Did I say?
Okay, I was like, I can debunk.
You're kind of right. You really can't go to Australia right now.
Sorry, Antarctica. My bad.
That is true. You cannot.
Or you played tennis.
Yes, I'm sorry. My bad. And St. Christopher, bring me some
gifts.
Right.
Same thing. Just pointing it out.
And I don't know. I'm sure you know more about the flat Earth model now, because I did think it was funny that straw man as far as the speeding of the Earth going upwards. But isn't that weird that there's I've been doing this 6 years. I don't know one flat earther that believes that the Earth is moving at all.
No,
So it's
and I will tell you, but again,
Yeah.
you have to, like we said in the beginning, and you're absolutely right. From what I've seen, I understand that is not your belief whatsoever at this point.
Right.
And you were right. Everything, which this is one of my questions, everything for the most part that we pulled initially was from the Flat Earth Society.
Okay, gotcha. Because that's the first thing that comes up.
Huh?
It's the first
Well,
thing
right,
that comes
right,
up.
exactly. But so my question is, so what is that? I mean,
we think it's controlled opposition. I mean, because we don't know anybody that's involved with it. I've never talked to the.
Right. I think the Flat Earth Society actually started out as a group of flat earthers, but then the head of the Flat Earth Society, I believe he died, and then it was taken over by controlled opposition. That's my opinion. Maybe it started out as controlled opposition, but either way, the result is the same. The people that run that put out nonsense. They put out a little bit of truth, and it's the number one hit when you search for Flat Earth. So, it's a gate. If you go to the Flat Earth, if you're searching Flat Earth, you go to the Flat Earth Society, 5 minutes there, you're done. You're like, Flat Earth is the dumbest thing ever. I'm never going to look again. Right. And that's the whole plan.
Okay. I mean, I understand why you say that. I just didn't know if there was anything more to it. I mean, obviously, seemingly nobody knows. Actually,
the person who came up with that is Einstein. Einstein's the one who said that it actually would be, I mean, it's this whole basis of relativity, but it would be impossible to know whether we are speeding upwards at 9.8 meters per second squared or whether things are falling 9.8 meters per second squared. So he's the one who came up with it. So I don't know why the Flat Earth Society adopted.
There's over 2 hours remaining on that video if anyone wants to stop it now. I paused it a second just to ask if anyone wants to talk.
What's up, Flatty?
What's up, Miggy, man? You okay?
Yeah, man. Wonderful.
Cool. Yeah, it's been pretty quiet, though. I think there's just been videos playing for a few hours.
Yeah, it's all good. Was that Jaren? That was a couple of. And I don't know, like, he's been in the conversation a while. I just don't think that he's been in a relevant conversation. I don't know if he's up to speed, or is that one older?
Well, they mentioned not being able to fly to Australia in it, so I imagine it's within the last 2 years. But that still could be pretty old.
Yeah, no, he's talking about like the flat Earth model, and I'm like, yeah, we don't have a model. There's no such thing as. There has been a lot that we've gained from our conversations with the people who have come in here against flat Earth, which now it's a bit different. And I mean, even the conversations, if you're not in them, you won't know what's relevant, and you'll be out of the loop. You'll still be using the AE map to show Glovers is what it looks like, and you know what I mean. Just little things that are still fallacious that Flat Earth was using to kind of keep it moving forward, which that we don't use those things anymore. I mean, bigger groups like that other famous flat earther, the guy who had a little following. He had like a little globe, snow globe with him, and he was talking to another. He was debating this guy. What's his name? I don't know all the famous guys, but
Just David Weiss.
No, not David Weiss.
He was on there with Jared and just now. Yeah.
No, he's the other guy.
Yeah. I can't think.
He came out on the documentary, on the mockumentary, I should say. He was like the first famous guy.
Blanking. I know what you mean though.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's carrying around a little globe model, a little snow globe in his hand, so he can give it to his friend that he's going to debate, and then he was showing him just what the Earth is, and I'm just hand to forehead, kind of like, man, that's that's not good. Once we start handing them models and showing them things, we don't have one. There isn't one. Nobody knows, and I think the part of the fact that we don't know is it's hard. It's a hard pill to swallow when you first get off that we know everything. Everything's been discovered to we don't know anything. It's hard because a lot of people want answers. Even people that are in the flat Earth want answers to like those questions. So a model does seem a bit more efficient for someone who's trying to debate someone. At least I got this. I don't have a map or something, but I have a concept that I can show them, and that's not even good either. Because then you get into that whole mess, and you're debating somebody on flights, and it's like that's ridiculous. Well, this is how flights work on a flat Earth with a AE map. It's like, oh my goodness, no one's gonna win that. Like,
It's speculation, and it's
both sides both sides don't know. So there has been like some of the like I said, some of the famous flat earthers because they've been uh, out in front of the public, they can't change their arguments. Or if they do change their arguments, they're gonna have to apologize to the public and be like, "Look, I was using this idea for a while, and I'm not gonna use it anymore because it was, we now move the conversation forward, and I know now that it's not this." And so there's a lot of backtracking that would have to happen, which I don't think it costs a lot of energy to put all that in there, so they just stick with what they've been saying. Which I
I
think
agree.
to them it's the easier way to go. Just like it doesn't matter. Like I can present to them the snow globe idea, and like it's cool. Like I mean, how are they going to challenge it? But still, we're not being honest in the conversation, and I think that's ultimately the key, right? We want to be people to uphold truth, and if something is true, like if that little snow globe model is true, then there has to be sufficient evidence to back it up. And I'm
I
not
was
saying.
speaking to. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, not saying that we can't have a container, but I'm just saying the specific thing that you're showing them, that has to have a lot of credence before you put it down as like, this is the truth.
Yeah, 100%, man. I was speaking to Shines, and she was saying she's so on board with how you think about it. Like, there's no need to over-explain. We were talking about the black swan. She says just leave it at we see too far, because a lot of people will go into all that debunks your, rockets go into space because they have to go around the Earth to catapult themselves. You don't need to explain that. You just stop at we see too far. Let them dig themselves into the details. Then
People. I mean, I have a very, very different approach from a lot of the way the flat Earth has been doing it, and the reason why is because I think it's one smooth stone that took down the giant in the biblical narrative with David and Goliath. He picked up 5 stones, but it only took him one to knock him down. Which is interesting to me because I take a look at it like the truth, right? We have a lot of truth with us, but it only takes one to take the giant down. You don't need 20, 30, 40, 50. It's only one. It's the capstone. It's the big heavy hit that they can't explain, you know? And so, and for me, it's just like that. We're facing a giant or giants sometimes. We walk into these servers and we don't know much, right? Like a lot of people in here don't know too much, but what we do know is they can't tell us how the world is a sphere. They can't tell us curvature. They can't show us anything. There is no evidence to the fact. So even the most intellect, the ones who know the intricacies of like planets and they can tell you about physics and like things that are like they feel is something that is attached to the globe. you know it falls flat when it comes to like them understanding what truth is. They'll always use words like, well, science doesn't work like that, or this is our best guess. They want to make it seem like there is no such thing as objective reality. And then you'll be, if you bite, if you take that bait, then you're gone. They got you. You're in their arena now. When you indulge them, and a lot of people don't like this, when you indulge them, all right, I'll give you I'll give you that the Earth could be a globe, but let's talk about gravity not being real. No, you've already given up sacred ground. Like that's what I call it, Flatty. I call it sacred ground because that's what the truth is. In your mind, sacred ground is anything you know that is objective reality. When you give that up, you give up everything. You're letting go, and just so that you can debate this guy who you want to like tear him apart like in a conversation, and that's not just. I mean, that's great if you know your stuff, right? That's wonderful, great. It's a good thing, but a lot of people get upset because they can't have that full on conversation with expounding thoughts and going through all the intricacies. That's some people, that's what they like. They want to go through every little bit so they can annihilate every single thing that's wrong, when really you don't have to do any of that. How can I put it? We've already won. There is nobody that contends with the truth. The truth is self-evident, and it's the ultimate knockout powerhouse.
Truth is a lion. How you doing, Miggy?
Hey, Chad, how's it going? No, I'm having a conversation about where we begun first, and like we can get into all the intricacies. And I was telling Flatty, like we can get into all the details, right? And take them apart piece by piece, which some like spend hours on the whole thing. But I mean, the truth is self-evident. We don't have to do any of that. Like they have to tell us. And what happens when they do is that they find themselves talking nonsense. I mean, really, really magical, like crazy ideas.
Yeah, like imaginary time.
Imaginary. I mean, if you just hear them talk, I mean, it doesn't really take much longer for you to realize, like, these guys really, they're on something, man. Like, this is crazy. Like, why would they bring up these fantastic concepts to explain reality when all you got to do is go out and look? Like, it's not hard. Like, and it just seems like we got this really level of overcomplication when it comes to like flat earth and globe earth debates. Like it's like, all right, man, this is gonna last us about 2 hours. We're gonna go through it. No, it's over and done in one question. Provide me evidence for the curvature of the earth. That's it. They're not going to be able to do it, and we all know this. We all know that.
If you can't see the curve of the earth, you're stupid. It's simple as that.
Yep. Well, I mean, we got into a lot of debates where people say that and horizons. Chad, I don't know if you know this guy was on here. He went by the name of Frost, I think it was. I'll never forget. Like, I asked him, when you look out into the horizons, how many horizons do you see? Because at that time we were talking about horizons, and he's like, well, they're multiple. That was his. He said multiple, and he. I mean, how do you answer that? Like that's.
No, you can't. If he's living in his own world, and it's not reality, because there's no way that anybody can go anywhere and see multiple horizons. So it must be somewhere else.
Well, and Brendan said there are 4, and who else? There's been a couple of people that would vouch for many more horizons than the ones we see. It's like than the one we see. It's how can you even get in a conversation with somebody that delusional? Which, I mean, that's what it is. It's and we are in conversations with these people who are supposed intellects, and like the ones who there is no common sense whatsoever when it comes to the globe. None. Zero.
It's imagination.
You guys talk about the Black Swan, or?
No, just some people that come on here that we debate, whether it be the Black Swan or just any observation that we can make. Like I said, there was this guy named Frost, and he came in here and he was a little proponent, but they're weasels, man. They're weasels because you're like, and they know when you look at an image of the Black Swan or whatever it is, you're only going to look out into the distance and see one horizon. That's reality. There's nobody that can tell you. If somebody tells you there's more than one horizon, they're off their rocker. They're delusional. These guys are living in their own head, and for whatever reason they bought the lie. But they want to convince you that somehow you could name these horizons by some other name and you could have multiple of them. Yeah, and so and flat earthers sometimes bite. They go into the conversation. All right, so we'll give you that horizon, but what does this qualify? This, it's like, no, if you don't stop them at their tracks, and like it's going to continue. Level this curve. Like, where does it end? They'll redefine terms. They'll make things up. You'll be defending their craziness the whole time you guys are in a debate, and it will never end. So, I mean, that's all it is, right? Some people making up things that goes against what we know in reality, and it's common sense out the door. And I don't know. It's sometimes I look at it, man. There's no need for that whatsoever. But I mean, be it as it may, people want to, like, they come in here with a sextant argument, and this sextant, I don't care about that. If you think that the Earth is a globe, that's the biggest elephant in the room. We're gonna have to talk about that. Provide me evidence of the curvature. That I will never ever get off of that. They will always have to come back to that point. Demonstrate to me how they know the Earth has curvature, and if it is a globe, then sextant, horizons, whatever. It doesn't matter. We can go anywhere they want to. And see, that's what happens. People don't like when they go DOA. When they're dead on arrival and they don't have anything to produce as far as evidence goes, then they're like, well, that's not fun. Well, it's not supposed to be fun. It's supposed to be reality. We're all supposed to be living under the same common sense idea that when we look at it, reality, it's reality. It's not changing for everybody. It's not. You don't see four suns. You're not going to look on the horizon and see multiple horizons. It's the same thing every day. And why has it changed? And who's the one actually changing it? Those are the ones we need to actually talk to, because that's like, you know what I mean? These supposed intellects that are professing that they know what it is. Anyway, I've been ranting, man, because it's like, so at some point you're just like, yeah, I'm gonna be done with these guys as soon as they come in here. Where's the edge? Or whatever it is they ask. And then you get them into the idea like, oh, you're asking all these questions, or you want to know more about flat Earth, but you haven't even questioned not one time what Earth you live on, if it's a globe or if it's not a globe. So that's the most important thing. We shouldn't even be talking about flat Earth when you come in here. We should be talking about why you think it's a globe. Anyway,
yeah, but I mean, like, what is there to question if there's not presented any other new information for them? It makes it simple for them, believing in one thing, and that's it.
I mean, it's either when they come in here and asking about flat Earth, that's great that they want to know more, but they haven't even gotten out of their delusion. They're still, but so they're coming in from a standpoint of having a bias, and they're asking you questions about what we know about flat Earth, and it's great to think about. Well, let's toss them a little bit, let's give them something, and that's great, because once you're done, they're gonna be like, oh yeah, thanks, you guys are clowns, see you later. Like, that's not helpful. The thing that is helpful is getting them to realize that the reason why they're curious is because they want to know why there's an opposing view to the one that they have. So they don't even know that the view that they have is incorrect. It's all psychological, man. And that's the thing. If you don't get them to realize that, they're going to continue to be like, well, that's interesting. What else do you know about flat Earth? What else? And then you keep telling them. And by the time you know it, you fed them all this information that they don't even, they're just going to be like, well, that you guys are dumb. Like, well, it's.
Yeah, I get you, man. I get you. You seem a little bit frustrated. I get it.
I'm frustrated, man, because it's like, I don't care about the debate and stuff. That's great. We can debate and get into gravity and Newtonian, and it doesn't, that that's great, but that all that's doing is it's really just the back and forth that people like to hear different ideas and different why they think these things, but they haven't even given you the understanding of how it's a globe or the curvature in the first place. So they're building everything that they're telling you about already on top of the idea that they think the Earth is a globe. So we're giving them that. We're all right. Say the Earth is a globe. Now tell me why you think gravity exists. You know what I'm saying? Like that's you should knock them out with one punch. Okay, if you can't provide the evidence that the Earth is a globe, we're not going anywhere. Your globe is dead until you provide me that evidence. And once you do, by God, we're going to talk about everything you want. You know, gravity, Coriolis, like it doesn't matter. We'll go everywhere. But that's not it. We're indulging them in these long debates that it gets ridiculous, man. And we start talking about gyroscopes and like how they're moving. It's like Kevin even told you that they know the Earth is a globe. Why would we indulge these other conversations anyway? That's why I've been frustrated, because it's like I think Flat Earth should already start putting its foot down and be like, all right, we're not going anywhere. We're actually stopping everything until you come up with a demonstration that the Earth is a globe by way of showing us curvature. And if you can't do that, then we got nothing to talk about. You might as well go back to the globe and your delusion, because you're not going to convince me until you bring me some evidence. You know, and that's you know, it's a hard stance, man. I know, but what else do we got? You know.
I guess there won't be much talking though if it's just gonna be down to the curve.
Interesting. But see, that's interesting, Quetz. If and it's kind of dull, right? Like that's boring. But see, here's the thing, though. What are we really after?
No, I know.
What are we really? What at the end of the day? What are we really after? Are we in it to for? Is this showmanship? Is this like so that we can make a great spectacle, or is it to completely obliterate the idea? Because if that's the if we're in it to annihilate the idea that the Earth is a globe, then our best weapon is the ultimate truth that they can't provide, and they won't ever be able to defend that. Their defenses will completely go down when they can't provide evidence, and you keep bringing them back to it, and they're going to be like, "Well, you're just unreasonable. You can't. There's no talking to you." Well, of course we can't have a conversation because you haven't provided evidence. So we're never going to be moved from this point until you do. And yeah, you want to talk about a sextant or you want to talk about Coriolis, and no, it's not going to happen. Anyway, that's my take on it, but like that's my own way of doing it. I know everybody has their different ways, and they want to have like the 10 questions you ask them, or the go through like a spiel. I don't think it. I think it's just we've done it long enough, man. I think it's time for us to really just take them out completely.
Just snipe them out, super sharpshooter before they get in.
Well, I mean that's where the three participant, what do you call it? The three questions you made.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was you. Yeah.
Yeah, they were
at the beginning. Like each new person that comes in, you slam on his face with those three questions. If he can't answer it, then say, yeah, then the globe is not being proved. Then.
Yeah. Well,
because if they come of a place of ignorance, that's another deal. But yeah,
we've had different results with that, because that the guy would be like, oh yeah, that's well, there was a couple of times where like, no, I didn't mean that. I didn't know. And at the end of it, I don't know. Have you heard some of the?
Yeah. I'm no expert. I don't have a degree in this
I'm not a scientist.
I'm not a scientist. Yeah, there was one guy, Leaky. So that was here the other day.
We've had many conversations with these guys, and they give you good back and forth because they're in the conversation. They're engaged, and they'll have what would they say? Even if it's a lockdown argument with like it makes complete sense. It's logically consistent. There's no way that you can escape. They say things like, "Well, that's not what it means to me." Like What are you supposed to do with that? Like, it doesn't. They can't translate it into a way that they'll be humble enough to be like, you're right. They won't say that. They'll be like, well, I want to say that we agree to disagree. This isn't the point of a disagreement. It's either you understand truth or you don't. So that at that point you're gonna wave away. You're gonna hand wave the evidence and say, yeah, according to all the overwhelming evidence, I'll still say nah. Like, what do you do with that? Like this.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the thing. When they being presented the falsifications and such, it's just they won't accept it. They just want to find explanations to explain it away, I guess, for themselves.
Or that, or they'll ask you, well, what is the flat Earth model? Come on, tell us. We got the globe Earth, but we need to present us, and then you got happy-go-lucky flat Earthers that are like, well, check it out, man. We got an ocean above us, and we got you got these wandering eye, you don't need to go there. Why are you going there? Like, if you don't know, don't stop going there. You don't know either. And then when you're pressed on the issue, how do you know this is what's going on? Well, it's just my best guess. Well, you're presenting it as if you know. The AE map, here you go, globe earthers, look at what we got. And then somebody presses you on it. How do you know that that's exactly what the earth is? Who told you, and how do we know that this is fact? Well, it's not. It's like our best guess. Well, for the earth flat, and this is our concept. Man, like,
I mean, there are tons of maps, but we can't really verify them like to the high standard of.
Well, that's like the gold standard where everybody's gonna use. But see, that's my point though. If even to the fact that we're saying that the sun is going around the earth in a circular, a spiral pattern, out from the Tropic of Cancer to Capricorn and back. Like, if we're saying that with this like assuredness, then we have to back it up by way of evidence. Like, there's no, and if we see something different, however, that contradicts what we're saying, then we're in trouble, right? So that you can't present something and then go back on it and say, oops, like, you're either gonna have to know or you don't, because it goes both ways. Like I always mention, that it goes both ways for the globe earther and for the flat earther. If there's something that's being presented on flat Earth, then we all need to be people who are like, well, let's put this under the microscope, right? Scrutinize it a bit. If it's something we're saying, it doesn't have merit. Who's holding these people accountable? It's just because we're on flat Earth doesn't mean we have to accept. The moon has a map of the world. Like all these kind of crazy ideas, man. Man, I don't know. Oh.
I get you. Yeah, I know. It's for in our position, it's really hard to defend the whole idea, like the whole flat Earth as a whole, because we don't have the whole thing, at hand. So we gotta go with whatever we have. I mean, basically,
yeah. What we have
we can prove with, yeah.
Honestly, what we have is sufficient. Everything that we have is good enough. But why need more? Like there's.
It could be, but most people want the whole thing.
But what that is just it's human curiosity, because you want to put pieces of the puzzle together with aerial maps that are showing us the land masses, and you're like, well, if we put this puzzle piece together and this one, and we fit that one there, then we got ourselves a pizza pie. Like the ice ring. Like, I don't like. Even if that was what the Earth looks like as from a top-down view, then I would have to substantiate that. I would have to be able to bring you the goods, right? I'm gonna get in a conversation with you. I'm gonna present all the evidence, and it would be lockdown truth because I have everything to give you. But if I didn't, then I'm really just going off of like what I think the concept is of land topography and all that included. But that map that I would present to you would be the gold standard of what the world looks like. It would be the ultimate key to unlocking what the entire world looks like. You would look at that and you'd be like, well, this guy, he did his due diligence, so he knows the top-down view because he's experienced this entire Earth and took it in as a whole. and no one's ever done that, which is kind of like Globe Earth is actually proposing. Well, not even in that perspective do they see the whole entire Earth, of course, because they're either on one side looking at the ball from one side, they can't see the whole ball because it's a ball. So, it's crazy, man. I mean, this is the thing that we're actually up against. We're up against, mostly it's just ignorance. It really is. But if I was to tell you that it was like this war could be over in one blow, in one complete hit, you wouldn't need to go farther than just saying one thing. It wouldn't be fun anymore. Like there's no engagement. Like that, the strongest of the intellects would come in here and be smashed with one hit. Like it would just be like, "Wolf, man, what's this microwavable fight, man? I didn't get to see my, the slugfest I signed up for. This is not."
Yeah. No, I get it. I mean, you need to have some topics to discuss, I guess, a little bit for the sake of the content as well, like entertain a little bit. Otherwise, it's just otherwise just run a bot every time some new guy joins the Discord, like slam them with the 3 questions. If they can't answer, provide some evidence for it, then they're out.
I would say that if we were giving them a measure of what because it usually winds up being, because the normal layman comes in here, they'll be just like, I'm not a scientist at the end of all their spiel, their conversation with us. Well, I'm just gonna pass the buck off, right, to the guy who knows more than me. But we've experienced that, Quetz. We've talked to the guy that knows more than them. The experts, the so-called experts.
Yeah, so-called. Yeah, it's an interesting claim. Calling yourself an expert, for some people.
And and it's funny because they say things like, "Well, we've only discovered a small percentage, and we don't know about 96% of everything that's out there in the universe." Like they claim these things. It's like, well, that's interesting, because this guy that's in the Discord right now says that he knows everything. So you need to talk to that guy, qualify him to work on your team, because he really knows his stuff. But
I heard a guy yesterday say that, delusional. He says, "I know everything about the Earth." I'm like, okay, interesting. But it was just being delusional. So it's just
the character that came here, because I don't know some of these Globers their names or whatnot. I don't remember him, but he came here and he was really some guy brought him in here. It's not too long ago, like 2 days ago, I think. I was in here and he was wanting to go somewhere with his idea that I took him to the 3 questions, but really the first one is the one I was most interested, because I'm always interested in that one. And we got in, how do you know that the Earth has measured curvature, and who's the one that where the information originate from? So the origin of the information of the Earth having measured curvature, or who's done that, he didn't know, but he was gonna tell me how he's done it. And that kind of like, I was so like, this is the craziest thing ever. You don't know where this information came from or how you know that it's a globe, but now you want to tell me how you can tell me how it's a globe. How dumb is that? Like, when you think about it, just think about it for a second. You don't even know who or when or how you know the Earth is a globe, yet you're going to tell me how you figured out it's a globe. Bro, I need to know how that guy figured it out. And you need to tell me where this information came from. Otherwise, you wouldn't be thinking in your mind the Earth is a globe, because it doesn't look like one when you look into the horizon. It does not look like one. So when you're in there telling me that you can figure out by looking at the horizon that it's a globe, then you're crazy. Because who put that in your head? Where did you learn it? Like, and that's kind of where I always take them back to, so they can realize their mistake. Their mistake is they think that they can just explain to you how it's a globe by way of like the information that they've more or less think that they got put together, and it's all they need to do, right? It's easy. All you got to do
You don't understand because you don't understand if you don't believe. You know.
Yeah, it's mostly subjective standing point, like from a standing point when I discuss, the globe.
You can't understand what you don't understand if you don't believe, because it requires belief.
I mean, I've noticed they don't present any objective standing points of their claims most of the time. It's mostly talks, basically. Oh, this is that, and this is that. I've seen that. Okay, and then
it's mostly talk and personal personal perspective. So their perspective is that when they look out into the water, they see a globe. It's like, bro, no, you don't see a globe. There's nothing you can tell me from the horizon that it's curved. You don't see that. None of us do. Nobody sees a curve when that's ridiculous. Not even the ones who claim the Earth is a globe say that you can see the Earth as a globe from down here. You know what I mean? Like, and that's so. Before he got it, if he was to tell me how he figured out the Earth's a globe from a horizon, I'm like, I don't even want to hear that. You got to first tell me this first information. And it's funny because, like, why won't they tell you that? That should be the first thing they tell you, the origin story, where all of this came from. That and then build you up like
they wanna ask you, you don't believe in gravity?
I know they
That's
do.
the question they want to get to, and they don't even realize that that question in itself, it explains that the heliocentric model is a belief system. It's a religion.
No.
I know,
Yeah.
but
when they usually ask you why don't you believe, the word believe, you already know where they're coming from. Then
yeah,
exactly. Yeah,
it's already set from that point.
From
yeah,
religion.
So you don't believe in the same things I believe? Come on, man.
Yeah.
Come on.
No, I need the stronghold right now is the delusion, the strong belief delusion that they have now that the Earth is a globe.
Delusion.
But see, here's the thing though. What it becomes get begetting for all those that follow the carrot that they have on the string, right? Because they start dangling a carrot. Hey, let's talk about gravity. Hey, let's talk about Coriolis. And you're like, you know what?
Yeah.
Let's talk about it. Let's have that conversation because I'm going to tell you how, from that perspective, you're not going to be able to tell me the Earth is. I'm like, I don't even want to go there with you guys because you guys don't got nothing for me when it comes to telling me how the Earth has curvature. Why are you avoiding that question? I know why. Because you don't got any evidence. So we're gonna go to magical Coriolis and gravity and we're gonna talk about Newtonian and I don't want to talk about all that, man. We're following the carrot that you're dangling. I don't know.
Keep it, Miggy. I keep it very simple with Coriolis, for example. I had a talk with my father. He's very literate into science and history. He was a metrologist, and I told him, I asked him simple. In fact, I told him simple. I experience Coriolis effect when I jump on a merry-go-round. When I am not in a rotating reference system, then I do not experience Coriolis. And he agreed with me that when you're standing on the ground and you're throwing something at a target and you don't have winds to affect that object that you threw, sideways, then there is no Coriolis. You're gonna hit the target.
Yeah, but that's
simple it is.
But you're already giving up sacred ground, man. Once you're into that conversation, because that's already giving them the fact that the Earth is doing something for Coriolis to be even a concept. Because in their mind, it has to be. The Earth has to be in motion in order for that conversation to take place. The presupposition that the Earth is a globe spinning has to have already been a foregone conclusion in the conversation. But you're trying to work backwards and get them to understand the Earth's not a globe from that perspective, and it's already you've lost too much at that point. You've already lost too much, and you're gonna indulge. You're gonna
Yeah,
indulge
this
more
was a
conversation.
conversation.
No,
Yeah.
I know, but I'm saying like from the perspective that if your objective is for them to understand that everything that
Yeah.
they're talking about from the globe perspective is a delusion, then they have to demonstrate to you how they know that it's a globe in the first
Yeah.
place. Like, where is the curvature? Because that it almost seems like we've already understood what the knockdown punch was. Like, that was the first thing that everybody who tells us they want to talk about Coriolis and level is curved and whatever nonsense they bring up. We don't ever hold them to that point. It's always indulging them. Okay, I'll give you that, but then how you explain me this, and I don't know. I've been
Well,
looking.
yeah, my dad is the kind who saw the moon landing on radio, and stuff like that.
Well, yeah,
But
man.
yeah, he has knowledge about physics, and yeah, when I was talking about the curvature, yeah, horizon, black swan, and stuff like that, um, he was trying to invoke refraction, and then I asked him to tell me, okay, tell me what is refraction, and he gave me two refraction types, but then I told him, okay, there's three more of them. So yeah, when we talk about refraction, you have to tell me that you know what refraction is. Otherwise, I'm talking to you and about things that you have no clue, and I have to explain them to you to understand them. And he did like that I knew what refraction is. I explained him how it's taking place. He saw, and he already knew, but yeah, he gave me the terms that we use in my language. And but I was describing in pretty much synonymous terms. Because I was like having all this in English in my head. Yeah. And yeah, he did like that I'm getting knowledgeable into natural science, physics, and stuff like this. It's very important to the man's sanity. When you lose contact with reality, when you move astray, then it's where
Don't do this.
we
We don't do
actually,
this by ourselves, though. Like,
yeah,
naturally, we don't do this by ourselves. It takes a deception
yeah,
to believe something
yeah,
that is not true.
yeah,
Like, so if naturally, if you experience the world, you don't think of it as somebody
yeah,
tells you. You experience it how you experience
yeah,
it. You know,
yeah.
somebody tells you there's
Yeah,
three.
when,
If somebody tells you there's three suns every single day, you're gonna be like,
yeah, that's crazy. Yeah,
dumbest thing
yeah.
I've ever heard. And but
Mm.
if they give you their explanation, however, like if they tell you, well, one sun we see, one
A
sun is kind of
story, yeah,
not as there's the story, right? One sun
yeah,
doesn't illuminate as much because it's always it's not as bright as the other one, and the other one you don't
yeah,
see. I could make up stuff too, right? And make it sound
yeah,
so convincing that somebody on the from
yeah,
the listening would be like, "Well, that's crazy. I never thought of it like that. That could be true."
yeah,
No, it's not.
yeah,
I just
yeah.
convinced you of a freaking lie, and you're just hook, line, and sinker buying it because it's
Yes.
something an intellect would say. Like, what the heck? Like,
Well, yeah, stories can be logical, but that doesn't make them real. It doesn't mean that they are real if they are logical, if they follow logics.
the critical thinking mind has it's
Mm,
like I've always said it's a war for the mind. It's a
mm,
battlefield. It's like a war. What's happening in your mind
yeah,
is you're wrestling with ideas because you don't want to sound like you don't know what you're talking about. At the same
yeah,
time, you want to make it so simple that it's just, well, sounds like it's too simple. I'm not really getting into like the details as to why I think this is the truth. But
oh, Miggy, sorry to interrupt you, but you just said something very, which triggers something in my mind right now, and I want to address this. You were talking about the ideas, and I want to point out to ask you if you know what's the most dangerous parasite to the human.
dangerous parasite, the mind
Yeah, the
virus.
most dangerous parasite. Yeah, it's the very idea that infiltrates in the man's mind.
Go ahead and tell me, get.
Yeah, it's this deceiving ideas which infiltrate in the man's mind through the ears. You know, that's the worst parasite for us.
No, I agree. It's
Yeah,
gives because it gives you a perspective that's not there.
yeah, yeah,
It can convince you to do things that you wouldn't normally do
yeah, yeah,
on a logical basis.
mhm,
So
yeah,
you wouldn't carry out your way of life and the way you think if you understood truth and you were experiencing the
yeah,
world without any bias of like somebody giving you a belief system.
yeah,
You would understand there was something that we all have that's innate in all of us that we can perceive the world that's self-evident. Like we can understand when you look out into in reality the world that we live in, that if somebody's trying to convince you of something, you can say no because I can see it. It's right there. My senses, I can experience the world around me.
yeah.
Now there will be some who want to debate that, right? There are going to be some that are like, yeah, but do you know that illusions are real? What if your eyes they're deceiving you? Have you ever seen a mirage? Have you ever seen that yeah, but here's the problem with that, because if you are seeing that thing that you think that you're seeing that it's probably a mirage, your eyes are
Yeah,
giving you at least that information, and then you build up discernment to know what is a mirage and what is not. So you have an ability to discern. So here's what those people aren't
correct.
their sentences and saying that even if you do see magic tricks and all that, if it's an illusion, it still looks whatever your eyes see it to be, but still you can discern that that is a magic trick and this isn't, right? Like you can know
Yeah,
the you can actually understand there can be a difference.
yeah,
So if you didn't have that and you couldn't be able to sense that with your five senses, then of course that statement would be true. Then you would never know what real and fake is. You'd never be able to tell an illusion from the truth.
yeah. And there is a psychiatric treatment for that. Actually, it requires the psychiatric treatment.
Yeah, of course, it's always big pharma with the helping hand. But look, man, I think we've had these conversations with these guys, and they want in the conversation they want to make you believe something that isn't true. So they're going to try their hardest to preach. They want to preach their doctrine of their belief system to you so that you can believe just like they do. Well, you can't know everything 100%. You can't know everything 100%. They'll say stupid things like that so that you can be like, "Oh man, you got something right there. We can't know everything 100%." How idiotic is this idea that they can bring to you and really give you a perception that is stupid, because it's like that's the most dumbest thing I've ever heard, that you can't know something 100%. Because then all bets are off. If your reality that you're claiming right now is true, then hell, you don't even know if the earth is a globe. You don't even have a reason to be in any conversation arguing about anything. All bets are off. You don't know anything. You can't be sure of anything. So why should I even speak with you? Your reality exists and everything is, well, we could be a human or a tree or a rock, or we don't know. Like, that's dumb, right?
They should probably start off that way, right? With that, what do you say?
You know
Oh,
what I
we
recommend?
can't know anything. Well, maybe you should start off that way, because apparently you knew very well that it was a globe when you came in here. Now, when you realize you don't, or you can't prove that at all, now all of a sudden we can't know anything.
No,
Does that make any damn sense?
Yeah.
Good morning, fellas.
Guys, good morning. Welcome. I recommend you guys take a 3-year-old child, go in the summer to the ocean or the sea, and explain to him what straight is and what curve is, and show him the horizon and tell him that the horizon is curved. And he will tell you, that child will tell you that you are insane. If
Yeah, but
you are
yes,
telling him that the horizon is curved.
the child has to know the difference before he makes that assessment. If you have to teach him the difference
Yeah.
between curved and straight. So,
Yeah.
um, and I mean, like with this idea that we talk to these guys, I mean, a lot of times it's
Mm.
indulging them. It's indulging them because it's like, all right, let's hear you out. No, I don't have to. Really, don't want to. I want you to be. I want you to be completely baffled at the reasoning that you can't have. That you're trying
Yeah.
to pull out all the magic tricks you want, but you can never provide me evidence for the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah.
We should stop right there until you do. We're not moving an inch until you can provide the evidence, and you know what's going to happen. So
Exactly.
they won't be able
Yeah.
to do it. And so at the end of like them trying to, reach into their bag of goodies, they won't be able to pull anything out in the way of evidence. So they're going to try to say, no, I don't know that. Let's go to something else. Nope. Staying right here. Because you know what? You're trying to get me to believe your doctrine and how I can perceive this world in a really dumb way. And I don't want to. You're going to have to either tell me that this thing's a globe by way of measurement of Earth curvature, or you're going to go on your happy trails. Because really, you can be stuck in your delusion if that's what you so choose. But you don't have to drag
Yeah.
me down and do it with you unless you can provide that evidence. Do it, bring it, show it. Like,
Yeah.
and that's kind of the thing. And they run out of their, their ideas. So when they can't get you off of it, they can't scattergun you into Coriolis or whatever other question that's pressing on their mind. Well, tell me about the edge of the flat Earth. And I don't want to talk about it, man, because you don't even know if your Earth right now that you're standing on is a globe or not, and you think it is. So you want to know about what I know about flat Earth? I don't think so. We need to figure out for you to admittedly claim to everybody that you don't know what you're talking about, and then maybe perhaps we can have that conversation. I will tell you everything I know, but I need to hear admittance from you, a concession, saying that you don't know that if the Earth is a globe or not. And that concession is important, by the way, because it's an admittance to themselves and to everyone that they don't know. So a conversation can take place in it because they're not coming in here like preaching to you. They're gonna be like, I don't know, man, like what's going on? Which that's a good place to start, right? You want there to be that admit.
Globe Earth is a Muppet show.
Yeah, man. That's why there'll be the characters that come in here. They talk about refraction and this. I'm like, man, it's all of this things that you're building all your arguments on, and we can engage them on whatever platform and whatever they want to talk about, and they'll get destroyed. But the point is, they're already working on the presupposition that the Earth is a globe for them to have refraction. So they feel like they don't need to explain how to demonstrate the Earth has curvature because we can talk about refraction, and so on. So I don't know.
I like this one with the curvature and Miggy. Look, you know what a caliper is? The measuring instrument. It's a precision measuring instrument, a caliper.
Okay.
Have you? Yeah. They make now digital ones, so that caliper has a magnetic strip and a magnetic head reader, and when it's moving along that magnetic strip, it tells you precisely how much it moved. So the precision of a caliper is about 100 part of a millimeter. but we have this system is called a linear encoder in mechatronics. Now, we have linear encoders which are just like a ruler, and it has all those lines every 1,000th of a millimeter, yeah? But the most precise that we have today is a linear encoder engraved with laser, and those lines are 1 nanometer apart from each other. So it's measuring in nanometers. That is like you take 1 millimeter and you split it into 1 million equal pieces. You know, it's very small, mind-blowing small. So when you measure with such a fine precision, the measurement accuracy is mind-blowing. It's immense. And we have linear encoders like this, which are 200 meters long at Airbus factory. They use for actually acknowledging the motion of the printing head of this machine. It's printing large structures of carbon fiber for the aerospace industry. It's 200 meters long, and the tolerance is 65 nanometers margin of error in 200 meters travel distance. So, yeah, that machine is very precise, and they calibrated using also plumb tools on both ends, and they measured the plumb tools parallelity, that the plumb tools are perfectly parallel to each other when they are 200 meters apart from each other. If the Earth was a globe, you could not have two plumb tools which are parallel to each other. And if they were like 2 or 3 or 5 nanometers, have a inclination which would be like 5 nanometers, yeah, we will be able to measure that, to detect it. But we don't. Those plumb tools are found to be perfectly parallel with this kind of precision, you know.
Yeah, but the paradigm is still hinging on the fact
Yeah,
that the Earth is a
yeah,
globe. So straight means curved to
yeah.
them. Get. Do you know that? So
I
here's
know, but
the best. The best.
we are supposed to ignore the most astonishing
Yeah.
technological advancement that we achieved.
Easily, dude.
Yeah.
Easily.
Yeah.
I'm telling you that. Listen, man. Like it's logically consistent. I understand what you're saying,
Yeah.
but in the conversation with delusional people, you're not gonna get consistently logically
Yeah.
rebuttal.
True.
It's
True.
gonna be like,
Of course.
yeah,
Yeah.
that can happen because the Earth is curving, and
It's magic. Yeah.
level is curved. So your level that you're getting is an actual curve that you don't even perceive. It's it, it,
Yeah.
it's magical, man. This idea. So even like I said, even though it's logically consistent, and you'd be able to demonstrate, right, with the demonstration,
Yeah.
to them, how they view the Earth is the incorrect. That's what's incorrect. So you can give them all the best information, and you might have like maybe 3 or 4 knockdown, logically consistent arguments, but it's
Yeah.
not going to dent their mind unless they can
Yeah.
actually contemplate it themselves as to how they can't provide evidence for the fact that it is curved. So if
You
they
know
can't,
what that means,
they,
Miggy?
the burden of it almost. 1 second, Gabby. So the burden of
Go
proof.
ahead.
The burden of proof shouldn't be you explaining how it is level. It's the burden of proof should be them explaining how it is curved. So their demonstration to you should be the most detailed way of telling you how they know that it's completely a curved surface and with by way of measurements, and they can give you this so that you can do it yourself and then try it, or they can point you to the information that you can find somewhere.
Yeah.
But that's the problem. It's more of like you're defending a point from a standpoint of like, okay, you got your information, I got mine. No, it should be like you demonstrate to me completely how you know the Earth has that curvature. Now, if you do so, then maybe we're going to get into how I have this good information of how it's not, right? But it's not.
Yeah.
They don't have anything. There's nothing there. And this is what I'm telling you. It's like, so then there's nothing there. They're working off a delusion, and you're giving them that good information, and because they're on the delusion, they're going to tell you, That's at the end of what you told them could have the best information. Not doubting that.
Yeah.
But they're going to look at you and be like, nope. And then
Yeah.
you is going to be like, how are you refuting this? How are you not getting this? And they're going to just easily tell you, because levels curve, man. That's why. That's easy. I'm telling you, man, this we've been in many conversations where this takes place. So if they cannot demonstrate to you that the Earth has that curvature, you're really just working off their delusion, and you're trying to give them the good information so that they can have. But they're like, the end of it, it's just going to be their delusion that wins. Nope, sorry.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying
They
to.
are in blind denial. Blind denial. Yeah.
So your good information on every topic, because you might have some, right? You might know your stuff. Not denying that. The thing with them is that they're working off a delusion, and they're not going to argue with you from a standpoint of logically consistent arguments. They're going to be arguing from something that doesn't make any connection to reality. So this is what we're working with here. We have to get them to realize that. Once they do, then they can be open. They can, once they say, well, man, I don't know, I can't provide that information to you. I'm admitting to you my concession, like I don't know. So then you can tell
this is a very important point which I like to address also, that this delusion is actually very strong rooted in their mind, because the only model that they have been presented, actually they have been given this heliocentric model, and they have been told that this is the way it works, and it's the only way it could work, anything, and exist, and there is no other way. To think of any other way, it will be stupid. So when you break that down from them, when you take the model away from them, you are stealing their perception. Yeah, their reality, Yeah.
Why do you think they start teaching you that crap when you're a kid? It's the only that's the only way you get that to work. You got to instill this crap into kids, right? And make them grow
you're
up with
most
it. Make them
vulnerable.
spend hours and hours and years thinking about it. That as much sense as this does not make, this is your reality. Why? Because we said so.
Yeah.
Nah, I'm good on that. You can keep that shit.
You know what? The most oddest thing is that we learn concepts growing up. What is true and what is not, but the application of those concepts becomes really mixed up when then they start saying that the things that we learned about the shapes, a line, a curve, like all that stuff becomes like it's relative. It doesn't matter if you think that you see a line, you're actually seeing a curve. Like that. This is the kind of thing that happens when a critical thinking mind gets to the age where you're starting to realize, hey, we learned about shapes. We learned about what a line is and what curve is. Now you're telling me that when I look out into the horizon, that line is an actual curve, and this is the thing. They want you to get into the delusion with them, and then that you're not, because we're taught how to discern things, right? I mean, that's how we grow up. We grow up in a world where the concepts that we learn, even though we're taught the globe, growing up, we're taught some of the things that give us a bit of discernment so that we can navigate through this world. Otherwise, how would we be able to build things, and everything wouldn't make sense? So they have to teach you the things that are proper to learn, which are true, in order for you to be able to for you to be useful, right, in this world. You have to learn some of the things that they have to show you these things so that stuff can happen. You can be a part of like a company or something and be a good, useful worker bee. Otherwise you wouldn't be a good, useful worker bee if you didn't know some of the truths, right? But what's happening here is that because they're in charge, they can tell you, okay, yeah, now that you know all the things that you need to know, sometimes rules bend a little bit, and that means when you see things that might look like something, they could be something else. Like it's a bending of the rules, pun intended. Like they're making you think the level is curved. So all these things, these concepts that you've learned about what reality really is, and you have discernment, now gets changed into like you're gonna believe this religious doctrine that they're gonna tell you about. And so now you start following along, being like, yeah, you must be right, because I can't get as high enough to see the earth from that perspective. So the few hundred people that can actually access that domain can look down at the earth and see it as that. I'm going to believe those guys. So it becomes a belief system. And then they further push that doctrine on you when they show you images or videos from the ISS, and you know what I mean? Like, so the perception in which you grew up with was already founded on a good one. It's really understanding the difference between right and wrong, because we have to learn these things, right, to navigate in this world. Otherwise, it would be completely chaos, and we would be not useful to the system. So, in order for you to be useful to the system, you have to learn these concepts and be able to navigate through this world. The only difference is they can bend the rules when it comes to your perception of the world. You know what I mean? Like, and that's why we can be here in this chat room and saying, look, I learned the concepts when I was growing up of what level and curved is. Because if they would have taught us a long time ago that level means curved, imagine how screwed up we'd be now. We wouldn't even have an inkling of the knowledge of like what level, you know what I mean? But because of the fact that we have to be useful for the system, we have to understand these concepts in order to build things, in order to work in this environment. We have to be knowing what truth is. So it goes hand in hand with their delusion. I don't know if you guys know what I'm saying. Like, that's partly why, like, we grew up and we're questioning, why did they just teach us all this nonsense from the very beginning where we wouldn't even have discernment whatsoever? You know what I mean? Like, they could have just shown us level is curve all the way from the beginning, like from grade school. Like, we would have been just learning these concepts. But I think that now what's happening is because we were useful enough to build, their buildings and do all the things, and we're the worker bees, doing all these things.
The useful idiots. That's how they refer.
Yep. And then and here's the thing though, man. Like, once you get to the point where you realize that, when you're taught all your life how to be a good worker bee, you're just a worker bee. That's all you'll ever be. You can't. Maybe one or two worker bees become, one of the more upper echelon ones. That's a very few of them become that. But the rest of us remain, in this world where we take whatever the hierarchy tells us, right? The intellects tell us, like, well, we found this new planet, guys. Check it out. It's XYZ planet. It's just found yesterday. It may contain life or whatever. And so their perception of what they give us when they're feeding us, the mainstream media and all that stuff, we're completely indoctrinated, saturated with these ideas. And it's almost like a giant social club that you're in. Once you're like thinking outside of that social club, you're like, yeah, man, I think all this is whack, dude. Like none of it makes any sense. And people, the rest of them are like, dude, stop acting like that. You're gonna scare everybody like by how you're thinking. You know, you're crazy. Why would you think anything other than what we've been taught? Why would they lie? You know, kind of stuff. And you're just like, and you know, I mean, I guess it's a complaint. I know, man, but it's like I air out my complaint because it's like I've seen the people who are oppressed by this, man, and it's what it is because we're all in this mental prison together. But where some of us are breaking others out, and some are wanting. They're like the hall monitors of this prison. They're shoving us back into the cell. You know, wanting you to get back plugged into the matrix. You know, still think like the rest of everybody else. But I don't know. I take a look at it like you're being chosen out of it. It's a bit more profound for me, for those who actually see the difference between these lies and those who don't. And almost like, you know, you don't have time to be sitting there, you know, spinning your wheels with someone who's just going to continue to preach to you about their beliefs. Just let them go. All right, man, maybe next time you'll think about it or whatever. But, you know, I got some work to do. I got some people to talk to. Those who want to know. I've been on one today, Chocolate. I've been this whole
I
week.
feel you, bro. I feel you.
I don't know. It's this whole week, man. I've been
Speaking
waking up.
facts, though, bro. Like, I mean, you ain't saying nothing I can disagree with at this point. You know what I mean?
I've been more passionate lately than the past. I don't know. I guess like because I've been around this conversation for a while now, man. It's like okay, I'm good at this fight, man. I can do a lot within the construct, but now I want to be like Saitama, dude. I want it to be over in one punch, like completely knock them out. Like I don't even have to go any further. It's not gonna be like this big debate, you know, is happening Saturday. Come join the server. Oh, here's whoever, whatever freaking Glober
You,
guys.
you, you said before it's an oppression, right? But
Yeah.
it's like a self oppression. Like they've gotten people to oppress them damn selves, right? If you're a
Yeah.
grown ass person in 2022 and you want to say that level is curved, straight doesn't exist, that's you oppressing your damn self, right?
Ooh,
So
like that. I agree with that, man. It's like, yeah, it's like nobody
yeah,
put you in the spot, man, and nobody's gonna give you a damn gold star because you say that you think the earth is slow, man. Nobody's there gonna be like, great job, you did a great job. Like no one cares, dude, if you do or not. Think for your damn self for once. Like stop being plugged into this damn system, thinking that you're gonna be the guy who rescues the globe from these crazy guys who. It's just this perception that they have, man. It's like this hall monitor perception. You know, they're gonna stop you from breaking away or stopping others from breaking away. Like you're an anomaly. You know,
yep.
that's a word for it. Like an anomaly.
Yeah, all the priests are their hall monitors. The guys who tell them where to go, what time you can go,
Mm-hmm.
Because that's what it is. We're telling you how your senses work. Don't make never mind about how your senses work and what they're actually telling you. Here's an equation or a paragraph that explains exactly what you're seeing. You're not actually seeing what you're seeing. You're like, what kind of shit is that?
Yeah, get out of here with that noise, man. Like real quick.
Yeah. But again, that's only going to work when you start the indoctrination very young. That's it. Because tell somebody who's never learned anything about a globe that the life they've experienced on this earth for I don't know 30, 40 years, even 20 years, that my life has been on a ball. They just laugh you out of town. But because you're a kid and you grew up with the Earth globe on your wall and it's in your textbook and all that bullshit, that's how that makes sense, man. They're good. You got to give them that. They were good with this crap.
Yeah.
Which is why they hate us so much. Because they were good, but we're better.
The deception.
The only thing they've got is the consensus, really. They don't have any actual proof, because if there was proof, we'd all know there was proof and we wouldn't be debating about this. This is why this is not a debate.
Yep.
Because we don't debate things that are reality, right? You don't debate reality. It's just reality.
Bro, I need to hear how the Earth is demonstrably a globe with, or by way of Earth curvature measurement right freaking now. Not tomorrow, not next day, right now. I need to know if the globe proponent is like sitting there back, kicking back, we're like, yeah, these guys, check them out. All right, you think you're a character? Come in here and tell me how the Earth is a globe by way of Earth curvature measurement. Because you want to talk about Coriolis and the Earth is spinning, and you want to talk about space, and you want to talk about all this crazy nonsense, but you haven't even told me how the Earth has curvature by way of measurement. So why am I even going to want to talk about something else if you can't even tell me how it has curvature? And they haven't even thought about that question. Okay, and not only that, but check this out. Who started that whole understanding in the first place? Who taught that? Why do you think it's for at least 1,000 years we've been this propagate information has been like propaganda throughout the ages, and now you have it in your hands and you're looking at it like, man, it must be true. Why? Because some dude said it. And what did he have as information to back it up? Did he provide evidence and demonstrate to you that the Earth has curvature? No, no way. So I'm all like, all right, so you don't know anything about the Earth's curvature at all whatsoever. So the Earth isn't a globe, correct? Right? That's what it's going to sound like, because nobody can rebuttal that. So why am I going to go and talk about what you want to know about gravity and what you want to know about the Coriolis? And I don't got time for that. You're going to have to demonstrate to. And dude, I'm like, that's it, man. One punch. That's it. It's going to take one hit wonder, like
the three questions are dead, man. It's the one question.
I actually, yeah, because like I was thinking, like I really was sitting down, man, and I was like, do we really need to go through all that? Because honestly, it's the three questions that like is the paradigm. It's the whole paradigm. But I'm like, you know what? I want to reduce it to the most simple, basic form. And if they can get to that one, because that I'll give them that. The one is the one thing I want to know. Once they say they don't know that one, it's like the thread on the sweater. When you pull it, it unravels everything. It all gets undone just by one. Because guess what? Curvature means no radius, no circumference, no diameter, nothing. It pulls everything apart. So you lose with one question. One question will knock you out, and that's all I need to do. Soon enough, it's just going to be like, I don't even have to say anything. I'm going to reduce it back to like, all right, man, I got to say nothing. But no, it's
that's why I said that in my song, bro. That was the line in the song. That before the story begins, you need a foundation, curvature of the earth. That's the conversation. Think I said that shit by accident? That's literally what it is. That's the conversation. Once that conversation is done, the ball is a wrap.
Yeah, from here
ball
on out,
requires curvature.
That's it,
you have
man.
none, there is no ball. Thanks. It should be as simple as that.
Yeah.
But again, the indoctrination was good.
From here on out, I'm gonna be known as a one-hit wonder Miggy or something, man. I just one punch. That's it. And bro, I'm gonna stick
after
to it.
I done the dangerous shit, the 3-point palm.
Yeah, it's already it's so efficient now that it doesn't even need to go to the second 2 points. It's just gonna stay on that one. I'll just be one and done, like, because obviously if this is the only thing that actually provides them the realization, the point where they're actually like, I don't got an answer to this. That's weird. And if that's the one thing that I just focus on that one, just get it as strong as you can, like just bring it all down to, if you can provide that, because it hasn't been done. No, not one single glober has given us any reason to believe that they've demonstrated to us Earth curvature. There hasn't been that. There's calculations. There's a lot of he and hawing. Like there's never been someone who's actually given that to us. So I'm like, okay, if that's the case, let's just stay there. Let's just make that our home. Let's pitch a tent that we're gonna be ones to camp there for until somebody is gonna bring this to us. Now it's like enough of that. Globe is gonna 2022 will be that. That's it. We're giving them 2021 to go through it, and then 2022 is that's it. They're dead. No more Globe.
What's up, chocolate?
The wham bam, thank you, ma'am.
Yo.
Hey, I messaged you earlier.
He said,
Who's
"Who
that?
this new phone?"
I'm sorry, I can't see the names. Who asked me that?
Oh, Flat Nasty.
Flat Nasty. What's up, man? Let me
Latter
go
Day
look
Saints.
now. Latter Day Saints. I'm sorry, man. I get a lot of Discord messages, and I'm not great with that. So,
that's cool.
Give me a second.
I gotta holler at you later, chocolate.
Yeah, brother. Yep.
There's some good
Gotcha.
stuff too, man. So I don't know. Might be interested in what.
Yeah, put me on, brother.
Well. Are you gonna go to Nathan's later?
Yeah, probably. Probably
Well,
starts in like an hour.
Are
or
you
so.
still on?
Say that again. You broke up.
Are you still on Telegram?
Yeah. Yeah, hit me up there if you want. All right.
Yeah, it all stemmed from Flatty. Just me listening to the conversations, and I'm sitting back, and sometimes I don't jump in because it's like I want to hear what other people have to say and stuff, and how they come at the conversation. But most of it has to deal with like the stuff that they bring forward, like whatever topic that they're bringing forward information. It seems to make sense in their mind, and like even with like refraction, and I'm listening to the conversation. The guy, was it Licky Soyuz or something? He put an image in the text chat. He's like, this is what refraction is and whatnot. And on the top of that little the image that he had, it had like a words on the top like as a sentence, and it said refraction requires two substances. And I was like, dude, somebody needs to catch him on that, because he was only talking about how you see things in the far distance, and refraction is the reason why you can see it not being at the same place always. But I'm like, okay, but it says here two substances on your image that you just posted. Do you know that it says that? As in two substances being like that's how refraction takes place? Because you're only talking about seeing through one. So this kind of debunks what you're just, and I don't know, nobody held him to that. But it was interesting to me that he posted the image himself, which debunked his own idea, which is weird, right? Like, how come he didn't catch that? Why would he post it if he? It's almost as like he was trying to reason with himself, yet posting it kind of like exposed him.
Yeah, I saw him get called out on that on another server later in the day.
Did he?
Yeah, and then he rage quit.
That's funny. It's funny, bro, because it's like, I mean, honestly, like, I don't know what you want to call it. People use the term cognitive dissonance, but it's you face the reality that you're wrong. I think it's just pride, man. To be honest, it's just pride. That's all it amounts to. Because here, we stand by like, look, man, if something's the truth, it's the truth no matter what. If the Earth was a globe, then it would be the truth no matter what. I would be bucking the system, of course, saying that it's something else. But ultimately, like, the information could be found out that it is indeed a globe. At the end of the day, why would I be bucking that? Like, that's the truth. Like, don't you guys agree? Like, everybody, all the truthers in here would agree with that. If it was a freaking globe, it would be one no matter what. And probably the server would never exist.
Bro, you're dealing with stuff that's like on a spiritual level, bro. You know what I mean? And so I think that it's like there some type of unclean spirit has these people's minds like bound or something, you know?
And you're talking about like a spell?
Yeah. Like even like look at the word demonstrate. You have the word demon and straight. Like you're trying to straighten a demon or exercise a demon, you know? Does that make any sense?
Yeah, I'm just it's difficult with these guys too, man, because I mean, Flatter Day, have you engaged a conversation with people like, I mean, it's different face to face, but have you engaged one, on here, or maybe, you know, face to face? Like if you talk to, it's different face to face for sure, but sometimes with the more staunch Glovers, you can get a visceral reaction, which is typical, right? Because somebody that's getting their paradigm rocked, they're gonna be like, "Oh, what happened?" And I mean, you can try to. And I got the term was thrown around like, "Well, we're being too pushy, or not pushy, we're forcing them to know something that it's not for." Bro, they engaged in an argument. How is that forcing? Like this whole kind of like, let's just be nice. Let's all hold hands and sing kumbaya. Like I don't. That's dude. The truth is the truth. And when somebody tells you the truth, do you think that's gonna sound good at the end of that? Like when somebody says, "Hey, look, man, I gotta tell you the truth." What does that sound like? That's gonna precede that? Something good? I don't think so. The truth sounds like you don't want to hear. So, um, the truth is never something that's gonna be like, oh man, the truth is amazing. It made me feel great. It's gonna peel back the layer of your understanding. It's gonna reveal to you the true nature of what something like truth is self-evident. It should be, but it's obviously now perceptions can be warped by this, crazy ideas that people can put in your mind.
Well, you know how in the Constitution it says that? It says we find these truths to be self-evident.
We do,
dude. I think the Constitution is based upon flat Earth, and it's like the mystery schools. Like if you don't see it, then they feel that we're just useless breeders, and we're too stupid to understand it. So therefore we don't deserve to know it.
Well,
you know what I mean? Because we're not part of that bloodline.
Yeah, here's the thing though, Flatterday. What creates the stupidity? There has to be something that's generating it. Something is propagating it. What is the propagation of that the craziness? What is making people be so delusional? Because it's not just happening all by itself. There has to be some machine behind it, a force, an entity.
Yeah, for sure. It's unclean spirits, bro, or demons, whatever you want to call it. You know what I mean? That's the way I see it. It's like something literally is binding something in their mind, and it's not because you've seen how many times people get proved wrong, and then they'll just come up with some other bullshit thing. It's like one of those little like books that the kids read, where like if you turn the page to this, you get to go down this road. You get to choose as you go. You can make the ending different, and that's what they do. They're just coming up with different stuff, like the Galilean dialect. It's like hardwired in their brain,
Choose your own adventure. I remember that.
Yeah, exactly, bro.
They don't know that they've been held captive by their oppressor. They look at their oppressor as something that's good. Well, it's good to be like this because they use these terms, which are, it's all backwards, bro. We're the ones that are open minded. We're the woke ones. I don't think so. All these terms that you're using have no relative bearing on your perception, because the way you think is completely closed minded, is completely biased, is completely looking at the world with your perception as in something that you don't see it as. We don't see the world that we live in as the perception that you have. Nobody does. Who goes out to the beach and says, "Man, look at that curve"? Nobody's. That's the dumbest thing, man. Like it's crazy. Yet they want to, sit there and tell you, man, there's multiple. I'm telling you, these guys will tell you there's multiple horizons. Some of the new globe earthers that come in here be like, "Oh, that's crazy. Who would even say that dumb thing?" The more staunch glober, So get this, the deeper you go, the more crazy it becomes. And it's almost like you think you're crazy now. Wait till you hear from these people who talk about imaginary time. That's Stephen Hawking, and it came from him. And he tells you that's a way to perceive reality is by thinking about imaginary time. And that's one of his quotes. Go look it up. And that's the thing,
Yeah.
like they want you to get on this, and it gets crazier and crazier. So it's almost like there's levels to this craziness, right? You hear about some people who are not too far into it, right? There's some people who are like, they deny that the moon landings were real and all, but they're still, I'm not saying that the earth is flat. I'm just saying I'm denying that the earth is or that we went to space. But the thing is, there's levels to it. And then there's the more indoctrinated ones, and then the more staunch ones, and then the ones who are completely out of their minds. They're the ones that are just telling you the most nonsensical ideas that you know what I'm saying? Like it's crazy. So we're dealing with levels of this delusion. And people,
I think that the people that come and argue for the globe day after day, day after day, day after day, there's only two types of those people, and you have to put them in two. Well, we don't have to, but I put them in two categories. The first category is, they're under that demon straight, the demon that's
No, I'm going to cut you off right there because I literally put the etymology in the chat, and this bad etymology is a trigger for me. Okay, and that's extremely bad etymology. The words demon and demonstrate do not have any etymological root whatsoever. They're not connected in any way. It's bad etymology. It's bad logic.
Flat they summoned Gospel Bearer.
Okay,
That's
you
why
can
I said
still
it was
listen.
my
Here's the
opinion.
it doesn't. Okay, your opinion is wrong though. Here's the
How
thing.
can an opinion be wrong?
You can make your point, okay, about demonic possession and stuff like that without invoking horrible etymology. Okay, so you can still make your point. Just don't invoke incorrect, illogical etymology. It's a bad look.
So
Put it in the chat. I put it in the chat for your own personal and everybody's education.
Thanks for educating me. I appreciate that.
Gospel Bear in the house. What's up, Gospel?
Yeah, I hate to rain on people's parade in some ways, but in other ways, it's meant to edify. I'm not just trying to be a jerk. I'm not trying to be a Debbie Downer or whatever, party pooper.
Don't even try to fix that, bro. That's good business.
It's all right.
You good money, bro. Don't even try to square that up. It's squared. Those who know. That's all I'll say. Good morning.
But I agree with your point, Flatterday. I think that there probably is some type of spiritual influence. So I'm not disagreeing with you on that point. I just want to edify people in regards to proper logic and etymology. Yeah, good morning, everybody.
Morning, dude.
We got Jemsy in the house.
Good morning, everyone.
What up, Jemsy? We got a few people in here I haven't seen before. We got Jessica 13, Pyramid, Send Chaos. Welcome to the chat, guys, by the way.
Where is Jessica 13?
She got the Lilo and Stitch little creature.
Oh, okay. If you click like the profile, it just says HIJJJJJ over and over again for me.
You see your original username, do you? Your Discord name.
Gospel Bear sees through the Matrix. That's why He sees the ones and zeros.
Oh my god.
we only see the the outward appearance.
How weird. Yeah, I'm literally looking at HIJJJJ over and over again. That's funny.
Yeah, I see the HI.
Gotcha. Yeah, and Shinkoth. I don't know that person either.
Yeah, welcome to the group, guys. You can unmute your mics and if you want to, just say, "Hey, what's up?" Or if you want to just lurk, that's fine too. At any rate, we hope we can at least challenge your way of thinking. If you come in here, you think the Earth is a globe. If not, maybe you want to talk about it. Pyramid came off of mute, but I don't hear anything.
So I was just gonna say hello. I have spoke up a couple times, maybe just like one at a time. And I'm not here to argue either of the models or anything. I'm just kind of listening.
It'd be really hard to argue a model that doesn't exist.
I was gonna say that too, man. Gospel, you took it right out of my mouth. Yeah. I don't know how you do that, man. It'd be
I would say this. I would say because there's missing information, the human mind is capable to create many more models that are not in existence today. Just because, it's not absolute. So I think if we put enough effort behind it, we could propose a third model that might be pretty arguable.
Check this out, Pyramid. It'd be like you claiming to be in a relationship with a person. Real nice lady, you think, right? And you're like, this woman has never cheated on me ever, right? We've been together for 10 years and she's never cheated on me. And then somebody presents you evidence of the last 3,650 days, approximately, right? And they say, 2,840 of the days, she was actively cheating on you, and here's the proof. And actually, she's cheating on you right now too, and here's the proof. Here's a live stream. Or really, just walk over here. Look, see there, right there, literally actively cheating on you right now. Are you going to still stand by your claim of her being faithful to you?
Yeah, I get your example. I don't think it's very fair, but
yeah. So
I guess what I would say is in order to
fairness is
understand
one
the
thing,
proof.
falsification is another. So if a claim is made and it's been falsified, it doesn't matter how you feel about it.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree with that. But what I would also say is, or what I would add to that is that, in order for somebody to really take in the evidence, they have to have a good understanding of the science to begin with. So it's not just as simple as, hey, look at this evidence.
That's incorrect.
They got to get in there.
It sure is.
No, you don't think so?
You need to know. Hold on. Do you really need to know how long of a member the dude has that's cheating with your girl in order to know that she's cheating? Or not even that. Do you need to know his DNA?
Yeah.
Or
what kind of teeth he has, or what's his hair look like?
Or I'm not speaking from your example. I'm just saying in general for people to become a believer in something.
It's an analogy.
It's an analogy, Pyramid, which correlates with what you're saying. Is you need to understand the science behind it in order to understand that if you live on a Earth they're telling you is a globe or not. And we're pointing out to you with the analogy because it's analogous. You're like, I need to know every detail, and going into the correlation. I need to know every detail about the Earth in order for me to know that it is a curved surface. And
no, I'm not saying that either, my dude. I'm really not. I'm just saying somebody can look at certain information if they're not educated in this field, and I'm not talking about you guys because I know the majority of you actually have that knowledge and understanding of science. I'm just saying in general, if somebody's looking at something at a surface level, they might think that they understand it, but like if they don't really have that groundwork of the science, they really don't understand what they believe in,
Yeah, but
or they wouldn't really truly like
that's still
take it.
falling back to that same analogy though. I think it feels like you're trying to not say it but say it at the same time, because even if you're say like the layman won't understand it because they never had a full understanding. They might grasp the concept, but they'll never truly understand because only those with the highest of intellects can actually discern. And I would say incorrect, because it
I'm
doesn't.
not saying that either, though, my man. You're
Okay,
you're
so
you're like
let's
creating
take.
an argument that I'm not saying. You're putting
Well,
words in my mouth.
what I'm saying though is that you don't need to have any of that. What you say, it doesn't need a regular person just like you and me can go out into the world
Yeah.
and know that the world around him is what it is. Okay, so the base axiom that you build everything on is your observable information that you take in every day, right? You start there, and then from there you work upon, like, how can I know that what I'm seeing is what I'm seeing, right? Then you do a test to check it out, right? So you go from one thing to the next. You don't need to know a complicated 20-step process in order to get there. It's very easy to get there, is what I'm saying. So you don't need to be somebody of intellectual standard in order that's not even halfway there. It's
Yeah,
self
I don't think that
self
you do, my man. Like I never made that claim. What I'm saying is like in order to convince somebody like in the moment, it's not really possible to convince somebody in the moment. Like they're gonna have to actually invest their time, effort, and research into it as well to become like a true believer. That's the point I'm
well
trying to make. That's all.
I know what you're saying, but it more sounds like the person needs to be convinced on their own. You can't convince them. Is that what you're saying? Right?
It's not just that. I think that it is a little bit deeper when it comes to like the understanding of science. Most people who will sit here, who probably come into the server and argue with you guys, don't have a good understanding of how the globe model works, right? Or the science behind it. And
Actually,
that's
that
just what I'm pointing out is like,
yeah. Actually,
um,
I would tell you, Pyramid, that they do. We've had people with actually three-letter names at the end of their name. PhDs, and whatnot, like come in here. So
yeah,
that's I'm telling you, from those guys to the laymen, all of them, all across the board, they have no way of being able to demonstrate to us. So what I am saying though is that it doesn't
yeah,
take that guy who's of a great intellectual knowledge, supposedly in his field or whatever, to be able to discern whether the earth that you're standing on is a globe or not. So you guys, anyone can actually do this. So, and that's kind of what we're telling everybody, giving them the tools to understand, because of the fact that you think that way is the reason that people are in that same boat that you are, thinking like, man, it might take some time, it might take a lot of effort, and some people just don't want to bother because they're like, somebody already done it. The foregone conclusion, we don't need to go and look into this anymore. You know, and they don't. They just leave it as it is, because what it doesn't really matter anyway, right? If I find out if it's flat or globe. But here's the skinny on that, my man. People do care. Curiosity is a thing. People are wondering, like, why is there people opposing the status quo? Why are people going against the idea that the Earth is a globe if it's been already, like, that's dumb. So curiosity brings people in here, and they want to know what is makes them tick. I just want to know what you think is the question we hear. What do you guys think? What's at the edge? Some of these provocative questions, they think all this curiosity in everybody's mind, that's the reality, man. So we're addressing that by telling people, okay, so you're curious, you're in here, but isn't it more curious that you don't know that if the earth is a globe or not? At which point we hear a few things. Well, I'm not a scientist. That's one of the really high up there on the answers, the rebuttals. I'm not a scientist. Or, how could I know? Or they'll get into the conversation with us and go into a little back and forth, and then at the end of it, we'll say, "I'm not a scientist. How should I know?" But either way, it's a very provocative thought to think that the Earth isn't what you've been taught all these years. And the thing is,
yes, I would agree. I would agree.
Sure, and I mean you can feel indifferent
I
about
wasn't trying to say like, oh, it takes a scientist to be able to come to this conclusion. No, I'm just saying like in general, and I know you guys get a range of people in here, and I'm sure you do have people that are come from educated backgrounds within these science fields, but I'm just saying in general, like most of the population is not those people. So like we have to assess them for what it is and understand that like even if we present evidence in front of them, in order for them to like truly even understand the evidence and take it in, they're going to have to do some research on their own as well. I'm not saying like, oh, it's some lifelong research or anything like that. It's just we can't just show somebody a piece of evidence and expect them to become a believer, you
no,
know?
I agree. I agree with you in the fact that that's not even the way I approach it. So here's what I do. I will tell anyone, doesn't matter who it is. If you think that the Earth is a globe, right? That's one thing to have a belief that it is. It's another thing, however, to say that you know that it's a globe, because we're that territory. There is you're backing up the claim that you know. So now we're going to ask you, or at least I would demand evidence from you. I'm gonna have to demand. I'm not asking. I'm not the one with the claim. I'd never said the Earth is a globe. I don't go out into reality and say, "Hey, Earth looks like a globe." I'm thinking it's a globe. I'm not claiming that. I'm saying it looks pretty flat to me when I'm looking out in the horizon. So if the claim is that the Earth is a globe, I would say the demand for the evidence would be on the burden of proof, which is it has to be the one who made the claim, which is not you or anyone, but it's the ones who said the Earth is a globe. You heard about it that it's a globe, so now the claim is the Earth is a globe. So the proof needs to come from those who are backing up the claim and say they know. So if you say I know it is, then I would say okay, show me that there's measurement of Earth curvature done, and when did this information start? Because for at least 1,000 years, right? Them guys have been saying that the Earth is a globe. Someone somewhere measured this curvature and gave this information to other people. So now at this time we know it's a globe. So who can you tell me and how? What have they done to provide this evidence? Because you're thoroughly convinced that it is, and are you thoroughly convinced on based on a belief, or is it thoroughly convinced because you identified the evidence and you examined it and you understand now because you're able to measure that evidence out and say, "Huh, I know that it's a globe." So I'm coming in here telling you I know it's a globe from a standpoint of understanding, or is it a standpoint of ignorance, right? So the evidence is not on me; it's on the person who's making or backing the claim. So I would say this.
Yeah, absolutely.
So if you think the Earth is a globe, and it's a challenge, it's rhetorical, Pyramid, you don't have to answer. But if you think that the Earth is a globe, then you have to provide me the evidence as to why it is a globe, because I don't see it as one. So if it is definitely a globe, then first you have to tell me the origin of where it began and how it was brought to you and how you know it's a globe from that point. So then I'll know two things. I'll know that you understand from the very beginning that it was a globe because you were taught it, and I will also know how you examined it and be able to provide the evidence as how you done that, so that I can do it myself and examine it for myself in the way that you done, so I can know for sure that it is. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that absolutely makes sense, man. And I'm pretty aware of a lot of what you stated there. I understand like if someone's gonna make the claim, they gotta back it up. I get you. I think there was some misinterpretation at the beginning, but yeah, no, I totally get you, man. I'm just saying like I feel like yeah, when the newcomers like pass through here, they have to it's good to hear what they have to say, like in terms of an argument, or if they want to propose something that might be different than what is believed. But I think it takes time for someone to do that transition too. So there has to be
Yeah,
I don't know what I'm stressing right now, but
no,
yeah.
I know what you're saying, because for everyone it's different. The what you're talking about right now is different for everyone. So at the point at which so the point at which you challenge yourself is different from, let's say, me or the next guy. It's not going to happen within like 1 day or 2 days. It might take a week, a month, who knows? Like I don't know how long it's going to take for you to wrestle with these ideas or these challenges. Like no one can tell that. But the thing is, the journey begins when you actually start to realize that you have a critical thinking mind, and that no one is telling you, how to think, because you can think for yourself. So if you're presented with some information, you can examine the information and thoroughly say, come to a conclusion. Okay, I've looked at both sides or whatever, you know, and I'm able to reason with myself that there isn't sufficient evidence to back up this claim, whatever claim. Doesn't I don't even talk about the Earth at this time, but it could be anything anybody said. So
I also feel like it's what you take as evidence and proof, and from who that evidence or proof came from, as in like credentials. So it's like, what do you accept as a fact, or what do you accept as just stories?
all right. That's easy. So truth is self-evident. So let's just say, for example, our base axiom is that the world around us and how we perceive it is not what we've known that they told us it is. The claim is, and I'm not saying you guys are claiming it, the claim is that the Earth is a globe with measurable curvature. Now, there is metrics to this. So everything that the globe stands for has metrics, right? Radius, circumference, diameter. So you understand this, right? We're both on the same knowledge, on the same knowledge base. We all grew up with the same information, and of course, this information is out there to the public. We can all go look it up. So this information is pretty much the foundation for any globe understanding. So if you were to go out and say, I think the Earth is not that what they're saying it is, I think it's a bigger globe or a smaller globe or whatever, then you'd have to wrestle with the fact that it's not me who you're arguing with, is you're contending with the information that's been given. Therefore, the information that's been given is the gold standard for the people who are claiming or backing the claim. So we can't get away from that. So the thing that we're going to hold everybody to is that standard. And that is the thing that we're going to use, right? So the thing you're asking me is like, what will you accept for evidence? I'm going to get to that. So whenever we look at the globe, that's what they have to come to us with. So if it's anything else than that, it's not. There's no discussion. Then you're really just making up your own cosmology at that point. We don't have anything to talk about. So if you're, however, backing up the claim that the Earth is a globe with these metrics, then we're going to talk about them. 8 inches per mile squared. There's a whole bunch of things that we're going to do to verify the claim, right, or not, by way of measurement. So at this point, we have the metrics. We're going to test the metrics, right? We're going to go out into reality, go out into the world, and we're going to try to verify this information. Now, if this information cannot be verified, then what happens to the claim? I would submit to you, the claim would not be valid and it would not stand. So the thing that we're doing here is taking that claim and trying to figure out if it can be validated. And of course, over time, people will do many tests, and I don't call them experiments because that's not what they are. We would do many tests to verify and repeat the test, and we'd submit this test to other people. Would there be other various tests that people can do, and other ways we can understand if it's level or curved, right? So by way of verifying this information of what the metrics stand for, and they don't come out to be what they claim it is, would easily be able to show us that it is not the claim of the Earth being a globe. Now, it's a big and hard, jagged pill to swallow, I know, because that's what Pyramid was talking about. Let people come at it at their own time. And that's why it's challenging. So for those who think differently than what we can observe and test and verify, then I would submit to you, please examine what the globe has been proposing to all of us and test those claims out, because we're not the ones that people need to contend with. They need to contend with what's already been given to us. They need to look at what the claim is, because we're getting people coming in here with the biased standpoint of like, dude, it's a globe. And why don't you believe in gravity? And why don't you think that the Earth is spinning on its axis? Coriolis, all this other stuff. And I'm like, man, you haven't even looked into what the Earth is proposing as it stands for its claim that it's a globe. And you want to talk to me about these other things that I don't think I believe in? Well, it's almost like you're telling me, why don't I believe in Narnia or Lord of the Rings or some other fantasy? Why do I have to believe in that fantasy if there's no validation for it, no proof? And this is
the rest of us believe it. Sorry.
Well, yeah, that you can go that way, right? Everybody else, well,
it's a bad argument, but that's pretty much what they're saying. Is just like, why won't you believe what the rest of us believe?
Because that's literally the only actual argument they have, is to appeal to consensus, which is not an argument.
it has its merits in the fact that people feel shamed by it, right? Okay, let's say, for example, Pyramid, you were just came forward and said, you know what, man, I examined it and the Earth doesn't pan out to be a globe. What kind of backlash would you get from your peers? You get visceral reactions. You get people be like, dude, I don't even know who you are right now, right? And people just be ousting you. So for fear of that, people are like going back in their shell, being introverts, and be like, dude, I just need to keep my mouth shut. I might be a closet flat earther or whatever, but I won't say anything. But here's the problem, man. Like if nobody speaks out and speaks up, nobody will get heard. No, this conversation would never take place. People will not know how to challenge the status quo. And like the information you've been given, why shouldn't you challenge it? That's what I'm saying. Nobody's gonna give you a gold star, be like, hey, good job, buddy. You defended the globe. Like nobody cares. What's important for you is that you know the world around you stands out as what's self-evident and what's true, not what somebody else is making you believe that it is. Like who cares? Like is it true that it's a globe? All right, then it's gonna have to be truth that it stands on. If not, then it's a lie. You know, I can just toss it out. But anyway, it's hard because some people have been living with this understanding for a long time. So it's a bit harder to let go because they have this whole idea that we're living in a cosmos where you can traverse the stars and on, right? Like they got ideas they're going to leave this rock and populate another one like locusts. I mean, there's this whole mentality that it's just weird. It's a fantasy, and once you get into it, you start to realize, like, damn, dude, there's so much that I was taught to believe in this paradigm, and you don't just know. Nobody's holding you to it but yourself. You, I think Chocolate said that earlier. Like you're the only one imprisoning yourself from thinking outside of what the norm is. You know. Anyway, I kind of got long-winded there, man. But the explanation to like what would be considered as evidence. Who was it that said that? Schenkaus? Yeah, that would be sufficient, man. If somebody could give us demonstrable measurements of the curvature of the Earth, that would suffice. Now, has anyone done this? Nope, not even from the layman to the most intellect. And we've had people, stroll in the server with credentials, and they have not been anywhere close to giving us that. So they would say this: our best guess is, or this is how science works. And we've hear a lot of he and hi, man, but we don't hear people giving us the meat. Dude, I want to know. Tell me how I can go outside and figure this thing out. And if you can't do that, then I'm not going to just believe you because this is our best guess. Well, that's how science. No, it doesn't. That's how you want us to believe things. It's like a preacher telling you a story, and you're just like, oh, okay, well, you said so. Like, think about it. If they told you about the globe, do you really know it's a globe? That's crazy, man. And when you start challenging yourself, you start to realize, damn, I don't really know anything about this thing. And then you come into a forum where people are really high up on that understanding, and they're just like, yeah, I'm ready to obliterate people who come in and talk about the globe. But it's more of like, man, I just want to show you that for all this time, you've been believing this nonsense that has nothing to do with what your perception on reality is. Anyway, if anybody else wants to jump in.
I put something in the chat. Just you're in the conversation between two people, and this isn't impossible. It is within the realm of possibility. This is the conversation. Hey, we see too far for Earth to be a globe. Oh, really? Show me. See this. Oh, well, yeah, you're right. A globe Earth would be blocking all of that. Wow, thanks. But what it would require is a certain level of freedom from perversion, a certain level of innocence. And oftentimes, innocence gets a bad reputation, which may be unusual to some people, and maybe some people here understand why that is. But innocence is not a bad thing, especially when it comes to how indoctrinated you've been regarding propaganda. the less influenced you've been from propaganda, the more innocent you are, so to speak, in this context that I'm using it, and that would not be a bad thing.
No, I like that. I like that context, Gospel Bear, the way you put it. It gives you a sense of wonderment and amazement in the world again that was robbed from you at an early age. Whereas now nobody can explain the sun and what they are. They're mysteries. You look up in the sky, and of course it's going to sound funny what I'm saying, because if you are from the paradigm that everything has already has an explanation, it's going to sound like, dude, why is he saying that we don't know what the moon is? Because nobody truly knows what it is or what the sun is.
Mm-hmm.
And when you see them in this way, it's like the innocence. It's like, it's amazing. Get to look upon this, and it's just wow, right? Just the sense of wonderment and amazement. However, I'm not saying that you can't figure things out. What I am saying is that the things that are unattainable are mysteries to us, and that we look at them with wonder and amazement. Just like, I know Gospel Bearer was saying, innocence.
Yeah, don't confuse innocence with ignorance. They aren't the same. But I think that innocence colloquially has come to be perverted in correlation with ignorance, and I'm just here to help folks out realize that that is not the case.
Yeah, I was telling Chocolate, man, like these past couple days, I don't know, I've been feeling some stirring in me about this, man. Just a bit more passionate than most days. I don't know why. Maybe it's the springtime. It's making me feel. I don't know.
Could be that. There seems to be a resurgence in never mind. A resurgence in returning to normalcy, if there were such a thing. I'm noticing a little bit of a gaslight party about to take place. I could be wrong, but that's just the feeling I get. And what a gaslight a campaign. That's the word I was going for. A gaslighting campaign. It's a dangerous thing because people slip back into apathy, and that's a dangerous place to be. So if on a subconscious level or conscious level, that's something you're aware of, that would explain potentially a passion for getting truth out there.
I mean, I'm built I'm wired this way, but just man, because I've been thumbing through like TikTok and stuff, and I see some of the people who are like who would stand for truth be getting run over by just the most basic arguments, and I'm just man, boy, like these guys who are trying to do these debates and all that. They're trying to challenge truth, as in like they have a chance. There is no chance, not against truth.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Maybe it's that too. Just watching that from a bystander point.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever seen that, like certain arguments or debates that you're like, this guy's he's losing. He doesn't have to be losing, man. I mean, when you have truth on your side, there's no way you can lose.
Yes, I have seen those debates. They are frustrating.
Anyway, we got Fraud in the house. How's it going, Fraud? AI Ardent. What's up, AI? We got FE Batman.
Yeah, if Batman doesn't do too much talking.
Not anymore.
No, I haven't heard him in a while. There you
I
go.
do talk sometimes.
You talk some. What's up, Batman?
How are you, buddy?
Pretty good, man. Yeah, just
been pretty slow lately, hasn't it?
well, we got some coming in and out. I mean, we got Shen Chaos. What's his name? Shen Chaos. Yeah, he's in here. He was asking a few things, but I don't think he has any.
They just don't have a leg to stand on anymore, do they?
No, it never. I don't think it ever did. But I mean, like before, it was indulging the conversation. I think more often than not, people wanted just to hear them out and let's hear what they got to say. And I'm like, yeah, I'm kind of done skis with that. I'm gonna actually knock this out with one blow. And if they can't get past that, then their goose is cooked and lights out. Party's over. You know, I'm gonna be the party pooper from now.
The model finishes at like the very first step. It's
Yeah,
just
it does.
hopeless.
It's done for. Yeah. No more spinning
Half the
of
time
wheels.
it's just comedy.
Yeah, that's all it is, man. People believing crazy ideas.
And every time you ask them, like, forget Discord, when I'm out in the public and I ask someone that I know about this matter and they start laughing, and then you say to them, well, okay, then prove the globe. I'm going to go play a computer or whatever it is, and I'm going to come back with the answer. And they never, ever come back. They've got nothing.
Nope.
Anyway, Batman just sits and listens in the background.
No, he's all right. He's an all right guy, man. Batman. Yeah, they were playing a clip earlier. I think it was Jeranism. I think it was the clip Flatty you were playing. Or somebody was playing it. I don't know if it was you.
Yeah,
Oh,
Dave Weiss.
Dave
And
Weiss.
Jeranism. Guy called Bo. Guy called something else, yeah.
He referred to the flat Earth as a flat Earth model, or that there's a. He said something about the flat Earth model, and I was like, eesh. How old is this conversation, man? Because I don't think any of us say flat Earth model. I don't think at any time any of us said flat Earth model. At least not that I know of. So what that does, it just gives Globers an out or something to pick apart or talk about, or I don't know. It's just. What was the name of the famous flat earther? Chocolate, the one that came out in the mockumentary.
Yeah, it's funny. I always forget that guy's name, but it starts with an M, right?
Yeah, his name's so forgettable. I don't remember.
It's stupidly forgettable. Like I've talked about him so many times, and I forget his name every time because he just has this. Even his appearance is forgettable, but I mean, I can see his face in my mind.
He has a Garth Brooks look to him, man. Like this guy.
The guy that wears the hat.
Yeah.
Always has a blank stare on his face.
Blank stare, yeah, I would say. Yeah.
Not.
If anybody knows what I'm talking about, yeah, let me know.
Mark Sargent, that's the one.
That's him, Mark Sargent. Yeah.
Yeah.
And he had the shirts that he made that people could wear that say "I am Mark Sargent." Like, who'd want to wear that shirt? You know. But anyways, and I'm poking a little fun at him because he was using the the little snow globe thing that he went into a debate with a guy. It was, and I was like shaking my head, palm to the face, kind of thing. Like, why would you do that? Like, this is what the world is. You say the Earth is a globe, but look, this is what it looks like, and it's like, no. But yeah, now everybody looking at that video is gonna say like, wow, Flat Earth has a model. There it is. Guy has it in his hand. Which is, it becomes like a straw man, right? Easy to knock down straw man.
Speaking of straw man, look at the chat at this right here. I mean, it.
Oh yeah. Well,
words I don't have.
I mean,
yeah.
But bro, guess what? I would say this. Have you seen people using that very same image or images like that? That's what I would say. I would challenge you on that, because think about it. We're all guilty of it. Like, all of us. At the very I know at the beginning it was a concept that I would show like people of the globe side. Or at least I thought it was something that I had to show them, so I got to show them something, because
That's a Mercator. That's a Mercator on a circle.
Yes, it is. It is
on
Mercator.
On a weird, Apple core type thing floating in space.
Yep.
It's just the worst.
Well, not only that, but like, it's a straw man. It's a thing that's easily not. You can knock it down and be like, "Ha, I won." Gotcha, flat earthers. And it has always been, So I'm always trying to, like, hopefully people can shift away from this imagery. There doesn't need to be that of that type. Showing that image. And it's still like, I mean, because you can't say that that's what the whole entire Earth is, because then if you do start saying that, then you're gonna have to back it up. I mean, why would we not hold ourselves to the same standard we hold the Globers to? But I mean, I'm coming from that standpoint. I guess everybody can do what they want. I mean, they can still think that image has value or whatever. And what can you say after that? Somebody's like, "Dude, we need these images." Like, no, we don't. Why?
Wow, I haven't seen this GIF. Jack Sparrow saying, "Now bring me that horizon."
Yeah, he's in court right now, by the way, that guy.
Yeah. My wife has been listening to the case because she has sociological interests. And apparently he has said some somewhat interesting things, because it's weird. I've listened to a little bit of it, but that guy, I felt bad for the situation in general. Just him as a father, him as a damaged person who has done way too many drugs, who has partaken in who knows how many rituals that have, disrupted his being. It's really sad when I listen to him talk. Right up there with Jim Carrey, but in a different way.
That's a good way of putting it. Yeah. Good way of putting it. Yeah, I just want to say though, man, Elijah, are you here? I think Elijah just popped in the room.
Yeah, I see him there.
Probably busy right now in traffic or something. That's why you don't answer.
Nasty cartoons are not evidence.
I'll wait till you get to somewhere you can unmute your mic, Elijah. No hurry. Yeah, that's interesting. We've been walking through with these guys that come in here. They don't have much more to say anymore. Once they start hearing us talk about the topic, they come in here like, I'm gonna come in there and probably give them a what's for, and then they hear us and they're like, yeah, what would you guys accept as evidence? I better not get into this forum, this conversation.
Well, it seems to me that they have all resorted to redefinition.
Yeah.
Well, the only way that I can be right is if I can redefine the word wrong, false, and incorrect to mean right. And then I'll be right.
Yeah.
Well, there's only two ways that this thing goes in the end: synthesis or counter thesis, right? So either they're going to synthesize whatever's happening into a new paradigm, or they're going to shift the paradigm. Either way, whichever paradigm you arrive at will be the new status quo. And all they have to do is wait for that, and then they just have to accept that, because the majority of them accept their position for that reason anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So they're like the Globers, like the mass populist Globers aren't in any danger, let's say, for their paradigm being shattered, because their paradigm always was whatever the status quo is, that's what we believe. So their paradigm isn't globe earth, their paradigm is mainstream. So whenever the mainstream shifts to the next paradigm, they'll be happy, go lucky, and everything will be well. Sure, there'll be a few of them which will be like, no, it's still a globe exactly as they've said for the past 50 years. And they'll be looked at as stupid by the new paradigmers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, which it seems to be blossoming into the Kabbalistic simulation theory. Not simulation alone, but the Kabbalistic version of it.
Oh yeah, that video you posted the other day was very apropos to that, because as part of the problem of any of those types of paradigms, you have to have the caused cause, right?
Yeah.
So you don't have the infinite regression fallacy or whatever. But the majority of them solve it by an emergent retroactive loop. So for example, everything evolves out of nothing, becomes a sentient human being, which then evolves into a higher plane of consciousness, which then transcends space and time, which then goes back into the past to begin space and time. And hence you end up with a loop.
Yes. Yeah.
And in their minds, that is more rational than just that sentient creativity in the form of a singular agent existed for all eternity. Like, those are your two options, really. And they don't want the first option, so they create the option where, no, sentient agency evolved spontaneously and then went back in time to become its own creator, because that's way more reasonable.
It boils down to one of those systems has purpose and consequence, and the other system is meaningless and will happen an infinite number of times, has no purpose, has no meaning, has no value. Because, for instance, if you had a currency, to draw a loose analogy, but there was an infinite number of that currency, its value would be irrelevant.
Yeah,
Same way.
actually, now that you mentioned it, I was thinking, so probabilistically, if you commit a crime or you do something wrong, right? In the present reality, it seems that it has concretely occurred. However, in the multiverse of infinite possibilities, in a billion other universes, I didn't commit that crime. So that makes this crime only like 0.000000001%. So basically statistically irrelevant. It's like I never did it.
It's like you never did it, and it's like the fact that you did it actually for the sake of the multiverse concept, you just made all the other realities better by making this one worse. And that's infinitely more valuable in that concept, to do the worst things you could right now, because that means that an unlimited number of other realities can only be better. So in this concept, you could conceptualize that the greatest good you could do is the worst you could do.
Then you get some Globers to start thinking gospel. They're like, this guy's onto something.
Well, depravity is depravity. They'll either recognize that as an incredibly horrendous, depraved concept, or it would be a romantic, appealing idea to them. But if it is, they were already lost.
Yeah, every good story requires the characters, and without the characters, you can't have the story. So without the villain, you can't have the hero. So it's my responsibility, right, in some universe to be the villain. That way the other person could be the hero. And if I don't play the villain, I deprive them of their heroship, don't I? So they're villain.
It's the most altruistic thing you could do.
Yeah. It's I'll be the good guy, man. That'd actually be a good line in a movie. At the end, the hero thwarts the villain, and the villain says, "You're welcome. You're welcome. You are now the hero. Without me, you would be nothing."
Isn't that kind of what Thanos did?
People actually agreed with him, dude. Like, they were actually, Thanos is on this. I've seen in some forums, like, what he did was good.
Yeah.
They were agreeing with, like, dude, that's what needs to happen. We need to cleanse.
That was on purpose, bro.
Yeah, we need to cleanse this world. We need to eliminate, and like, if it gives them reasoning to behind all this craziness that they're killing people off with, like, big pharma and all that. Like, they're like, yeah, they have to do all these things because otherwise we'd be overpopulated. So we need to thin the herd, make it livable for everybody else.
Yeah, that was 100% insidious propaganda.
Ooh, man. That goes beyond that, man. It implants this evil root inside people that grows into, like, we're thinking that human life is meaningless, disposable humans, and I won't get into that topic, but you know what I'm talking about, where I'm leaning towards.
Well, listen, it's a tradition in media where there's a trope that humans are the virus of the earth, right? And we're so bad that we deserve to be called. Either the plants become sentient and like spread gas to try to kill us off because they realize we're bad, or the insects decide to kill us because we're so naughty, And so humans are so bad, right? And we're so evil, except the individual, right? The individual says, "Yeah, humans are so bad, except me. Humans should all die, except me, of course, because I'm the good one."
Yeah, that's a woke mindset, by the way. You're talking about AI. That's the woke mindset. They're all woke, so they're like, yeah, man, we need to do something about these crazy people. These ones who are pressing our social construct. I mean, you got to stand up for that. Someone's got to say something. So they take this really stupid idea that they have to be these social justice warriors and go out there and just ransack the morality completely. I mean, this is what's happening right now. It's like they're trying to do that through media, through being out there in the public, and that's the virus, dude. That's the thing that's going on right now.
Yeah,
the victim
you know
mentality.
what?
Yes,
It's not limited. This mentality of humans are bad and they need to be killed except me. Like this isn't exclusive to secular atheism. Like this runs rife through political ideologies, through religious ideologies, even flat Earth. And I mean, I don't want to call them esoteric necessarily, but for example, there's ideas out there like serpent seed doctrine, right? Where there's some humans in the world, and then there's another race that descended from Satan, right? So how do you know one from the other? Well, you just create an arbitrary set of factors that you believe makes them less than human. They're obviously Satan's spawn, therefore they deserve to die, and killing them is actually a good thing.
Yes, I've heard this.
That theme is throughout history, man. That theme has been throughout history in many different forms, but the same theme.
Oh no, I think we lost Mickey.
Oh, I think he just.
Oh no, he just went on mute.
I'm still here. I just went on mute. No,
Yeah, but that theme runs rife. You know, it's like the same with tribalism. Like, you know, I'm part of this tribe, you're part of that tribe, so that means we get to kill you. And in some places it's I'm white and you're dark skinned, therefore we get to kill you. In some places it's I'm darker skinned and you're dark skinned, therefore I get to kill you. You know, from an all black nation. Right? And he came to the United States and he heard some, you know, some American black guys that basically grew up in a relatively peaceful environment talking about all this oppression and all this. And he told them, dude, you don't know crap. You don't know what it's like to walk outside and actually be killed for your skin color. Now, mind you, some people do in America, but the majority don't. You know, he was from a war-torn nation where, you know, tribes against tribes. Like you walk down the street and you're like less black than the other guy, and then they'll want to kill you.
Mm-hmm.
So it runs right through human nature. People moralize themselves and superiorize their ideas, and then they say to themselves, okay, the antithetical idea or antithetical culture is lesser than me, therefore I have the right, the privilege, and even the duty to punish them, subdue them, and even kill them.
Duty seems to be a big part of it. This concept of duty, responsibility.
Yeah, it's part of the reason why I was saying that people have that sense of being a hall monitor for the globe Earth. You know, like they're gonna get a gold star. I always say that if they defend it correctly, or if they're delusional enough with their ideology that they'll convince other people to think as insane as they do. So it's almost they feel like it's a duty they have to be upholding the values of this delusion.
So speaking of duty, this kind of a little bit tangential, but I keep on seeing or hearing about this movement, which, by the way, these people are Globers, and it's called "There Is No Planet B," a play on words of "There is no Plan B." And I find, does anybody else find that really weird that there's this group of people that are saying there's no Planet B? That's slightly counter narrative, counter mainstream ideology, right?
What is the
You haven't heard of this movement?
What are they saying though about that?
Well, literally my own sister has a magnet on her refrigerator that says that there's no Planet B, and the ideology is we have to take care of the world that we live in. It's all about global warming. It's all about improving. It's a global warming thing, to fix our planet and and take care of what we have. So there's like, it's an appealing thing because a lot of people can well, that makes sense, and
Well, they got the people to think about the doomsday clock for the 12-year doomsday clock. We got 12 years, people. Get it right, or else we're gonna go downhill. Like, it's stupid. It's ridiculous.
Well, listen, like any good virus or bacterial pathogens, so they claim once it reaches a certain load, that's when it really damages the host body. In order to keep it low, you have to constantly use antibiotics or antivirals, right, which kill the critters that are doing the naughty things. And those critters are us. So the only way to solve that problem is either to kill us or suppress us or to stop us from procreating, right? All of which deny us our human rights. And keep in mind, the United Nations has a document right there that says in order to stop global warming, the most effective way is depopulation.
Yeah. Like what I'm also pointing out about this whole "there's no planet B," these are people that would actually doubt the validity of Elon Musk and his plans to populate Mars and space. They actually poo-poo that for sake of practicality. They say it's a pipe dream of sorts. It's I don't know. I just think that there seems to be a lot of competing narratives, a lot of anti-creator competing narratives. They're not all on the same page, and I always find that interesting.
Did they kill you all off while I was gone?
No. I'm wondering if anybody has ever noticed that every time I ever post a link regarding any medical claim, I only post links from the NIH.
Cool.
Anyway, I added this thing to my oatmeal this morning, and it tastes like a more dynamic version of matcha, like matcha, but with a lot more developed flavor. Moringa from India. Pretty good though.
Are you guys saying that Thanos was the good guy?
No.
His snap cleansed like 50% of the universe.
No, Thanos was retarded. Okay, instead of using his powers to make more resources, he killed the humans. Think about it.
Yeah, nobody ever thought about the other side, right? He could have just made it bigger.
Exactly.
He could have just made everything more abundant, or if he carried that much power, why wouldn't he make that endless? Like, so they would never run out. Duh.
All he had to do. Listen, here's how much of a hero he could have been. All he had to do was make the Earth 250 times larger. Okay, and reduce the effectiveness of gravity, and then he would have been a hero, because people would be like, yeah, the Earth is just really, really big. It would be a lot flatter and everything, and he would be everybody's hero.
Yeah, people never thought that. He never thought this through, right?
Yeah.
He's like, who did he actually sit down and talk to about this? Because it sounds like a guy's crazy idea that was in a bar one night and was just like, you know what?
Well, as far as I could tell when I watched those movies, I haven't seen all of them, but they seem to commune with spirits in one way or another. So I think that that's where they get their influence. But
Yeah, I think in the comics, Thanos was in love with death.
Yeah. Like a personified version, or just the concept?
Yeah, like a death was the actual whatever death is. It was like a female version,
Okay.
but it was death. Yeah.
Yeah.
He was in love with her.
Makes
So
sense.
it's like a spirit, like you're saying. And then for him to get one of the stones, he had to kill a loved one. Remember? And he had to talk. There was like a spirit. It was kind of like a spirit realm.
So you're telling me that these comics are actually like instruction manuals for like high level Luciferians?
Oh my goodness. Yeah, it goes. I don't know the whole thing, but yeah, they go deep on that stuff.
Yeah, it's nasty. Yeah, I grew up, the only comic book I was reading was in the Hallmark magazine. No, it wasn't called Hallmark magazine. What was it called? Highlights, I think, with Goofus and Gallant. I have a feeling nobody here knows what in the world Goofus and Gallant are. But there was this little comic. I'll post a picture. Everybody loves pictures. Copy. This is the comics I grew up with. They were in a magazine called Highlights.
Goofus bosses his friends.
apparently people have modified them. I didn't even look to read and see if these were modified. No, those, I think both of these are okay.
Gophus takes the last apple. How many apples you have left?
Yeah, those are good examples.
Negative 100? Gophus spreads his things all over. Mommy, I thought this was a children's book. Gophus. Is that how you say it? Gophus? Gophus. Gophus. It sounds like Giorgio. My name is Giorgio.
So what's up with everybody today?
What's up with what?
What's up with whatever, man? What's up with you? What's up with everybody?
Everything is what's up. You know what's up? What's up, rookie?
What's up, bro? The sky, it's been raining like dogs and cats and cows and chickens and sheep and everything, bro. It was raining so hard last night. I got up, I opened the back door, and it was so loud I couldn't hear myself think, bro. It was crazy. I mean,
It
it
was
dumped
raining
probably
that
4
hard?
inches in like an hour. Yeah, it was coming down, bro. It was crazy. I don't think it's ever rained that hard in this town that I've ever remember. I mean, it's been like that back east, like Missouri, where I'm from, but I've never heard the rain come down that hard here.
Bruh.
Now I wish I would have got a recording of it, or at least the sound of it, because it was crazy, bro. Like I said, I don't think I've ever heard it rain that hard here in California ever.
I can think about it. I can, because I lived in the tropics in the Caribbean, and when it rains there, oh my goodness, it's heavy stuff.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's like a monsoon there. Yeah, every time it rains, it's like, 50 feet or something of water, and it washes away everybody's houses and stuff. My garden, I just watered my garden yesterday afternoon because I didn't think it was going to rain much, and then it flooded. My garden's all flooded now. I mean, it'll survive, but it's like, damn, dude, everything's soaked out there.
That's good. You got extra water. Amazing.
Oh yeah, I'm glad for it because we need it. When it comes down that quickly, it can be bad when you got all these dried up places and huge 4-inch gaps in the ground from all that dry and the clay and everything in the ground. It's crazy. So you end up with these flash flood type of things and weird stuff.
How does it rain if we have gravity? Doesn't gravity keeps things to the ground?
Yeah, I always wondered the same thing. And I've also always wondered how a giant rain cloud could be millions of gallons of water and it could all fall in one spot like that. It really can. It's insane. It's really crazy, like how that's possible. Makes me doubt, like that. I mean, it makes me wonder, like how much worse the weather could get, right? Like if it were to be just like unleashed or maybe, seeded the wrong way, it could really get bad and nasty.
Scale.
All right, am I back? Just having
No.
headset problems. No is a good answer to that question.
Yeah, I guess so.
Because the meaning of it will mean I can hear you. So that's what you want to hear.
Yep.
I could have said what?
Yeah, that would suffice.
Hi there, everybody. Have
Hello.
you guys seen the new 2022 Flat Earth documentary, Flatten the Curve? Yeah? Have you seen that? Latest production?
How the heck
No.
are you doing, buddy?
Have you guys watched it?
Heard about it? No, I didn't watch it.
Oh, I'm doing well, man. Thanks.
Thank you.
I didn't watch it. Well, I posted it in there. Yeah, I posted it in there for you in the live stream voice text. It's kicking up a storm, guys. It's kicking up a storm. I've been using it, and they're scared to watch it in the Gem Panda server, in the Awakening Earth Awakening server. You know, the professionals are speaking, and they are still trying to pick fault with the information that's being presented to them.
Are the chains crackling? Are they being scared?
No. Now, are these people credible?
Crack-a-lackin'.
You know, they give you their names, their military units.
I don't know if it's just me, bro, but you're roboting quite a bit.
Yeah, roboting.
Professionals.
But I think
That is one of the
tomorrow
most
is the
frustrating
military.
things.
isn't tomorrow
the military,
isn't
the Air Force. Yeah.
delay.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I've got a bad Wi-Fi today. It's not the first time. Sorry about that. Yeah, go on. Isn't tomorrow what?
Isn't tomorrow the premiere for the next level? I think, or what it's called.
Oh, if that's the case,
Yeah,
Premiere?
22nd
Oh,
April
don't
of
scare
this
me
year
like that.
that we're about to release a new one. The one that's gonna blow major hole in the globe
Yeah.
model.
It's gonna blow up your balloon.
Or tear up a new hole, I guess, if you will.
Yeah, well,
I'm sorry that came out, but it was fun.
You're not aware of that?
But
tomorrow?
Yeah, I
There's
thought
another-
that Mark Sargent was the accelerating upwards guy. Am I wrong on that?
I don't know.
Accelerating upward sky?
No. I thought that Mark Sargent was the one that proposed that Earth was accelerating in an upward fashion at 9.8 meters per second squared.
No. That's what happened
No,
when
no, that is not Mark
he got
Sargent.
duped
Admit
by a
it.
bunch of dumbasses. Excuse me, by a bunch of what do they call them? Discovery Channel.
Dishonest individuals. Yeah.
So Mark Sargent didn't say that?
I don't remember hearing him say it, but I could be wrong. I'm not defending him, but maybe I'm wrong. But I don't remember him saying that. I just remember them.
I thought that Mark Sargent was the de facto leader of the Flat Earth Society. Is that not the case?
Well, not that I
is
know
not
of,
the
but
case. I don't believe that he is the case. Not that I know of.
then again,
I
there's
don't
a
know
lot
him
of
as
things that I wonder about when it comes to like shillness, like who is and who isn't. But then again, everybody thinks somebody's a shill, right?
I don't really concern myself with that at the end.
Neither
of the
do
day.
I.
I'm
It's
looking
like,
at the body of work.
yeah, I try to look at the full body of what they put out. Like somebody makes a mistake, they make a
Yeah,
mistake. I
that's-
mean, how do they deal with the mistake, right? Like,
Yeah.
do they tell people or do they deny it, right?
Right, yeah. Right. If they are indeed skills,
You're cutting out again, bro.
we'll get my wrath later on. But at this point, I'm handing over the trust. I'm trusting them. And their work is good. I'm holding their foot to the fire because this year, I wish Mark Sargent, a happy new year to him and his family, didn't get a response, right? So I contacted him. I said, okay, it's been two ignoring me for some reason. Who are you? And please bear in mind that I'm defending your stupid integrity when people are saying that you're a shill, okay? Don't make me think you're a shill. You don't want to do that.
Right.
And then he
Yeah, by not
immediately
responding or at least not. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I hear you.
So he then immediately replied, and I've got him on notice now. So now he knows I'm on his case. Don't fuck with me. Fuck. I'll be your worst enemy. You will be known as a shield by the time I'm finished, if you are one. So don't do that. Don't do that to me. I'm giving you my integrity, mate. It's in your hands, okay?
Yeah.
All right.
When I first came through, to here, right? When I first started coming here a year back or whatever, I tried to make contact with a few people. Like I talked to what's his name? Witsit, when Witsit had a sidekick, you know what I mean? I made friends with him and I tried getting a hold of Witsit. And I got some positive reinforcement through Witsit. Like he didn't necessarily talk to me directly, but I get messages back, like I get a response. Whereas, like with Mark Sargent and some of them, like I've tried to get involved with stuff like that with them, but they don't seem interested. It's almost like, I don't know, there's just something weird about it. I'm not saying that they're bad people. I'm just saying,
Well, it's
just kind of odd how they don't seem to be open to, open conversation with.
It's like with Christianity, right? You have these pastors with these mega churches and all this crap, right? They to a degree they believe in God, yeah, but as long as it prospers them temporally, right? Not eternally, because they're concerned with making all this money right now. You guys, like that. What's that? Joel Osteen, that character. Characters like that. You guys are like multi-millionaires. Why would they want God? Why would they want Jesus to come? What would be the purpose, right? For them, heaven's right here, right now. So those guys, they might believe to a certain degree, but you could never contact them. Like with Joel Osteen, he would never be as available as Jesus was to like the traditional regular population. So that's
Please
why I
tell
look
me
at
you
these.
don't believe that Joel Osteen is legitimate.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to tell
Okay.
you.
I
If
was
you're
gonna say.
listening, if you're paying attention,
I know.
I'm
I'm sorry.
comparing
I'm sorry.
Osteen to these guys that you guys are talking about. See what I'm saying? They're the same thing. They're in it, but they're not really true believers because they're using it for profit more than likely. More than likely, these guys are using this whole platform for profit. You know,
Right, but
so
don't
you
you
got to be
agree
careful
that if
with
these
that.
people are legit, then the other side is going to do everything they can to try to destroy that, right?
Well, that
So we have
that
to
depends if they're making a
take
living
everything with a
off
grain of salt.
if they're making a living off of their flat Earth platform, then I wouldn't trust them.
Well, no,
Well,
it's
I
not a
agree
crime.
with you on one side of that,
that is.
but I don't think
In
that's
my
necessarily a reason to like throw away someone's ideas.
I agree. I agree.
Yeah, it
I
is.
agree.
If they don't reach out or they don't respond to any of your comments or anything like that, if they don't reach out to the public that supports them, then yes, you have to be wary
Right.
of.
Yeah, I agree with you, like, to an extent. I do. I understand where you're coming from. It's just, I don't know that I would go to that extreme just because of something that seemed like that. You know what I mean? Like, I'm usually
look,
willing to give
because
someone the benefit of the doubt at first to try to see what's going on, right?
yeah, I think flat earthers who are making money from flat earth are perfectly legit to do so. It's not a crime. Remember, there's NASA getting $67 million a day and they give us nothing but lies in return. Okay? So people
Right,
making
but
money
I can
to
relate to where
survive
he's coming
in
from, you know, like,
I'm just
I can
comparing
totally.
it. I'm comparing it to, like, all right, so you have missionary work within Christianity, right?
Yeah,
They're
I know.
getting a stipend. They're not making a profit. You understand? They go there, they spread the word, they preach the gospel. They're living where the other people live. They're living amongst the people. They're not living, above them, looking down.
In an
You know what I'm saying?
ivory tower, so to speak. Yeah,
Right, exactly. That's what I'm saying. So if you have people that are using this as a platform to buy a house and cars and all this crap like that, I mean, you just got to, I don't know, I check somebody, man. I mean, because it's not that type of thing.
If they can make a car and buy a house and buy a car from flat earth, well done. That's what I'm going to say there. They've done well because at the end of the day, the body of work has to be legit in order for them to do that kind of thing, right? So if their work is good and they're making money, fine. Now with Mark Sargent, he complained that he was when I actually pressed him on how comes he didn't reply after I gave him good well wishes to him and his family. He said, "I've been very busy with blah blah." I goes, "Excuse me, so you are busy to say you can't say Happy New Year and good luck? You're too busy to say that." I said, and don't get me. And then he complained, yeah, but you don't seem to contact me a lot. I said, the reason why I don't contact you a lot is because I do understand that you are busy. Okay, that's why I keep my contacts to the minimum, once or twice a year. That's enough. I know how busy you are. Okay, fuck. I just told him about his ass. Do you know what I mean? Because he's trying to be smart. And
of
the
course,
same thing when there was the convention, the question everything convention. People were calling him a shield in, and I put it straight to him. Look, Mark Sargent, people are calling you a shield, and you need to
Yeah, you know
address
what, you're
this.
right about that. He didn't seem to respond to that very well. Yeah, that seemed really odd. But you know what? I mean, the only thing what I'm trying to do is I'm not trying to defend anybody, but you know, like in my first reaction is not going to be to attack a person. It's going to be to go and look at it, right? To take a look at the evidence against him. But you know, maybe what it is that because of the stuff that he's been duped into supposedly saying and all this, and everybody's getting mixed up, maybe he's staying away just to try not to put out the wrong thing, just to get his ass, you know, to get his things in order before he gets out of hand.
All right, well,
But I don't know.
now compare him to the guy that died. What was the guy that died? The Christian guy.
Rob Skiba.
Now,
Skiba. Yeah, Skiba was a good guy.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to get you fuckers to understand. He wasn't out there profiting off this. He was trying to get the fucking word out. It's a difference. That's how you compare him to the true representative. That's a fucking true representative. You understand? That's what you compare him to.
All right, hey,
you have
can
to
I
understand.
ask a favor? Can we not let it go to that level of like f
Well, I'm
bombs
just
and all
saying,
that? We're
it's
doing
just
pretty
like,
good, bro. Let's.
we were until you.
I mean, I
you
get
guys,
your frustration, bro, but
it's not a
let's try to keep
frustration.
it.
It's just it's
I
just logic
detest.
and common sense. It's logic and common sense.
Excuse me. I detest to be called a fucker. I don't call you a fucker. Don't call me a fucker. Okay.
Oh God, stop being sensitive. Stop being sensitive. What the fuck's wrong with you?
No. The man pulled you
All
up
right,
on that.
let's not let feelings ruin ruin the
accept it
conversation.
like the
This is a
big
good
man you
conversation.
are.
Let's not go
Accept it and
downward.
say, yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
Let's
you're
all
right,
be
but
grown ups here.
dude, that's just how I talk, man. If you're gonna fucking get offended by it,
No, we
Okay,
get it. I'm
well,
just asking you if you could
clean
just
it
kind
up
of
a
curb
little
it a
bit.
little. We get you're
Clean it up a
passionate
little
about what
bit,
you believe,
my
bro. We
man.
get.
I'm just
I'm the
saying,
same
dude.
way.
I
I
mean,
get. You know.
just saying, dude. That's just how I talk.
No
You guys
offense
just get
taken
offended,
anyway.
man.
I'm
No
sorry if I'm cutting
offense
you guys
taken
off,
anyway.
but
No
I'm
love
just
lost.
asking if
Okay,
we
my
can just
man. No
mellow it
love
out a little
lost.
bit and keep
No
it
offense
level. You
taken.
know.
Yeah, we're keeping it chill. Okay, and like I said, no love lost, no offense taken. But I do feel
Yeah, all these issues
that
need to be
sometimes
spoken about. I think.
we can be guilty of misjudging people from things that we think are detrimental to flat Earth, and that's fine if you want to take that route. For me, at the moment, I'm still prepared to give Mark Sargent my trust. And like I said, when he abuses that trust, I'm going to come down. I'm going to be coming down on him like an unwanted rash. He'll be very sorry.
Well, I don't really put a lot of trust in people I don't really know and haven't met. You know what I'm saying? But I completely agree with where you're coming from on both sides of that argument. You know, like you're both right about it, I think. But at the same time, there's also other ways to deal with situations like this, and there's ways to find out the truth about it and see where somebody's going. And I agree with you. If somebody's acting sus, then yeah, I mean, it's a natural reaction. Somebody's acting sus, you're going to walk out and, hey, what's going on? Why are you acting sus? But at the same time, you know, like I try to think about what would it be like if I were in his position and I was legitimately just trying to put out the truth and try to protect myself from being, you know, duped by these assholes. And then they keep coming around and doing it to me anyway. And then everybody thinks I'm a shill, and that screws me up, right?
Well, no, you know, my integrity would shine through because you would say that no one's infallible. I did make a mistake. If anyone
Right,
thinks
and
that
him not
I'm bringing
responding that
flat
way,
Earth into
yes, makes him
disrepute,
seem
I
shill. Yeah,
apologize
I
right
get it.
here and now, and my hand is up. That's what you would say, you know. You'd clean that up, of course. You'd clean that up because it's not my intention to bring flat Earth into disrepute, and I'm not putting myself up as the leader of the flat Earth movement either. That's not what I'm about.
Yeah.
These are the things that I would be saying to ensure that people don't get the wrong impression of who I am
Right,
and what
and
I'm
you
about.
also don't want to
So that's
seem like
easily tidied up.
you know, you also don't want to sound like you don't really care about other people's opinions, because if you don't show some respect for other people's opinions and their beliefs, then you know that kind of makes you
Yeah.
shilly too, right? I mean, if you're not willing to respect and hear people out, you know, even if it's a ridiculous argument,
yeah.
you know what I mean? Like, I'm sorry if I'm rambling on.
Well, I mean, sometimes my patience does get worn out, though, and then I am that man where whatever you got to say
Yeah, I get you.
just gone over my head, and I'm coming in with flat earth truth to the stomach instead. Literally, I am that man. So
Yeah. I've popped off a
yeah,
couple of
I do
times
have
this week,
respect for
so
people.
it's hard not
Yeah,
to
there you
get
go.
frustrated when you see crazy things and people reacting in ways that just don't seem logical or reasonable, right?
Yeah.
It's crazy, and it's like, what's going through your mind? You know, you just want to slap somebody upside the head and go, dude, are you okay? You know, like, are you still there? Like,
Yeah.
did you drift off somewhere, bro? Like, I'm sorry, but man, like, I'm having trouble like understanding you, bro.
Yeah. I had two situations this week. One was only a couple of about an hour ago with riding, because I showed them this video flattening the curve, and I started off by saying, "Behold, the latest flat Earth video to destroy the heliocentric model to smithereens until death do you part." Yes, here it comes. We're taking back the flatten the curve. Is to take it back from those idiots who called us anti-blah blahs, remember? And they said they were going to flatten the curve. We're taking it and we're ramming flat earth down your throat. That's what I said. That's how I started, right? And then Riding got offended by that, right? And then he started to say, are the people in the videos credible to you? What do you mean? Are you sure that they were not duped into saying what they said? I said, well, have you watched the video before you come across with that? How disgusting.
Well, yeah. I plan on watching the video because I don't think I've seen this particular version of, you know what I'm saying? But having not seen it yet, I don't want to make any, rash decisions. But at the same time, there's something to say for all the arguments that have been brought up about why, people are suspicious. And I think that it's important that we hear those, especially people that seem aggressive or don't sound like they're necessarily on our side on the issue, because sometimes we forget about things like that, and then we lose arguments over it, right? Because we're not considering the reality of it. So, I mean, I think we all need to speak our voice when we think something like that. But of course, at the same time, there's a way and a proper way to react to it, right?
Yeah, yeah. But Riding knows full well that when I'm in that server of theirs, when they're there, I'm bringing the flat Earth integrity with me, and they know that we don't play silly games. We don't play underhanded. We're not here to deceive. We're talking about being deceived by the heliocentric model. And he's known that. I've destroyed him with it so many times. So for him to
Right,
come
and,
out and say
and if
that,
one of
I
us and
just
if
said
one of
that's
us
disgusting.
does make a mistake and break that rule, that doesn't mean that we're no longer a flat earther or that we're still genuine, right? We all make
That's right.
mistakes, but it's how I respond to that whenever I make that mistake. If I don't go out and say, hey, I fucked up, I'm sorry, or if I don't say, hey, I might be wrong about that, then that's where I break. That's where I'm doing something wrong. You know what I'm saying? It's
Yeah,
okay
your
for me to
integrity
have
is
that
being called
feeling,
into question.
but once I realize that I've offended or I'm wrong, then it's natural for me to say, hey, you know what? Hey, what's going on here? I made a mistake or something's not right. Let's figure it out.
Yeah, you just dropped the F bomb.
Yeah.
You see, you be careful, right? See what I'm saying? Don't call people out if you're gonna do
Yeah,
the same shit.
I'm not dropping F bombs.
No, you're right. I did. I slipped. My bad. I mean, like I said, I'm not perfect, and I never claim to be, but I
I'm
try.
trying to keep my F bombs smooth moments.
You're right. You got me on that.
All right. Well, seeing as how it's so popular for everybody to always say, I'm not perfect, like this is something that a lot of people say all of the time. I'm going to go ahead and say that for the last 23 years, I've never publicly cussed.
Wow.
So
that is a statement.
it's not
That
necessarily
is a statement, sir.
perfection by any means, but yeah.
Well, that is the zen of patience, I must say.
You're right. You know what? when it comes to that,
Woo! Didn't say
I
that.
don't have a lot of patience, and that's one of my greatest
I know.
weaknesses.
I'm being rookie. I'm just being facetious.
No, I'm glad you're saying it. No, I know, but you're right though, because there's something to say for that. But that's what an honest person does, right? They look at it with an open mind, because it's not going to hurt my feelings if you're right about that, right?
I always chuckle when people say I'm not perfect, because good grief, that's the default. That's the default. Not being perfect is the default. So anybody that claims to be perfect is a narcissist and is also not perfect. I'm not claiming perfection in regards to my language but more importantly, forget the words that come out of my mouth. What's more important is what's in my heart, right? And that's why I qualified my statement. I've certainly had some ill will towards others. Maybe in traffic situations on the road where somebody is threatening my life or whatever the case. I haven't always had the purest of thoughts, and the content of my heart hasn't always been perfectly pure by any means. But I just figured I'd facetiously say, well, in this specific way, perfect. I just think it's funny because again, not being perfect is the default. And when people say, oh, I'm not perfect, it's like, thank you for telling us that you're not perfect, because gosh, I definitely thought that you might be. I'm just sorry.
Well, I don't want someone to think I don't want to sound prudish either. Like I really do have a bad problem with cursing. I do. And I do try very hard not to. And if you were to hear me when I'm not on the line, you would hear me cuss even more than I do already, right?
Here's the thing.
I truly am trying to focus on it.
Context really matters. And there is a big difference between unfavorable and crass language and actual cursing. And what I mean by actual cursing is when you actually are invoking some type of quote unquote spell where you are wishing evil on another person, and that's an actual curse. Now, most people don't curse in that way. They just use unfavorable or language that's not good for mixed company or in front of children or whatever. But actual cursing is like the letters F-U, for instance. That is a curse. That's a wishing of evil on another person, which is a lot different than calling someone a name. Maybe. There are cases when you can call someone a name and you're actually cursing them because you're wishing that thing to be part of who they are. But anyway, language and crassness and cursing, these concepts, they're important. I think context matters in all that regard.
Absolutely, I agree.
And there's a dude, Barricade Garage, who I really like to watch, who uses a lot of cuss words, as they're called, but he's just not a dude that would ever curse anyone.
Right.
I see. Yeah, that's
He's
interesting.
he's a really upstanding, excellent guy. He wouldn't curse anyone.
Hey,
But
here's one thing.
he
Do you
cusses
guys
all the time.
anybody ever listen to Bill Burr's podcast?
Bill Burr?
Bill Burr.
Yeah,
I think
his
I've seen
podcast.
one. I think I've seen one of them.
I mean, you guys watch comedians all the time. They curse. They do everything. They call each other names, all kinds of crap, and they don't get offended. They don't get all sensitive because that's just talk. We're all here. We're all family. Getting offended by words is a problem in this world. You know what I'm saying? That's an issue. You know,
That's why I'm trying to clarify the difference between crass language or unpleasant language or abrasive language and actual curses.
Right. Yeah, I agree. I agree with you on that side. Yeah, there's a big difference.
Yeah, I agree with that.
The intent is where it's at. It's like if your intent is to hurt me or physically like injure me in some emotional way, then I consider that an offensive thing, right? But if you're just saying words and cussing words while you're talking to me, I don't necessarily take that as offensive. But I agree that some people don't like the sound of those words, and we're on a live stream and we broadcast to a lot of people, including children that listen, so I get it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that, we should be able to curse all the time because,
I don't think many kids are listening to this, but I think if you say to
But
somebody,
I'm aware that kids.
Yeah, dude, don't try that. Come on, bro. Do you know what the kind of content that's on YouTube and you're talking about cursing? The fuck?
Yeah.
Come on, bro. Seriously, dude.
Well,
Oh no, I
to
agree
be-
with that. You know what I'm saying? There's a time and a place for it, I guess.
To-
I guess
to
it's
be a-
just dropping. It seems like everybody seems to be getting
It's
really
just
embracing
in my case, it's when you said you fuckers, and then we don't know how to discern or whatever. Do you remember? Right. That's the what I thought. Hang on a second. Yeah.
And that's my point exactly. That's my point exactly. Everybody got their feelings hurt when I said that, and that's when I'm like, what the hell's wrong with you guys? I talk like this all the time.
Well, because we know what I'm talking about.
No, you
I
obviously.
think what it is we
because I
all
was
have little
triggered.
triggers, and sometimes we let them get
Yeah,
the best
everyone's
of us,
triggered, but yes, I'm saying, but just acknowledge it. When I get triggered, dude, I go off for a minute, then I come back and I'm like,
live wire, man.
I come back,
live wire.
I come back and I apologize. You know what I'm saying? Because I know I can get sensitive too, but you just can't live in that world. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I mean,
No,
yeah,
well, I
you got
don't
something to say for what you're
usually.
saying.
But if I think something's a bit over sensitive, I'm just going to say, hang on a second, I'm not a fucker. Excuse me. You know what I mean?
So why don't we
And I do
apply
know how
this
to
to?
discern.
Why don't we apply what this particular this topic to sharing with people about flat Earth? Because I think this is profound. Well, I shouldn't say profound because everybody's getting sick of that, sure. But I think it's important that we think about all these things that we're talking about, and our angles and our feelings that are strong in one or another. Think about how that affects our conversations with people who come on here to ask us questions, and the way we respond to them, and the way we question them, and feed them information. Right? Yeah. Like I think there's something here we can learn from all this, right? Rather than it just being something to irritate us, maybe we should all realize, hey, maybe there's really something to this, and maybe we should all really consider that maybe the F-bombs aren't really necessary, but at the same time, if it's needed in a conversation to get someone to listen to me or pay attention, or to even strike a little bit of anger in their heart so that they come back and listen to what I'm saying, I'm going to do that, right? You got what I'm saying? But it's not necessarily right.
Yes,
You're
in
right.
the correct measure at the right time. The correct measure at the right time, yes. I try to refrain from using F-bombs when somebody is new and I'm trying to get across the flat earth to them. The F-bombs have no place. But if the individual is acting in such a way where he or she is throwing F-bombs at me, then I may reply one or two. I'm not going to drown them with F-bombs. I'm just
I'm going to contour it to try. Yeah,
we don't need to go there. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to respond to their direct responses.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Just slightly. I'm not going to
move on.
overkill it. I'm just going to remind them that we don't need to go in the F-bomb world.
I think the dead horse. The dead horse is ground meat now, guys. The dead horse.
Yeah, we're
is now
beating the horse. The
ground.
horse is
Yeah,
dead.
it's split. Yes.
Yeah, turning into minced
Even though the
meat.
horse is
How about that
dead, it's
curvature,
never gonna
guys?
run, I understand, but it might be.
All right. So there's apparently these two different films, Flatten the Curve and The Next Level, both in the same year, around the same time.
Yes.
Yeah, the next level is
And then
tomorrow.
there's just level, right?
Yeah.
Isn't there
The
one
next
just called
level
level?
Thank you very much for the heads up on that.
Yo, is it free?
Yeah. I was thinking maybe we can watch it tomorrow in the cinema. Maybe we'll see. I don't know. Grab some.
I'd be down if you guys. If somebody wants to
let's
set that up, I'll come in.
Watch it together. Yeah.
I'd want to watch it.
Yeah, I will love that.
Yeah, but that's going to be. I'm loving all this next level stuff, flattening the curve, taking it out of their mouths, insulting us.
Well, speaking of
last 2 years with it.
I think we need to start some kind of a campaign where we're like, show us the curve or show us the evidence, to try to like push the whole idea of just show us the evidence so we can stop arguing about it. Like, let's end this argument and this debate. Show us the proof. Bring it out and, release the damn documents. Let's get it over with. Maybe if we push that and people start seeing how how intelligent that argument really is, maybe people will start to see, hey, wait a minute, why in the hell aren't they doing that? Like, wouldn't it just be easier to just present their damn evidence and we'd be done with all this argument crap, right? That's what I mean. Is like it's profound that no one notices that. Like,
but
on
instead,
both sides
we
of it,
can
everybody's
present them with
confused.
documents.
All right. Well, let me give you an example, Rookie. Are you aware of the People's Convoy?
People's Convoy. You talking about this truck driving thing?
Yeah.
I'm aware of it, yeah, but do I know any? Have I seen any or witnessed any of it? No, not really. Heard people talk about it.
Okay. I've been following what they've been doing for since it started pretty much, and you've got hundreds and hundreds of people participating in that, and guess how aware people are of that thing that's a noble effort.
Right. You're right, and it doesn't get advertised at all. You're right.
Because
you're probably the first person to bring it up in the last 2 weeks.
Because the people with the loudest microphones, the quote unquote mainstream media, they're the ones that shape public awareness.
Yeah, and that video that somebody played, I don't know where it came from or how old it was, about the news talking about how this is becoming a problem with flat earthers believing it's flat. That to me, that's just like a direct attack. That's directly like, you know what I mean? I know that I'm not going to respond to it, but I'm saying I can.
I'll give you another example.
They're talking to.
It's knowledge.
We've gotten notice.
It's mainstream knowledge. Well, it's mainstream knowledge. It's knowledge. It's a fact that the Tigray War has been going on, that the Tigray War has had far more deaths actively, like right now, people are dying in the Tigray War, way more hardship, way more pain, way more suffering. The numbers are greater. It's a sad thing, but it's in Ethiopia and not the Ukraine. And regardless of the fact that there are people that are aware of it, and you can look it up right now, Tigray, I believe, unless it's an E. I think it's a Y. Let me double check. No, it's RAY. Yeah, it's Tigray. You can look it up right now. Okay. See how many tens of thousands of people have died. I think it's 120,000 people in the last 22 months or something like that. That's a lot of people.
Yeah,
a lot of
Wikipedia is like 100K.
Yeah. So that's happening. But again, who's in charge of getting the message out there? So here's my other point, and then I'll shut up on this topic. But memes and alternative media from Awaken with JP to whomever, okay, to the different alternative, Brandon Tatum, Anthony Brian Logan, whoever it is, the alternative guys, right? Salty Army, whoever these different people are that are allegedly bringing you alternative news, even if they are, which they most of the cases are not, they're really just chewing up and regurgitating the same mainstream media and just feeding you back already chewed nonsense. Okay, most of them are just doing that. But even if they were giving you intelligible, actual news of what's actually happening, big picture, small picture, it's not good enough. It hasn't been good enough. And these powers aren't what's the right word for this? Manual. Okay, so all these things that I'm referring to are not accomplished manually. They're accomplished automatically and algorithmically.
Mm-hmm.
So
you got a point.
You can't even necessarily point to a person anymore or a group of people anymore and blame them exclusively, because
that's how they set it up too.
I mean, certain people set it up, yeah, but these things are now being accomplished
Crafty sons of what
automatically, and nobody can point fingers at anybody because now it's systemic, actually
and it's
systemic.
plausible deniability when they work it like that. Yeah, you're right.
Yep.
And that should ring a bell in your mind that if this is really happening, if that's really there, if you see evidence of that, then you know darn good and well that they're being deceptive. And any kind of deception at all means they're lying to you. And if you think that they're going to tell you all truth except for this one little lie, then I don't know, I guess maybe I should be selling you some bridges or something. You know what I mean? I mean, I hate to sound like I'm insulting someone, but it's like you have to really take a look at this and think about it logically and then have a reaction to it. If you don't really look at it right, then you're just reacting to what? Your idea of what we're talking about, right?
Yeah.
That's right, yeah. And then you go off half-cocked,
the devil
as
is
they
in
say,
the
excuse the
details.
expression.
So I said all that in response to your idea about activism, and I don't want to discourage people from trying to spread the truth. On the other hand, it's my opinion that is not able to be done in one fell swoop on the big scale.
Yeah, it's way more complicated. Yeah, I agree.
It's able to be done though.
It has to be done. It's a long-term
It's been
endeavor, and that's
hundreds
fine.
of years of deception.
Yeah.
Though. Like, what's able to be done now? Right? Is it clearly not working? Like, it's hundreds of years of deception. It could go for another.
No, it's working. It's actually working. It's actually working. Don't worry. It's
but it does kind of feel like you're trying to cut a watermelon with a
Japanese,
chainsaw.
Are they hiding?
According to a Japanese English textbook that they use in university, they looked at the anti-jabbers and the flat earthers. Okay, this is the topic matter for exercise. And at the end of the article with the flat earthers, it said more and more people are becoming flat earthers at the very end. Brilliant. I thought, well, that's an honest answer there. Okay? More and more people are becoming flat earthers. So it's definitely working. In a Japanese university English textbook. Okay? Japan. Yeah. There you go. It's definitely working. That's for sure. Yeah, we had 3 books published last year in Japan. Yeah, 3 new books in Japan published. But Flat Earth Banjo introduced Flat Earth to the Aichi Prefecture. 2 people were motivated to go to produce books immediately. And then Flat Earth Banjo produced his book with the 16 emergency flights that prove Flat Earth. So 3 books published last year. This year began with, in Brazil, 50,000 new flat earthers in Brazil, according to Flat Earth Banjo and his colleagues. Okay? So it's definitely working. No doubt about it. more and more people. We're moving rapidly towards that tipping point. I love it. And
Yeah, but
as I
right
was
now,
trying
like
to
it's
say earlier, I've joined this is just a little bit about 9/11. They've got a chat room. It's called Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth. I joined the chat room. There was an individual there who said he was a gunnery sergeant, saying that Donald Trump had put the perpetrators of that crime and they've paid the price. Some are killed and they've been punished.
Oh, yeah, well.
Right?
That may
But I
be
said that's
poison
not true.
gravy.
Yeah, hang on a second. I said that's not true. I said that can't be true. Where's your evidence on that? And he couldn't provide any. He just said
Yeah.
it's confidential. I said I don't believe that BS, mate. I'm sorry. That's just I can't believe that. But
Yeah.
anyway, what I'd like you to do though, and I posted the systematic cosmology video, okay, and the history of the flat Earth. He then started complaining that this is a 9/11 channel, not a flat Earth one. I said, excuse me, the 9/11 event happened on a flat Earth, mate. That's what happened on this flat Earth. So please look into it. And then yesterday I posted this flattening the curve because it's come from the military. So I said, if you're in the military, here are your colleagues trying to help you. Okay, watch it. Thank you. He's since been quiet since that. Haven't heard much from him since. Lovely. Yeah, it's been good. I had to actually post a few other materials relating to how the American government has not been forthcoming in compensation for the injuries caused by the wars that they went into. Okay, I don't know if he was aware of that, but I had to post it for him to let him understand that. I understand fully what's going on. 9/11 happened on a flat Earth, and you need to get into the flat Earth to understand what's going on around you, really. And yeah,
It's like it's the mother of all conspiracies. It's the biggest deception ever.
Right.
Going on for like
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And
what did you figure
I
out?
wrote in there to him, and
What did you
I
figure
wrote to
out?
him, I'm not. You're right. I finished off by saying I am not being disrespectful to those who died because the registration of my car is 911 in respect to those who died and who have since died from that event. That is how I respect them. I'm never going to sell the car. It's not going anywhere. I'm going to keep it. It's enshrined to them. It's the best I can do. Okay? And I'm here in Japan. All right. Thanks. Good luck. Watch the flat Earth video. Meanwhile, wake up.
So when did you wake up? When did you wake up?
Well, I woke up as a child. Slavery woke me up first as a child back in the 60s when my dad showed me some slavery books. Okay, late 60s, early 70s, I'm reading books on slavery. And then we went to Nigeria. So that was my first rude awakening. That explained why I was having some fights with white boys in the elementary school. I couldn't understand why they were attacking me, but I had to keep defending, same through secondary education. But with the flat earth thing, 2015, okay, that was when I actually woke up to the flat earth thing because I've been doing all the other researches, 9/11s, JFKs, moon landing hoax, Mars landing hoax, all of that stuff, everything, fluoride deception and everything else. And then 2015, it was offered up. It was being 2014, sorry, it was being recommended. And I said, well, what idiots posting this stuff? The Earth's not flat. What's stupidity? So I ignored it in 2014, but I clicked on it in 2015. And it was the Mark Sargent's, flat Earth clues. And I said, let me see what they've got for a laugh. And I wasn't laughing at all. In fact, I felt a right dick, a prick, very, very inadequate in discerning because I'd had all the clues through my military training and I'd missed it. So I felt very silly and I learned. That's how I woke up to the flat Earth. Okay, 2015.
I woke up this year, man.
Oh well, welcome, sir. Great. Can you tell me how it happened for you, please?
I was watching a podcast with Alex Jones. I was watching Alex Jones, Eddie Bravo. Then he was talking to his friend Eric Dubay. Then I started watching his content, the documentary level, and then I looked into the physics of water, like staying leveled. Did put water in a container. Then I learned that it always stays level no matter what. And And I learned about relative density, the reason why things rise and fall, and why you don't need gravity. It just really made sense, more sense than spinning 1,000 miles per hour and rotating, and spinning with the sun as well, orbiting the sun, and the sun is moving fast as well. We don't feel any motion. It's crazy.
Yeah.
And
Well,
I saw the horizon, and I learned about how the law of perspective works, and it makes more sense.
Yeah. Well, towards the end of my secondary education, I discovered that gravity wasn't real. It was a theory, the theory of gravity. And when I read those words, I thought, oh, so it's a theory. It's not real. I mean, what's going on? Why is everybody acting like it's real, you see? Okay. So even though I actually discovered that it wasn't a real thing, kind of, okay, I still carried on believing it because everybody else believed it. That's what I did. I actually went into that mode. And I was only 18, 17, 18 at the time, 18. Okay. And I thought, I can't believe that I'm doing this. I can't believe that I'm actually.
I learned about all that shit like this year, but I've been researching about 9/11 shit since I was 16. I'm 19 now. I was making fun of flat earthers. I just could never be convinced by them, but I had to convince my own self and learn about it. Like there's nobody that could have convinced me. I had to look into it myself.
Exactly.
It's so crazy.
I'm happy for you. Because I was 53 before I woke up to the flat earth, even though I'd uploaded all of nature's clues, because I've spent 3 years in the Army Cadets, 2 years in the Royal Engineers, and that opens you up to the environment. You're out in the environment. That's what the military is all about. Okay. And I'd uploaded a lot of clues, but I hadn't joined the dots. So when I watched Mark Sargent's video, and then straight afterwards, I watched Dave Murphy, Greatest Lie Ever Told, Biggest Lie Ever Told, Eric Dubé, ODD, Generism, Celebrate Truth. By the time I'd watched that, and I'm sure there's one more that I've missed there, that block set binge watch non-stop, I went straight upstairs to the kids and said, "Oi, okay, sit down, pay attention." And I explained to them about the flat earth, and they were like blown away themselves. So you at 19 learning is great. I learned at 53. So I've been saying to people.
I'm sure if you had this technology we have right now, that like we're in the age of information. Like you can get anybody can get this information. It's open. It's just that they give you the.
Yeah, you see, I took the information from my childhood days, elementary school, okay, and I took it on trust. And then as you're going through your education, it's being reinforced through your education. It's being enforced out in the media, movies, culture, music. It's everywhere, the globe. It's ubiquitous. It's everywhere. So you take it on trust. And like me, when you hear that they found a new Earth-like planet out in their galaxy, so you think, oh, well done, nice. So it's possible life then, because I was interested, but I was allowing them to tell me what they had found. And I'm trusting them. I handed over my trust. But then, 2015, I felt a right dickhead, didn't I? Because I should not have handed over my trust to them. I shouldn't have been lazy. I should have done the research. Because look at you. You're laughing at the flat earth last year, 2014. Now look at you. You fool. That's what I'm talking to myself. I'm calling myself a fool because I had been a fool. You see?
I'm like that. I was like that right now. Like I was making fun of flat earthers. The whole concept. I'm like, damn. I'm stupid as hell.
Yeah, that's exactly how I felt completely. Because in Nigeria, when I went to Nigeria in 1970-71, NASA had gone to the moon already several times, okay? And that was the first time I heard about flat Earth in Nigeria. I was born in England, 1961, okay? And now it's 1971. 10 years later, I'm in Nigeria. Let's say 1970 in Nigeria with my brothers. And I'm at school, and we have Copernicus, Columbus, and Galileo arguing about the shape of the Earth, whether it's flat or not, in the textbook. And then there's this black and white line drawing of a ship going over the edge of the flat Earth. And when I saw that, I said, yeah. And I said immediately, I said, yeah, how stupid that would be if the Earth was flat. That's ridiculous. Bearing in mind, they've just gone to the moon, yeah? Okay, so that's fresh in my mind. Yeah, I watched it live in England. Okay, so that's well and truly fresh in my mind. So when I saw the ship that galvanized the idea that the Earth is not flat, seared, that was seared in my brain from that image. So I carried that. So I switched off. Obviously, the Earth flat just left me. But during the 70s, Charles Johnson from the Flat Earth Research Society was being busy promoting Flat Earth. And I vaguely remember this character shouting about Flat Earth whilst I was playing with my Scalextrics and my Neil Armstrong astronauts in a astronaut action man thing. Okay, it was there on the TV. I do vaguely remember this character through the 70s, Flat Earth, but I didn't really. It went through one ear and out the other. I was distracted. Okay, but I do remember this man pushing Flat Earth in the 70s as well. So it was always there, and I also remember an actual tobacco advert. The tobacco brand is called Hamlet or Slim Panatellas, and it's a ship. The guy in the crow's nest says, "Captain, it's the end of the world," and then the ship falls over the edge. Look at that, and that was in the early 80s. That advert I've just described to you. Okay, so you can see where it's being reinforced that the Earth is not a ball. Sorry, not a flat Earth. The Earth is a ball all the time, being forced. So that's why it's easy for me to have fallen into that trap quite easily. You see. Sorry to have gone on there, but that's what happened to me anyway.
Yeah, like here, like people are indoctrinated from birth, like in pre-K to like when they finish high school, it's all stuck in their head, so it's gonna be very hard. Very hard to get rid of that.
But you know what, though? That's not what I found. I found it quite easily to reach the kids because they're busy uploading, you see. So, for example, here in Japan, I was invited to teach at 3 elementary schools, 2 junior high schools, and 1 high school, okay? I had the opportunity, 2 high schools. I had the opportunity to go up and teach English here at these places, okay? And you know what I did? In the elementary school kids, I asked them to draw the seaside scene. Okay, we're talking about 3rd graders, 4th graders, 5th graders, 6th graders. Okay, and so I said, make sure you draw the beach and the seagulls in the air, ships on the sea and all that. Okay, every single one of those kids drew a leveled horizon. Jin Sensei, on the other hand, on the green board, because they have these green boards, not blackboards, but green boards, I drew a curved horizon, okay, deliberately curved horizon, and all the kids were giggling and laughing. They said I was wrong, even the teacher. I said, why am I wrong? He said, it's not curved, the horizon. I said, are you sure? Because we live on a globe, don't we? And that's as far as I went with it. And then you know what? They went quiet. Some of them had their heads cocked to one side. This is, we're talking 3rd grade, 4th grade, 5th grade, 6th graders, okay? And they demonstrated that head to the side thing where they were thinking about it. And then I said, yeah, you're right, I'm wrong, and I rubbed mine out. You see that? But they all drew leveled horizon, including the teacher. And there we have it. So they've never seen the curved Earth, ever, is what I proved. Yeah, I loved it.
Interesting. Like they can't prove that the Earth's curvature. They can't prove it.
Yeah.
To rely on, they have to have faith on science.
Well, you can't prove something that's already been falsified either. That doesn't even make sense.
No, you can't even falsify.
But yes, you can falsify the curvature claim, and that's what has been done. So you can't prove something that's already been falsified. There's nothing to prove.
Yeah, you're right.
That's correct. It's a given. Basically, what my man is saying is that it's a given that the Earth is a globe. You see, from a viewpoint of those who have been indoctrinated, it's a given, even though they haven't checked it. It's a given. And I've absolutely enjoyed on this server, going back from like 2 years back, 3 years back, where people have asked, they've been asked for their proof, and it's silence. And
but what would you say? What would you say if they said like, why would all these officials use all this money just to lie? Why would they lie? What would you say about that?
Well, it's a question that involves a couple of assumptions. They're not using money to lie.
Not just money, like these they're using all the resources, all the resources, the system, all these equations, all these hard work. They think that that's hard work and stuff like that. All these years just to lie to people.
No, that's not what they're doing.
What are they doing then?
Yeah, to claim that they're just sitting there doing this stuff in order to lie is a false conceptualization of what they're doing.
They're deceiving the masses, like.
No, well, yes, but not necessarily on purpose.
Not on purpose?
Yeah.
So is it just us individuals? Like, it's no one else is deceiving. Like, there's no higher ranked person like deceiving.
What I mean by that is people do things for different reasons, and there are people that do things under the illusion that it's a fun or good thing, for instance, right? Some people do things for entertainment. Now, depending on your perspective, this thing of entertainment, just pick one. One person may say, yes, I like that. I enjoy that. That's fun. Another person may look at that thing and go, that thing is destructive. It's destructive individually, and it's destructive collectively. It is a destructive activity, and there's no redeeming value or quality to it except for the illusion of pleasure. So once you have a bigger picture understanding of a thing, that doesn't, just because you understand it, doesn't mean that the people that are partaking in the thing, whatever that thing may be, know that it is evil. They are just doing the thing that they think is good. You follow my analogy?
Are you saying like the people that's getting, the people that feel like they're choosing for us, are having the illusion of understanding that it's good, then the people they're doing this to is having the illusion of understanding, like pleasure, like it's correct and stuff.
So I was trying to give an analogy, and I tried to pick really generic, agreeable analogies. But in this instance, you're talking about, let's say, for instance, somebody that's creating images of space, the artist, like a Robert Simmons type character. They don't think that they're giving you a fairy tale.
Oh.
Okay.
What do they think?
They think that they are giving you what they believe to be real in the most beautiful manner they possibly can, given their talents and their alleged interpretation of data. When they take a 3 or 4 pixel data set, there's this data set of information, and they reappropriate that data set into imagery and CGI, they do not believe that they're deceiving anyone. They believe that they're giving you the closest representation of what they believe to be real, for instance.
Like, what about fisheye lens? Like, these people know
that's
that
not
this
what I'm
doesn't.
talking about. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm just talking about pictures of space. Okay?
No, but like, what if they're lying and like these
They're
pictures?
not, though. That's the point. It's not.
They are. One of them have to know that it's a lie. The fisheye
No,
lens.
you're not
shows
understanding. You're not understanding what I'm trying
Are you
to tell
saying
you.
people that use that take these pictures with fisheye lens?
I'm
they
not
don't
talking
know.
about fisheye lenses. I'm
I know
talking
you're not.
about
I know you're not. But I'm just
graphics
saying.
of
I know you're
outer space. Like, for instance, the graphics involving black holes. They're all fabricated. They're all fake. They do not think of it as fake. They do not think of it as a lie. They are making these images under the impression that they are opening people's mind up to a new idea and demonstrating the closest representation of what they believe to be real. They're not actively lying in the classical sense. Yes, it's deceptive. Yes, it is fake. Yes, it is a lie. But that's not the actual intention of the person doing the thing. So this whole question of, well, how could all these people be lying? is actually an assumptive question that's not accurate.
I get it now. They're not lying, but they're if this
Just
is what they
because
believe in.
just because
That's
yes, just because yeah, exactly. Just because somebody says a thing that's not true doesn't mean that they're a liar. You can be wrong.
That's
You
a
can
very
be
good point. I'm glad you
sincerely
mentioned
wrong.
somewhat. There's people that intentionally lie though, and they could be hard.
Yes, and
it.
those,
Usually they show themselves.
but those are reduced down to a very short list of people. For instance, that would be the people that claim to have gone to the moon, for instance. That would be an example. So it would be unreasonable to expect that any of the people who allegedly walked on the moon believe that they walked on the moon, though they didn't. It would be unreasonable to think that the people that were in charge of them were so good at what they did that they actually convinced grown adults into believing that they were on the moon when they actually weren't. So it's reasonable to conclude that the people who claim that they walked on the moon actually believe that they walked on the moon. Therefore, they know they're lying. And they're doing that lie because possibly, maybe not necessarily, but possibly they are doing this lie for for the country, for the integrity of the nation and the world. And they're not just doing it for the nation, they're not just doing it for the world, they're doing it for each and every boy and girl, man and woman in the whole world. They're doing it for each and every person that has a dream that human beings can do a great thing, and they're keeping that dream alive because through that dream greater things will come. Do you understand how lies work? You understand that they're not always like with the intention of harm and evil, that sometimes people lie because they think that they're doing the right thing?
I understand that part, but there's also the opposite.
What?
There's an opposite to that part, right? And that could be possible with these people. They could be like evil people that
They
intentionally
could
lie
be.
and be
I
harmful.
personally think it's the first one, though. And
Yeah,
I could be wrong, but I truly think that the vast majority of the people that actually are lying think that they're lying
I
for
agree
the
with that.
greater good.
I agree with that. Yeah, I agree with that. Most of are the majority are just lying. They're not lying, but like this is what they believe. This is what they. It's like the mainstream beliefs. There's no way like they can like leave it. I feel like the pressure of this idea and belief, and if you question it, like what happened to me? If I question this in school or anything, I couldn't. I never questioned the globe Earth because like there would be no reason to because it's all true. Like this is what everybody believes in, and there'd be no reason for like the whole thing to be a lie because there's all these equations and science they teach us. They can't be lying. That's what I thought. I didn't think that, I don't believe they're all evil. I just think that they didn't look into it. They didn't question it.
Well, and here's the thing: they might all be evil, but it isn't necessary for them to.
It's just too much.
There's more than one way to explain why people lie. Is my point, and it's not.
I get that part.
Yeah.
It's just that like there's how did we come to this? Like how did we come to this part? How did we all get duped like this? Like
Well, there's different answers to that question, but there seems to be a common thread throughout history where people want to elevate things, also known as creation. You know, the things that are part of our creation. People want to elevate that over the one who made those things. And we are one of those things that was made. And people want to elevate this thing that we are over the one who made it. And this common theme of elevating the created things over the one who made them all, that's the common theme. That is the common denominator of all problems. My opinion.
He's saying basically not to like elevate the creator, the source. You should elevate the creator, like the source, not the creation.
That is my opinion, yes.
Yeah, I agree with that. Because they want you to believe that you're on a spinning ball, and that the sun is 93 million miles away, and it's so big that it's moving as well fast through the galaxy, and then the galaxy is just small, and there's other galaxies that I don't know how much, but there's a lot, and then the galaxies in the universe, and the universe is bigger, and there's bigger suns, and there's bigger suns than that, there's bigger suns than that, and then the Darwins, they need Darwin evolution to show like you're just you came from a monkey or useless. You came here by chance. And dinosaurs, they need that to show you the numbers. Like it's just so big. Like they want you to show you like you just came here by chance. They don't want to show there's intelligent design in everything you see in this plane we live in. It's intelligent design, and they want to cancel that out and show you like just you just came here by chance and there's no purpose in you didn't come here for an objective purpose for your life.
Yeah. All those things that you just mentioned definitely point your attention towards the created things and away from the creator of those things.
I'm Muslim, so I understand like God created everything. Like I have rational reason to believe in it. Like some of these people just believe, they don't want to question it.
Well, at the least, something or someone put us here, right? At the least.
Yeah.
There's no such thing as a cosmic
And
accident.
also,
this universe, it didn't need to be, it just came. It was possible, but it's not impossible. It didn't need to be, the color red could have been green, could have been like this. It's the contingency argument. That's one reason, like God exists. The cosmological argument is one reason as well. Is that it's just intelligent design in this. You can't just come here by chance, like from nothing. It's impossible. You don't see that in nature. Is that right? Never see anything come from nothing. Everything that has a beginning, that was caused, that has a cause.
That's right. You're absolutely right. That's excellent what you said there, because that is a very good point. To tidy up the thing, because you did ask an important question about the lie, and I think it still needs to be tidied up a little bit more, and that is that lie is being used to control the masses. That's without a doubt. It's clear evidence of this. It's
from
evidence.
what? From what? Control from what? I don't understand.
No, they're controlling us. We are slaves. So they're keeping us under control so that we don't know the truth of our environment, removing us away from the Creator's creation, for example, and putting us into this, what they call the metaverse that's coming up now. Okay, everything that's man-made is superior to what the Creator made. Yeah, that's true. That's what it's all about. Yeah, control. They're taxing our asses. They're creating wars that we pay for. We pay for the weapons. We die with the weapons in our hands. That's how stupid it is. Do you understand? So at this age you are now, you're learning that the system you live in is not working for you. So how do you do that? You have to wake up everybody else to effect a positive change where we remove guns, wars are over, and we're living in peace. That is definitely possible. It's definitely. We haven't begun to live properly yet on this earth. It might be this generation, your generation might be the one that will bring that about. But that's why it's important to get the young first to understand that we're not spinning, it's a level plane. Then yes, politics, it's crap. It's being used to create wars that needn't happen. We pay for them, we die. That has to stop. That requires courage for the revolution. You need to stand up. That's what that's all about. That's where I come from. Okay, that's what I'm all about. I want that change. Okay.
I'm curious in Antarctica. I feel like what's beyond Antarctica? Like why are they?
Me
how was
too.
the Antarctic
I'm
treaty
very
made?
curious.
I'm very
So
curious
am I.
too, man.
I'm very curious.
What if there's like more continents, and the reason why they aren't telling us and letting us explore beyond that one point, like they only allow tourists and scientists to go to, like There's more resources and continents, so like we don't have to be stuck in the system. So they make us stuck here while they get to explore and shit.
Whilst they slave you, and you just on a treadmill that you seem to think that you can't get off of, but you can. You've got to stand up. And that's for the curiosity thing with the Antarctica. I'm with you on that one. I'd love to go there. We have the technology, we have the equipment. It is definitely possible to go to that region, and you plan the logistics well. Of course, it's lots of money, but then we have the military that's being wasted, and the air force, the naval forces as well. So it's a lot of, and then the space budget that's wasting money. So look, we have the capabilities of definitely knowing what we're on. We're being corralled and stopped from doing that. Okay, that's why the revolution is so important. That is why the revolution has already begun. Flat Earth revolution. I've been saying it since 2015. Since the day I became a flat earther, I've been saying, roll on the flat Earth revolution, because that's what it is. It's a revolution, whether you like it or not. We're now waking up, and I love it. The numbers are increasing, so it started. Getting people to think like me, and we're going to go a long way. I guarantee you.
Like when I try to tell this to people, like some grown adults, they start acting like, you know, those kids that just cover their ears, be like nah. They're getting annoying. Yeah. That I've seen grown adults do that when I mention flat Earth or give them reasons and explanations. They cover their ears or just run away. They don't want to hear it. It's just that bizarre to them. Like they don't. I show them examples, like they agree to it, and they after I go deeper into it, they just run away. They actually just run away.
As long as you don't run away and you don't give up and you don't write them off as because they are flat earthers in denial. What I'd like you to be doing, if you can, is promote it on your clothing and stuff like that. You know, and be a flat earth messenger. You understand? Yeah. You know, you're not only wearing the t-shirt because it fits good and looks cool, but it's got a massive important message that no one's going to avoid. And at your age now, you have the potential to impact, because fashion is a thing at your age now. So you can do that. You can collect one t-shirt for every day of the week. That's brilliant, you know. That's all for the summertime and in the winter wear. And
I'm about to do that.
Way, man. Yeah, it's not going to cost you a lot of money. You know,
I'm about to put some.
It's not going to cost a lot of money.
I'm about to make some t-shirts that say search up the Antarctic Treaty. This shit's crazy.
Yeah, if you want to do that, yeah, great. Yes, that could be on the back of the flat Earth. On the front, you got the flat Earth. I like the Gleason's map, so you just put that there as an opener, flat Earth truly, and then on the back, researched the Antarctic Treaty and that. And that would be a nice t-shirt there, because that is part of the message. And then move on, you know, flight paths. Another one could be all the flight paths that you know, prove flat Earth. Yeah, that's all you've got to do, man. You can do it that way as well, by the way. So yeah. And that's what adults, they're exhibiting what's known as cognitive dissonance, because what you've told them or what you are suggesting to them is challenging their core beliefs. They don't have knowledge of anything, but it's a core belief that they've been carrying for years. And because you're younger than them as well, I mean, that's just a double whammy there. No, I'm not. You haven't lived long enough to know more than me, kind of thing. That could be happening as well. So, but as long as you do not waver and not give up in your knowledge and your truth, you're going to pass through like a helium balloon. Don't you worry, man. Carry on. Ask the questions and be sharp and be bright. That's what you're going to be. Okay? You've realized now that the Earth is not a spinning board. It never was. It never will be. Okay, so now that you know that, you know you're in a world of devaluation at the moment. The system in place is devaluing humanity and the very Earth. You, on the other hand, are showing the true value of the Earth by talking about flat Earth. You're uplifting humanity with your existence from this day onwards, or from the day you've learned about the flat Earth. You should be proud of that. You've done very well. Okay, I'm 53. You're 19. You have years to impact. Well done, mate. Well done.
Yeah, thanks, man. Like, I'm still like, it's mind blowing. Like, how many people how many people are like in the system that's gonna be trapped. Like all these adults growing up believing that they're spinning on a globe. It's just crazy. They don't.
Yeah, you can forgive them because remember, they learnt it in their and it's been reinforced all through their lives. So you're the young. I always say, for me, I'm always going to learn things from youngsters. I'm going to learn from the oldies. I'm going to learn from everyone, and I'm doing that. In your case now, you're exhibiting this. You're a persona of that. You've learned from the elders, and now you're from other flat earthers. Now you're trying to send a message to everyone. Just keep going. Yes, it is amazing the amount of people that are sleepwalking. But you were once one of those. Never forget that. You were once sleeping, but you woke up early. That is such a wonderful gift you've got now. You've woken up early. 53, 19. Wow. I asked questions when I was at elementary school. Had they been answered, I would have woke up earlier. But I was kept in the gravity zone and all that nonsense. So I didn't get the right answers, you see. I did ask certain questions, and I didn't find that out. So I left school, started working and doing my own research. I had to learn out of education to learn. So there you go. You're in the lead now. You're now in the lead. You have the potential to educate all your colleagues and your peers. Carry on.
When I was in school, I started learning about like all these math, science, and history. History was really one of the biggest ones that really blew my mind because I learned about the African history, right? Most of the ones they teach here in the U.S., right? They teach whitewash and Eurocentric history. They don't teach it from an Afrocentric perspective, and a lot of the history is a bunch of lie. I looked into it when I go to college now, and they taught me about the biggest slave trade, the transatlantic slave trade. Barely get into this in normal schools, like in middle school and high school. They don't get into that. They don't teach that. They teach it to you.
No, they don't.
They teach it to you when you're paying money for these classes. They don't even teach you about Columbus Day. They make you like, dude. I was singing in pre-K how Columbus Day discovered America and how he's a good guy. You know, this guy's he's a freaking murderer. He's a rapist. This man's disgusting. He's not even the first person to discover America. They lie about so many things, man. It's crazy. They teach you irrelevant stuff that doesn't really matter to your life and waste many years of your life in there.
Exactly. It's like I think Jennerism, he's actually signed a petition to try and get rid of Columbus Day because it's wrong to have such a bad man that they all hold up in high esteem. It's wrong to have that thing.
It's ironic.
So he's joined many thousands of ironic. Exactly. Yeah.
I live in a city called Columbus, and I go to a college called Columbus. It's crazy, man.
Yeah, just tell the truth. Make sure you tell the truth about Columbus to your lecturers so they know who they are upholding at high esteem. Let them know, and if you have any material, link them to it. Link them to the material of the truth. That's what I'd be doing. If I was in your shoes, that's exactly what I would be doing. I'd be thrusting it in their faces.
Yeah, I'll be sending material to anybody on Discord. I don't do it real life, but I'm gonna start doing it.
Yeah, do it, because you have that knowledge now. And if you're in that your university, your college where you're at, show your colleagues, show the lecturers. This is the true story of Columbus that you are not telling us. Bang on the table. Yes, the lecturer is being lectured now by the youth. Good. Yeah, that's what you got to do. You have to wake them up, shake the foundations of their shoes. Got to.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah, that's when you know you have power. You're moving in the right direction. You are striking a positive note for truth.
I'm gonna start doing all that. I'm gonna start like printing papers out, like putting all these resources and showing them the real history, not the whitewash history of Eurocentrics in the day, because it's all someone's story. They don't go to the person's origins. They go to somebody else's story. That's why they call history his story. You know, it's someone else's story of someone else's story. They don't go ask the actual person. They ask someone that's not that person, someone else's story.
Yeah.
And
Well,
eventually
if you're concerned with history, then you may be interested to know that in the last 40 years, more babies have been murdered in the last 40 years than all the wars put together for all time, and that includes all other deaths related to famine, pestilence, in correlation to those wars. So
I
if
heard
you add all the deaths from all the wars and the battles and the fires and the starvation and all the consequence and collateral damage of all the wars ever, and you take the highest estimates of that, and then you just take the last 40 years of baby murdering, the last 40 years of baby murdering exceeds the other number.
Yeah, I heard about that. It's the crazy part. Like, is it mostly about abortion and like the way that they're
Yeah,
putting.
I don't water it down. I just call it baby murdering.
Yeah, but like there's more babies being murdered like since 2020 because of the vaccine and mothers are losing babies because I know multiple people. I even have my
Yeah, I'm
own
not
mom.
talking about. I'm just talking big picture stuff. I'm not talking about specifics, and we don't talk about certain things on
100%.
Discord and the YouTube live stream. There's certain words and topics we avoid. I'm just sharing what is demonstrable statistics and numbers. You can look these things up for yourself. Look at the
Why is
numbers.
that? Why is that though?
Why are certain things prohibited?
No,
The
why is the
increased
number so great?
Why are the numbers so great? Because sacrificing to Moloch never went out of fashion. My answer. Maybe you have a different answer.
What's a tamale?
Molech, Molech. Because child sacrifice has always been popular. That's my answer. Maybe you have a different answer. Maybe you could find a different answer. My answer to that question is because child sacrifice has always been popular.
But
And
back in history, like they used to sacrifice children.
no, no, not back in history. Right this very second.
No, like I heard stories like Sumerians around the Sumerian times. Children sacrifices were very.
It's funny how
They're doing that right now, right this very second.
Yeah,
Those child sacrifices are taking place as we speak.
Yeah, there's other points of time.
They happen all day long, every moment of every day, and they happen 5 blocks from my house.
Yep.
This is so
But
crazy.
nobody wants to talk about that, do they?
No. But anyway, I would caution you against your education at a university as it pertains to CRT or any other propaganda. Also known as do your own research. Understand what can be verified, understand what cannot. I understand the little joke about his story, which is also, by the way, bad etymology. It's a funny little story, and yeah, sure, history should be questioned. But if you question everything, you need to follow it up with what can be validated and what cannot be validated. You got to think about what are the tools and evidences I have that I can rely upon to provide validation for certain claims. Now, one of those methods for validating claims is actually genealogies. Genealogies are an age-old, hard to lie about thing. Now, can people lie about genealogy? Of course, people can lie about genealogies. People claim to be related to somebody that they aren't actually related to, and so on. That's why there needs to be other corroborating evidence. However, in a general sense, there are ways to use genealogies as a method for validating certain historical claims. It's not the only method. It's just one. But think about the different validating methodologies for establishing whether or not a historical claim is true or not, and understand that there are all sorts of agendas, all sorts of propaganda out there that is intended on dividing people, perverting people's minds into believing an us versus them narrative of some kind or another. And as I previously mentioned, it is my personal opinion and belief that all the us versus them propaganda and agendas are still accomplishing the same thing, to focus on creation and not creator. They get you distracted, warring against other creation instead of devoting your loyalty, honor, worship, whatever, to the one who made all things. So anyway, that's my words of wisdom for you.
Yeah, I'll look at like what validates what I believe in history. You know, just like in ancient Africa, they used to have these people called griots. These griots used to record people's like genealogy. They were like mostly everything in society. Like they were like the doctors, the healers. They were like the storytellers. They were like that. So like I think people like that in society, like those type of people, like could validate like other people's history and stories. I feel like I should learn more about like what else can validate history. History. Yeah, I should. You know. But what were we talking about before babies?
Before babies, I was saying that you've done well to reach this point. Just go off and push. Don't thrust it in people's faces, but pick your opportunities well to introduce the flat Earth. That's all I said. And your T-shirts and stuff. Columbus. We were saying that when you're at your college, if you've got the information, link your lecturers and your colleagues at your college to the information, because you can do that, and you're striking a positive note for the truth, is what I said. Yeah.
Yeah. I learned something about like that type of stuff, that type of activism. Eric Dubay says like you can't I can't convince them, but all I can do is plant the seed and hope like they want to water it down and come back and stuff. They don't want to do that. I could just move on to other like fertile land. I can just plant the seeds, and that will eventually, some will grow, some will not. It just depends on.
Remember, the Earth is flat forever, as far as you're concerned. It was flat before you were born. It's going to be flat when you're dead. So as long as you adhere to that knowledge and you shine the flat Earth wherever you are living the change you want to see. They will see you over the years that you haven't wavered from that. You see what I mean? And they're going to think, well, I mean, man, you're still flat earthing. Well, of course, because that's where I live. I don't live on a spinning ball. Have you seen the ball you live on? Oh, you're the one that's crazy, really, sir. You haven't even measured it. You haven't even measured it, seen it, felt it, experienced it. Huh? And you're not looking at the material. I'm telling you, I've sent you all this material all these years ago. You haven't looked at one of them, have you? Well, there you go. Get looking, man. Good luck and move on. Yeah, man. But before that even gets to that, it's going to be there's going to be a tipping point coming pretty soon, I reckon, because the numbers are moving. We're moving forward. Another video is coming out tomorrow. Level everybody up.
Is it free?
Loving it. I'm loving it. Not McDonald's. Flat Earth.
Yo, is that documentary free?
Yes, it will be. Yeah.
Where, on YouTube? Or like?
It's going to be on Netflix, and I think tomorrow on this server, someone maybe
Netflix.
Yeah, Netflix. Yeah.
So Netflix then allowed that documentary on their shit.
It's going to be on Netflix, mate.
What is that? Why they're losing so much subscribers then? But maybe that documentary is gonna be big or something. And they're just lying.
No. This documentary is not lying. It's part 2, right? This is going to be the first level was brilliant. This is the second level.
Why would Netflix allow that? I don't understand. If I were them, I would not allow it.
Well, I mean, free speech and everything else, money maker, who knows? They got to hang on to every penny they get their hands on.
Yeah, because they are losing a lot of subscribers. Maybe that will attract them.
Yeah, because I think people are waking up to the flat Earth, probably. And then there's that other thing called the metaverse that's kicking in slowly. People are moving. The metaverse, the artificial world of the internet, where you've got this interface, you have this headgear on, and you're into another 3-dimensional world like Tron, apparently. So, there you go. I like to think it's the flat Earth that's doing that. I've never had a Netflix. I don't have a Netflix account. I don't have one.
Same.
I don't have
I'm just gonna watch it. Like most Netflix shows are like on these one websites that they just leak it. It's very easy to get some Netflix for free.
I'm not really interested, really, to be honest. I've for the last 7 years, what I've done is I've used my brain to upload flat Earth content producers. That's what I want to. I don't want to remember Johnny Depp and whoever. Those people are not helping the world as such, really. So I need to drop those Hollywood shield sellouts and upload the flat earthers who are fighting a serious battle against the deception known as the heliocentric model. So I need to have those people at the forefront of my conversation, really. So that's what I do. I don't want to know about famous stars and musicians and stuff, although I love music. But that's what I'm doing with my head. So if the internet went down, you could plug me in and I could download all that I've remembered. Gin is the internet. And you know what I mean? That's what I'm doing. I'm using my brain that way, if I can. Yeah, I'm not interested in movies and stuff, to be honest. The plain stuff, I call that. That's the plain stuff. I'm not interested in that stuff. Real plain, flat earth plain stuff, yeah, truth, lovely. Actors and actresses, keep my name out of your goddamn damn mouth. That kind of stuff, I'm really not really interested in. You understand what I mean? Yeah. With a backhand, the slap to follow. No,
that was staged, bro.
Yeah, I reckon it was as well. I get that feeling.
Because it was sponsored by Purifizer, and them guys were trying to come up with medication for balding. Like one of the effects, like one of the what's the word?
Alopecia.
Yeah. One of the what's it called? Adverse reaction to the vaccine is hair loss.
Right.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and it's for profit.
I see. Oh, there you go. I wasn't thinking on those lines, but there you go. Yeah.
Yeah, it was contrived in life. You've got all the details.
Yeah. I posted videos where is this staged? I posted those videos because I think it was staged myself. I don't think that was. The slap wasn't real.
It doesn't. Yeah. Let me point something out. It's besides the point. So let me give you an example. Let's say I've known you and I have kind of a little bit, tiny bit known you for a couple of years now, right? And I've heard enough times different things that you don't like, right? Like earlier today, you said I despise when somebody calls me a whatever. So check this out. How well do they know Jada? How well do they know Will? How well do they know Chris Rock? How well do they know these people? Let's say hypothetically, it wasn't scripted, okay? Or only one person's thing was scripted, and let's say that person was actually only Chris Rock. It's possible to know people well enough, or maybe it was Jada. Jada was the plant. whatever. The point is, it doesn't require all three necessarily to carry this out to accomplish the end goal, which the end goal was draw attention. And I did this on a live stream, not last week, but the week before. So 2 weeks ago, I did this discuss this detail. If you go on Google Trends, go on trends.google.com. It's a really useful tool, and you type in alopecia.
Okay.
And you look at the history of searching for this specific word, and then of course how it coincides to an explosive increase in search results for that specific word, more than any time ever, obviously, on Google results. So everybody's looking. This event accomplished everyone looking up alopecia. Lo and behold, everybody has now been either consciously or subconsciously made aware of this thing called alopecia. So when the time comes, hair loss, they will be looking for a solution, which obviously, just like he just said, the sponsor of the entire event is the maker of the solution.
Of the product. All right, I see.
So you can put the pieces together. It's not a contrived conspiracy theory. It can become a contrived conspiracy theory if you force yourself to believe that each and every person's role was perfectly scripted and it was all fake. It doesn't even have to be fake. It could have been Will Smith could have literally been a pawn. And by a pawn, I mean he didn't know he was going to do that. That, in my personal opinion, is a possibility, not a necessity by any means, but maybe it was a real smack. It doesn't really matter. The point is, it is quite evident that there would have been a goal in mind, and they accomplished that goal, and that's the important thing. Everything else is a distraction, in my opinion.
What's that disease called? Alopecia?
Yeah. On my live stream, I compared alopecia to other trendy and non-trendy words on the search, and you can do this for yourself. Think of other extremely popular things, such as the country of Ukraine. Compare the search results and notice that alopecia exceeded the Ukraine in search results. It exceeded almost everything for a short period of time. More people were looking up alopecia than anything else. And I'm not saying that that's true of all words and all search terms. I'm sure there was still a couple of things people were looking up more than alopecia, but it hit so high it exceeded all the other trendy, well-known keywords, and I think that that's extremely notable. So anyway, Hightower. Oh yes, I think I've seen you here before.
But yeah, I do believe that it was it could have been staged. That slap wasn't
Sure, and my only point in everything that I just said is it isn't necessary that it was in order to realize that there was a bigger plan.
Yeah. I totally understand that. Yeah. Because something doesn't sit right. It just doesn't.
Sure.
You understand?
I think they could have accomplished their
be
goal
a possibility.
in a number of ways too. Contingency plans and so on.
Yeah. Other things you've probably heard would be like the Oscars was losing its popularity, so they had to inject some kind of.
Sure. Yeah, that's a good scapegoat. Yeah, it's a pathetic scapegoat, but yeah, I've certainly heard that too.
Yeah, I reckon it was a game on all of us, because that was just. I mean, that's just what. And he's still got his Oscar, right? And I'm sure he's still going to go on to make more successful films, even though he's been banned from the Oscars for 10 years. But he can still win an Oscar. You see, he's been banned, but he's still able to win an Oscar from the outside. He just can't attend it. You see?
That's a really consequence, in my opinion. It's
Say that
almost.
again?
That's a really silly consequence, in my opinion.
Yeah. It's nothing. It's not punishment, is it?
Well, no, I'm saying.
They'd be doing him a favor because he really wants to go to it.
Yeah, well, just giving him any consequence at all, it really should boil down to, well, whatever. It's an unimportant topic.
Yeah. Sorry, I brought it up.
No, it's fine. There was an agenda at hand, and that agenda was accomplished, and that's the most important thing. It has everything else is just the catalyst isn't always as important as the effect.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. The end result.
It's like, oh, that guy shot a man. Oh yeah, and he died. Yeah. Oh my gosh, that's true. Tell me about the gun. What shape was it? What caliber was it? The man's dead, right? Yeah. I just want to know more about the gun. Like, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's called ridiculousness.
Yeah, but they do. They focus. They oftentimes, like the car that killed all those people like a year or two ago or whatever. Remember that red SUV that killed all the people?
Yeah,
And
wasn't that last year? I think early last year or late last year.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah,
I heard it was haunted. It was a haunted car, and it just got out of control all by itself.
Yeah. anything to distract people from the reality of the consequences or the effect.
The problem is it works. It freaking works. It's crazy.
Yep.
Well, it does, because everyone's sleepwalking now. Everyone's affected by this. Mentally being screwed, really. Yeah.
It works. It works so well. There are many people coming to the flat Earth this works so well that there's many people coming to the flat Earth topic that think that they organically arrived at it and that it wasn't handed to them on a silver platter.
Well, that's true as well. That is a good point. I mean, it was being offered up. I used to think these were my words when it was being recommended in the recommendation bar. I was thinking, what idiot is popping this stuff up? Right? And it kept coming up, right? And I thought, have I been hacked? What's happened here? What is going on? Flat Earth. Who thinks the Earth is flat? And this is me in the classroom here using my iPad, right? I'm thinking, what's going on? Come on, man, this is a joke. Stop this nonsense. It's not flat, what a joke. So yeah, it was being pushed. Definitely. And then when I clicked on it and then discovered what an idiot I've been all these years, right? All those years, should I say. And I then started to think, okay, who pushed this? Somebody wanted me to know this. Why? That was my question. Why did somebody want me to know this? Have they been watching the material that I've been researching? Because this is a biggie. This was a big thing. This is the key to all the problems. Huh? Who's doing this? Why? Why now? Why me? Wow. Yeah. But I embraced it anyway. Took it and ran it. It freed me from the things like asteroids, earthbound asteroids could kill us all kind of thing. That totally went after I watched the Eric Dubay Dinosaurs Never Existed. Of course they never existed. Of course. All crap, when it was all a load of crap, asteroids ending life on Earth. Yeah. Man, I embraced it good. I'm quietly happy inside with the fact that I know that the Earth is a flat plane. I love that. I'm not happy because the masses are still sleeping. We've still got wars going on. People are still running to get to vote. Look at the French. They've been having truncheons tapping their heads for not wearing masks, smacking kneecaps, thrown down the road, water hosed for protesting against fuel prices. Here they are, getting ready to vote now. There's a campaign going on with Macron and this other woman. That's just a joke. And they're getting ready to vote. After all that, they're going to go and vote still. We're lost, man. The humanity is lost in this sense. Fucking hell. I'm looking at Australia because they took the worst beatings, I think, across the flat earth. I think the Australians got it bad. I want to see if they're going to be quick to vote in their next elections. If they do, well, I'm going to gauge that as humanity's got a long way to go. You're voting for government. Value your lives and hasten your demise and jab you up to death. Well, I mean, you deserve what you get. All right? Don't look for me in your problems. I should be in my helium balloon looking down on the flat earth, laughing, literally.
Have you sent a helium balloon to like up there?
Yeah, your volume is very low there, sir. Very low indeed, young man. Very low.
Low?
That's better.
Oh, yeah.
Hello? Yeah, that's better.
All right. Did you send a helium balloon up there? Like, what did you see?
Oh, I see the black plane beautifully. The expanse of the earth. Now, this is me speaking metaphorically when I said I'd be in my helium balloon, because I feel like I'm in a helium balloon every day. Knowing that the earth is a flat plane has done that for me. I was always a free spirit anyway, but with the helium balloon now, yeah, I'm well and truly gone. You know, I'm free. Spiritually, I am free. I walk this earth, flat earth, free of any nonsense of globe baggage. That's all gone. I know they never went to the moon. So I knew that. They're not on Mars. Okay, we don't have satellites, Voyager 1, Voyager 2, that have gone beyond the sun. We don't have that. We don't have Himawari, million miles away looking. No, we don't have any of that nonsense. That's all crap. Absolute gunk, junk, bunk. That's what that is. So, you know, I can concentrate on the finer things of life, you know, which I did anyway. But I can enjoy it more, is what I'm saying. So if you're going to be rushing off to go and vote for your leaders who are going to shit down the back of your neck, create more wars that your children will go and die in, good luck. If you can't see that we need to remove that system, but you want to go and vote for it for some more, well, good luck to you, mate. I should be laughing at you from my helium balloon looking down. Oh, I see the savages are still restless. Look at them. Oh, Gordon Bennett. When will they ever learn?
Well, there you go. There's the answer. We need to remove the current system, and then what happens? You have a power vacuum, right?
No, not necessarily. No, not necessarily.
Yeah.
Because by the time you do that, the people who are actually doing the removing will be on. We'll all be on the same page. They would be aware of the flat Earth. They would be aware that the Earth, the wars. Hang on. The wars that have happened, way back when, needn't have happened, and we're taking back our freedom for real now. So there's not going to be a vacuum of fighting. I want to be the leader. No, we've got to get on with each other and help each other coexist. Is what we do.
You're correct. There won't be a vacuum because the new regime is already waiting.
Well, I mean, if that regime is going to be anything tricky and it shows any traits like the last regime, they're going to be quickly out because once bitten, 10 times shy, man. They're going to be gone as quickly as the other one went. So they don't want to be trying any of that nonsense. That cannot be happening. So, if they're going to be introducing, we need to have military this, that, and that. We say, excuse me, you are out now. We don't need that. Get out.
In order to counter that regime, you need force of a military, correct? So now you just
that's now. In order to achieve peace, we need to use some force. You have to crack an egg to make an omelette. Yes, absolutely. But once you have your omelette, you start to enjoy your omelette with all your garnishes and your sauces and your herbs and spices. Yeah,
Absolutely.
that's what we want to be doing. Thank you.
Yeah,
And I will be
absolutely.
doing that.
Once
If
we
I crack an
purge,
egg, I'm going to enjoy it. That's for sure.
exactly. You're right. Once we purge the dissidents, the USSR will be the greatest nation on earth. Once we
No
install
chance. That will
communism and
never
we all
happen.
work
That will
together,
never happen. Yeah.
if you don't recognize that I'm mocking your premise.
Yeah, you are. You are mocking my premise. Yeah, but I have to keep fighting on. That's what we do. That's how it works. Okay. So people will be laughing. The listeners,
Yeah,
the dear
you're
listeners.
right.
Remember them. Yeah.
So, AI, what should we do then, AI?
Go on, Al.
Uh, you should do the best you can for the ones that are available to you, like your loved ones, your family, your friends.
Yep.
While you
Yeah,
have
it
them
starts there, but like,
under your
what about if you
purview.
finish? What if you finish that? What happens then?
Well, that's the only way you can affect change.
Like, what
No.
about doing change on a mass scale? You
Yeah.
believe in that?
Yeah. There's already people doing that, and you're not going to compete with it. It's just that simple. I mean, you could delude yourself and think otherwise, but
Who are the people
doing
that's
it, bro?
doing that already? Who are you talking about?
Yeah.
Who do you speak of? Flat earthers, you mean? Or are you
No, the
speaking of
guys in
some other
control.
entity?
It's some of the people in control, dude.
Yeah.
yeah, I'll put it to you like this: if you
Those
guys
people will be
think
taken out.
that the people in control aren't using all of this for synthesis of their plan in the future, and that it's going to happen, and there's nothing you're going to do about it, right? There's a certain freedom in understanding that. Okay, that doesn't
I
mean
get
do
your
nothing
point.
doesn't mean do nothing for the ones you can do something for.
Absolutely.
Including
Need to
yourself.
focus on those. Oh, absolutely. A lot of people, they abandon their local loved ones and their local friends, their local family for the greater good, and they're consumed by it.
Which might just be part of the plan, part of the distraction, part of the way to make you ineffective. Because if you ignore your community, you'll end up being effective in no way at all anyway.
Very true. Very true.
And that's what's happening right now.
Yeah. Master your tongue. Don't be a slave to addiction. Simple things.
Yeah.
Not easy, but simple.
I'm not really addicted to anything except living. Living and living well, cheaply, economically, yeah. But I've always been like that, so that's not nothing new there.
What?
Once you've sorted out your family and you have time to enjoy yourself, you can always be spreading the news whilst you're enjoying yourself. No big deal there. Yeah, it's easy. It's easy, really.
Oh my goodness. Wow. I'm looking at Indio's thing. That's a little bit on the
What's she
wow.
posted?
What kind of video is it? What kind of video is it?
It's not video. It's a word cloud, and then statistics of different words that were said in the debate. The Dave Weiss and Professor Dave, and debate is a loose term here, but no, it's a frequency chart on the words that were most frequently said. Kind of
Interesting.
I'd say it's a little bit higher than interesting. I think it borderlines on terrifying, to be honest with
you. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Yeah.
But not because, anything, like wicked or magical. It's just more like that's just the way our brains work, right? And we how
Are
limited
repetitive.
our vocabulary and everything, yeah, and how repetitive we are at saying the same shit over and over and over and it meaning nothing, right? Sorry, the S word slipped. My
Shut up, dude. Fuck out of here.
Who said shut up?
I did. Stop apologizing for saying the F word. What the hell's wrong with you?
Yeah.
I didn't apologize for saying the F word. I just apologized for slipping.
No apologies necessary.
All right, that's it. I'm going to start saying the F word after everything I say.
That's not the point.
I know, damn it. Why can't I have
Being
fun with it?
overly apologetic is not.
Yeah, I know, you're right. It makes me sound disingenuous. You're right. I've listened to myself.
Exactly.
And you're right. Absolutely right.
Exactly. There you are. Make you sound disingenuous. We are who we are, man. Don't pretend.
But if there's something that you recognize as a weakness or something that's undesirable or whatever, then just
by all means, yeah.
Just improve it or change it or whatever.
Yeah, I like the sound of that.
We are who we are.
Talk about another one of those meaningless phrases.
It's not. No, it's not. Think about it.
Ah.
If we had even distribution of wealth and everybody knew the truth and we all say kumbaya, everything would be peaceful forevermore. But no, that's not true, because we all know we are who we are. And lies, deceit, covetousness, all that stuff will crop up. This idea that a utopian logistical situation is going to cure human nature is a farce.
Right.
Do you know why? It's because you can never have equality of ownership of things. Never. Someone will always have more, whether it be a woman, whether it be children, whatever. So how do you equalize that? Well, you're only allowed to have 2 kids. That way we're all equal. So if you have 3, I'll kill them. But wait a minute, your wife's more beautiful than my wife. Problem solved. We all bang each other's wives. Great. And guess what happens then? Your society implodes. No matter what you do, you can't escape it.
Yeah, there are probably better ways of dealing with it than what is being done now. What's being done now is just profiting from human misery by all these corporations. They don't mind if you're dying and hurting and ill. They like it, actually, if it increases their coffers.
Sure, but what's the promise? The promise is once we all know the truth of where we live, what we're doing, then everything will be great, because for some reason we're all together now.
Yeah, not true. I think anybody who thinks that is just going to fall in place and just be wonderful, no, it's not. It's probably going to be more difficult at first.
Yeah, there'll be people who don't want it. Listen, there will be people who do not want it. And what are we going to do with them? We have to get rid of them somehow, either through re-education or death. And
Or make
who
them,
decides?
or somehow make them ineffective. That's all.
Yeah, we can take away their freedoms by forcing them to live on a prison island. So all us good people get to live on the mainland, and all those wretched people get to live on the prison.
Yeah, like the
And who
ones
decides who?
like
And
all
here's
the
the
ones in
question.
government, like all the ones in government right now that are going along with all the last 2 years.
Well, it will never stop there. You understand? It will never stop.
Yeah.
It will never stop. It'll be like these 10 people need to go to the island. No, it'll be, oh, these 5 people also. Oh, these 10 people also. Oh, these 7 also.
Pretty soon you won't have enough room on the island. There won't be room enough.
And which noble humans are we going to put in this committee to make these decisions? Or are we just going to do an arbitrary vote like democracy? So if they get 75% of the votes, they go to the island, or they go to the death camp if they get 85.
Hey, I've been saying big homie dictator, barricade garage. That's somebody I would vote for right there. If anybody knows about Barricade Garage and his character, Big Homie Dictator, I'll post a video.
Thanks.
Yeah. Here. Copy link. This guy. He think I'm joking.
No.
I really would vote for if I knew his real name. I can't write in Barricade Garage on a ballot. That just feels too ridiculous. But if I knew his real name, I would totally vote for him. Even though he would never run in the first place, which kind of is the irony of it all. Because he, like many of us, believes that there's no political solution. Oh man, just rewatching those videos.
Well, it's part of the promise of the heliocentric religion, which, by the way, is not heliocentrism, it's apotheosis.
Apotheosis. Yep.
And that is the idea that we are ascending towards godhood. We're getting better, stronger, bigger, faster, more moral as time goes on. And eventually we'll reach the state of perfection where we finally have the perfect set of laws, the perfect set of logistics that will make humanity perfect.
Well, I think that their conception of perfect ascension is the following: all infractions are irrelevant because they believe that the reality that they could create is an independent reality for each and every person. So law is irrelevant in their concept of their technological apotheosis.
Correct. Once you reach that individuality where your actions are no longer involved with anyone else's, then the moral repercussions don't exist.
Yeah.
So there's no reason to even have that conversation anymore.
Yeah.
Because you're now essentially God. Whatever you do is right axiomatically.
Yeah.
No matter what. Now, I'm going to make this clear to everyone. No matter what it is, even if you think it's heinous today, in the future, everyone will be able to enjoy their heinous proclivities, unabased from any moral judgment.
Yep.
And in order to get there, we just have to kill a few million, a few billion. Yeah, no biggie.
Yo, I have a question about the sun.
What was that?
I have a question about the sun. So, like, in the heliocentric model, the sun is big, right? And the geometric model, the sun is like the same size as the moon. That's what I learned. Like, is the sun heat, like, not supposed to, like how hot is the sun?
Well, here's what can be known. The sun and the moon appear to be the same size.
Yeah.
That's it.
Okay.
There's also plenty of experience and evidence that the sun provides, produces, emits, or the consequence of the sun's presence is heat. But anything beyond those type of rudimentary facts, everything else is left to speculation.
So no previous flat earther like has like done similar things like Glovers do with the sun, like it measure.
People say all sorts of stuff. People make all sorts of claims. The issue is you cannot science the sun.
So like the sun emits its own like heat, and the moon is the opposite, which emits like cool. But like people measure the moon.
Can that be proven?
Yeah.
Has it been proven?
Yeah. Like when it's a full moon and the moon's light, like you see the moon's light, like then get a tree or a leaf or something, and the shadow of that will be way cooler than the outside of the shadow, even though it's dark outside.
Yeah, I've seen those demonstrations too. I was getting more particular by saying, has it been proven?
What do you mean by proven?
I'm not aware that that's conclusive, but I am aware of those statements and demonstrations.
Well, what do you mean like proven? Like the sun heat and then the moon's cool, like this? I think that's kind of proven. Like its own light, and like it's the opposite of the sun because the moon emits cool because of that one experiment. People like measured. I forgot what they measured, but it was a valid experiment. Good results, and it could be repeatable and observable. Like unlike what the other Glovers believe about the sun and the moon, you can like repeat this and get the same results. So it kind of does emit its own light, and like it's the opposite. So it emits cool light. The sun emits hot light, like heat. So I don't understand it yet, but I'm learning about the sun. Like I feel like if the sun is actually hot, then and it's close, I don't think the size matters because it should just be burning us alive. I don't know, but I'm still learning about it.
Also look into what can be known.
Check this out, bro. In the current paradigm, which is hotter, a sun or a bolt of lightning?
The sun?
No, a bolt of lightning is many times hotter than the sun.
I thought the bolt of lightning was just lightning with electricity. Wait, is electricity hot?
Whatever it does as it passes through the atmosphere makes it hot. But anyway, the point is, a bolt of lightning can strike and it not melt everything because the medium in between point A and point B mitigates the heat transfer. So yes, something can be very hot. Yeah, something can be very, very, very hot, but yet not affect something at a range away from it.
Like how long? Like if the lightning was just going like for hours and hours, the sun does. What happens then? It's just way hotter. So what should happen? It should burn
Well,
something.
in the matter of less than 1 second, it can convert a pile of sand to glass, molten glass, that is, in less than a second.
Okay.
So sure, if you could somehow make a lightning bolt stick around for a while, I imagine it would be quite destructive.
Oh, I get the sun do that. The sun is hot as well, and it's like it goes on for hours, like the heat.
Well, you're asking the question, why can't? The question I would ask is, has it ever? Has the sun ever converted sand into molten glass?
I don't know any time it has.
I can do that with the sunlight in my backyard, dude.
Yeah, with a Fresnel lens, maybe?
Yep, and a Fresnel lens and another focusing lens too. Yeah.
And is that
Yeah,
natural?
absolutely. I would say, well, maybe not natural because the Fresnel lens had to be made, but it's still a natural occurrence once the Fresnel lens is.
No, it's not a natural occurrence when you're including something that's
Oh,
artificial.
you mean, are there Fresnel lenses in the sky that focus and burn things normally, naturally? No, you're probably right about that. Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I posted something here. I don't know if you guys had a chance to read it, but this is my biggest argument with all of this debate and all this, regardless of what side you stand on. The biggest question should be, why will the scientific community in general just present the damn evidence for something that they claim is true? It's not rocket science, people. It's simple. If this is really true and there's really evidence to support it, there should be annals full of data and experiments and scientific, all kinds of stuff that should support every last bit of what they've been telling us all along. But there's nothing. There's not any of it. It doesn't exist. I've looked for it. We've all looked for it. It doesn't exist. So I don't know what else to say to you, except if you can't see that if something doesn't exist, there's no evidence for it, and there's never ever anybody trying to produce that evidence, then there's something wrong with the argument in the first place. You know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't make sense to me, like, how you can't see that. Like,
Where's the evidence for like a hot ball core for the Earth? Like we never even went through the crust yet.
no, there's no evidence for any of it. Like I said, it comes down to, the Big Bang. It's like, how do you prove that there was nothing and then it blew up into something? You can't prove that. You can't prove that it continues to explode or expand. I mean, there was nothing there to explode, then how the hell did it react? There was no chemicals there. There was nothing there. It's illogical. It starts with a preface that's completely ridiculous, and then it just continues to just be more and more ridiculous until you suddenly start believing in this ridiculousness, and it becomes part of your religion. It's ridiculous. It's stupid. You know what I mean? It frustrates me so bad that I can't convey this to people, that people won't admit this. It's like it's completely obvious. Somebody or someone is making this happen. It's not some accident. It's not some theory. It's the truth. It's really happening. And the faster you get that through your damn thick heads, the better off you're going to be. I don't care if you believe it or not, but at least acknowledge that it's there and that there's something going on that doesn't fit. It's not right. I don't care whether it's petty, ridiculous stuff that we argue about it or not. The point is, if there's no evidence for it, why in the hell are we even worried about it?
You know what I'm saying? But this is where we've come to. We're literally in this cognitive dissonance, the whole world is, over some stupid argument. But there's no evidence for the argument in the first place, so why are we even defending it? You know what I'm saying? Why are we even talking about it? We should just say, hey, it's a lie and there's no evidence for it. Produce some evidence for it, otherwise kiss our butts. Because I ain't seen none of it. Not one scientist has ever come and answered my question. I've called colleges, I've called professors, I've talked to teachers, I've talked to people on the board, I've talked to the people at my daughter's school, and none of them have a clue of what's going on. They all act like as if they have no clue that there's anything wrong with the school system. And that's the biggest crock of crap I've never heard of such a ridiculous term. Who in the hell could be involved in teaching children this day and age and not see that it's evil and disgusting what they're pushing to our kids? It's ridiculous. It's ignorant. It's like, what is wrong with all of our brains, bro?
It's
like, why is it we can't see this for what it really is? It's a lie.
Yeah, all
it's
their
complete
beliefs. Yeah, all their beliefs is based on just wishful thinking. Like, for all their beliefs, it's not based on like reason, evidence, rationality, or reality. It's based on.
I think we need to be careful when we say they, because we're all still confused. You know what I mean? I mean, we're all in different levels of understanding, but we're all still confused.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's sad that there's not at least a group of scientists that's seeing all this go on in the media and thinking, you know what, we need to put an end to this crap. We need to show the evidence for it and be done with this stupid stuff. We've literally created this niche of people that that hate each other and that are fighting and arguing over this issue that we know damn well is ridiculous in the first place. You know what I'm saying? It's so frustrating that you know what I'm saying? It's frustrating that there has to be a place like this because people are so like ignorant and so like just hand wave everything that they can't comprehend even what's happening right in front of their face. It doesn't make sense to me. How can you back something that you know there's no evidence for? I'm so frustrated with how dumb that is. Like, am I the only one that's frustrated about that? It's like, people wake up. Come on, man. You don't see what's going on right in front of you? Give me a break.
Speaking of going on right in front of you, let's see what I put in the chat there. Just there's all sorts of things. I don't know if I'd call them fear-mongering things per se, but lots of things going on.
Yeah, that the subject that you just posted the concerns about, I won't post it, name it out, but I think there's probably a few more groups of things that are just exactly like that we could post a lot about. But yeah, I hear where you're coming from. This is this kind of stuff I mean. Like, we could be talking about this without saying it outright. We could also be forming groups to discuss and talk about what we can do about this, right? Is there anything we can do it? And we need to find out if that's really true. If it's hopeless, then maybe we should all just start praying and just prepare for the worst, right? But if there is something that we can physically do to change this or stop it or slow it down or at least make it, livable, why shouldn't we try it, people? Like, come on, really? And what are you afraid of? Losing your life or your job? Who gives a crap? You're going to die a suffering long death if we have to live in a world that gets worse than this. It's already bad enough that people are, come on, man. Like, I don't understand how you can not see the ramifications of what's coming next, what this is all going to end up turning into. It's ridiculous that you can't see that. And that you're not trying to find the answer to that question. You know what I mean? The flat earth, yes, but dude, it goes way beyond that. And I know I'm not the only one, but I'm saying it like this to try to trigger people that aren't talking about it. I know a lot of you are, with me on this. So I don't mean to like call you out. I'm talking about the reason why I say it like this is because I want to challenge people that aren't considering it. You know what I mean? I think a lot of us probably know way too much, way more than we probably should know about this whole thing. But I think, just turn the news on and take an open-minded look at what you're really watching. Just think about it. Think about the possibilities of how true it could be and whether or not it's real and how you would even know if it was or not.
You know what I mean? And then think about all the responses and how many times you get angry or start an argument or get frustrated or get stressed out over that particular argument. It simply just is always eating away at you because you know there's something wrong and you feel like you should do something, but that lack of feeling like you can do anything is what's making us all nuts about it. And they know this. It's a psychological operation. Think about it. It's being done to us. It's not an accident, people. Just saying.
Yeah, they need dissidents to the system to effectuate dramatic change. And with any good regime change, after the regime is changed, the dissidents are rounded up and exterminated.
Yep, or they're hushed.
After they've served their usefulness.
Right, and they always use the people that like that they always involve them in the whole op, because that way it can always be reciprocated or explained as, oh, well, they were involved and that's what caused it, because it's always like a backup argument or a way to get out of, a way to say, well, we didn't know better, we didn't know this was going to happen, it was an accident. Yeah, right. If you think the military spends billions of dollars on some project and then doesn't plan out every single freaking detail, then you're just ignorant. I'm sorry, because they do. I mean, I challenge you to bring to me any piece of media, any storyline, any piece of media, and bring me a few different argument or a few different stations' comments about it. You bring that into a room with just me, and we'll go live, and I guarantee you I can pick every single one of those damn arguments apart and show you how that's fake or it's not actually evidence or truth. It's just literally a storyline with a bunch of photographs and videos from stock photos. It's a bunch of horse crap. And I don't mind saying that out loud, and I don't care if anybody gets upset with me or thinks that I'm crazy or if the government wants to kill me for it, because I don't care. Bring it on. And just in case you're curious, somebody actually challenged me on that 2 days ago. They said that there's no way that I could debunk a video from NASA, and I debunked it within the first. Well, I skipped past the first 4.5 hours because it was just jargon. But from the time the thing took off, 2 minutes in, I'd already debunked the damn thing 4 different ways. 4 different ways in like 4 or 5, like in like 3 minutes of film. I could debunk the whole thing, completely debunk it. Now, if that's possible, then why in the hell is anybody even taking this stuff seriously? It's not real. It's CGI. It's Hollywood television crap, bro. There's no real evidence for any of it, and there never will be. Really? You're gonna globe smack me? I doubt it, bro. More like you're gonna talk about stuff you're not supposed to and get in trouble. But hey, if you really think you got some argument and somebody wants to unmute you and take the risk, then I'll talk to you. Talked to you yesterday.
Yeah, unmute that dude. Let's talk to him.
Well, he might be crazy, he might be a lunatic, or he might actually have some argument. I don't know.
I heard him yesterday.
We can always meet him again.
He
Yeah, I talked to him quite a bit yesterday. And we know who he is, but he's pee drinker. But the point is I talked to him yesterday and asked him, like if he ever considered like just being nice and following the rules on here so that he can actually put out a message. Because if you're really trying to push a message that you really believe in, then why would you screw it up by getting banned every other week, or every other day? Why not just come in, follow the rules, and then spread whatever you believe is true to the people that are interested in hearing it, right? That's what you should be doing, bro. Anything else is just a waste of time, right? Think about it. You're just spinning your wheels. That's just my opinion, of course, but I don't think he's crazy. He probably does believe what he's saying. But if he's not looking at the evidence and he's not considering all the angles, then he's not really taking this subject seriously. And to that, I just say, well, you know, when you're serious, come talk to me. Otherwise, I mean, all you're doing is just listening to what I have to say and then completely denying that it has any relevance, even though there's no evidence to support what you're talking about in the first place. So that's the way I see it. I could be wrong, of course, but until you show me something, just anything like some actual physical evidence, scientific method, whatever. Show me something. Show me the curve. Show me the spin. Show me gas pressure without just show me any of those, anything. Just show me some evidence. Instead of telling me that I'm stupid and I'm ignorant and that I don't know what I'm talking about and that I'm uneducated or I'm a high school dropout, even though Einstein's the one who came up with all this dumb stuff and he never even passed school. So I don't know why anybody even thinks that their degrees mean anything in the first place. They literally teach you to be stupid in there. They teach you to be ignorant and not to look at what's really going on. That's exactly what college is. It's simply a damn tool. It's ridiculous that anybody can consider anything different. I mean, I'm sorry. It frustrates me. Sorry, I'll let.
He will not speak with you. Because he's gone.
Wow. Wake up, people. You know, like, and I think even some of us flat earthers and some of us that are smart.
Listen this question. Why would they lie? That question needs to be.
Why wouldn't they lie?
No, listen, this question need to be for it. They are asking us. They need to ask them. Why are you lying? They need to ask whoever they are. They can go in front of NASA and ask them, why are you lying? And then NASA will say, but we are not lying. Yeah, but flat earthers saying that you are lying.
But we've been there. We sent 40-something astronauts there, and they're all witnesses. Well, okay, 40 witnesses against all the other people that are claiming there's no way that could be possible. Show us the evidence for it. Show us these experiments you're doing. Show us the stuff. What's the harm in it? It's not gonna really. We're protecting our country by not telling them that we're testing cell phones in space. Come on, man. This is stupid. They're not saving us. They're not protecting us by not telling us what's going on up there. They're lying to us. That's all there is. That's all there is to it. There is no truth to it at all. It's literally an operation created to lie.
If you want to understand simply, astronauts are people who can record Earth, and there it's spherical. You can see from ISS and you can see the sphere, you know. But on the Earth's surface, you cannot measure or realize how Earth is a sphere. You know, you cannot do anything on the Earth. You know, if you go to the.
My argument is you're not seeing it in those videos. You're seeing someone with a fake camera and a fake setup in a studio giving you some idea so that your mind can wrap around it. That's all you're seeing.
Of course. I'm with you with that, but I'm telling what all people are seeing and watching. They are seeing reality. That's fear, you know. And that's on TV, and we see that now we are living on that sphere. Now, when we come back to the sphere, all of that people who see the sphere are telling us you cannot do anything to realize on the Earth that Earth is a sphere.
Yeah. Which just manifests how dumb and what a lie it is. Right?
If you understand that, you can be good glober.
It's kind of like these magicians that do these tricks and they claim they're psychic and stuff. I love watching James Randi rip him a new butthole. I was watching one yesterday where this guy he claims he can move things with his mind and all this. And of course he's blowing on it somehow. And Randy basically just takes it completely apart and shows how he's lying his nuts off, right? And the guy still stands there for a good minute and a half and tries to defend himself, even though you can tell by the look on his face, he knows he's been completely had and his hands are both like yellow. You know what I mean? He's like, it's just ridiculous how people will still try to sit there and argue. Oh, no, like, where does that come from? Where do you get all that? Where do you get that argumentative crap where there's no argument for what you're saying, but yet you're, what is that? And how did it get in your mind?
I think that we need to make that video about NASA. You know that there is full of them on internet, and we need to
I
show
say
them
we do a serious and
every
complete
point.
debunk of everything they
Why?
do. Yeah.
Yeah. Why is string there? Why is puppet there? What is going on
And
here? Why
if
is
necessary, we need to hire people that know all about video editing, because I know a guy who does video editing, and I send him stuff all the time, and he picks it apart and he shows me exactly how they faked it, and I love it because it's so beautiful having someone that knows what the hell they're talking about in some particular area. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, you know what I mean? Like usually I can pick up on stuff. I'm not every time. I mean, there's some good fakes, but 90% of the stuff you see on YouTube when it comes to like ghosts and anything that seems out of the ordinary, it's just a fake. It is. It's just a fake. Invisible cloaks and all this other crap and drinking your own urine. It's all crap, dude. It's just a freaking story that some dummy puts up there as real. It's not reality, bro. You have to test it out. You can't just say, "Oh yeah, yeah, you can bend light, you can reflect light, so obviously you can make yourself invisible." No, come on, man.
Hold on. Let's be legit.
Oh,
People definitely, truly, absolutely do it their own will. That's not CGI.
people definitely do what? Have magic cloaks that and make them
Drink their own
invisible?
pee.
Oh yeah. I know you're right
Oh,
about. Okay, I got it. I was like, wait a minute, bro. Yeah,
You had a good line of reasoning there till you put something that people actually do.
yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have went there, but that one's been on my mind all. I mean, come on, let's use logic here. Everybody, I mean, if somebody put you in an empty room, and they started handing you stuff and asking you questions about it, you're not going to sit there and make up storylines to defend something that you know is obviously right there in your hand, right? But then you turn around and do the exact same opposite of that when somebody throws some simple word to you like, what if it's a plane, right? Oh my God, they freak out. It's just like when you stand in front of the television when somebody's watching a TV show. It shows you very, very quickly that the television is a lot more than just a tube with a little picture on it, because it profoundly pisses people off and it makes people very angry. My wife will try to throw shit at me sometimes because literally I walk in front of the television. Why? She can literally stop it and pause it for eternity if she wanted to. She can go back and watch that same show 1,000,000 times. But by golly, if I stop her from missing 30 seconds of that show, she loses her mind. Why do people do this? It's not normal, right? So how is this happening to normal people that they're reacting like complete crazy people?
Because it is normal.
You're right. But how did it get that? It's like if only we knew all these secrets, we could change the world. We could fix everybody's problems. Think about
it. Well, again, we're back to the core of the problem, which is not shapes in free space.
Right.
Or the problem is human nature. So when you come up with the cure for human nature, you can publish that.
Death.
And see what happens.
Case closed. I'm kidding. I think human nature is important, but only
listen this sentence. The sphere has that I heard so many times. The sphere has more sense. How? How you can have that in mind, that the sphere has more sense?
Well, let's look at it from a logical perspective. Let's make a little dough ball. Yeah, let's make a little dough ball of dirt and let's test and see if that theory holds up.
But logic is,
because we've all made one of those little things like, where you make a map, right? Like a topographical map in science class at school, right? And you have to like make the bumps, and you're supposed to make the United States or wherever you live. You remember doing that? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like we all know that when you look at stuff, when you think about, you put it down and you lay it on a flat surface, and then you pour water down there and you make a little lake in your dirt, and you do all this a little bit, you start to realize, wait a minute, this makes a lot of sense. But you try to do that on a curved surface, and it goes wrong instantly. And you're telling me that you look at that right in front of you, you see this pop out right in front of you. It's like slapping you right in the face. Hello, stupid, hello. And you look at that and go, oh no, that's not possible. How can you do that rationally? Explain that to me and tell me that's not insane. It's insane, people. It's insane. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sorry if I sound like rude or if I seem like I'm getting upset, but it's like, it really is. It's I don't know how to deal. This is what I deal with every day, and it frustrates me. This is what drives me insane every day. It's like, why are people so obviously duped and brainwashed, but they can't see even a smidge of it? Even though they completely have no argument, they have no evidence against it, but yet they'll still stand on that pedestal and yell and scream like they know what they're talking about. And I want to know how the hell they did that to all of us without us even knowing about it. That's what I want to know. Because I think that technology could help things. It could help fix problems, provided you use it properly, right? But no, nobody wants to talk about it. No, it's not possible. There's no way they could possibly control your mind. There's no way they could trick you into believing things that aren't true. Oh, no. No, we're too smart for that, huh?
Maybe Globers think that we didn't think about that question. Why would they lie? That this is big things. What the fuck is this? How Earth would be flat? We had all that questions 5-6 years ago in our heads, million questions, and we asked that questions ourselves, and we wanted to find the answers, and we find out answers, a lot of answers, and that's it. Nothing else. All that question what they are asking us, we asked ourselves. At least I asked myself. Why would they lie?
You mean
I
nobody's
had
posted a video yet? Come on, guys. Oh wait, someone did. Here we go. Rio's fresh onion warehouse damaged in fire. Let's investigate this article and see if it's true or not. Let's see. Let's read it first. San Juan, Texas, on March 31st, 2022, a structure fire significantly damaged a large portion of the largest fresh onion packing facilities in South Texas. The Rio Fresh Incorporated, BB number, blah, blah, blah. Family from their offices in San Juan, Texas would like to share the following statement regarding last night's tragic news. That's where it starts. It sounds like lie to me already because of the words they use. They're saying following the statement regarding last night's tragic news. Notice there's all these words. They use all these adverbs and all these silly words, but what are they really saying there? They could have just said there was a fire at an onion factory or an onion packing facility. Why do they have to write it out in this huge sentence of meaningless terms and words, right?
Do you want one from when war started, Russia and Ukraine?
Oh yeah, you got a video from that the first day? Yeah, give me.
Yeah, listen. This 3 days after I'm watching, I don't know which television, some news is coming. I know some news, BBC, man, and there is some Ukrainian guy, and there you can see behind the let's say one street or everything is destroyed. You see houses, only walls, something, blah blah blah, people cleaning or whatever, and then it's a guy, and he's saying, yes, the bomb fell here, and my daughter it was dead. I will show you now where it is, and he's speaking like this, 3 days ago, his daughter was killed by the bomb, and he's speaking like he wants to be on television and say the news, because his daughter killed with the fucking bomb, And now, like, with any fucking empathy, with nothing in eyes, And I'm looking at him like, what the fuck is this? I know, Rookie, because I was in a war. I know what happened when you feel the fear and everything. That was fucking what the fuck? Even in movie they will make that some feelings about. He was saying about his daughter was dead from the bomb 3 days ago, and he was showing the place. He was like making documentary about that. The father. What the fuck is that? Is that true? I immediately called my wife because we know what is happening in the war. They said, look at this.
Do I have to say it? No, it's not true.
Yeah, I know that is not true. When I come back to my home in my town, 1991, they said that 20 kids was killed by Serbs, 20 kids in that school, in my fucking school, and I thought, fuck, must be 20 parents of that 20 kids, Rocky. I
Yep,
know who
that's
is
what I'm
living
talking about,
there.
bro.
I know
It's
who
like,
is living there. Who lived there that around that school. I don't know anyone who lost his child. But only, and that news was, oh, what the fuck? Look what they did,
Yep.
And
And of course, there's never death certificates or any of that. It's always just suddenly that everyone decided that they're not going to post their family members' death certificates or the information on it, even though that's what everybody does, right? But they don't do it because for some reason they want to protect the families. Yeah, he was just on TV talking about it 3 days after, like it was no big deal. And you're telling me that we need to worry about the families? God, give me a break, dude. Like, come on, man.
Man, if my daughter is dead because of any bomb, and if some journalist come to me to 3 days after to make me how interview, I don't know what I will do, I will say, fuck yourself, go. I don't want to do any fucking interview, I am dead, I don't care even who is now the enemy. No, he wants to show who is enemy now because his daughter
Yeah,
was
it is
killed
kind
in
of hard to
Russia,
know who the real
and he
enemy
don't have
is,
any
right?
fucking feel. He don't even cry, What the fuck is this?
Yep, I hear you, bro. I hear you. Yeah, it's like I want to know. I want to know why I can't get other people to like. I mean, I get it. Like it's taboo, and I'm probably I probably should like cut it off because it's a flat Earth channel. But it's just I really do. I need somebody. Is there anybody out there that can actually give me some information that can help me deal with this on a normal level? Because I really don't know what to do except cry. I honestly don't. You know what I mean? Because it's sad because I feel like there's something we can do if we all of us that are angry about it would just get together and like try to make some plans. I'm not saying hurt people. I'm saying make a difference. Like show people that good can be done and that people can be nice people and still survive and still live and enjoy life. We don't have to choke each other to death all the time. We don't have to, destroy other people's lives just to get our own. It's just stupid. And what person really believes crap anyway and would admit it in the public, right? But that's what everybody's doing. They're acting like complete assholes, and people are believing it like as if that's really true. People don't really act like that. It's a con, bro. It's not. I mean, come on. Like, have you watched TV lately? There are TV shows that are trying to convince you that some guy who claims he's a doctor convinced some child molester to come in and admit he molested his own child on national TV. And my grandmother sits there and watches this crap and tells me, "Oh no, he's really a doctor, and he really did get this guy out there. This guy's really got a serious problem." I'm like, "Are you what? Are you serious? There's somebody that's that stupid? What kind of an idiot would do something like that? Even if they're getting paid for it, it's a freaking death sentence, bro. You're going straight to prison. Why would somebody do that to themselves? Nobody's that dumb." But no, this is what we're told to believe in and expect as reality. And I'm tired of it, bro. I'm so tired of it. It's just so ridiculous. It doesn't even make sense. And I think that the silence that I'm getting is probably showing about how important it is to most of them. Wow. Nothing burger. Crickets and silence.
Man, it need to be with NASA something. I don't know what, but need NASA to be pointed to first one more and more and more.
I'll tell you how we can change the world. I say we shut down that freaking bull crap that they call a space program, give everybody in the whole world back their money, or take that money and pay off the national debt, and then just move on, bro. Like it's as simple as that. cancel their damn contract, take the money back, put them all in prison for lying their balls off and stealing our money, instead of letting them get away with it because they have an LLC title on the end of it. It's, dude, everything is obviously a trick and an operation to screw you. And you can't see that. I don't know what to say. You're either nuts or you're just completely blind. No matter what I watch on there, doesn't matter what I watch, every time it takes me about 50 seconds to a minute to debunk every bit of it. And if I can do that with no education, no college degree, no formal, any kind of education, the only education I've got is literally my own experience and all the reading that I do and all the research I do. So I'm not claiming to be some smart person with a degree or none of that, because honestly, I think that would make me a dumber person or not as intelligent, because that's a biased opinion, right? I attack everything from one perspective. What's the real truth? And let's see the evidence for it. If there's not any evidence, let's stop talking about it, because it's a waste of time. It's just a theory, right? If it's not helping us, if it's not edifying our lives or benefiting us scientifically or helping mankind in general, then why waste time and money on it? It's just ridiculous. Why? So somebody can take that money and invest it somewhere else and then use it to hurt people more? I don't know. Does that make sense to you? Is my mic broken?
You're right, man. It doesn't make sense. I think the thing is that everybody here agrees with you.
Yeah, but we just want to get it back to flat Earth stuff, dude. There's no.
Okay, well, we can do that. That's fine. We can do that. I mean, I think I made my point. I appreciate you guys letting me get it out. So, yeah, we can go back. Do we have any new people? I haven't been looking. So, yeah, subject change. I'm good. I'm just saying, if anybody wants to talk about it, or you feel like, it should be talked about somewhere else, then hey, let me know, DM me or something. I'd be glad to go over and have a convo about it if you guys want.
Hey, thanks, Rookie, actually, for speaking up. It's good to hear. I hear the passion. I've been listening. Yeah, keep on, man. It's all right. You know what? You have a lot of people here that feel the same way as you. And I think it's good that we talk about it, what we can do about it. That's a good point, because I don't hear so much of that, what we're doing about it, right? I appreciate you, man.
Yeah, that's the disappointing part of it. I get it, the time and the place and everything is wrong, but it's like, I feel like I need to hear from you guys. That's what I want. I need to hear from you. What do you guys think about it?
Yeah, look, it is disappointing, and it's disappointing for all of us personally, because a lot of us want so badly to do something, but it's really hard to know what step to take. You know what I'm saying? So maybe if we have this meeting of the minds, we can go chill chat from time to time and discuss these things, because we all come up with great ideas. A lot of it's not meant for the mainstream, for the live stream. That's fine. So we can just go to chill chat and talk about these things. Maybe we can connect on different levels, and maybe we can take some actions together, and we can discuss these things as we're going through them. So we're not feeling like we're like this island alone and having to do everything
People
ourselves.
keep shooting. Yeah, people keep shooting bombs at us. Yeah, they keep trying to blow it up.
Yeah, that's okay, man. Damn the torpedoes, full speed ahead. I'm right with you, man.
I don't know why I couldn't think of the word torpedo, but does anybody got any evidence? Any kind of evidence at all that's valid? I'd love to see anything. I really would. I mean, I've been praying for a while to see some evidence of anything, so we can figure out some stuff and actually lay down some kind of a model or something. But it seems like the more I investigate, the more I realize it's never going to happen.
You didn't know why you didn't think of the word torpedo. I don't know why I did think of the word torpedo. So anyway, anyway.
Okay, I can show you evidence about yeast. If you put in the dough, it will grow. If you don't put, it will not grow.
Wait a minute. About what?
Dough for bread.
Yeast. You said yeast.
Yes.
Without the yeast, it won't rise, and with the
But you have experimentation. For example, people doesn't know if you put too much salt, it will not grow.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
I thought you said
subtle differences. Yeah.
I thought you said bees when you said yeast, and it made me think of what
Oh.
Rookie said. Yeah, you know a lot about bees. And I have a bee question, actually. Actually, I have a couple of insect questions. But on bees,
You
are
can DM me, but okay,
are
whatever.
most oh well, it'll only take a second. So are all flowers that bees get pollen from are not poisonous to humans? Is that correct?
I'm not sure about that. That's a good question, but I
Okay,
do know that
even in poisonous
Go ahead.
plants, is the pollen poisonous too, or no?
I'm not sure. I
Okay,
honestly
good.
don't know.
Good. That'll
Honestly
be
don't know.
something for me to look up myself. I'll do that.
Now that you said it, now I'm going to have to go find out, though. That's
I'm
for
going to go
sure.
look
So
too.
let me know what you find out, because that is.
Now,
I do know that the bees can see ultraviolet light when it reflects off of flowers, and that's how they find the flowers and mark them. But I'm
Very
not sure, like what you said. I'm not sure if there's a poisonous version of it, or I'm assuming there probably would be, right, with so many plants that we have. But
I don't know
I
if
don't
they're
know.
going
I mean, that's a really good. That's a really good question.
Yeah, I wonder if they're going to feed off of plants that are poisonous to humans. So anyway, they and another point that came up when you were talking, they do have some sort of directional sensing system. They have a built-in, I would say, either a solar directional finder or something like that. They seem to know what direction they're leaving their hive, and they always get back. Now, are those pheromones? Is that they something about the light, like the sun? There's some directional finding apparatus in these insects that
I
allow
can tell
them
you
to
what I
go
think
back
it is, but
home.
I can't prove it because I don't think anybody's ever actually figured it out yet. But I
Yeah.
think it has to do with ley lines and magnetic fields. That's how they find their way, and they keep track of where they're.
That's interesting. And so the only way these insects can find their way like that is on a flat Earth.
Yeah,
There's
absolutely.
proof. There's more proof that we live on a flat Earth. All the insects, bugs, birds, everything rely on a flat, stationary Earth. Yeah.
And if somebody actually went to the trouble to study that and do tests on that scientifically, I'm sure you could prove that out really, very, very easily.
Yes. And here's another thing. Now, the second part of my what I had in mind is about ladybugs, because I've been looking for ladybugs all season and I have not found
everywhere.
one single ladybug anywhere I look, and I'm out in nature all the time, like a lot, at least 4 hours a day.
Sonny, I have on balcony 100.
What?
Dude, they're everywhere here. I see them
I have
all over the place. They're in my pool.
I have cows on my balcony. They have under my carpet. It's like 100 of them.
Oh my gosh, 100 of them. Okay, gotcha.
They're even in my house, bro. They're coming in the house. I'm finding them on the table and on the chairs.
Ladybugs. So it might be just the
like
place I'm looking, but I'm in place out in nature where there's flowers in abundance everywhere of all kinds of varieties, daisies, daffodil, lilies, like everything's blooming, like all the trees that have berries on them. There's mulberries. There's a whole bunch of different plants. They're all blooming right now, and I have not seen one. I've looked and looked and looked, and I've not seen one ladybug all season yet.
Sonny, what is missing, what I know when I, from childhood, are butterflies. I cannot see any more butterflies in my.
No, I see butterflies every day. There's lots of butterflies here.
For example, in my town, it was before, like, I'm speaking now 30 years ago, 40 years ago. It was so many butterflies. Now you cannot see fucking one flying.
Oh yeah, I used to see swarms of monarchs in Missouri, where I lived near St. Louis as a child, and they would spiral up. It looked like a tornado of butterflies. It was amazing. I grew up in a really fantastic time. I mean, the cicadas would come out and make all this noise. There'd be these lightning bugs flying around all the time. Like everything was alive. So I don't know if that's decreased or not. But anyway, the ladybugs, I'm trying to figure out why.
Yeah,
And
ladybugs eat other bugs. They don't eat flowers. In case you, I don't know.
that's,
I don't think you actually said that they did, but I'm saying ladybugs eat aphids and other small insects. They don't
that's
eat.
what I want. That's why I want to grab a couple for my plant, because I saw a couple of spider mites and I panicked and I did something I shouldn't have done, and I kind of had a little setback because of it. But that's okay.
What's weird is that the cheapest and easiest and most effective way to get rid of like those kind of pests, aphids and things, is soapy water in it, and the soapy water doesn't hurt the plants at all. But it's such a tedious and long process to do that to every plant you have that it's just not economical to do it in in production type.
Yeah, I used some neem oil and I should have never done that. I kind of burnt the flowers a little bit.
Oh no, oils are dangerous because it's like putting suntan oil on
Yeah, I
something.
put it on when I see. I should have read. I jumped before I've read quite a bit about what I'm doing, what I'm using. All the products I'm using are all natural. Everything's natural. So, but I jumped. I go, I'll just spray some of this on there. That'll get rid of them, and I'll spray it off. I'll rinse it off right away. So that's what I did. But it was in the light, and afterwards, it goes, never put on flowering cannabis, and never put it on in the light. And I did both, and so I kind of burnt them a little bit, and it really made me upset because I've been growing this plant for,
Have you tried tobacco juice, soaking tobacco in water,
tobacco and
spraying
soap.
that
I've
on
heard of
there?
that. You're roboting, but I did catch a couple of the words. Will be you roboted out.
But you have that in cayenne.
Hold on, you're still roboting. I can't get it. Wait a couple seconds and try again, please.
Okay. Yeah, I gotta get a better shot.
Yeah, no, it's out of control.
Testing.
Yeah, out of control. What's
Give it
up?
another couple seconds. It'll be all right. I'm sure it'll come back around.
You need to be a robot again.
When you get closer to the ground tower.
Mr. Roboto.
Well, that was the clearest one we've heard.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, we don't hear from you very often.
Tobacco, cayenne. Yeah, I know, Ricky. I try to keep my mouth shut. But yeah, cayenne and tobacco, peppers, tobacco, and soap, just as a surfactant, not a lot of soap. You don't want to taste that yet when you're smoking it.
Yeah,
but,
that too.
Yeah. That's all I got for you, Sonnies. That's what I've used.
Yeah, that
today.
I should have just took it slow like I've been doing this whole time, and everything's been going well until I make rash decisions based in fear of something that probably wasn't a big deal. Anyway, the strain I have is very predator resistant anyway. I shouldn't really worry about it. And I've made mistakes every grow. This one's been the most successful, so I just got my fingers crossed. Like, it looks like it's recovering fine. Like, it's a very strong. It's a very hardy
You
individual.
can smoke spider mites.
Oh, I'm not worried about that. Hell yeah, I'm sure I've smoked worse. Probably have smoked paraquat. Back in the 70s. The paraquat scare. Most of you don't even remember that. But anyway.
Have you been squishing a lot of them on your water leaves?
Squishing it?
You
No.
can pinch them?
No, there's just barely any of them. I just panicked. I saw a couple and I looked at it with my jeweler's loop, and it looks like this little monster. And it magnified the problem in my mind because I saw that. Yeah. And I reacted. I'm like, oh no. And they're probably
they do reproduce pretty quickly.
Yeah, there's other ways. Now I know I could have just used some bicarbonate of soda, what is it? Baking soda in water, make the water real alkaline with the baking soda, and that gets rid of them. and then just rinse it off because it's just like a powder or a salt on the leaves. They don't mind it, you know. So I should have done that instead, but it's okay. Looks like it's going to be all right. I still have this nasty potassium deficiency that I just freaking it. I don't know, man. It's very interesting. I think once I get more specific and more technical about the way I test things like the water and the soil, I'll get more accurate about what's in what nutrients it needs, which ones are over and which ones are under. Anyway, I'll stop because I can talk about this for hours.
Did anybody check out Big Homie Dictator?
I watched the first couple seconds of it, just the intro part. I'm going to check it out, though. Definitely, I have it. I have it in here. Let's see.
I posted 4 different videos. The press conference one is pretty hilarious, but anyway, they're all really good. He is my favorite guy on YouTube.
Did you say you're in North Dakota or South Dakota? North Dakota.
North, yeah, we're getting a foot of snow this Saturday, supposedly.
You and Fraud are up there.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. Seems like such a foreign place. I immediately think it's white snow and moose running around.
Yep.
Yeah. Any bear?
Nope.
No bear?
No bears.
Other areas there probably is, though. Huh?
I don't know, not that I know of. As far as North Dakota goes, that's not a normal threat.
It has to be a little warmer, right?
I don't know. I mean, I feel like you'd find bear out in like Idaho.
A lot of black. There used to be a lot of black bear actually in Michigan.
Mm.
And that's
it's probably just not very habitable for a bear. I mean, there's tons of deer here though, and deer and antelope and moose, but not bear.
Yeah.
All
kinds of other life though, like raccoons and probably tons of squirrels and fox and things like that, right?
There's wolves. I don't know about foxes so much. Squirrels are extremely low. Like in an entire year, we only saw like 1 squirrel.
Wow.
Yeah, Saskatchewan and Manitoba are our Canadian neighbors, so
yeah.
I don't know if that's an influencing factor, animal life wise, but yeah, very flat. North Dakota's very flat.
Pretty high elevation as well.
I don't know about that.
Here, I'll just look up a city.
1,000 feet, somewhere in that neighborhood, if you consider that high.
No, 1,000 feet isn't that high. Well, I don't know. Maybe like it'd be interesting to know what the average height is of, let's say, North America. Of course, you'd have the outliers like the Rocky Mountains and other mountain ranges, but okay. It says the minimum elevation is 700 feet. Goes up to about 3,500 feet. From about 800 feet to 3,500 feet. Interesting. That's pretty low, actually.
Oh, I was way off then with my number.
Because let's see, like we have in California, let's see, Mount Baldy. Let's see how high Mount Baldy is. Mount Baldy is 6,700. It's not even a large mountain. How about Rainier? Oh no, that's in Washington. How about Shasta? That's in California. Shasta's 14,000 feet.
Yeah, it's a tall one.
And then where's Mount McKinley? I think that's in Alaska. I think that's the highest one in the States. Oh no, it's not even that high. It's only 4,900 feet. 5,000 feet, Mount McKinley. Huh. What? This is not correct. Hold on. Oh. Mount Denali in Alaska is 20,000 feet. It's the highest elevation in North America. It's also called Mount McKinley.
Oh.
Yep. South Central Alaska, 20,000 feet or 6,190 meters. Wow. Mount McKinley is the third tallest mountain on Earth after Everest in Nepal and Akonka. I can't even pronounce it. Aconcagua in Argentina. So the wolves, there must be plenty of rabbits and stuff like that then. I bet there's rabbits all over, right? Even
We
in
do
this.
have a good amount of rabbits.
Yeah, I saw a rabbit here the other day, and this thing had some big old tall ears. I mean, like I've seen other rabbits, they have pretty big ears, but this one had really big ears. Had gray hair, so it's probably one of the older individuals. What do you think it means when you meet somebody the first time and something sparks an intense interest in this person, even though you don't know them? What do you think that means? Because I don't think there's accidents there. Like when all you by chance meet somebody somewhere.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
And you have a conversation and there's a connection of some sort there and you don't know why. And then like after this whole time now afterwards, I've been like, what happened there? Because
there's
I've been
different answers.
affected by the chance meeting. And like, that doesn't happen always. Maybe it could be, I'm questioning myself. And now I'm just rambling.
No, man, I think that there's a handful of different answers for that. It could be spiritual. It could be similarities. It could be chemical.
Yeah.
And I think that each of the possible answers could be working together.
Yes, because it's somehow, it seems like something lined up. I don't know how to describe it. Like all those things you're talking about.
Yeah.
Like they all kind of lined up. I don't know. Maybe I'm just putting too much into it. I'll stop thinking about it so much.
I can't find this stupid brand. What's the brand? What's the Sam's Club brand?
Sam's Club. I don't know.
The one that makes the trash bag.
Members Mark.
Starts with
Members
a K.
Mark.
Yeah.
Members Mark. That's the name.
I guess I'm asking the wrong question.
No, that's I'm sorry, that's not Costco. That's Sam's Club. Oh yeah, Sam's Club. It's Members Mark, I believe, isn't it?
Okay, yeah, maybe
Or is that
so.
Costco?
What's the company that starts with a K that makes trash bags? I can't find this stupid name.
With a K.
Yeah.
Okay. The K.
Yeah.
Yo, I have a question.
No, I don't know why. For some reason, I'm drawing a complete blank, but I'm sure that there's probably. I don't know why, but that's.
That's the ones. I just need to look in my previously ordered list.
Yo, Gospel.
What?
I have a question. Like, you know the Cavendish experiment?
Yeah, I'm not the Cavendish guy. That's not my.
Someone here explain that experiment. Can it be repeated?
The answer to the question I was looking for is Kirkland. Kirkland. Oh,
Kirkland signature. That's
Kirkland.
Costco.
Yeah, that comes from Costco. All their
Costco,
like
yeah.
the toilet paper's Kirkland. Like all their products.
Is that Costco?
Yes.
Yes, you're getting Costco confused with Sam's Club. Yeah, that's what it was. That's why I was trying to correct it without like sounding like I was arguing.
No, not at all.
Yeah, Members Mark, and then I think Good and Plenty is Target's brand, and then there's a bunch of others. But
Okay, someone here explain the Cavendish.
like Lucky and Save Mart has Sunny Select, and Safeway has another kind. I mean, there's all these different like side brands. I don't know. I'm sorry.
Yes, you had a question about Cavendish. Yeah, it's not an experiment. It's actually more along the lines of a parlor trick.
Oh, yeah,
or an
so
enlarged.
I was talking with someone and they said this experiment proves gravity.
It's not an experiment because for it to be an experiment, it would have to have a independent control variable. So if you could ask that person, what was the control that they varied or manipulated? Who in the Cavendish parlor trick? Ask them what the independent control variable was in the experiment. If it's an experiment, it would have that. So what did he vary?
About to ask right now.
Plus, the thing about it is, it's not natural science, so you can't actually do the scientific method with it because It's a man-made mechanical device. The only thing you would be able to determine or observe with it is a mechanical phenomenon, not a natural one. That's the answer.
Okay. I didn't know I didn't know that independent variable. I didn't know it didn't have one. I watched only one video on it. It was Eric Dubé's video. I didn't quite understand it though. So when people bring it up to me, I barely know.
Here, I have a video for you by Brian Mullen, Balls Out Physics guy. Cavendish debunked. I'll post that in the live stream voice text. Hold on just a second. A cheap plug from my channel, Flat Earth 2017 Consciousness. That's my channel. And then I'll put the video I spoke of.
I don't know, but they always deflect every time you ask them a question. They just deflect it and go to something else. Holy shit.
Nice. Got a new term. Is flat Earth a pseudo religion?
So not really religion?
Yeah. Pseudo religion means it's not a religion. Yeah.
It's funny though.
Here's Brian Mullins. Here's Brian Mullins' video on Cavendish debunked. I think that would be the best one to watch. Right there. Yep. Oh, I got Brian Mullins' airplanes landing on a freaking spinning ball too. Hold on, let's put that one up too. Which is equally as ridiculous as Cavendish. Planes landing on a curved, rotating surface and aren't affected at all.
Yeah.
That's the astonishing part. No need to change any of the engineering. Maybe we should play this. You think I could play this?
Yeah, I think that's kosher.
I could play it. Hold on. Let me play. I'll play the Cavendish, and then we'll play the one about the planes too. Play it on the bot. One moment, please.
What do you think, Sunny, about flat Earth being a pseudo religion?
Flat Earth? No, because
Yeah.
no, I disagree because I don't have to believe anything about it.
So,
A pseudo religion.
Yo,
A
Sonny.
pseudo religion? No, it's non-religious because it's completely
Well,
separate.
yeah, pseudo religion is something that it's not religion.
A pseudo religion is feigning being a religion, though.
Yeah.
Yo, Sonny.
Posing as. Yeah.
It's posing as a religion, so no.
Yo,
But
Sonny.
it's
He said the independent. He said the independent variable is the angles between the frame and the weights.
Oh, so good. You got a phenomenon happening with a mechanical device. Great. What are you going to do with that? How is he going to show a cause and effect of this mechanical device? And then once he does, that's all you have. Okay, this mechanical device, when I change this ball to this ball or this torsion on this little thing, it's going to create this effect. That's a mechanical phenomenon. So what? Big deal. We can create mechanical phenomena all day long. It's not applicable to anything outside of that apparatus.
I'm about to ask him the fact. He might say gravity.
Yeah, that's what they're trying to do. They're going to add the magic dust, gravity, on the thing, and then make a just so statement about what it's doing, with just as little backing for anything. So yeah, they're going to claim gravity with no explanation or description or cause and effect necessary, because gravity. You don't have to say any cause and effect. You just say gravity, and that's it. Hold on. That's all it is. It's a one-word.
I'll tell you if he says gravity or something else.
Tell him to prove gravity. Like Cavendish isn't proving gravity.
Yeah, he said the Cavendish experiment proves gravity, but that's it.
Okay, well, we're going to play this. Hold on. We'll have the audience decide.
I would just say the way that I've heard it, the Cavendish experiment, quote unquote, explained is that if you made a hypothesis for it, it would be something like mass. What was it? Mass causes mass attracts mass, or something like that.
That's their
Basically,
theory of gravity.
It's kind of like a redundant statement that don't really make sense or something.
Yeah, so literally, like what you would have to do in actuality is you would have to separate out electromagnetism and electrostatics from the whole entire equation. So since every single material on Earth is affected by electromagnetics and also electrostatic properties, you would have to remove those first before you could do anything.
Okay, so he said what's going on with the mechanical devices is that you're arranging the weights in such a way with the string that you can measure the force of tension by torque and use that to derive a gravitational constant.
Yeah, what are the presuppositions? We need to know. Let's listen to this first and we'll decide. Here's a little video for us to listen to.
Henry Cavendish was very wealthy, and he did a lot of things. Apparently, I've listened to some very respected physics teachers praise his work, and I've studied some of his work. But mostly, what I was interested in was how he determined this gravitational constant. Cavendish apparently had a lot of property, a lot of money, and he set up an experiment. Cavendish built this box. This wooden box on his property. It's something like this. Okay, and in this box, there was a pulley with a rope leading outside the box, something like that, a little handle on it. And what hung from it was this thing called a torsion rod. It's something like this. And on the ends of the rod were these large lead balls. And on the inside were these smaller lead balls. Something like this. Pulley right here. And he used lead because it's very massive, it's very dense. And he, apparently, according to the history, he knew that he had to get away from the box because his gravity, his mass, would affect the experiment. Assuming that this is correct, that the force of gravity is, there's a force of gravity between any two masses, not just the Earth and us. All masses have a force of gravity on each other, or create a force of gravity on all other masses based on this equation and the proportion that Newton came up with. So he somehow set up some telescopes that went back to his house. Keep his house off the board, just assume his house is down here somewhere. So he could observe this experiment. And somehow he calculated big G from this. Okay? Well, when I started researching this, I said, okay, well, let's see some examples of a modern day torsion rod experiment that somebody's built that shows how this works.
There's another set of lead balls inside there. This experiment really is very difficult to get to work, and a technician has sawed it apart because he got so frustrated. However, you could measure the period of oscillation of this, and from that get all the properties of the wire, the torsional constant. And that enabled him to measure big G, the gravitational constant, to an accuracy of 1%. And nobody improved on that for 100 years. And nobody improved on that for 100 years.
Well, I couldn't really find one. I actually had a lot of trouble finding one. Actually, one of the physics professors that was praising him had a little model that he held up and was joking that his TA couldn't get it to work and got frustrated with it and gave up. And I'm thinking to myself, over 200 years later, we don't have models of this, or repeats of this experiment all over the place that determine big G. It didn't make much sense to me.
So that was it.
He said the experiment didn't have no presuppositions.
Yes, it did.
What was it?
The presuppositions are that that masses are attracted to each other. That's a presupposition. And then they're going to claim what that force is that's supposedly attracting these masses to each other based on something that they cannot repeat. Just like Brian said, they can't duplicate it. So where's the consistency of results that would be required? And the other thing, like I mentioned before, I haven't forgot about, how did they remove electrostatics and electromagnetism? You'd have to do that first. And you would have to take out any effects of the atmo or the ether. So it would have to be in a complete vacuum. You'd have to remove every single variable to pinpoint which variable is making these do this. They're claiming an impossibility. They can't remove those other effects. So how would they know which one is which and which one's doing what and what is affecting these materials?
But you said what else has to do with the electro what?
Magnetism and electrostatics.
How could they do it?
Yeah, how could they remove static electricity from the object? They can't. Electrostatics affects everything on Earth. Everything. Trees, the leaves, the dirt, the ground, metal shavings, the hair on your head. Your skin, your clothing, it's everywhere. Electrostatics. And that's not even including electromagnetism, which we know you think of electromagnetism as something that only affects things that are magnetic or ferrite, that has iron in it. That's iron is attracted to magnetism. That's not true. Gold and copper, neither one are magnetic, but a copper ball will slow down if you roll it along a gold surface, and vice versa. So there's another force. They don't know what it is. So it's not as easy as just setting up some balls in a garage, claiming you by the torsion effect, whatever the hell that is proving something else that's incongruent to what they're trying to claim, gravity.
Hey, can you say that?
What?
Can you say that thing about the rolling the balls or whatever again?
Yeah, you could take a copper ball, right? A perfect copper bearing, let's say a bearing, like a ball bearing, perfectly round ball bearing of copper, and run and have a surface of gold, and the copper ball will slow down while it's touching the gold. And neither one of those,
and then if I do
neither
it,
one of those,
like,
neither one of those metals. Listen, neither one of those metals are magnetic. Neither one. They're being like the copper's being attracted to the gold from some other force that they don't know about.
Yeah, that's interesting.
So if you don't remove those effects, you're never going to find out what these balls are doing, what it means. It's just a misnomer. It's a trick. It's a kid's toy. That's all it is. It's an enlarged kid's toy. Doesn't do anything. Not proving anything.
He said the electronegativity has to do with the electric force the atoms in the molecule or the ion have.
Yeah. So show me how you would remove that effect from any material. How would they remove it? So you could tell the difference between what is the electrostatic effect of this material? What is the electromagnetic effect of these material? What is the effect of the ether? That's the medium that is around this apparatus. What is the effect of that? You'd have to remove every single effect in order to isolate what effect is doing what. He has no ability to remove any of those effects to prove his so-called fairy tale gravity.
Oh, sorry. Clear my throat on mic for everybody. There are worse things, I suppose.
Yeah, like coughing directly into the mic. Sorry, I've probably done it once or twice. But that kid yesterday, as nice as he was, wow. I hope he gets better. Maybe diffuse some eucalyptus oil in your room, maybe. Might help.
I usually, if I'm about to sneeze or anything like that, I usually try to run over to the to the microphone to mute myself.
And sometimes you make it, sometimes you don't.
Yep.
We have someone named band member with no roles.
I wonder if that's
Hey,
help or
band.
hurt us if we decide to get one. Well, I don't know if we can. We all like incense though. So
What?
What? I didn't understand you. Can you say it again?
It'll smell like we're in Tibet. Oops, sorry. Hello.
Hi, band member. It smells like you're in Tibet.
Is that what you said?
Yeah, sorry. I was talking to someone else. Sorry.
Okay.
Okay, dokie.
It's an interesting icebreaker to start the conversation off.
Yeah, sorry. I was talking to my wife. Yeah,
It's
just
okay.
listening.
It's okay.
I'm just
I
listening.
understand. Okay.
Okay.
Why are you called band member? Why did you choose that screen name?
Oh, because on the 24/7 Discord, I got banned a lot from like Glad and Dave Hinkle.
Why did you get banned?
Because I call out a lot of claims and I don't get much response to the claim.
Well, it's hard to claim that somebody's making a claim that isn't making the claim.
Well, there's a lot of claims like what you said earlier about ether and electrostatics and all that. That's fine, but I'd like to know the basics and the science behind
Right.
the
So you
replacement of
just have to,
gravity.
so you
to
just have to do
electrostatics.
your own. You have to do your own research. That's all.
You'd like to understand dielectric incoherent magnetism?
Well, that sounds like a lot of research, but I figured you guys might have a layman's explanation or simplified explanation to it.
Like those fun videos on YouTube where they put a pseudoscience communicator in front of like a 5-year-old and then a 15.
Yeah, that would help. Not to sound like an idiot, but starting simple would help.
Well, a lot of what we stick to here on the server, and the live stream is the fundamental claims that the globe Earth makes. So those are curvature, rotation, and gas pressure existing next to a vacuum without a container. So basically, those are the things that we talk about here the most.
Sure, I get that, but again, I see a lot of claims, but no long explanation, or at least an explanation of how the mainstream science is being replaced, or at least it sounds like some of the guys on this are trying to replace it with another science. But there's no backing to it.
Here's the difference. No, what we are doing is going back to the original paradigm of what science actually really is. What's happened in the last few hundred years is pseudoscience has taken over and now is in every school on Earth. There's very little true science done using the scientific method and natural phenomenon being observed. Very little of this is being done anywhere in any of the education camps.
It sounds like you're just saying that all scientists in the world are just taking their word for it, as far as they crack open a book and use the knowledge that's been collected over the last few hundred years. And they've, at some point, don't their experiments verify or unverify certain natural truths?
If they have experiments, of course, you cannot perform an experiment in astronomy, cosmology, or theoretical astrophysics. Not possible to perform a natural science experiment in any of those fields. So therefore, they are all pseudosciences because you can't verify or validate any of their claims. So they have empty claims versus what we have. We don't make claims unless we can back it up.
Well, isn't there a lot of, I mean, observation is something. I mean, that is part of science. I mean, you can't prove a plant goes from a little seed to a a corn stalk unless you
Yes,
watch
it's
it.
the
I mean,
it is
yeah,
the
you
first
can't.
step. Yeah, it's
I
the
mean,
first step. It is the first step of the scientific method.
So doesn't that apply to astronomy, like what you just mentioned, one
Yeah,
field?
but then the second step is you make a hypothesis and you say, I believe that the reason this is happening because of this, I'm going to manipulate something within this phenomenon, and it's actually what you're going to manipulate is what you are actually observing. You're going to have to manipulate that to show a cause and effect relationship.
If I'm observing
So what did they manipulate after they observed it?
Well, isn't observation what do you call this? A variable. I mean, the longer you watch something, you're going to be able to see what's going on with it without really.
I'm watching.
Wrong. In observation, you're observing an effect of something, and the effect. So the independent control variable is you're going to have to control that variable to show a different effect. Yes, you have to control it.
I can't believe that you have to manipulate it to understand it.
And you don't understand science.
I mean, you have to watch something to understand how it works.
And you have to manipulate.
Okay,
You have to manipulate or vary that variable.
You're watching water is boiling. How you will know that why it's boiling?
Well, you got to watch it long enough.
Yeah, but
it's
then
boiling.
How are you going to know if it's boiling at 212 degrees? How are you going to know that it's boiling? That causes it to boil, unless you change the temperature, right?
True, but that's a different way. That's another scientific method, so to speak.
No, it isn't.
Because you can't watch animals hunt each other and then change something and then call that the scientific method. I mean, you can observe things to understand it better. Not
what particular.
You can't always manipulate something.
What particular you will observe? What particular you will observe?
Animal behavior, for example.
If you can't manipulate it, you cannot show a cause and effect. Hold on a second. Hold on. Get. If you cannot manipulate it, you cannot show a cause and effect. Period.
So animal behavior, animal study is pseudoscience because you're being non-invasive to the animal.
I never said
how they hunt and feed and reproduce.
I never said
that's not real science.
No, if you change a variable, like change the diet of an animal and reduce, like, let's say, vitamin C and watch the animal die, there's a variable you can change. Yeah. You can do that with animals.
That doesn't help you understand the true behavior of an animal in its natural habitat.
No, because behavior is something that is subjective. Behavior isn't definitive, that it's like behavior isn't something you can say there's a cause and effect of. It's not something that you can do science with.
Yeah, but you can observe how they hunt and why. That doesn't mean you need to change it.
Yes, you do have to change it to show a cause and effect. You would have to show a different result by your change. That's the purpose of science.
Well, the longer you watch, that's how you observe, like, certain sciences. You can't force a change.
You as a scientist are not able to manipulate time. You cannot manipulate time. You cannot use.
You can manipulate time. The longer you watch, that's the variable.
I was speaking. You cannot say that you can manipulate time to show a cause and effect.
The longer you watch, you'll see.
That's what I'm trying to get at. Length of observation is not a variable.
It's limited. You can't live forever, so you can't really see. You'll never be able to actually observe it.
You have to slow down time.
So the scientist has to live 1,000 years in order to see something.
No, you're missing the point.
No, but to determine absolutely that cause and effect are the same thing, right? To prove it out completely, you have to physically measure it and all that stuff. It's a requirement for the scientific method. That's what we're talking about. We understand that there's theories that we use all the time, like electricity and things, where we can make stuff with it, we can make it work for us. But that doesn't mean we can prove any of it and what it actually is. We just describe it in a way that makes everybody else able to understand and learn about it so that they can do the same stuff with the same technology, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah, makes sense.
So defining it in terms is not necessarily actually making it so. Do you understand? Like when you say that we're all made of atoms that aren't touching each other, we can't really confirm all that. We could say, we see parts and we see things that lead us to believe that, but it's just a theory because it's only based on educated answers that we know, right? It's based on stuff that we see in other places, and it would make sense to go there, but it's not provable. It's not, cause and effect provable. Do you get, do you get it?
I understand up to a point, but there are effects that still nobody really understands, and yet we use it every day.
Let me give you another example about scientific method, okay? If I give you a cardboard box and I put something inside the box that you don't get to see or no one else sees except me, and I seal the box up, but you're not allowed to open the box. All you're allowed to do is guess and weigh it and shake it and look and do all kinds of experiments with it, but you're not allowed to open the box or whatever. You could use radar and all that kind of stuff. But once you get all that data written down, right, and you come up with a hypothesis of what you think is what's in the box, right, but you still have to open the box and confirm that before you can actually say your experiment wasn't just a null effect. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's not just conducting an experiment that makes something true. You have to prove the cause and effect. It's a process that has to be done. Otherwise, you have no cause and effect. All you have is a philosophy or an idea of what you think makes sense, right? It's logical, but it's not provable. So when we're talking about evidence, we want provable evidence. Falsifiable. In other words, we should be able to test what you say. We should be able to test it in our own yard with some kind of an experiment that we can test ourselves that proves what you're saying. Just like I just posted in here, if you look at the few posts that I posted, I've made observations from places from my house to other places that are too far away that I should see based on the model that they give us, okay? Now, that's my witness. You're not going to be able to knock that out of my head without showing me a way in which I could be deceived by that information. Do you see what I'm saying? I'm not just going to take your word for it because I've actually viewed things way too far away many times.
Yeah, you can't.
You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, I get it that I can't prove that because it's just my witness. But this is what we're talking about. I'm not making a claim. I'm saying I see things as flat. I've measured the surface of the horizon from 4 different angles from different perspectives towards San Francisco. And I've seen it as flat and all the way across the top. You know what I'm saying? And I know by measuring things and building houses and things, I know that a straight level, if you hold it up close to your face, right, and you look at the horizon and you look from left to right, you can look about 4 or 5 miles on a clear day, right? You can see about that far from distance. And if it's perfectly level from left to right, all the way across the surface of that flat, straight level, then it's impossible that it actually curves. I don't care how big the ball is. It's impossible. Otherwise, houses wouldn't get built right. Bridges would be curved and wavy. They wouldn't, you know what I'm saying? It wouldn't make any logical sense. So that argument doesn't make it's not actually an argument. It's just a thing that you say that everyone seems to hit on and think that it means something. It doesn't mean anything. You got to prove that. I'm sorry, I'll shut up.
Appreciate that, but I just think that the tools that are being used to measure level and flat aren't precise enough because of the size of the earth. Too big.
Like I said, have you ever built houses or had to build things where they had to be square and level and things like that?
1 degree of 25,000 miles is about 60 miles. And when you're trying to measure flat with only like 4 or 5 miles, so you think that's a little margin of error.
If you've ever measured things and had to build something and engineer something, you realize that those thresholds are not real in real life. No one uses those thresholds, bro. I'm telling you. It's just
those instruments are so accurate. You're making a huge mistake. The instruments that we're talking about, like a theodolite or a builder's level, they're accurate up to a 16th of an inch in 100 yards, which it computates to in 10 miles. They're accurate to within like an inch when we're talking hundreds of feet.
Yeah, listen, Ben. member. Do you realize? See, you're defending something that you actually don't seem to really know. You're saying 24,901 is that large, but do you know that in 5 miles you could zoom into a shoreline? There should be 16 feet of drop. Now, is 16 feet with a zoom camera visible and measurable?
How high is the camera to the ground?
1 foot off the sea level.
Okay. Have all variables been taken into account?
What variables need to be taken into account? You're looking at a shoreline, you're zooming into it. Is 16 feet visible? 16 feet of drop? If the shoreline's supposed to be 16 feet below your line of sight and covered by an obstruction of earth curve, would you say that is visible?
I don't know. I don't know what the atmospheric conditions are.
Yeah. In 5 miles, there should be 16.67 feet of drop.
Can listen this. If atmospheric conditions are whatever they are, can we see the physical water after that point?
In 10 miles, there's almost 70 feet of drop.
Fall away, right? So
70 feet is easily detectable by zooming in with the camera. If what you're looking at is supposed to be 70 feet below your line of sight, that's easily determined.
well, I find it interesting that that black swan picture that was taken with those two rigs. There was one taken a different about the same spot, different time of day, and no refraction whatsoever. It looks pretty clear.
You know what I find really interesting too? I really find straw men really interesting.
Straw men, yeah, are very interesting. Red herrings are interesting too.
No, just think about a straw man, right? Like, how is it bound together? Is it wearing clothes or not wearing clothes? Does it have a straw hat? Is that awkward that a straw man is wearing a straw hat? Like, straw men.
Photos being taken.
You're
by
talking
the
while I'm
oil
talking.
rigs. I mean, it changes.
So this is why you would just be muted, because you literally started talking in the middle of my sentence, regardless of whether or not you like the content of what I was saying is irrelevant. You interrupted me talking, which is inappropriate. I'm not going to allow that to happen. I'm trying to discuss with everybody how fascinated I am with straw men to facetiously prove a point about how ridiculous it is to bring up a straw man in order to think that you're making some type of point. The point is you're not making a point. It's a straw man. So the more you talk about the straw man, the more I'm going to talk about my straw man, the little straw man that wears overalls and he's got a yellow straw hat, and maybe he even has a piece of hay sticking out of his little straw mouth. This little straw man. I don't know. How do you imagine your straw man? This is how I imagine my straw man. He's wearing overalls. He's got a yellow straw hat. He's got a little piece of wheat hanging out of his mouth. And this is really important to talk about. Just like any other straw man is really important to talk about. I'm done.
Talking about variables.
Talking about straw men.
Taken into account.
Talking about straw men.
Not science is about taking into account all variables to reduce errors.
Okay,
yeah, that's right. You say these words, but you're also saying, like you did before, that observation is enough. You can't just do the observation and then make up a story for the rest of it.
Are he saying something that one day was geometrical horizon on one place and another day geometrical horizon was on another place?
Yeah, so the Earth is breathing. Then this is.
Hold on. What was the photographer wearing? What deodorant was he wearing?
His shoelaces.
Did he brush his teeth that morning? These are straw men.
Color of socks.
Oh, hold on.
Does any of that have anything to do with looking out to the horizon?
The barbecue that somebody was cooking that day, the smell of the water wafting barbecue. Do you
Affected
think that
you.
might be a factor
Is
that
that
we
all
need to take into
connected to
consideration?
looking out to the horizon? Of course not.
Maybe odor plays a role in
See,
what
now
we
you're just
see.
stretching it out to the ridiculous. So.
No,
Yeah,
because
so are you.
your refraction argument is ridiculous. That's what you're trying to get to. We already cut you off at the pass. Anyway, yeah, you don't have a geometric horizon. Too bad, but sorry about that. That's not our fault that we discovered this ourselves.
Does he know why it's called the black swan? The meaning of the term?
Yeah, I know.
I
Too proud
understand.
to say just one time, then it disproves the
Not all
globe.
swans are white when you find the black one. So, when everyone's thought that they're also white. So, yeah, I know.
Well, Bennett, maybe I understood you wrongly, but you are saying that on Black Swan is happening some kind of refraction, but you saw one picture where is no any refraction.
Yes.
You are
And
saying that, you know what, on Black Swan is happening refraction in the same like on that picture. That means only above the water a little bit, but horizon, you know, it's there.
Here, I'll prove a point, Sasha. I've got it.
Okay.
Band member. Check this out. I don't bet money, so I'm betting reputation because I'm not a big fan of betting in the first place, but just for kicks and giggles, colloquially speaking, I bet you that you're unwilling to establish a number, okay, of falsifiability of a globe claim. Do you know what I mean by what I just said?
no.
Okay, so according to the globe model, 24,901 mile circumference, I'm betting that you're unwilling to pick a number at, below, or above that number of 24,901 of a long distance observation that would falsify the claim of curvature in your own belief system.
Why would I want to falsify my belief system?
Thank you for being honest.
Thank you,
Why would
Gospel.
you
Thank
want
you
to?
very much. Thank you. Thank you very much for this.
Yeah, so let's ask him a precise question. Would you accept a result that validates that the Earth is not a globe, that is off from the globe prediction by 2 orders of magnitude?
That was kind of the point I wanted to come around to was there's a lot of the globe
Yada, yada,
calculations
yada, humana.
don't
Why
prove
don't you answer the question that he asked just now instead of avoiding it?
I'm sorry, say it again. Sorry.
Okay, so you were asked what results would you accept that would falsify the model. So I offered you a number. So if we can provide for you an example that is off from the globe prediction by 2 orders of magnitude, validating that it's not curved, would you accept it at that scale?
I'm open to it. Yeah, sure.
You're open to 2 orders of magnitudes of error that are you still accepting the globe if it's 2 orders of magnitude over your prediction?
No, what I'm saying is, if there's any evidence proving otherwise that the Earth is flat and not a,
That's what we're trying to tell you. If you saw proof that showed that your globe was off by 2 orders of magnitude, would that be enough for you to say, okay, if it's 2 orders of magnitude off, then it's been falsified? Are you willing to do that?
I would consider it.
Okay. Well, the black swan is 10 orders of magnitude over your prediction. And the islands behind in the same video, within the same couple of minutes, are 30 orders of magnitude over your globe prediction. How about 30 times over your prediction? Is that enough to falsify your globe?
No, only 2 or 3, not 30.
Is 30 times magnitude, is that enough to falsify your globe?
I don't know. All I know is that I didn't take that seriously, the black swan thing, because of
So you don't take eyesight seriously. Okay, we got you.
no, that particular observation.
No, earlier you were all about the
heavily,
observation.
heavily. It's been it's been heavily debated over, and I think that the globe argument.
Band member, what's your number? 24901, less, equal, greater, pick a number.
Yep. How what's your tolerance level for the radius of Earth?
No. My question is, what long distance observation would validate the falsification for you? Pick a number.
Okay.
I'm betting you that you won't choose a number no matter what.
Yeah, I won't. You're
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. What I'm suggesting to you is that if you saw an observation that was 100,000 miles across the Earth, hypothetically, you still would be like, nope.
Mm-hmm.
Let me give you an example. You believe that on your globe you could see the back of your head, not just once, but maybe twice, 3 times, maybe an infinite number of times you could see the back of your head. That's what you believe in. That's your religion. Oh, no, you're strawmanning. Now you're strawmanning my religion. Well, here's the thing. You're unwilling to pick a number, so prove me wrong. Because otherwise, okay, then pick a number.
Okay. I've kind of let it go for a little bit because I wanted to see how it was going to go, but I was more like looking for like positive data on flat Earth.
Pick a number, band member.
24,950.
No, what's your number? Come on,
so
man. Pick a
you
number.
just said a number larger than 24901, which means you expect to be able to see the back of your head. Is that correct?
Yeah, I was just going to ask about that.
Sure.
Sure, go ahead.
So the only way to falsify for you is to see the horizon beyond the back of your head.
Yep.
Okay.
Is that your claim?
No, I think you've been ridiculous, but hey, I just want to see where you're going to go with it. So,
well, here's the thing: you are dogmatically forbidding falsification, and if that's okay with you, then you're just a religious zealot, and you need to recognize that you're a religious zealot.
That's your opinion?
No, it's not an opinion. It's a matter of fact. You are literally dogmatically. Look it up. Look the word up. Oh, what? Okay. You're dogmatically forbidding falsification.
Yep. So that means you are stuck in confirmation bias and you refuse to leave it, and you're honest about refusing to leave it. So
I'm open to anything scientific.
There's very little hope of you ever achieving any new knowledge because you refuse to look at anything that would conflict with your confirmation bias.
And the globe is not a scientific inquiry, it's a geometric one, and you reject geometry because you are a zealot of this globe thing.
Okay, so with that in mind, how about this? How about give me something flat Earth positive data?
Black Swan. You just hand waved.
Hold on.
Aside from Black Swan, sorry. How about that?
There's more than one. Hold on a second. There's more than one black swan. So saying, "Oh, I reject that image." What about the other 4?
So
this is a 4 times observation.
looking out. So the only positive data you have is look out to the horizon. It looks flat.
No. I'm just saying your characterization of it is inaccurate. It's more than one image. But you asked for hard data, so I just posted some. I just posted the FE core. That's 4 measurements, precision measurements. Is Sony was using order of magnitude, meant multiples, but this is 2 orders of magnitude off from the prediction. So the globe Earth predicts the laser 25 miles away would be 440 feet above the surface of the Earth, but it was measured at 4 feet above the surface. So that's 2 orders of magnitude difference, the measurement versus the prediction. And it's the PDF I posted in Livestream voice text.
Oh, where is that? Sorry, I kind of want to write it down so I can go look.
In Livestream voice text, there's a PDF, a link to a PDF.
I'm sorry, you're breaking up a bit. So say that again, please.
It's in the live stream voice text. All you have to do is scroll up 4 posts to where it says FE Core Experiment Description Final Version.pdf.
Okay. Okay. Sorry, I'm kind of new to Discord. I don't know where to figure out how to navigate. Okay. Sure. I can do that. Okay, but other than, okay, so the laser experiment is supposed to positively prove flat Earth. Is there another one I can look at?
Well, yeah.
All water everywhere.
Hold on, I'll post a link to our wiki, which has about 100 observations.
Okay.
All water
Longest
everywhere.
one's 10,000 miles by radio communication.
By radio communication?
Yeah, so radio communication, right? So they transmitted Cornwall, UK to Sydney, Australia, and talked to each other. Before satellites existed, before it's at the beginning of radio, so.
Don't they bounce signals off the ionosphere for that? Or?
I didn't hear what you said, what?
Don't they bounce radio signals off the ionosphere? That's how Hawaii can speak to
Yeah, not during the
California?
day. Yeah, not during the day, though.
Oh.
So that's a theory. That's a post hoc theory. That's an ad hoc theory added on because they could transmit farther than the goal predicted.
Huh.
So they came up with this ionosphere theory, and that's so convoluted. They have to claim that there's negative refraction. Negative. Okay.
Okay. All right.
But the thing is that, like, okay, so the ionospheric transmission, like during the day, this is what they claim. During the day, you can transmit 200 miles, but at night you can transmit 600, up to 6,000 miles. But this is 10,000 miles, and it was done during the day. It wasn't done at night.
Huh.
Because what they say is multiple layers of ionosphere, and they go up and down depending on whether the sun's out or not. This is what they say. So when the ionosphere is high up off the surface, the reflection angle is further. But that happens at night.
All right. Well, aside from all that I haven't brought up, I do have a question. Why the last 100 years worth of like space space technology and all that is
space cartoons?
Not accepted. Yeah, it's not accepted by Ladder. I know that
verifiable.
Why isn't it? Why don't we accept it? Why do you think we don't accept it?
That's I'm not sure. I mean, aside from just saying
it's not falsifiable.
pictures.
I'm telling you why. It's not falsifiable. Which is why you guys bring it up. It's because you can't prove it wrong. You can't prove it right. There's no test we can do to disprove the authenticity of an image. The same with the image of Bigfoot, right? I can't prove that image of Bigfoot is wrong, right? Or doesn't represent Bigfoot. I can always just say, oh, I don't believe it. That's it. That's why we don't accept it. It's because it's not empirical. It's based upon trust.
True. I can believe that to a point.
It's not to a point. That's the way it is. Okay, if you can tell us the objective test of a photograph that we can do to determine whether that image represents reality.
I'm not about pictures, but what I am about is don't you think that the only reason why we got this far as science and technology is because of shared data and making sure it's not a lie?
What?
You mean Croatian agency shared information with U.S. space agency?
Is that why all you guys come on here, almost every single one? And when we ask for a direct measurement of Earth curvature, you go to sticks and shadows because of the high-tech abilities? Is that why that happens?
And when we use the modern tech to show you that the sticks and shadows thing is bunk, you ham wave it.
But there were no weather satellites, rockets, International Space Station. All that is
Go around
questionable.
I have the International
Station. Around the curvature.
Here we go.
space station disappeared. What can't we do?
I have an image of the space station. Here's the most proof you have of the ISS. And I'll post it in just a second.
We get rainfall and all that stuff from Doppler radar that's on the ground. So I don't know what you're talking about, weather satellites.
Here's your ISS. Talk about images.
Weather is not predicted. Well, weather's not predicted from satellites. It's predicted from meteorological stations on the ground.
Yeah, why do they have GPS buoys out in the middle of the ocean?
Oh, I don't know about that stuff, but
oh, really?
It's just there's just a lot of you think logically science wouldn't want to tell a lie.
Science wouldn't want to tell a lie. Does science have a mouth?
Anyway, I think you're saying the word politics wrong.
Yeah.
It's
anyway,
politics.
you're talking about politics.
And
you're on the wrong
science.
server. Anyway, there's the ISS at 30 minutes after. Everyone direct their attention for their viewing pleasure to the Livestream voice text 30 minutes after. There's your ISS, folks.
Also, he said logically. What logically?
What?
A little too much wind.
I said, what logic is he applying? He said it's logical. Like, what logic? Like, give us the logical syllogism.
Yeah, please do.
You guys just like throwing that word around as if it's like supporting your argument somehow. I'll just use the word logically and make my argument sound legitimate.
Using no logic.
Not necessarily. I'm not using that to win an argument. I was just trying to figure out why there's so much distrust in science. But
what science? What
Yeah, don't forget the word science.
What science? What science are you saying we're denying? Tell us.
Earth science.
Earth science.
Why sunrise happens, how gravity works.
The sun rises. Yeah, we all know how it happens. We all see how the sun is what is rising. Yeah, the sun is rising.
Physics, all that stuff.
Physics. You're just generalized.
I know for chemistry, biology.
There's wow, too much at the same time.
You're just making these generalized statements that are inaccurate.
I am making a lot of generalized statements.
We don't trust science. You said we don't trust science. First of all, the scientific method was invented because you don't want to trust anybody. It's supposed to be testable, repeatable, verifiable.
Mm-hmm.
Nowhere in the scientific method does it say trust.
Yeah.
Right?
Or majority or consensus.
You know that the definition of pseudoscience is claims or theories which cannot be falsified by experiment, right? That's the definition by the person that invented the word.
Okay, I can believe that. Just like fringe sciences. Anyway.
No, you claim, but you said we're denying science or don't trust science. The thing is, we do trust the scientific method. We see it's not being applied. And you think science is something a scientist says. No, science is the experiment. The personality behind the experiment is irrelevant.
Yeah.
Of course. I believe that. Yeah.
So, what science is or to what Earth is in the first place? Could you tell me that? What science is involved in what Earth is?
What are you talking about?
No. What Earth is that what you're talking about in Earth sciences you mentioned? Is that what Earth is? Is that the question at hand?
In one aspect, yes.
Okay, so in your Earth science, what Earth is one of the questions. Well, let me tell you, science doesn't deal with anything about what is at all. Science only has to do with how and why something happens, cause and effect. That's it. That's it. There is no other science. There is no other type of science. There is no other color or version. There is no subjective opinion about what
No,
this
observation
scientific
is not a
method
science. Yeah.
is.
Yeah, observation is just one component of the scientific method, the very first step. If you don't do the rest of it, it's not science.
So you seem to say science a lot, so I just want to ask you a few questions to see if you know what science is. Can you tell me what the three constituent parts of a valid hypothesis are?
I have a problem wondering if you're the authority on the science, but on science itself. But
then why do you keep
But
saying
you will speak
science?
here about science.
You know what it is. If you don't know what it is,
You don't
why
know
do you
anything about.
we're
Oh,
just
I
having a
see.
discussion.
He's
But
not
yeah,
talking about the scientific method. He means science, his religion called science.
Yeah.
sure,
See,
why not?
that's the way you're using the word science as part of your religion.
Science is a collection of data, proven time and time again, and
You
used
don't
and
even know what the
applied.
scientific method is, so how do you
Used
know
and
what's been
applied
proven?
Yeah, you
to
don't know
create
what the scientific
technology.
method is.
Planet, can you now find definition for pseudoscience?
Well, the other
So
gentleman said earlier, it's science that can't be proven otherwise, even with experimentation.
listen, you keep claiming science again, but you've just represented yourself as having lower than a fifth grade understanding of what science is.
Okay.
You
What I said was,
you would fail fifth grade science, is what I'm telling you.
Okay.
okay,
Yeah.
what I said was, I want to tell him what I said, okay, because he misquoted me. It's claims or theories which cannot be falsified by experiment. And what I mean by that is, say I have a theory. I have to think of a test, some experiment that I can potentially do that would prove it. Because if you can't prove it wrong, that means all evidence points toward it being right. Right? It's not that the experiment was done and proven it wrong. It has to be available to us. Right? So when I ask you, what's the scientific method test of images where we can determine their authenticity, and you say we don't have one, claims about them are pseudoscience because we can't test them. We can't even prove them wrong.
Okay, Neil. Yeah, you're right. I misquoted you, but it doesn't necessarily point to it being the truth, even though it can't be proven. You're right about that. I would take that with a grain of salt. You're right.
Well, it's just how we delineate. Like if you use the word science, we're using that word for a reason. When we apply it to something, we're saying, yes, the scientific method was applied to this. Right? That's why people use the word, because it has some sort of magic power where it just ends all debate. Science supports it, so just end the debate.
Well,
But you brought up gravity, for instance. So,
yeah.
Okay, gravity. Okay, I'm gonna ask you a question. You're gonna tell us the experiment that determines the cause of gravity.
Well, nobody has proven how that works. So.
Okay,
why were
so
you
it's
just
not
calling it
science yet. But you said we don't trust science and use gravity as an example when you actually have no science to back that up in the first place.
Well, we don't know yet how it works. Nobody does.
Okay, so there's no scientific explanation for it.
Yes, but there's massive observations of it. Just
So there's
no one knows how it
descriptions.
works.
So yeah, we observe it, we describe it, we quantify it, right? We can do that with pretty much anything.
Right.
Can we observe
It
gravity?
doesn't mean there's any science behind it. Just plain observation is not science. It's like if observation was science, you could freaking do science on Pornhub. I mean,
Well, you can watch corn grow and and
Can
prove
we
how it
observe
grows.
gravity? Can we observe gravity?
Can we observe gravity? Was that the
Yes,
question?
can we do that?
Well, we can prove things fall to the earth, and so
Yeah,
far,
but your story about why they
far
fall.
it's being labeled as
What
gravity.
is falling? What is falling?
Any object with mass.
Really? Object apple is on the floor. Why is not falling?
No, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Apple is on the floor. Why is not falling?
Because the earth is stopping it from falling, but it's still
Okay.
accelerating to the.
In which case
Oh, you broke up bad. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
you're about it.
In which case Apple will fall?
You have to
You
pick it
broke
up
up
off
bad. I
the
missed
floor and
all of
drop
that.
it, dude. That's what we're trying to
In
say.
which case,
You have
which
to make it
moment
effective.
Apple will fall? Hear me?
I missed all that.
Okay, Apple is on the floor. How we will make Apple to fall?
Got a hole underneath, and it'll continue to fall till it
You will
hits the
pick
ground
up that
again.
apple. Is that true? You will pick up that apple. Is that true? And
Sure,
then you will.
let it go.
And
Yeah.
where? And okay, tell me now. Is it apple more than air?
Yes.
Are you moving apple to do more less dense medium?
I'm gonna say yeah.
If you drop something more dense in less dense medium, what will happen?
It's gonna fall down to the largest through the largest gravitational field, which is the Earth, to the ground.
No, I'm speaking about less. This is air. Apple is on the floor. You are taking apple. Who is causing that apple move from the floor? Gravity or you?
By picking it up, it's me.
Okay. Where is gravity there? Because apple was moved from equilibrium. It was on the floor. You used your energy to move apple through the medium, what is less dense, because apple is more dense. Now apple is not anymore on the earth. Apple is in the medium, but you move the apple.
I'm not understanding where you're getting with that.
I'm asking you what is in nature falling.
All masses fall toward the Earth.
I'm asking you. My apple is on the floor. It's not falling. It's on the floor.
All masses accelerate
Wait a
to
minute.
the Earth until it's stopped by the mass of the Earth.
Okay, great. Now we will take that mass and we will put that mass where?
Wait. Does helium have a
In the air.
mass?
Yes, it does.
Oh, does it fall towards the Earth?
It will if that's the only gas in the area, yeah.
What about if it's liquid? Did the mass change?
Of course.
So the mass changed when it transformed into liquid.
Yes, sir.
Okay. No, dude. The mass's intrinsic property of matter in the theory doesn't change depending on the phase.
You grouped a bunch of helium atoms or hydrogen atoms together into a liquid by reducing its temperature or pressure.
Yeah, and what happens? It gets more dense, right? And then it
Right.
stays on the ground. It doesn't float anymore.
Right.
It
It'll
wasn't the
eventually
change in
burn
mass.
away.
It wasn't. What I'm saying is, it wasn't the change in mass that kept it from floating. It was the change of density, and that's what he's trying to tell you. That the only thing we can determine through experiment why things go up versus down are changes in density relative to the medium they're in. We can't, because if we do this, say we take two objects of different so-called masses and we drop them, they fall at the same rate, right?
Yes.
So we don't have a viable independent variable, but if we change like the density of a single thing, it will go up or down. So
Helium in a
according to the
vacuum is
scientific
going to fall
method,
to
the causal mechanism for this is the density.
Helium in a vacuum in gaseous form will stay on the Earth's surface if it's in a vacuum.
I'd like to see that.
Wait, what? I just want you to say that again, if you don't mind.
Helium in a gaseous form, if it's the only thing in a like a container that's it's gaseous, maybe let's say it's still 14 psi sea level.
Okay.
It will stay on the Earth's surface.
So check this out. I'm going to give you a weird analogy. Did you know? Did you know that water in an empty cup if you have water, right? You know what water is, and you have an empty cup, you know, a cup with nothing in it. Do you think any description I give you about what that water will do in the empty cup will make any sense at all? Like, imagine an empty cup, right? And then talking about water and what water would do in an empty cup that's empty.
Okay. That
Does this
doesn't
make
make any
sense?
sense.
I
Makes no
agree with
sense.
No,
you.
it doesn't make sense to me. But hold on, before you go on, I want to point out that helium or hydrogen at regular atmospheric pressure, yeah, it stays on the ground because it got more dense.
No, sorry.
So the change in pressure makes the
Gospel,
helium more dense. That's how it got that pressure.
right. No, I'm sorry. I think it was gospel that. Yeah, I understand what you said. Yeah, the way I said it doesn't make any sense. You're right.
Okay.
But what I meant was helium contained, but in a container, but not high pressure. Just like, let's say, the same pressure as sea level. If you had it separated from the air, will sit on Earth's surface. I mean, just because of it has mass. You introduce any sort of, like, the air outside, it will obviously, that because those molecules are heavier, like nitrogen and oxygen, it will push the helium up, and all those molecules will settle underneath it.
Okay, what proof do you have of this occurring with helium, with absent of
I
any
want
other
to see
gas?
that experiment.
Yeah.
I want to see that
like any-
experiment. Because to my knowledge, a gas in a vacuum chamber disperses evenly throughout the entire chamber,
I
which
know
is thermodynamic equilibrium.
that was a bad description. I'm not sure if I
No,
just.
it's just you don't know about gas laws either.
Well,
That's okay though.
I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt in how you're communicating and everything. So your claim, it has nothing to do with the vacuum chamber. It has more to do with a container of exclusively helium. Your claim is that there will be helium and also a vacuous area in this same container. And how about, are you observing this to be the case? And how would you even observe that in the first place?
Yeah, no, I don't want to know how you would. I want to know how they did, because he's saying it's like it's a matter of fact.
Like it's
So
a matter of fact.
where did you have where's the proof of this helium going down
Oh, okay.
in a vacuum?
About this?
What proof are you using to back your statement?
I don't even understand how it became straight in the first place.
No, tell the proof. Don't.
Okay, you forget it. What did you say before?
Hold on, everybody. He's going to tell us what proof he's using instead of gish galloping for once. Please tell us the proof.
I'm not sure if this is a good way to use it, but because of the weight of the.
Yeah, you're gish galloping. I want the proof you're using, the statement or citation, the source included of what you're using to back your statement that helium goes down.
No, I don't have any of that. Of course, I'm just trying
you
to
can
say
post it. Who
that's
has
the
it?
statement you
gases
made.
have mass.
You can
That's what
post
you
it.
said.
Somebody has it.
You said it, not us. You said it.
Well, can I say something real quick? We're kind of in the weeds now. Like, this is not like to our advantage.
Yeah.
We got way away from curvature.
That's
way
true.
away from curvature into generalized statements about how we feel about science, which were incorrect, and that was pointed out. But I mean, let's go back to, like, what's the point? This is a flat Earth server, not a physics nerd server.
Right. Yeah, that's true.
So, do you have any measurements of curvature, or does anybody?
That's not why I was here. I was here to get like positive data towards flat Earth.
I gave it to you.
I wanted to say thanks so I can look
I'll
at
post
those
more
afterwards. Yeah. So other than that, I'm still Glober, but I'm still open to any new sciences. I guess that's what piqued my curiosity being here.
Well, we already pointed out it's not a scientific question.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Shape of something. Like, listen, think about it like this, right? If you wanted to know, like what's the shape of the floor in my house, would a carpenter with a measuring stick or measuring tape determining that, does that mean he's a scientist?
Of course not.
course
Right.
not, right? So neither is measuring the Earth.
Exactly.
Doesn't
Or
involve
what?
science, because science is for phenomena, as Sonny pointed out. It's for phenomenon, actions, verbs, things that happen, right? Not what is, what exists. It's not science.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, you know,
So let me ask you, band member, if I could, just a quick question.
Sure.
Like, what is your confidence level that that Earth is what you're saying it is, a spinning ball in a vacuum of space? What is your confidence level on a percent-wise scale?
I'd say 90%.
90%. Well, that's fair. You know, that's a little better. You get 10% in questions. So, well, that's good because we have a lot of people that come in here, and I ask them that question after long conversations like this, where they've presented no provable empirical fact or data at all, but they believe 99 to 100% that they live in a globe with zero proof. So I would say you're a little bit ahead of the game there, but you still believe in something 90% for sure with zero proof to back it.
The logic, as far as science and what I've read, and
You're saying logic, dude. There is no logic behind the globe. There's zero logic behind it.
Okay, let's agree to disagree on
Hey,
that.
listen, I can demonstrate that there's no logic, right? Okay. So tell me anything about the globe Earth model, right? The idea that is self-evident. Like, go out to the world, it's self-evident, it's a globe. Or do you have to assume it's a globe and then do anything from there?
Sunrises and sunsets.
That's not self-evident that it's a globe.
Well, the sun has to go
Because
somewhere.
you're observing the sun. Okay, you're not observing the Earth. And you have a misconception about the way you view flat surfaces versus curved surfaces. So you think that, oh, it's impossible for something to disappear bottom first on a flat surface. That is incorrect. And we can demonstrate that it's incorrect. Not talk about it, we can demonstrate it.
Well, this is about all the time I got. But anyway, I just want to thank you guys for giving me that 2 bits of information I can look at. But yeah.
Well, listen, the whole point was that you don't have any logic was this, is that because you have to use an assumption, starting point. An assumption is something that you can't prove or hasn't been proven. So right there, because it cannot be proven, it is logically impossible to prove the globe because of the starting point. Because you start with an assumption that can't be proven and build from that. So there is actually no logic behind the globe.
No, I can agree that there are a lot of things that I cannot do that's been published proving that the Earth's a globe. Yes, absolutely right. And but I can only go so far with that, and it logically makes sense.
Can you
But that's
post
why.
that what other people prove it?
But anyway, guys,
No, man,
thanks
you
for
said it.
indulging me.
Just
But I
keep
gotta go.
saying logic,
Go,
dude.
go.
Okay,
Okay,
bye.
go.
Yeah, go.
All
See you
right, have
later.
a good one.
Have a nice
All
day.
right, bye.
Bye. Every time,
They just keep saying the same thing over and over again, just like as if repeating it somehow makes it so. It
You're
blows
still
me
here.
away. Yes, there's logic. I swear, there's logic. Okay, so it's based off an assumption, something that's not proven, and logic proves things. So where's the logic? I don't get it.
For anybody who isn't aware, that was one of the former YouTube keyboards from the chat, I think. Go ahead.
What he's really doing is he's using the word logic in place of, oh, I can comprehend this, and that's really it. Oh, it's really easy to visualize a couple balls in space whizzing around each other. So it makes sense to me, so it must be true.
The best thing is to say scientists did, and you don't know what they did. There is so many people. They know how they prove the globe, but you don't know how they prove.
Yeah, so I mean that's like worse than like hearsay because not only because first of all, if he knew what it was, right, he would just have to believe that their experiments or whatever prove the globe. But he doesn't even know what the experiments are. So he heard from somebody else that says, yes, out there somewhere, someone did some experiments, and he believes that second person. You don't even know who the first person is.
Why is it so scary to look into that? I don't know.
Yeah. But hey, I'm gonna come
Because
over.
his future is space. That's why it's scary.
Yeah.
That's where he sees.
So I'm gonna drop off a load of cement for your foundation for your skyscraper. Will you accept 2 orders of magnitude off? Any takers?
As long as I don't have
Knock down the price
pay
to
for it.
magnitude and we'll talk about it.
I like gospel question. I like so well because nobody want to answer, and that's incredible. To which distance for you will be that will falsificate? I don't know how to make the question, but that's a great question. And they don't want to answer. Hey,
Well, yeah, I
200
mean
miles.
that's all of a question. I mean, he won't even come up with any number. Like was pointed out, that's just like religious zealotry. When in the face of any evidence, you're still going to continue with an erroneous belief. I don't know what to tell you.
For me, India was like, for example, 10 miles was not enough in the beginning. Like, okay, but I needed more distance, and I saw more distance and more and more and more. And then Jay Tolan came, and I said, oh, what the fuck is this now?
We're gonna have to go to a different word like pseudo logic to go along with the pseudoscience, because there's people feigning that they're using logic when they're talking about the globe, when it was clearly pointed out, as Indio did, that there's no logic involved in it at all, none whatsoever. So how can you say something when you
it starts from a logical fallacy. It starts from a consequence.
A hypothetical is that doesn't mean it's definite. A hypothetical, that doesn't mean it's been proven. Hypothetical, that doesn't mean the scientific method has been performed. No action has been taken. Period. End of the discussion. You can't measure something using the tools of hypothetical. That's not one of the tools we use to measure things with. Geometric claims require geometric proof. Why did they run from their own geometric claim? That's a great question. I wish I had the answer to that.
I think another thing, I think he's another one that's like, he thinks that he's too dumb to figure it out because he said, well, there's scientists somewhere and I can't do the experiments they did. Well, if you don't even know what their experiments are, how do you know you can't do them? He's already convinced himself he can't figure it out and that he's too dumb.
Mm-hmm. But yet he still knows, which is really
the contradiction there is crazy.
Yeah, you like Ed, the admission that you can't know, but yet in the next breath, you're acting as if you know for sure. Otherwise, you wouldn't be making those statements. As we pointed out with him, quite politely, I think, asked him for his actual backing for what his statement was. He couldn't provide any backing. He just made it up. That's what happens. That's what happens.
He's 90% certain.
Mm-hmm.
He's 90% certain.
With zero proof. Zero. He didn't provide curvature, rotation, or gas pressure without a container. No. None of those.
Well, he's 90% certain that there's somebody out there somewhere that has the proof, and that like what they did for the proof, he's also 90% certain he can't do it
Yeah.
either.
This sounds like everlasting ignorance. Why?
Yeah, so the next time you buy
No, dude, it's
balloons,
brainwashing. It's literal brain. I mean, listen, if you walked into any cult, back in the 70s and early 80s, there was like all these cults going around, like the Moonies. If you walked into any cult, this is how they would talk. Like, this crazy nonsense.
Yep.
The Moonies were funny, though. I liked them.
There was a bunch of those on the beach and like up in LA. There was a bunch of like really wild, weird stuff.
They're still around?
Yeah, I think there's several of them.
Couldn't go through an airport back in the day, man.
Yeah, there were people that all of them shaved their heads, male and female. All of them had shaved heads. It's kind of like the Hare Krishna, but groups like the Hare Krishna, but Scientology is one. And then like they started all this stuff like in the 70s. I guess I saw it happening around me. This new age thing started coming around. I remember it. Way back then.
oh yeah, and without space, how are you going to evolve into a nebulate, etheric, floating in nothingness consciousness that runs the universe?
Yeah, and go commune with your Palladian brethren. How are you going to meet the Palladians if Earth isn't a ball? Like all this stuff that has to occur if your fantasy is going to be real. So they start with the fantasy and they go back, yeah, it has to be real because I have this fantasy and I believe the fantasy to be absolutely real. I'm even convinced I'm using logic, even though I'm out of my freaking mind.
Well, they're starting to hedge their bets with the transhumanism, right? So if you can't go to real space, you can go into virtual space. When you become one with a machine.
Yep. I wonder if band member is one of those that would be completely willing to just give over their entire soul and have themselves like uploaded into AI. To give up their soul.
Hey, people may not be aware of this, but when you upload or download something, you're just copying it.
Right.
And if you do a move, you're deleting the original. Now, I want you to apply that to this idea that you're going to download your consciousness into a computer and think about it for a second.
Move it, you're deleting the original.
Yeah, so how it works is you copy it and then delete the original. There is no movement. So you die and a copy of you, which isn't you, continues. So have fun with that.
Yeah, right. This sounds like a disaster. But like the movies weren't put out there for no reason. I mean, they don't have movies like The Terminator for no reason. The Matrix for no reason. So they must have had some kind of internal memo from the very beginning that they were going to be these messengers of things so that they could avoid penalties of violating someone's free will. So they have to put it in plain sight. That's what they've done. They've been like this hidden mouthpiece the whole time. The movies have been in there the whole time. Those Kabbalah people. Yeah. The human the ones that are the human sacrificial, those people. Yeah. The modern ones. Yeah. The ones that enjoy human sacrifice. They never went away. Actually, I think what happened in when the conquerors came over, and like Spanish conquest, they liked the idea of cannibalism, so they just took that on and put it in their Catholic religion too. They liked it so much they just took that characteristic on, and then claimed those other people were savages. How could they kill so many people like that? Can't do it out in public. You have to do it in secret. Otherwise, they'll catch on too quick. People don't realize that's what's actually happening. They're supporting their own demise. $29 in the chat now on this fine Thursday, April 21st. All across the plain. Jamesy.
It's sunny. It's sunny today.
Jamesy. Hey, bro. It is sunny today.
It's sunny except for the man-made clouds.
That's right, boy. It's amazing you mentioned that. Like,
they're like all over the place, like thick.
Crisscross patterns, yeah, everywhere. It's really wild. There's this one place where they literally shoot these planes. I don't know what they are. I don't think they're planes. They're shooting them directly up at about an 80-degree angle. Almost straight up. 70 to 80 degrees is what I would reckon they are, having looked at them for several years.
Yes.
There's some secret naval base in the inland right near the border, and they shoot these rockets up. And then the next thing you know, there's trails all over the sky. I think they might be drones. Hey, Absolute. Good to see you in here again today. Greetings.
You know what's starting to get irritating though?
What's
Making
that?
like an objectively true statement and they say, well, I disagree. That's just your opinion. That's really starting to irritate me.
Oh. When you wait a minute, say it again. When you say something's definitive that it's been proven,
That's just objectively true. Like just
true.
You know,
yeah. Right?
Yeah, like it's daytime right here, right now. You know,
Well,
or that globe starts with an assumption. That's objectively true. Like no one denies that,
Yeah.
and even if they did deny it, it's just objectively true because you never go outside and look at this big, huge ball. No one ever says that.
Yeah, exactly. Only in here.
And on top of that, you can prove they never say it because if you go, oh, why is there no left to right curvature? They'll say, well, the ball is too big for you to see. That's only a really small arc length, right? It's a really small arc. Okay, fine. So you don't see a ball.
Okay. Great.
So where did the ball idea come from? Oh, I assumed it. Yeah, so it's objectively true that they assume the ball. But then he says it's your opinion. It's not my opinion, dude.
That's what they have to change.
Dude, I stay away from... Yeah, I know. I stay away from opinions and like subjective statements. Like a vampire stays away from garlic. I just like...
Yeah, exactly.
Because I don't want them to twist shit, right? So I just stay away from it.
Yeah.
But then when they try to characterize it as that anyway, dude, it like irritates me. It's like, dude, I'm making an effort here not to make any subjective statements. Then you're just going to claim I am making one? No, I don't think so.
Yeah, when he says, yeah, that's your opinion about objectivity. Yeah, that's pretty freaking weird. Like,
it's like a coping mechanism, I think.
I think so too. I think all of the, like a lot of those are, I don't even know they realize they're doing it.
I'm starting to wonder if they know the difference between objective and subjective. Like,
I don't think they do. I don't think they do. I think that's been fogged up, and it's not by them. That's how the mind control system worked. To make that cloudy, to make that like unable to really see the difference between subjective and objective, like blurred the lines. They have to blur the lines, man, because you have to skip up to non-reality as soon as you leave the surface in their paradigm. Well, even on the surface. So yeah, come on, honey, let's go out today. Let's go experience that big, huge ball. What ball?
That's pretty much the mental snap that Rumpus had back in the day when he finally realized that the horizon isn't geometric. He basically said, if the horizon isn't geometric, then I can't trust reality anymore, and everything's up for grabs.
Wow. So went full in on the fantasy.
Well, it's basically, if Earth isn't a globe, then reality isn't real.
Yeah, that's how stuck they are in it.
And by the way, as screwed up as it sounds, that is almost a fair assessment that they have to give of themselves. That's like, if the paradigm doesn't mesh with reality, then they just assume reality is a subjective construct,
right?
Rather than their paradigm is wrong.
Yeah, that's why they come up with all this other bull horse crap, like, it's a simulation.
That's throw the baby out with the bathwater to a new level.
Nothing has any meaning. They take little bits and pieces of these different fields of pseudoscience and mix them together like it's a card game with a big pile of cards in the middle. You just pick out one. Doesn't matter which one. It'll have another little portion of pseudoscience that you can use.
Well, this confirms what I've said, like from the beginning, that this globe concept, it is completely connected to their entire worldview and their self-image and everything.
Yeah.
Like when they say, "Why do I exist?" and all the existential questions every human being asks of himself, that's filtered through the idea they're on a ball.
Yeah. Yeah.
And if it's not a ball, they have to start over. And that involves work, right? Like, oh shit, I got to start over. My assumptions were wrong. Shit.
Yeah, they're not willing to do that. And they're willing to like say all kinds of ridiculous things that we hear and hear all the time that are literally so fantastic that it's just comical. Like I like that when we let them speak, like that one guy. And he spoke for 15 minutes, which he denied later. It's that's objective. It's on the live stream. Anyway, did not bring forth one piece of any kind of evidence at all, but mostly was just color commenting about how the conversation went and what he thought about it. That's it. Nothing objective, nothing specific at all. No proof. Nothing.
So
Zero.
Nothing of substance.
No.
So if your entire ego identity and your place in the world is based on the globe, and the globe is taken away, but it's too hard to start over.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it not be easier to just latch on to a new paradigm that's handed to you on a silver platter?
That's what they want. Why can't you? Why can't you, flat earthers, spoon feed me the information just like I got spoon fed before? Right? It's really crazy. What's wrong with you, flat earthers? You don't think of everything as a freaking object, including Earth itself. Even the lights in the sky, they believe are objects. Like object oriented. What the hell is that? You know? It's a psychological disorder that you think everything. If you think Earth is an object, you have a mental disorder.
Well, that's also plays along. For example, Earth isn't an object, so it doesn't matter what shape it is. It just matters how you experience it. And
Doesn't
since you're
have-
an individual, think about it. Since you're an individual in a multiverse with a subjective reality, right, and it's infinite probabilities, and you're just experiencing a probabilistic event, right? So it's of no consequence whether the horizon is flat or curved, or whether you steal or don't steal, or whether somebody dies or lives.
That's why
Nothing
they say it
matters
doesn't
except
matter.
what you. Nothing
Yeah,
matters except what satisfies you.
exactly.
That's some big brain stuff from a complicated rock.
Yeah. How does rocks learn to think like that? Wow.
I got it from my third cousin, Granite.
Yeah, my cousin's an ore.
So one of my cousins is copper ore, and people used to say that cousin is green with envy.
I mean, think how sad it is, just like from our perspective, that the evidence is rejected, and we have to like resort to like psychoanalyzing Globers and that
Yeah.
their social situation because
Yeah.
they're so irrational. It's like not even we should be here. We should be talking about the evidence he presented, right? And like how that proves or doesn't disprove the globe, and like what the experiment was, and what the possible sources of error were. That's what we should be talking about right now. We're
Yeah.
talking about the dude's, Dunning-Kruger intellectual spiral.
Yeah. Yep. Stockholm syndrome all mixed in there together. Yep.
I did a mic check real quick.
You're good, Dave.
You're good, Dave. I just wanted to say that good job having a civil convo with that guy, and to look on the bright side, maybe he at least took the first step and came in here and discussed it. So maybe he's on his way to reality. Who knows?
Yeah,
But
and to give people the
props to him for coming in here and having a civil discussion. That's all I'm saying. Go
that's
ahead.
true. That's true. Yeah, you're right, Dave. And to give the guy the benefit of the doubt, he did say he's 10% in doubt. So that's a start. Some of these people just need a chink in their armor revealed. Some of them got this pretty impervious armor, though, surrounding their bias. It's that protection, man. That could only happen with someone who does equate their own personality or themselves with what they've learned, whether it's true or false. You could believe something that's false and still equate your value based on what you perceive to be knowledge, whether it's true or not. You could get stuck in that. So what we see here is people defending this illogical stance that they have with no backing at all. We point out to them that is religious. They want to deny that because in 500 years, that's what those people have done. Try to divorce themselves further and further away from admitting that their whole paradigm is a religious philosophical belief system created by mostly Masons and bishops, people connected with the church. Friends of the Pope, friends of the bishops. They're bishops themselves. They're moving in the monasteries. They're all those people, like Newton, Galileo. They're all high priests. So once these Globers kind of get a handle on all of their predecessors of this paradigm, were religious in nature.
Those same people will want to tell you the flat plane that you live on is a religion. Well, that's good. That's cute. How does that check out?
No, they go further than that. They say believing your own eyes is delusional. That's how far they go. They think flat earthers are delusional. So going out and observing reality and taking it as it presents itself is a delusion.
Yeah, they got to look in the mirror.
But my
Yeah,
textbook.
exactly. Like, how upside down is that? That's like the most bizarrest projection.
Well, India, what do you want from a bunch of chemical reactions that became complex enough to become sentient? What do you expect?
Well, I can't take what Michelle Thaler says seriously about me being a complicated rock because she's not a geologist.
Oh my god.
If you gotta be a biologist to determine a woman, she needs to be a geologist to determine I'm a complicated rock.
You're not even qualified to say she's a woman, Indio. So there you go.
Well, I mean, how far has society fallen when they ask a woman, "What's a woman?" and she says, "I'm not a biologist." How did you know you were a woman then?
But that's the crazy part, right? Because that was literally one of the qualifications. Was that she's a
Exactly.
woman.
That she's a black
Right.
woman, right?
It says she's
Yeah.
worried about what she says, huh?
Oh, of course. Because she's
What's a
literally
black person? I'm not an ophthalmologist.
for real. Like how they
Oh my God, let
literally
me
you
use
were
that one.
put in that position because of two qualifications. You're black and you're a
Yeah.
woman. And you can't define one of those. Meanwhile, you were just talking about how you were a mother and you got family and all that. Like, come on. But that's the
I
thing,
know.
right? Like she obviously can define it. The point is that she chose not to. Now that's what you gotta look at. Why is she not
Yeah,
defining it?
yeah, that's what you got to look at. Not only that, is that everybody accepted that as an answer, and she still got nominated for this report. The that's the most hideous part of the whole thing is that was universally like accepted by the political class. We're doomed, man. Just fucking doomed.
We have someone in
Pretty
the
bad.
chat. We have someone in the chat named Act. I could unmute them if you want to speak to them. Hey, Act, are you there? Want to say hi? In the middle of your Minecraft bot manufacturing? Okay. Not yet. All right. Livias, I found you. Anyone else? Does anyone know why Into the Break is muted? Hey, Into the Break, are you there? Into the Break. Hello. Okay, I'll leave you as I found you as well. Moving right along. Anyone spoken to Keith Effects? Here, I'll unmute. Keith, can you say hi? Keith Effects. Okay, no speaky. Okay. Life is a globe skeptic. Have anything to add, Life?
No.
Carry on, carry on.
So, like, if you're new here, so what do you think about the Globers that coming through here and like how they act and what they say?
Yo, it should say I'm a flat earther because I am one. I'm done with the
No,
bullshit.
not you. I'm talking about the other people, right? Because you've been here for what, 24 hours? So you've seen
Well,
like
yeah, yeah.
the parade of clowns that come through this VC. So what do you think about like things they say?
Well, I heard that one guy was talking about how gravity. I don't know what his name was. His name was like always getting banned, something like that. That guy was talking about gravity. We should just explain relative density first to the guy. I don't think he understands. Like that explains why things rise and fall. And once they understand that, they can understand. There's no evidence for this. Mass attracts mass. There's no evidence for that. We can't prove it with a scientific method or any method they have that exists. But like once you break that down to them, I feel like just that happened to me. Someone broke it down to me. I understood it. I couldn't prove gravity.
I think the better question is when Neil deGrasse Tyson was asked what is gravity, he said, "I don't know." They accept that as an answer, but if we say I don't know, they're like, okay, then flat Earth's impossible. Even though it's the same position, like nobody knows. Doesn't matter,
It's not.
globe, flat Earth, concave Earth. Nobody actually knows. But it's
Doesn't it go
acceptable
against?
for the globe Earthers not. It's not acceptable for us not to know.
Yeah, but doesn't
The
it go
double
against?
standard is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it goes against science as well. It can't be observed, repeated, and no one can get the same result if they do an experiment as well. It's not even science. It's just fantasy. You know, and the thing that really glues people is gravity. Without gravity, I don't believe any of this globe sit would make sense for them. That's what they teach you in school first. Like they teach you about gravity, inertia, all these forces. They teach you with how they show you evidence. It's like rational. If you break them out, if you break that down for them, like it's their whole world perspective breaks down. They have to look for another paradigm. Then you could present like the flat Earth, and then that paradigm might match with their experiences, their subjective experiences, and everything. Come to the objective reality and stuff. And I heard him say he can't be convinced. Like nobody can be convinced. They have to look into themselves, man. And they can't convince them or anything. Nobody could have convinced me. I had to look into myself. There's no way that you could convince anybody about this. It's been a lie that's been going on for 500 years. You know, like more than that even. So like, there's no way you could convince that type of indoctrination. It's just impossible. Like, has anyone ever seen somebody that's like just right away just believe what you're saying after you show them evidence? Like, I haven't found one person. It's just impossible. Just ridicule you and like make fun of you. I used to do that until I found out like 3 years later. I found out about the whole truth about it. That's all I gotta say.
Who is that, Zanuck? The heck?
What's going on?
What's up, man?
You know I was here. You saw me.
Yeah, you can't sneak by me, man. Never, ever.
What are you guys up to?
Not much. Hi, Zanuck. How are you?
Good. How you doing?
All right, doing all right, man.
Awesome.
Miggy was just saying yesterday we'd hardly ever see any of you guys from over there.
Yeah,
Over
yeah,
here.
dude, they finally found the Earth curvature, man.
Yeah. Yeah, there's
So it seems like we're gonna probably have to shut it down, and too bad it wasn't your crew that actually found it.
Who found it?
Huh?
Who found it?
It was a group out of nowhere. We're still looking, man.
Still trying to find it. Trying to see if it's out there. Now,
Well,
most of these people, like the other chat, they're fighting with George and Broomy and Johnny and just these shit shows. It's not even fun anymore. You guys at least have intelligent conversations over here.
Well, thank you, Zanuck. It's been a long time since you've been over here, huh?
I know.
Well, welcome again. I don't know how it's going to end up. We kind of know how they usually end up. But
for some reason, when he shows up, man, he attracts QE. QE will automatically
I would love to. It'd probably be good for you too. Wouldn't you love you and me to go toe to toe? Not like a battle, but just talk about something without the muting, without the swearing and the yelling and the screaming.
Yeah,
it's funny to see the exposure of either one of us who actually has a grasp of the concepts. Because I don't care about the Earth being flat or round. In this case, it's only about the things that
that's too bad.
He yells at me about.
You're in it for the thrill. I know.
The thrill.
It's a cheap thrill for Zanuck, it seems.
It doesn't get any cheaper than this.
Wow. Yeah. Well.
No, we're talking about money, not an insult.
Yeah.
Cheaper as an expense.
Yeah. It's amazing to me because obviously you've been around here long enough to get the shit flat smacked out of you, and you're still a Glober. But
No, he's a complicated rock. That's what he is.
Complicated rock, just like that gal.
Hey, man, she laid it out, didn't she?
She did.
Well, there you have it.
Why
deny it? No,
we're made out of. As Carl Sagan said, we're just stardust.
Is that right?
Yeah, we're just made out of stardust. That's all we are.
That's a philosophical claim.
India was going to unmute his mic. He's like, "No, I'm just going back on mute."
No, I was going to say Michelle Thaller. She also said that she makes a lot of bad lifestyle choices as far as sexual partners. So she might be available.
Oh boy, that's a little out of my realm. I was gonna say league.
She's a double bagger. She's a double bagger. You got to put a bag over your head in case her bag falls off.
She's a triple bagger. A bag over her head, a bag over my head, and put her in a bag.
Don't put me in the same bag with that.
You still controlling things over there at SETI?
Not me.
Huh?
Not me. The only person in my family that was doing that is been long gone.
Oh, well. What are you up to, man? You starting
just hanging out.
Well, I don't know about that. You always got something to sleeve, man. I always got to be looking. We got to stay vigilant, man. You pop in here, it's like there's something happening. There's a storm brewing somewhere.
Nigger.
Yeah,
the Sexton thing has been a real fun Yes, I haven't been here in a while, have I? I mean, it's just time just flies by, doesn't it?
No. Who was it? Like maybe 2 or 3 people that come in here with that argument.
Yeah, that's QE's. And every time I click on to Nathan, I usually I've been getting out later lately because I've been staying up later with the kids and homework and stuff. But when I click on, if I do catch them, that they're arguing and screaming at the top of the lungs about the curved adjacent and this and that, and it's disproves the ball. And they're just going ballistic on this sextant thing, and it just cracks me up because they're still going. This has been months now, literally.
Yeah.
It's all not double touch, it's circular reasoning. I mean, I say, well, don't use the horizon, don't use the sextant like that. Use the bubble sextant. Just go deviation from vertical. Then that's your co-altitude angle. Then you get that times 1 degree.
You think that we disagree with the sextant, what they are speaking on other server?
No, the way they're speaking about it, they're equating they're equating the horizontal with the horizon for the calculation of the elevation angle.
And horizon is vertical.
It
No,
is
horizon is where the sun sets.
Yeah, and why is named horizon?
No, it isn't.
Why that definition? Why that name horizon? Why we didn't call that?
Came from the Greek. You're asking me a question. I'm going to try to answer.
Sorry.
Yeah, the horizon. The word horizon came from Greek and Latin, but mainly from Greek. It said a border. It meant a borderline or a place where something is obscured, a delineation.
Yeah, but I mean horizon.
That is not the etymology of the word horizon. Jesus Christ.
Horizontal.
Let me ask you a question, Zanuck. Say you're in outer space. Could you use a sextant in outer space?
Of course you could. Sure.
Really?
Yeah.
How exactly would you do that? So a bubble level is not available.
Right.
So what are you going to use? How do you find horizontal?
Somebody hit record on this tape.
Yeah, you don't need to use. There's no horizontal now, is there?
Yeah. So how do you use it?
Just point to the edge of the sphere you're looking at.
No, you're in outer space, dude.
Yeah, outer space. There's no other objects. Yeah, if there's no other objects around you, there's no way of using a sextant. You need to use other objects. It's a relative. Hold on, it's a relative positioning system. Let's go back to the Earth because I think we have to get the terms down here.
Yeah, well, listen, because the point I'm trying to make. Well, I was going to make 2 points, but I'll skip the other one. This is how Neil Armstrong claimed they navigated in the Apollo capsule.
Right.
They used a sextant.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm wondering how that works. Like, how do you find the horizon in outer space?
Well, wherever the surface of the Earth or the surface of the Moon obscures something from behind it, where the black space meets something's illuminated in the distance, that is your horizon.
Okay.
Okay. Well, let's go back to terms of how I'm back on Earth, so that will be easier to understand once you understand the problem with the word horizon and then the curved adjacent when you need to have a 90 degree at the GP or at the observer's perspective, from the observer's perspective. What all you need to do, if you have a problem with horizon and even what it means or what it is, forget about the horizon. Just go vertical, which is a bubble sextant. It's got straight down. And take a 90 degree opposition to that. Now, that has nothing to do with the surface underneath you. You just get a 90. Hold on.
Senate. Okay, go ahead.
You have a 90 degree opposition to a vertical. You with me so far? There's your vertical. The celestial body in the sky. You basically just measure an angle from the vertical to that object, and there you got an angle. No other fancy pants needed. You got no triangles. You got nothing but 2 straight lines.
Okay,
Vertical,
great. So Zanuck.
You're with me so far, right?
So Zanuck,
Can I finish?
Hold on, Zanuck. Hold on.
Can I finish the crescendo? I have the crescendo.
Okay, go ahead.
The crescendo is right here. One more sentence. So that's half of it. So the other half would be, and this comes with the directions in the Cracker Jack box. When you buy your sextant in the box, pull out the sextant, pull out this little piece of paper. It says, hey, when you measure an angle from vertical, that is called a co-altitude angle equivalent. You multiply it times 60 miles. For every 1 degree you see change, you've gone 60 miles. Boom. End of story. No horizon needed. Sextant's now useful.
Okay, great. So show us how that is, when and where and how that was actually done, like you said, in navigation. When have they actually done it the way you just said in actuality?
I did it. I called my buddy in Huntington Beach and had him measure the angle to the North Star, and I measured north, and it comported with the 390 miles we are apart.
I'm asking you how they actually navigated finding their location on the open ocean using the method you just described. When was that done?
All the time, whenever they use a sextant.
When? When is that?
Who's ever used one?
You're wrong.
No, I'm not wrong, because all you need now.
You're absolutely wrong.
You have, hold on, then you have to have an almanac to know other celestial bodies where they should be. And when you get a GP from them, which is also the 60 miles per degree deviation from vertical, you will find that their circles will intersect. It's called trilateration.
Right. How do you find the circles of equal elevation on a curved
You get a distance to the GP. And you want to get 3 positions. Hold on. 3 stars then will exactly position yourself on the map. Now, if you only have 2, you got, hold on. Almost done. You have a 50-50 chance of knowing where you're at, but you can do other small tests to know which side of the coin you're on.
You're wrong.
So I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong.
Navigation is not done this way, Zanuck.
It is done that way. Absolutely.
No, it isn't. I've done it myself. It is not done that way. You cannot.
Why don't you tell me how you've done it, and we can see if we
cannot achieve circles of equal elevation on a curved surface.
No, you don't need equal elevation.
Yes, you do.
No, you don't. You can use any objects in the sky.
Okay, show me the math how they do it with floppy pancakes. For 3 floppy pancake circles, how you find your location with that?
How do you have 3 floppy pancakes? You have 3
because you're on a surface. You're traveling along the surface of the water. That's where your horizontal plane is.
Remember, you don't need a horizontal. Remember, you don't need it. You don't need a horizontal.
No, that's not true.
The North Star. Would you agree? Hold on. Would you agree if I stop it? If I gave you an angle to the North Star, it's 35 degrees. Would you agree that is your latitude?
I don't care. I'm not measuring.
Of course you don't care. That's why you don't. This is a terrible argument because you're not listening to me.
We use the horizontal as a baseline, not the star.
No, the horizontal is only opposition to vertical. That's all it is.
And you can't show me when it's done.
You're the one actually is wrong, but it's okay.
Hold on. Zanuck, you've said a lot of words. Are you going to let Sonny actually say words too?
Yeah, could you please
Sonny's saying you need the horizontal.
Can you let Sonny say his piece? You said your piece.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, could you please show me how this is actually done in reality and how they actually navigate the way you're saying and that they find their location? I need the exact data you're using as a source of your statement. Show me the source of your statement.
You can use it, and you will find your position. In fact, I can find
your
position right now.
How someone has done it in reality.
I'm going to tell you how to do it.
No, you're not letting me finish.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to tell you how to do it tonight.
No, you didn't let me finish. So listen, fine. I need to know how it's done in reality, not how
this is reality.
No, how is it actually?
I'm trying to help you.
Oh my God!
I'm really trying to help you tonight. When I can give you 3 stars.
That is navigated over thousands and thousands of miles of ocean myself.
Sonny, you're not being fair.
You're going to tell me.
You're not being fair. I'm going to try to do right now. If you can stop talking and do the things that I was told to do, and I will help you.
Go ahead.
Tonight, I will give you, and I'll give me about 15 minutes to do it. I'll give you 3 easy stars to find tonight, and you will find their co-altitude angles, and then I will give you that position that you are on a map.
So you're giving me something I didn't ask for. Thanks.
No, you asked how you did it, and has anyone done it? And you're going to do it. And you're going to show me. And if it's not real, I will eat my hat.
I didn't ask you
how it doesn't work. I will eat my hat. It will work, Sonny. I'll give you Orion. I will give you Polaris. Oh my God! Seriously,
I'm going to mute you. So listen, Zanuck. I don't want to know how you would do it, or how it could be done, or how I could do it. I want to know when, where, and how it was actually done right now, using that navigators are using the method you're claiming. I want to know when this was done exactly, like through logbooks, through logbooks is where it's done. Navigational logbooks. I want to know who did it the way you said. That's it.
Sonny, if you really need to see that, just do a quick search on how to use a sextant. You'll find all sorts of information on it. And all of them do the same exact thing. It's not that difficult. And
have you navigated using a sextant yourself?
I've validated navigation
on the ocean.
information
On the
with a
ocean.
sextant. Yes, I've used an
on the
aviation sextant. Yes, and I've used that successfully to know where I was.
And where did you go?
I was going to Chicago. We were on in a Cessna.
I'm talking about on a boat, dude.
No, I haven't used a sextant on a boat.
Okay, so you don't know what you're talking about.
No, that's an incorrect statement.
Yeah, no, it is correct because you haven't used it for the purpose I'm talking about.
For example, there are plenty of people. Hold on, there are plenty of people that designed airliners that have never flown.
Okay, so red herring.
There are plenty of people that know all sorts of things about.
That's a non sequitur.
That don't actually do it. That know it. So I know about sextants. I'm trying to help you understand.
It's a non sequitur, Zanuck. You're using an aircraft now. I'm talking about navigation over the ocean, and you said you haven't done it. So how would you know if you haven't done it, how it works?
No, so I don't have your information that you're looking for. So therefore, it doesn't exist.
Because listen, I've sailed thousands of miles navigating myself with the use of a sextant myself.
Yeah, how'd you use it? Show me how you used it. Why don't you walk me through the procedure?
I use it exactly how.
Tell me the procedure.
To be used. You use an elevation angle. You create circles of equal elevation based on your line of GP, which is a horizontal motion.
Yeah, you found the horizontal by taking the horizon.
Minus travel.
Correct. Can I finish the sentence? Can I'm just repeating what you said. I'm echoing what you said. You said you've done this. You found the equal elevation. What do you mean equal elevation? What do you mean? All the objects have to be equal elevation?
Circles of equal elevation. You don't even know what it is.
Equal elevation.
You don't even know what they are.
I do know what they are. Now tell me something. When you found your horizontal, did you use the dip angle and correct for a refraction as well? Because that's part of the setup of a C sextant, which I do know. Did you do that? Did you cite the horizon?
Your dip angle is the height above your height above the water is your dip angle. That's
correct. And how do they calculate the dip angle without using curvature?
You don't have to use curvature, bro.
Well, what's the value you get for dip angle?
Use a straight line to create an elevation angle.
No, you have to include. Hold on. You have to include the dip angle. If you are above the horizon, if you're above the surface, let's say 16 feet in your boat, what would your dip angle correction be? If you've used a sextant, you should tell me this right off the bat, because I know it.
Well, you're using a straw man. I'm talking about navigation. Yeah, you are.
You said you've used them.
You're avoiding the point. You're avoiding the point.
And can we use
now you're swimming and running away.
You're presupposing a curved surface for your horizontal. It can't be used.
How do you get this horizontal if you know the dip angle and you don't know what the dip angle is? You're double talking.
Well, we know it's not for curvature because curvature has never been measured on Earth, so we know it's not that.
Sonny allowed me only one question.
You don't have to use a dip angle. You don't have to
use it.
No, you don't. They only started using that in the late 1800s.
Yeah. Well, it's close enough because you know what they did in the 1800s? They could tell how far they went, regardless of the dip angle. They could tell the change of the celestial body in angle, and that would tell them how far they went and which direction they went to. If they had
verify how? How do they verify the distance?
By giving the value of 60 nautical miles per degree. So every degree they saw.
How did they verify that? That's how far they actually traveled in reality?
Because they actually did test it. They went across a bay. They went across the Mediterranean, went from island to island, and saw that when they went, they knew how far it was. Then they said, "This is how far it was."
You're just saying it.
Hold on.
Listen, Zanuck, the thing I already know, Zanuck, is that these distances.
Aristosthenes.
What do you mean they went across the land?
Oh my God. Aristosthenes did this. He verified it right there.
He didn't.
Yes, he did.
No, he didn't. And first of all, okay, listen, I'm going to give you a little education here. The stod, the unit of measure he used, is not even known within 30%. Okay? The person that he said he hired to do that, that's not even a Greek word. It's only ever been used in reference to him, right? This so-called profession of somebody that marks distance by walking.
Right.
Whether Aristosthenes existed or not is bullshit. Plus, he was wrong. The distance that he used was wrong. He measured in a unit of measure that didn't even exist. Angles. They didn't use angles when he was alive. That didn't come for another 300 years. I think Aristosthenes measured anything is a bunch of bullshit.
That says you.
See, you believe a story. Listen. It's a known fact that Babylonian angles, the sexagesimal system, was not introduced to Greece 300 years after Eratosthenes was dead. So how did he measure 7.2 degrees in a unit of measure that didn't exist.
They equated the 7.2 degrees to the 90 the scale of 90 that they used back in those days. Everything was based on 90.
No, they subdivided into 12. That's what the Greeks did. Subdivided into 12 for the zodiac.
90. They basically
that's how they subdivided a circle.
Right. Saying the same
thing.
Well,
he measured 7.2.
Well, they equated the 7.2 to their value. The value that they got, they've now updated to English in modern times and said that's 7.2 degrees.
Look, listen, there is no primary source for Eratosthenes. The only source is Cleomedes, and they don't even give an angle in that. Okay? They only give this estimated result in Stod.
Yeah, well, very, very close.
Actually, no, everything about Eratosthenes there is to know as far as the historical record, and the historical record is shit. The dude didn't do anything if he ever even existed.
You know everything there is to know about him. It's a pretty cool statement.
The historical record, okay, is what it is. There are no primary sources. There's no secondary sources. There's third-hand sources.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and there's a published book. It's called The History of Eratosthenes Stod. Okay, it's a published article. I'll post it in the live stream voice text. You can read it yourself. The Stod is not known.
I understand the units of measure back then. And I'm going to say is yes, they didn't use something called degrees. They used a variation that was based on a 90.
Okay, they subdivided circles into 12. It wasn't 90. Okay, so sexagesimal is a base 60 system.
Sorry, base 60. Sorry, base 60.
Yeah, so they used base 12. Those are commensurable.
Yes,
okay?
and that's by getting the values they got, they were able to extrapolate that or equate that number, that value, to 7.2 degrees. There's nothing wrong with that. We know we did.
Tell me how.
Data.
Tell me what ratio is 7.2 degrees in a base 12 system.
They had a fractional value based on the 60 divided by 60.
Yeah, tell me the fraction. Tell me the fraction that's equivalent to 7.2. It doesn't exist, Zanuck.
It does equate. What are you talking about? Of course it does.
You're struggling. You're a monkey throwing poo at this point. But listen, that's not the point.
You're scrambling because you don't think they could do division back then?
No, I'm saying the unit 7.2 degrees is not commensurable in base 12.
You're right, but it's not. They had the ability to do division and have fractions. Fractions were invented.
Yeah, but you have to have a fraction that exists, right? You got to have a fraction that actually exists that's equivalent to 7.2.
I bet Zanuck was actually there.
They measured the unit.
Okay. You know how when you divide stuff and you get like an infinite decimal point, right? You get an infinite number. Okay.
Like pi? Like pi?
Well, pi is a ratio of
that's an infinite decimal.
Right?
It's a ratio that has an infinite decimal. Dude, you're talking in circles. You don't get it.
That's because it's incommensurable. No, it's called incommensurable.
It doesn't mean they can weigh things in other forces.
Listen, it's because those two values are incommensurable with each other. Okay, no, those two values are incommensurable with each other. So 7 point. What the fuck's that got to do with anything? Now you're really grasping at straws.
No, I'm not.
Those values.
I'm trying to ascertain your logic system. Do you believe in the Bible?
My logic? No, it's mathematics. This has to do with anything but mathematics.
Is it literal? Do you take the Bible literally?
Don't make me kick you off the fucking server, dude. Like, now you're irritating me. It has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. This is a mathematical fact that base 12, 7.2, is not commensurable in base 12. That number does not exist. You understand?
You're right.
It doesn't exist.
You're right. It's a fraction.
No. It would. You can approximate 7.2, but that value does not exist in that numeral system.
Okay, you know what? I'll concede this. He was not.
So this is what happens when you don't know mathematics and you're just talking out your fucking ass. You don't. What does incommensurable mean?
Experience in mathematics a little bit above yours, but go ahead.
Okay, you can do whatever you want. I don't care. But this is a fact that in a base 60 system, 7.2 is not commensurate. Danik, they can do fractions, okay, but it's not commensurable. The equivalent fraction, the equivalent fraction in base 60, there's not a number that's the same as that in base 12.
I'm agreeing with you.
Okay, so how did they get the value from? And where did the value come from?
They got that value they equated the value they did have and approximated it to be 7.2. Now, let me finish.
I don't even know why I'm playing this game. Give me a citation. Fuck this. Fuck this. Just give me a citation for anything you're saying. Anything you're saying.
For it. Why don't you tell me how they got the 7.2?
Look, he didn't do it.
I know.
It didn't happen. No, it didn't happen.
The whole
he
test
didn't
didn't
get 7.2.
The test didn't happen.
Look, it's not even me that listen, exactly. It didn't happen.
Okay, well then we're done.
If I ask you for a primary source, you got one? No. If I ask you for a secondary source, you got one? No.
Yes.
No, because they don't exist. The first time Eratosthenes is ever mentioned is in Pliny the Elder's histories, and he cites a text by Cleomedes, who cites Eratosthenes, right?
Yes.
But the primary source and the secondary source, those first two, they don't even exist.
All right. Okay.
We don't have them anymore.
And that's why I asked if you believe in the Bible, because the Bible has a similar type of history to it, doesn't it? The writings from the disciples, 200 years later, is deciphered and translated from 3 different languages they didn't even understand. Latin, Greek.
Yeah, listen, and they've actually taken all those texts and actually calculated the error from all the texts going across all time. And the error, like the difference in, say, one word versus another through all the mistakes. That's the thing with the Bible. It was copied lots of times by lots of people and translated lots of times by lots of people. And you could actually calculate the number of mistakes, the differences. And it's something like 0.00012.
How was basic?
Okay? So it's remarkably consistent for something that was copied by hand over and over again.
The word in Hebrew for young girl is yeldah. And that was interpreted to mean either, in Hebrew, it means either young virgin or young girl. Who makes the choice whether it's a virgin or a girl for Mary? Same word, different meaning. Who makes the translation?
Well, listen, just because in English we distinguish between the two, it doesn't mean anything because they probably looked at it as a whole. They didn't look at it as in two separate things. Girl and virgin meant the same thing.
Right. So how do you know she's a virgin? It wasn't just a girl. You don't know.
To them, they did not distinguish the two.
Exactly. Come on.
You don't understand. They didn't distinguish the two. When they said girl, they meant all girls were virgins. And when they said woman, they meant a married woman because people were more stringent about their social roles. They weren't fucking around like we do nowadays.
All right. Okay.
There wasn't as much variation in human behavior as we have now.
This is talk about the distances that we actually measured over land.
All distances, we don't measure them. They're all calculated, and that was the point. The distances between New York and Australia is a calculated distance. It's never measured.
Measure from, are you on the East Coast? Measure from New York to New Jersey, cross the river. You can.
Okay, how you going to do that?
If you get.
How are we going to do that?
You can step it off. Use your car. Use an odometer in your car. Is that valid?
Okay. Well, the mean error of an odometer is something like 10%, so probably not.
Well, it's a conspiracy on the odometer.
It's the instrument. So instruments have a level of precision. Okay. So the level of precision of an odometer in a car is 10%. So you're going to have a 10% error in the.
Listen, let me tell you something.
Go look it up, Zanuck. Look it up because I have looked these up. The error in a Pitot tube in an airplane is 15%.
I've actually built and calibrated them, so I know how they work. Don't give me that crap. Come on.
Okay, so slippage.
I know the RPMs. I can
know about slippage.
Can I finish? Can I finish something? I can accurately measure an RPM for the engine. Would you not agree?
So
hold on. Let me just finish. You cannot let me finish, can you? Just let me throw something out there. You stop talking for a second. Let me finish it. So I can accurately determine the RPM of an engine. Correct? And I can equate that to
an engine. Oh yeah, within a certain certainty.
I'm going to get a revolution, right? Once around, a once around spark, number one cylinder, boom. So I now have RPM. If I know the diameter of a tire, which I can measure very accurately, then I can find the circumference, 2 pi r. Correct?
Yeah.
And if awesome. 2 pi r, I will know for every time that engine makes revolution, I know exactly how many revolutions that tire makes. Maybe 2.2 ratio to 1 if I have a 2-to-1 differential. So now I know for every revolution that engine makes, I know how far the engine the tire has traveled linearly. And I go for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 60 minutes. I know how far I've gone. 60 miles an hour, I can actually assert that I've gone, and with 2,000 RPM and a certain gear ratio, I know I've gone 60 miles. I know this very accurately by only the limit of the measurement I made on the diameter of that tire. So I know I can go 60 miles over the surface. And if I see a 1 degree change of that altitude, of that co-altitude angle of that star, North Star, I know I've gone 60 miles, and I know it's 1 degree. And if I now
no,
I
you don't. You're just talking shit. See, now you're gonna. I'm gonna talk now.
If I go 60 more,
how did you count for slippage of the tire?
An error you can put in there. Sure, you can have
so
slippage.
It's a slip. That's what I'm talking about, Zanuck. What do you think I'm fucking talking about?
What do you think? So give me a percentage of slippage.
I did 10%.
No, there is not 10% slippage.
No, it's not a reputation.
No, that's not.
I've looked it up. I've looked it up. I've looked it up with Zanuck. Zanuck, I've looked it up.
Yeah,
you're just talking on your ass. No, I went to the companies that make the fucking odometer, like Bosch.
That's not where the errors are in the odometers. That's part of it, but that's not all of it.
Dude,
most of it
they
is done
tell
by
you the accuracy of it. Oh my god,
Zanuck,
you talk too much. Okay, the ironic thing is you talk so much and simultaneously complaining that other people are talking much. But if we counted words that were said, you're way beyond me. Probably a ratio of like 5 to 1.
I would doubt that.
I've actually looked it up. So why don't you go look it up and come back? While you're at it, look up the accuracy of an airplane pizza to look up that accuracy, because I've looked up them both.
Yeah, well,
I've been doing this for quite a while, and unlike you, I don't make shit up in my mind and tell a story.
I know how pitot tubes work, and I know the accuracy of an airspeed indicator on an airplane.
15% per reading.
It also depends on the information you're using and how it's been set up, whether you're using the barometric pressure and your density and temperature.
Any individual, listen, if you go to the people that make these and you look on their shit, it says any individual reading, it could be off by 15%.
For what?
With the fucking tire.
For an airspeed indicator?
So for velocity. For airspeed indicator, yes.
For a static pressure indicator, you're going to say it's 10% off. So when I'm flying,
15%.
My plane has a stall speed of 57 degrees, or 57 miles per hour, 57 knots. When I'm landing it, I could be off by 5 to 6 miles per hour.
Yeah.
No. People be crashing.
Listen.
I'm going 57. My stall. We know the stall.
Zanuck, if you're flying at that close of a tolerance, you're a bad fucking pilot. Okay.
No, it's not. It's not.
No, you're being disingenuous. You'd be an idiotic pilot to be flying that close because you could get a draft and crash. Stop being stupid.
I flew.
You could just have a random. But you're being stupid. You know you would never fly that close to the tolerance of the airplane.
10% when I've landed a plane.
Okay, so what's a downdraft, right?
Ever.
So what happens if you get a downdraft? You would fucking crash if you're flying that close.
That doesn't have to do with the airspeed indicator.
The randomness of the air, of the wind, is beyond the uncertainty of the fucking reading of the instrument.
If I see the windsock pointing at me at 15 knots, I know I got a 15 knot headwind. Sure, it could change. It could stop immediately. You're right. And that would be, then I would set, but that's not the accuracy of
that's beyond, but the change in the
will detect that. When I have that wind shear, it'll go to 0.
That's fine. The pitot tube will detect that. But what you're saying is if I was landing and if I have an inaccuracy of 15%, I might crash when the randomness of the air is well beyond that 15%.
No. It's not.
Dude, you're out of your fucking mind. It's not random. You can't have a fucking 15 to 30%. You can't have a 30 mile per hour gust just come out of the blue. The windsock. Of course you can. And that's beyond the 7 miles per hour you just fucking talked about.
Oh, you're not landing at you're landing at 10% above it. But I'm saying that 10% never, you don't crash, you don't stall randomly on a landing because there's a gust of 10 miles an hour.
That's what I
work that way.
That's what I said. You're not going to fly that close to the tolerance of the airplane. You'd be a fucking dumb goddamn pilot.
The point is, they're not that inaccurate. They're very accurate.
Well, tell that to the manufacturer because this is what they list.
No,
because you're just talking out your ass again.
You're doing Google searches.
I'm going to the manufacturer's websites, and I'm looking at their data sheet for their equipment. I understand what I'm reading when I says precision. When it says precision, I don't know what precision means.
Yeah,
I don't know what the word precision means.
Understanding what you're reading,
dude. That's a cool story.
Do you know?
Really? Tell me what I don't understand when it says precision 15%.
The altimeter is not accurate is accurate within 10%. That means if I'm 1,000 feet, I could be 100 feet off.
Look, No, I'm not talking about the altimeter. I'm talking about the pitot tube, the thing that measures airspeed.
tube.
Airspeed.
Tube.
Yes, measures airspeed.
Yes.
So, right, if you want to get a
I'm
distance
flying at
between 2
100 knots.
places, right, that's time times
Wow.
speed,
You know what?
right? So you
I
need
know
to
the
know the
distance between
speed
cities.
times the time.
I've never been 10% off of my calculations when I've flown. I've set my indicated
I'll
airspeed.
calculation.
I can show you I have calculations all over the place. I can go pull my books out from many years ago.
You've done everything.
When I've had to navigate from one city to the next, I had to use a indicated airspeed, and I had calculated my ground speed, and everything seemed to match up. But I was never 10% off. 100-mile trip, I'm gonna be 10 miles off? No, God no. I was within feet.
Well, you wouldn't calculate it by that. You would calculate it by time, and the difference in time would be a couple minutes, and you would never notice.
Versus into my indicated airspeed calculated to my ground speed based on the crosswinds, headwinds, and whatever else.
And I'm sure
you're
I'm sure you would land the airplane if you got there 10 minutes slower than you anticipated, and fucking call the tower and say, "Oh my God, the distances, they're off." Come on, Janik, get real. You're full of shit, dude.
No, it's when you were full of shit, actually.
Dude, you would never notice. See, these things are good for practical purposes. They're not precision instruments. They're not made because they don't have to be.
Lack of evidence is your evidence. That's your
My evidence is the people that manufacture these instruments. Listen, so far, neither one of us has presented evidence. It's just you yapping, saying you did shit you never did, right? And that's it. You want me to go through the record of things you've said you've done? The only thing you haven't claimed is that you've gone to the moon.
Why don't you give me the record of things I have done that I haven't done? Why don't you give me
Well, you kayaked by the oil rigs. You did the Selenilian eclipse demonstration in 9th grade. You race car driver, airplane pilot, navigated with a sextant by airplane. What else is on the list?
Those three things that I've done.
Go look back.
That's how he described navigation by ship.
This is how you defend every argument. A personal anecdote that you actually did it, and that's why the other person's wrong because you did it. When it's more likely that you're just full of shit.
I've given you a description of how a sextant works without using a horizon, and you disputed it, saying, "I want to do it." Have you ever done it on the sea? Have you ever navigated on the ocean? It's like that's a non-sequitur. It doesn't matter. The point is, we can find this distance over the surface we're traveling on by getting a co-altitude angle and a deviation from that co-altitude angle and equate that to 60 nautical miles. You're disputing that. You're saying
you're not getting a distance.
I'm saying if
you're not getting a distance. You don't have a measured distance. Regardless of how much you cry about it, you don't have a measured distance. You have a calculated distance based upon a presupposed radius.
So here's the thing. Here's your fundamental foundation for your argument that we don't know distances on the ground.
No, this is the water.
No,
we do know distances on the ground within a margin of error for practical purposes.
I can get on a beach.
So let me give you an example, Zanuck.
And I can't tell you how far I've gone.
You can say how far you've gone within but there's a large uncertainty, probably within 10 or 15%.
So
really.
So from here to San Francisco, it's either 60 miles or it's 67 miles. I don't really know.
Really?
No one knows.
Yeah, exactly.
Is everyone listening to this? Okay, we'll stop there because that is
because it's absurd that you don't know the distance.
You read speedometer is 10%.
Yeah, and there's slippage.
Dude, slippage. You can't have that kind of slippage. The maximum of a tire.
Red herring basket is completely full. You need to change the red herring basket to another one. This one's full.
And so here's another problem other than just like the slippage, right? So you have a distance between 2 points. Is that like a flat space, or is there hills, right? So there's hills and grooves and valleys, right? So that distance, right, is going to be longer than if it's flat. Yeah, exactly. Absolutely. So automatically, it's going to be different than the angle, the measured angle, because it has to be, because the measured angle assumes a perfectly smooth sphere.
Interesting. But we can take a boat and go from the port of San Mateo and go to the Bay Bridge and know that it's 10 miles. And I can drive there and I can also calculate and look at the road on a map and calculate how far it is as well. And that they're the same. We take all the curves out and all the undulations up and down, and we find out the same distance.
Yeah, except no one ever did that.
We can do GPS positioning, which probably doesn't exist in your world. But even if it's used,
well,
it's cell towers, we can trilaterate or triangulate with that, and we can also find the same distance.
So, wait, but that has been tested. So, what was the guy's name? Route 1, he tested that on a frozen lake. He drove across the frozen lake. He had his GPS, and he compared it to the odometer. The GPS was like, it said it was a quarter, he went a quarter mile further than the odometer said.
Over
and this
how
is an
far?
8-mile drive. 8 miles.
And you don't think there's slippage on an ice lake? That's where there is slippage then.
Well, it's snow. So
yes, no, there is slippage.
So yeah,
in snow.
there is slippage
on snow, not on concrete.
But it said if he was further. Okay, if there was slippage, it would have been further because of the slippage. Because the failure is doing more rotations than the actual distance you travel.
When you okay, so
we know that GPS is inaccurate, and they know it's inaccurate.
It's not 10%.
Look, the only
fractions of a percent, depending on the object.
Well, go listen. I'll later on when I get home, I'll send you my citations, and they're not like Google search. How accurate is it? It's going to be the equipment manufacturer who makes pitot tubes for airplanes and the people that make odometers for cars.
Okay.
What they say. It's not my opinion. This is where you guys get fucked up. You think things are my opinion. They're their opinion.
Here's something I've seen again, and here's more. You can think it's anecdotal. I'll do this measurement, and you can try to contradict it. If I'm at 35,000 feet and I'm looking out at a tower 200 miles away, and I can see a tower up in Chico, which is just above, not too high above sea level, but enough. I can see it flashing. I can see a green flashing light, and it's 200 miles away, and there's only one right where it is, and I follow it the whole way until I land. When I'm at 35,000 feet, I see it at 3 degrees below level. Now, if I look at 3 degrees below level on a flat surface, that should only be 100 miles. Why is it 200 miles? You're 50% off. So where's your error accountability there?
Yeah, show me this actually happened.
Well, that's happened.
Dude, I'm not going. Listen. Yeah, sure it has, dude.
Of course
it has. I said, your evidence is personal anecdotes, can't be falsified, can't be tested, can't be, and nothing can be done. We're just supposed to trust Zanuck, probably the most dishonest person in this conversation.
Would you agree? If I'm at 35,000 feet, that altimeter, even if it's off 10%, we will have an angle to some object in the distance. We can measure with 3 degrees within 10%. We measure 3 degree down depth. Let's say we measure 1.5 degree depth. Some angle measurement we can actually verify. Would you agree we can do that?
Yes, we can measure an angle. Yes,
and that's based on trigonometry, right? So if we have a 3 degree dip, the distance that object has to be 100 miles. If we're 6 miles high, it has to be. That's the law of cosine.
Okay,
right? You agree with me so far. So if I see an object that we know is further than 100 miles from 35,000 feet, what would explain that?
Okay, first of all, you'd have to be level, right? You'd have to know that you're actually level, and planes don't fly level, and you should know. Oh, you don't have to be level. Okay, so you can be
where level is.
So the optical, you
have to know
you can be looking up and then measure your dip angle, and then conclude the ground is X amount of degrees below where you're looking. Right. So if you're tilted up, as airplanes fly tilted up, and if you fly an airplane, you should know this. Airplanes fly. The angle of attack of the wind, the plane is tilted up.
Some airplanes can fly tilted down level, but that's okay. It doesn't matter. Yes, most of them fly 1 degree pitched up. Okay, so.
Okay, so what are you measuring exactly?
The level line is found by a bubble sextant or a bubble indicator or something that determines plumb. And from that plumb, we can determine horizontal. And from that horizontal, we can determine the dip to the object. Now, you agreed with me that
that's awesome because
hold on, if I'm at 35,000 feet, you agreed at 3 degrees it should be 100 miles away, 110 miles away.
I guess I'll just agree with you. I have to do the math myself because I don't trust. I'll take. Yeah, I don't know why I'm taking your word for it.
Thank you for that concession or just the agreement. You can, if I'm wrong,
I'll trust that your math is right, but
it's not just my breath. Take your altitude. 7 miles divided by 100 miles and take the inverse tangent of that. That will give you 3 degrees, plus or minus 10%. Right? That's a known value.
Yeah, whatever.
Altitude divided by the distance of the object, inverse tangent, that'll give you a degree. And that degree will be 3 degrees. Now, if we see that object, and you can see it clearly from the cockpit, because you can see a flashing green and white light, because meaning the airport's open, and we look at that and we say, okay, that should be miles away, but yet it's only 50 miles away. How do you explain that?
What are you talking about? So how do I explain
we're
your
flying to it. We
imagination?
measured 3 degrees.
Okay,
We
so I'm going to
calculate
give
that
you a
by using
hypothetical.
cosines to be 100 miles away. It has to be 100 miles based on a triangle, yet it only is 50.
Yeah, that's a cool story. So how do you explain this? I opened my wardrobe and I looked through it and I saw a talking fucking lion. How do you explain that, Xander?
That's your comeback?
Yeah, that is my comeback because you want to deal with a hypothetical situation. So yeah, let's deal with hypotheticals. What if I measure the Earth is flat for like 1,000 miles? How do you explain that, Zanuck? How do you explain my hypothetical, Zanuck?
I have an answer for everything, India. You know that.
Yeah, but how do you explain my hypothetical?
I'll tell
This
you.
is silly, dude.
I'll tell you. See, you're just trying to joke with me, but I'm
going to ask you. I'm going to ask you a question that gospel bearer asked.
Is that a question?
Is there anything that we could tell you?
Is that a rhetorical
Is there
question or
any
not?
piece of evidence that can falsify the globe in your mind? Any piece of evidence that could falsify the globe? Anything?
Everything has
any
potential.
distance, any measurement, anything.
Anything has a potential. Yes, there's always a potential that can falsify the globe. The percentage, the probability is very small.
So, okay. So how many orders of magnitude difference would it have to be from the prediction versus what's
orders
measured?
of magnitude? Hundreds of
orders
times?
of magnitude, yeah.
Hundreds of times.
Yeah, hundreds of times. Orders of magnitude.
What?
So because of multiples ain't enough for you guys, so we're just going with orders of magnitude. Like how many orders of magnitude difference from the prediction versus what's measured? Like what would the difference have to be until you could say, hey, yes, the globe is falsified with this measurement?
Well, even if you found like an area in the Indian Ocean where the geodetics are such that you would see a flat surface and water for maybe 100 miles, you could see that. You can see flat. You can go to the Indian Ocean. That's where you should do your test, by the way, because then you prove all the round earthers wrong, and they wouldn't know what this is due to unless they understood geodetics. You could go to the Indian Ocean, see a flat surface in the water, and say, "Here, the Earth is flat." And I would say, "Yes, you found a flat spot of the Earth."
A flat spot over water. So how is the rest of the water convex then if there's a flat spot on the water?
Good question. And the reason it happens because it's geodetics. The gravitational characteristics of that area are such that they aren't pointing inward to the center.
Okay, hilarious. So yeah, and how do we falsify that claim?
Go to the 99.999% of the rest of the Earth that is not showing that, exhibiting that characteristic. Yeah. And understand how geodetics
works. That's just like a literal made up number.
No.
That's a literal made up number.
No, it's not. It's not actually a made up number. It's very close to within 10%.
So you should know from geodetics, since you're citing it, that plumb lines curve in the geodesy and the deviation from plumb, which is odd because you said we're measuring down from plumb, but plumb in the globe model is not 90 degrees from the surface.
Plumb is always 90 degrees from the surface.
No, it isn't. Look up what do they call it? Vertical deflection of the plumb line.
Yeah,
right.
They can change based on the geology of the surface. Yes,
that's what they say. Yeah. But how do they determine that in the first place, right? So they determine that
they can use satellites to survey it. I'm telling you, you asked me a question. So for example, they can see that the St. Lawrence River actually goes uphill by 8 meters. Over 200 miles. It goes uphill. Based on the equipotential surface, the water goes down, though, by 2 meters. So it's going down 2 meters, but the actual physical layout of the surface is going uphill. If we look at it from surveying equipment, being just physical, what it look like, what it measures to be. There we have an example of water going uphill physically, but the layout geodetically is making it go downhill.
No, water's going uphill and downhill at the same time, folks. Thanks.
It's going, well, you didn't hear what I said. Uphill, based on how it's measured, the surface being measured, it's going uphill. But downhill, geodetically.
Okay, show us a measurement of water going uphill. Show us a demonstration of water going uphill, please.
Do you understand? You just sit here and make claims that are like.
No, I'm going to back it up. I'm going to give you the citation right now, and you can look at it and say, oh, that's fake, or that's done by someone who's a conspiracy.
No. See, no, Xanac.
Then let me do it then.
Don't play games. You're trying to mischaracterize us.
It's not
I
made
don't
up.
appreciate that.
It's not
No,
made
you're
up.
trying to mischaracterize us.
Well,
we don't
you
say
said,
shit. Fake.
You told me I just made it up. How am I mischaracterizing? I'm just telling you. I'm reflecting. I'm telling you. You just told me.
Okay, you're telling us somebody's interpretation of data. Okay, what that data says.
All data interpreted.
To some degree, yes. But listen, when it comes to this, when it comes to the globe model, yes, all data is interpreted because it's all interpreted to fit into the globe paradigm.
So geodetic surveying is not a real thing.
Geodetic surveying is a real thing, and they add a lot of fudge factors to make it work. So why don't they just measure the surface of the Earth and do that? Why do they use a reference ellipsoid and then have a separate model called the EGM gravitational model? Why do they need two models?
It doesn't work. It doesn't work right. Because if you have
really?
Yes. If you use the ellipsoid numbers, ones that can be measured, say, by satellites that tell you what the height of surface is relative to sea level. And then you build your farm and you have your river, and then the river overflows, rises, and it floods your house, even though your house was supposed to be higher than the river.
Satelloons are not measuring devices, neither are
Nobody
aircraft.
does that anyway.
Satelloons were launched by rockets and they inflated in space, and they were made and used many, many years ago. They're not used now.
Unless you're Google.
Balloons in space now, folks.
That's where Satelloon is. It's a balloon inflated in space. You never heard of that before?
So do you also believe that the plumb line curves, Eric?
Plumb line can curve, yes.
Do you have any evidence of that? Has anybody ever measured a curved plumb line?
I'm providing it to you right now.
That someone measured a curved plumb line.
Yes. That's geodetics. People know that. People have measured that. Drilling. And so I
didn't say deflection. I said a curved plumb line, meaning the line is actually curving, like it has an arc in it.
Yes, I'll give you some examples of that too.
Okay, good. So how do you get an elevation angle from a curving plumb line now?
Curving as it goes through the surface, not to the surface. The difference.
Well, listen, the reason the plumb line's curved, listen, Zanuck, you obviously don't know anything about this. You're talking shit.
Did you see what I posted?
Yeah, I gotta look.
Go look what I posted. Okay.
Yeah, there's a video there that has every one of your satellite programs on a balloon.
So you posted a graphic. Awesome. What the fuck's that? What is that? Who cares?
This is from a surveying.
Yeah,
document.
the gray satellite. Yeah, cool. Yeah, the gray satellite. The Grace fiction.
Yeah, you don't have proof.
And if you look into that a little bit further, that's a model. There is no, these so-called gravitational measurements are all based upon a model, the EGM model, right? So the Earth gravitational model. It's funny that only the U.S. uses the Earth gravitational model, and I guess gravity is different in other countries because they use something else. Also, they also use different datums, so I guess
all over the Earth.
It's different in other countries. Yeah. Listen, there's over 100 different datums.
I just showed
Depends
you
on how much racism has to do with how much gravity there is.
Okay. I just gave you a.
I'm gonna lay this out for you.
Has less gravity.
I just gave you a chart of the orthometric height. The CGG 2010 layout of this area of Canada, and it shows the actual height in meters of 8 meters from beginning to end of this river. 8 meters. Yet geodetically, the ellipsoid height, green.
Yeah, so you add fantasy, and then now it goes uphill.
The right thing, I used the wrong word. The ellipsoid height is 8 meters. The orthometric height, though, goes down from 2 meters to near zero, over 600 meters, 600 kilometers.
So the orthometric height is the geode height subtracted from ellipsoid height, right? So a model subtracted from a model
is the geodetics, is the gravitational height.
No, that's the geode height. That's the height of the geode. It's if you had an imaginary sea level that went through the whole Earth.
The geodetic height.
What? What did you say?
The orthometric height. The ellipsoidal height is the geometric height. The orthometric height is the gravitational height.
That's the geode height, dude. That's the geode height. The orthometric height is the listen. The orthometric height is the ellipsoid height subtracted from the geoid height. The geoid height is the height if you had sea level, right? If the Earth was just water,
geodetic.
The geoid is an imaginary sea level that goes under the land, right? As if the Earth was an entire sea. The height of that water, that is the geoid height.
No,
and the orthometric height is the ellipsoid height.
You're getting it confused.
Nobody's confused.
Yes, you are. What you said was incorrect. The geode height is the gravitational. The orthometric height is the geographic.
Look up the definition of geode.
Listen,
look up the definition of geode and read it to us.
Orthometric heights have to do with the gravitational variations. They're called orthometric heights. The ellipsoid heights is the one you can measure from a satellite, what it looks like, what it physically looks like. Although it can't take the deviations based on the geodetics as well, but that's not the point here. The point is, this is what is based on sea level, the ellipsoid height.
Okay, let me explain this to you because you're obviously confused.
Geoid
height is the height of an imaginary sea level. That's like if you took a gravitometer and you measured 9.8 meters per second acceleration, right? That height that instrument's at, that's the geoid height. Wherever you take that instrument and you put it, that's the geoid height.
Correct.
Where it measures 9.8 meters per second squared.
Right.
Now, the orthometric height is the ellipsoid height subtracted or added, depending on which one is higher, right? To that. The resulting...
Wait, you already talked about the geodetic... You talked about the orthometric height, then you merged it into the
talking about the orthometric height. Listen,
the
gravitational height and the ellipsoid height, the orthometric height is computed from the geoid height in the ellipsoid height.
They can measure the orthometric heights. They measure it.
I don't know how many times I got to say it.
They have a very sensitive gravitational measurement device on an airplane. They can circle the Earth, and they can actually see the variations in the heights based on gravitational strength. Different than ellipsoid. The ellipsoid is the sea level shape based on the ellipsoid. It's a nice oval shaped path of the surface. That's the ellipsoid. That's not what the Earth actually looks like. The geodetics determine what it actually looks like.
Hold on, getting the definition, dude.
Everything you said is a good point because Earth actually measures flat every time.
The river, here, let me quote you. I'll give you this quote here, since you don't want to hear from me. The river, which flows northeast toward its mouth, has an increasing ellipsoidal height along its length, which would mean it flows uphill in the ellipsoidal height system. That's
in your imagination.
Can I finish? That's because the ellipsoidal heights don't account for Earth's gravity field. If we consider the orthometric heights, gravity field, which do account for variation in gravity potential, we see the heights decrease toward the mouth of the river. As we expect, the water flows downhill. This is a stark contrast to what you just told me. Now, I'm reading it directly from a surveying manual. Now, they're wrong and you're right. And I don't know why you think you can be right and them wrong, but I'm willing to listen.
So I'm going to read it to you right now.
Did anything I say disagree with you?
Yeah.
Okay, so this.
Yeah, it's relevant to what I'm talking about.
The survey manual
height equals.
You're right.
Listen,
I want just everyone in the audience.
No, I'm going to read it to you. This is from geodesy.noaa.gov, right? Dynamic height computation, orthometric height equals gravity. A dynamic height is then obtained by dividing the geopotential number by the normal gravity value computed by the geodetic reference system ellipsoid at 45 degrees altitude. G equals 980.619 gal, which is
right. You just told me exactly what I just told you.
Yeah, it's one subtracted to the other. What do you need to calculate orthometric height?
The geodetic effects. I just read it to you.
Yes,
You said
listen.
I'm wrong, and I don't. The audacity of you to dispute something actually in writing from a surveying manual is
Oh
beyond
my
me.
God!
Why do you think you're that
Listen,
smart?
the audacity!
It's like that girl. It's like Greta. It's like
Oh my
Greta.
God!
How dare you? How dare you, Indio?
How dare you go against the religious scriptures, Indio? How dare you?
Our
The
Earth and
doctrine,
climate change
the
deniers.
religious
How
globe
dare
doctrine
you?
of the Geodesy is the ultimate authority. Why would you ever go against the ultimate religious doctrine?
Man is evil. They're destroying the climate. How dare you? You all be dead and we'll be sucking CO2 and die from it. How dare you?
Hello? How dare you flat earthers go against the globe religious doctrine?
We're not talking about the globe. We're just talking about basic physics here.
No, we're not talking about the globe. Nice of you to notice that you've gish galloped away from the globe altogether, haven't you?
Not gish gallop. I'm just trying to stay to the physics, and it could be flat, and we could be seeing these devariations. They could be due to the gravitational variations. Made it look like it's round, but in fact, we do measure it to be
well.
Geodetically.
Since you have no proof of any gravitation, then we would need to start there.
Proof of gravitation or drop something.
Mic drop, huh? Neil deGrasse Tyson.
So gravity is now the effect again. Thought it was a cause.
Gravity, the
person that dropped the mic when asked the question, "What is gravity?" He said he doesn't know.
You're conflating two questions.
No,
One
it was the
question
same
is-
moment.
Hold on.
He said, "I don't know." He
Can I
dropped the
finish?
mic.
Why can't I finish a sentence? So
Because you talk
and I
more
know
than
that you
anyone else.
respond.
You finish all your sentences. So now I'm going to read from you from MathWorks, the link I just posted. Most terrain models provide data using orthometric height instead of ellipsoidal height. Orthometric height, called H, is height above the geoid. Okay? The geoid model is the average sea level of the Earth without effects such as weather, tides, and land. A geoid model is created by measuring variations of the Earth's gravitational field is smoothly undulating shape. Orthometric height is measured relative to the geoid.
Yes, both incorporate gravity. They're not the ellipsoid.
Geoid height is the height of the geoid measured along a normal of a reference ellipsoid. That is exactly what I said.
The reference ellipsoid and normal is the ellipsoid. The deviation from the ellipsoid is the gravitational effects. You just read it. Did you not understand what you read? Seriously, come on.
Orthometric height is measured relative to the geoid.
Geoid is gravitational geo. Think of geoid, orthometric, equipotential. That's all. These all incorporate gravity. The ellipsoid is the only one that doesn't incorporate gravity. Get it?
Maybe you're not understanding. I'm going to say this
I
again.
understand it perfectly well.
I'm going to read it again. Geoid height, called I can't even read that. Is the height. Geoid height is the height of the geoid measured along a normal of a reference ellipsoid. The geoid height values from the Earth gravitational model of 1996 are referenced to the ellipsoid defined by the World Geodetic System. So the orthometric height, right? So the ellipsoid height and the geoid height are not the same. The orthometric height is one subtracted from the other.
Yes, you're
or
not
added to the other.
Told you.
Well, that's what I said. Dude, rewind the tape. That is exactly what I said in the beginning, way back when.
Look at the picture I just posted. This will explain it to you in graphical form. You have your ellipsoid, and then you have the geoid. The geoid is a deviation from the normal ellipsoid based on gravitational and equipotential and orthographic changes. All these
orthographic. What do they call that difference? What do they call that difference? What do they call the difference?
The orthographic difference.
What do they call the difference, Anik? That's exactly what I said. Rewind the fucking tape.
You're saying the same thing, but you're somehow not understanding what it means.
Okay. You got that right.
The ellipsoid is the physical. The average, what we see, the sea level average around what you would actually kind of visually expect and average it out to be. The geoid actually is based on gravitational changing.
So I just want to tie a bow on this because I'm going to tell you what they actually do when they're actually doing geodetic surveying, right?
Okay, what do they do?
So they measure something, right? They also have astrogeodetic, right? So they measure where the stars are. So that star, you have a coordinate, right? But that coordinate, right? So say I have Draconis, and Draconis is directly over my head, and then I take Plum, right? But I take the vertical on the theodolite, and it's not pointing at Draconis. It's pointed somewhere else. It's pointed off by, like, say, half a degree, right? So what do? They say, oh, there's a big mass underneath the Earth deflecting the plumb line. Oh, so to make this deflection work and map it to this ellipsoid, we can't hit the ellipsoid at an angle. We have to hit it at 90 degrees. So let's curve the plumb line mathematically and make it intersect the ellipsoid. It's literally exactly what they do. So these plumb line deflections, they're assumed based upon a model. They're not measured, Zanuck. What's measured is a difference in their presupposed sphere and the position of the stars. They say, oh, there has to be a problem here. How do we fix it? This is what I'm talking about. This is how this all started. Is they sit there and fudge and fudge and fudge. So you can map one surface to any other surface, right? And all you have to do is interpolate the error.
So far, you've been...
Yeah, in reality, you can.
Yeah, well,
I'm just saying, you can map one surface to any other. Can we assume that the Earth was a pretzel? Can we make measurements on the Earth and map them to a pretzel?
Okay, so let me summarize and put a bow on it for me.
Yes or no question. It's a yes or no question. Can we take measurements of the Earth with theodolites and map it to a pretzel? Map it to the surface of a pretzel.
No.
Oh fuck, dude! Someone call Goss or dig him up and tell him he was wrong. And Riemann, just fucking dig him up. Just tell them they were both wrong.
If you've measured,
that mapping functions don't exist.
If you could make a pretzel out of those measurements if those measurements dictated a pretzel.
And what'll happen? There'll be
well, you know, what we do?
You can map them. You can map points. From one surface to any other surface. This is well known in mathematics. It's called topology.
My God, Indio, do you stop? So I've posted this picture before.
No, because you're just denying reality at this point.
No, this is the reality. This is, if you use geodetics, this is what the Earth looks like. You know, in an extreme. Obviously, this isn't proportional. It is proportional, but it's not. It's a scale.
Yeah, that is not what the Earth looks like.
Yeah,
that's what the Earth looks like after they take measurements and map it to an ellipsoid.
Correct.
Minus the geoid.
Not to, from an ellipsoid.
No, mapping it to. They're mapping it to, dude. The measurements aren't. They take raw measurements, and those measurements are just angles.
Now we're just talking past each other. So this is the deviation from the ellipsoid. Is what we're saying. Right? We both can be right there. This is the deviation.
Well, it's two deviations. It's the deviation it's the deviation of the ellipsoid from the celestial sphere. Would be more accurate.
And this is how they measure the surface, the reference ellipsoid.
The reference ellipsoid is not a measurement. It's a fictitious mathematical object. And so is the geoid. Is a fictitious mathematical object.
They measure it, and that's why they can tell whether you build your farm, whether your rivers.
What they measure, they measure the acceleration of gravity.
It's really you've been talking over me, not me talking over you, by the way.
Well, you keep making inaccurate claims, dude.
So
they don't
measure
measure
it. To talk over me when I say something.
Well, I mean, why are we wasting our time on false premises?
Well, we should probably stop at that. I don't want to. I don't want to be disrespectful, and I don't want to argue with you in a hateful way.
I'm just telling you how this is done. This is how it's done. Okay,
right.
You can read the literature yourself. This isn't my opinion. I mean, it's not. I'm only telling you. This isn't my opinion. This is what the literature says. Okay,
the literature
this is what they say.
The literature says that if you do not take geodetics into account, you can have rivers that actually physically go uphill and can flood your farm if you're not doing geodetic survey. If you're just doing land surveying and referencing stars and things like you said, trying to find physical, then you will find that when your river height rises, it could flood your house, even though it looks like it should be below you. And it's not, it's above you. That's why you use geodetic surveying for when you really care about something flooding out. You need to know what the geodetics look like, what the gravitational orientations look like around your home, around your farm.
I'm
And if you think
sure
it's
more
fake,
complex
well,
than
then,
that.
God bless
No
it.
one said it was fake.
Okay.
There's a difference between being wrong and being fake.
So it's not wrong. It's right because they can actually show that when they do take geodetics into account, that areas that are above you or below you are taken into account so you don't get your land or your house flooded out by a rising river. Because you understand the geodetics of the area, not just the shape due to the reference ellipsoid.
Don't you just take into account water level? If water level is flat, no problem. You just take into account the water level, but from there you have to assume whether it's curved or flat.
No, because the plumb lines are varying. And if you take the surveyor test, as I have, you'll see that question come up, and you'll get it wrong if you think like that, Lemon.
Yeah, well, plumb lines are going to vary due to perspective. Perspective is going to make you lose length, and it's going to make
We
you
took
lose
the
angle.
surveyor test
Your
too.
plumb lines are
What
not
have
going to
you
be
done, man?
perfectly on with each other
They vary
visually.
due to perspective. Okay.
If you're going off of water level is flat. That's all you need.
I'll tell you what he hasn't done. He hasn't provided an example of this claim.
Want to see the survey test that has the questions based on this, or no? You want to see actually
Oh my
me
goodness.
surveying some
Okay,
land?
surveys are end users, and I wouldn't go to a race car driver to figure out how to engineer an internal combustion engine, and I'm not going to go to a surveyor to figure out the mathematics of reference ellipsoids and fucking geoids.
Anyway,
Because
you
they
don't
just use
cite
a computer program and punch it in.
The
Anyway,
problem
sorry.
there, Nick, is that you don't cite level. You need to check level with the activity of water, how it flows, and practical things like that. Otherwise, your eyes can deceive you survey-wise and otherwise. You don't cite level. You need to check it with a laser or some sort of practical thing like water flowing off of a slanted off level or something like that.
Have it another round.
Otherwise, if you try to cite levels, Zanuck, you're going to get error. Because of perspective, your lines are going to be all over the place. They're not going to be perfect.
Because of perspective. Really?
Yeah. You're going to lose length and you're going to lose angle. And they're not going to line up with each other perfectly visually. You're going to have foreshortening. You're going to have parallax. You're going to have all sorts of weird effects.
I believe in the law of cosines. It's never failed me once, but you can say that it's due to something else.
Cool story, bro, but the law of cosines appears to ignore that lines of, light or whatever that you idealize tend to spread. When we see a ray of light, it tends to spread. It doesn't stay as this idealized geometric law of sines, cosines line or something. That just ignores reality. Light spreads from the point source. So trying to idealize it as this perfect non-diverging line is absurd.
Yeah, Zanuck, are you one of those guys who think if you take two theodolites and the other one looks like it's off from the other one, that you can do some triangles on paper and think you've measured a plumb line?
Yes, I definitely think that's a great test, especially on the riverbank when everything's oriented. Yeah.
Yep, cool story.
If you're going to try to cite levels, Zanuck, fine, but you need parallel lines. Based off of parallel lines going in the direction that you're looking, including the parallel line of the surface itself, the surface will appear to ramp up if you're above it, as long as it's going parallel to where you're looking. And anything above the level of the eyes will appear to ramp down. That will give you a rough idea of what the level is, but that's it. You're going to need to double check it with a laser or the activity of water when it flows. Water will give you a true level based off of it flowing till it's flat, and a laser will give you a true level as long as it's not bending all over the place.
Yeah, but in the meantime, let's see that awesome citation which proves your point. That water that's below you can flow up into you because you're actually below it, based on the differential vector of gravity.
I posted the whole right out of the survey manual that talks about the St. Lawrence River and its.
Oh, okay. So a manual, not a practical example.
Well, I just give you a practical example right here with Maine Surveyor, which basically did crossed the river, did the measurements.
What did he do exactly? What did he do?
He lined
What'd
up the
he do?
theodolites. Decided went to
He lined up some theodolites, and then he proved that water's flowing uphill.
No, he proved that there has to be a curvature between them for that.
No, he didn't. He proved
he
a differential in the optical field. That's all he proved. And then he drew some triangles on paper, and it pretended that he was measuring plumb lines.
He saw a 16-second deviation when in the accuracy of the device is 1.4 seconds.
16 seconds. I mean, that's really small. That's 1/60th of 1/60th of an angle. If you look at that as the baseline,
you can't do it with your thumb.
that could
you actually, you have to. That's why he got the conditions straightened out. He measured all the temperatures and humidity, etc., and he did the measurements and did the 4 measurements, and he did the standard deviation and was within the tolerance, and then he found this well above the standard deviation was this measurement, the mean of 16.2 seconds. Now that can only be due. Okay, you can tell me what that's due to. I think it's due to curvature, but you can say it's due to something else.
I'd say it's due to refraction.
Surveyor didn't even know what deflection of the vertical was, and he also didn't know what that the curvature of the plumb line existed in geodetic surveying. So if you want to rely on someone that's like ignorant of his own field, you go for it.
Well, the curvature of the plumb line will do as it's penetrating through the surface, not going down to the surface.
He didn't even know it existed. He didn't even know it was in the literature. He didn't know it was part of geodetic surveying. He didn't know deflection of the vertical even existed.
Well,
because he's an end user. He's like a taxi car driver, and you're asking a taxi car driver how a car is engineered.
It's kind of like Zanuck understands.
He doesn't know the mathematics.
Deflection. Zanuck understands deflection from the claim. So I didn't say, did some schmuck measure differential plumb lines by pretending to measure plumb lines, by really just measuring optical differential. What I said is, where's the practical example of the water that's below me flowing up? That's what I want. So feel free to provide that.
Well, Zanuck, I would chalk it up to refraction or collimation of the light as it goes through the various lenses of the theodolite, the atmosphere, whatever, making it appear to be slightly off center, or some sort of perspective diffraction phenomenon. I mean, a couple, what is it, seconds or whatever? A couple, thousandths of a degree? I don't know. Because there's 60 seconds in a minute and 60 minutes in a degree. So that's like 3,600 right there. So you're saying 16 seconds? That's like 16 over 3,600. There's a really small fraction. I mean, you guys use similar small fractions to say that, even though the Earth is moving and we don't feel it, it's still moving. Well, this really small deviation, is still flat. It's just, a small deviation from flatness. I'm going to say that instead.
Yeah, and here's this other thing, is that I know if I take a 6-inch physical level, right, and if I take a 6-foot level, I'm not going to get the same reading. Now, if I take a theodolite, which is, I don't even know how big they are. They're fucking tiny. They're like micrometer size. If to think that level indicator is extensible out miles to a precision of, couple arc seconds, that's crazy. That's never been tested. It can't even be tested, even hypothetically.
Well, the theodolite is idealized off of this, ideal of how vision works, where ideally you have these visual angles that spread out equally from all sides of the theodolite. But if you're close to the surface, the ground, you're not going to have angles spreading out equally representing the same, length and the same distance and, the same angle. From the level of the optic upward, it's going to expand exponentially because there's no surface in the way upward, but there's a surface in the way from the level of the optic downward. So you have at least 2 halves visually of angle, where in the top half of your theodolite, your eye or whatever, you have infinite expansion. But from the level of the optic or the theodolite down to the surface, you have infinite compression. So you don't have the idealized mathematic conditions that you want to apply to the theodolite, where it will just be applicable over any distance and any standard. After a while, you're going to get a horizon And that idealized angular relationship where you have expansion in all directions from the theodolite, the eye, or whatever, it's not going to apply. After a while, you're going to reach a horizon and your ratios are just going to be off. And whatever's in the distance will appear to set bottom first, lose distance, lose angle, and lose this idealized equal ratio that you like from all sides of the object. It's just bad theory.
That's true. Whenever they try to represent any of this stuff in an orthographic view or triangles on paper, it's always idealized. Always. Same thing when they make interpretations of linear perspective and imagine that it actually functions in the real world. Linear perspective is an ideal model. It doesn't exist in reality.
And to have this ideal, you need to have idealized conditions. Namely, your theodolite needs to levitate up in the middle of space with no surface in the way and have infinitely expanding angles in all directions so that all angular ratios are possible. When your instrument is close to the ground, where the bottom half of the visual scene of the instrument is going to compress into the surface and the top half of the visual scene of the instrument is going to expand exponentially, those conditions aren't applying anymore. But the good thing about the flat earth is it's breaking down some of these straw men, some of these idealized math conceptions that don't quite match reality.
Yeah, so let's be absolutely explicitly and excruciating clear. Mr. Wannabe Holmes didn't measure any plumb lines. That's a fact. So, get back to me when you got that upwards water that's flooding my house. Cool story.
Hello?
Hello.
Oh, my mic works. Okay. I actually have a question. How does by the way, I'm like new to this, so I don't know much, right? But how does water seeking to always be level disprove the globe theory?
Well, when we think of a liquid like water flowing, we think of it as one part of the water climbing over or under another part of the liquid and flowing in that fashion until all parts of the liquid are more or less next to each other. When we think of that in our head, we think of that as being flat, with all parts of the water, the molecules, atoms, whatever, being right next to each other, but no part of the water being over or under another. So the flow would continue until it has a flat level conceptually. That's the way that we tend to think about it. And if most of the earth is this water, this liquid that tends to lie flat, well, then by logical extension, most of the world is flat, basically.
Okay, so let's take it a step further
That's
because that's a good
complicated.
premise. That's a good
But
premise.
why
and
can't
that's the starting
gravity pull
point.
it all in one direction, right? So
Hold
like
on,
it's sphere.
Mr. Yohanan, hold on. I'm going to explain it to you, okay? We all experience, just as Lemon said, flat water wherever we go. That's what it appears to be to us. So you then make the claim, well, what if gravity's pulling it into a sphere? I'm glad you said that. This creates for the globe model the Achilles heel because curved water should be everywhere, right? So all we have to do is go out to the water and just test if it's curved or not. So you set up a laser transit method, which is an effective method to measure something. You set it up on this side of one part of water, 6 feet off the ground. 25 miles away, you set up a target 6 feet off the ground, right? The globe prediction is that the target should be off from the laser beam, right? Since they're at two different vectors by 400 feet, okay? You fire the laser, you hit the target. And that proves that there's no hump of water between point A and point B. Now, it must be there if Earth is a sphere. It's not there, therefore Earth's not a sphere. And that is why water disproves the globe model.
I think I got it. So what you're saying is that if from point A to point B, the measurement of the curvature would say that it would say that the water would have to be kind of falling at a certain point to reach that. but actually, I don't actually get it. Like, I'm not be honest. Like, I don't get it.
Well, for example, when you use the laser transit methodology in real construction, it gives you a baseline. So you set up the laser at 6 feet, you level it, and you go out and you have the laser hit what's called the storyboard, right? So wherever that laser's hitting, you can then measure up and down on that board, and it tells you how high or low it is above it. For example, it might say 7.
Yeah,
So
what do you
that would
mean
mean
level the laser?
that would mean
Listen, hold on. Look in Livestream voice text. The text channel. New guy.
You
Did
might
you see
want
the
to take
graphic?
it for the 3 questions. He's quite new.
Which one? There's a lot of graphics.
Well, I mean, the one the one that says deviation, right?
Deviation.
So if you shine a laser at a distance on a ball, at a distance, right, it should get further and further away from the ground. Okay, so this is what he's saying.
Yeah, exactly.
25 miles
that's what I thought. Yeah.
away, it should be 400 feet off the ground.
Yeah.
Go ahead, A.
That's what I actually was originally thinking when he first explained it, but I don't know why. I just kind of.
absolutely. So for example, in real construction, right? If my storyboard says 7 and I know I set my laser at 6, then that means I have a depression of a foot, and I need to add a foot of material in order to get the foundation level. So I have some more concrete come until I get that up to 6, and then I know my whole thing is 6 feet, right? Now it's 6 feet differential from the laser. So the base of the laser is on the top of the concrete where I want it to be, right? So I have a flat surface. I take my little storyboard all the way around. It says 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6. Then here it says 6.2, right? So I need to add a little material, right? So it tells me if I'm off or not. Okay, now when I'm making a foundation, I need to be within a tolerance, right? Maybe a 1/4 inch at best over the span that I want, maybe 1/8 of an inch, right? Okay, the person hiring me will not accept a foundation that is off by 2 orders of magnitude, right? So that means it's not 1 inch off, right? It's not 10 inches off. It's 100 inches off. Do you think that guy would come and I could convince him that I made him a flat, level foundation when it's 100 feet off on one side? No, the answer is no. Nobody would accept such a ridiculous amount of error.
Yeah, I
So,
understand. I get it.
Over 25 miles, right? If you hit a target that's only 6 feet tall when your laser's 6 feet tall, and it's a differential of 400 feet, that's 2 orders of magnitude off and hundreds of feet within those orders of magnitude off. Okay? That is not acceptable.
Yeah, so what you're saying is basically that since they presume there's a curvature, but no matter how far the laser goes, it doesn't seem to need to dip.
Yeah,
it just kind of keeps going until it reaches the target. That means the curvature can't be there. It doesn't exist. Mr. What's his
Bingo.
name? Sorry. Mr. Zanik, what do you think about that? Like, what's your comment?
I just wanted to say that it's as simple as when you have standing water, it has to be level, because if one side is lower, the water will flow. So if you have standing water, like a lake, the surface of that lake has to be level if it's not flowing. If one side is even a millimeter lower, the water will start to flow toward that side.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Right. So in the foundation analogy, right? Imagine a triangle, like one side is 100 feet higher than the other, and I got this big triangle foundation. The guy comes and says, nope, that's not acceptable. Or he comes back and he sees I have a hump in the middle, right? And it's like curved. And he goes, nope, that's not acceptable, right? Neither are acceptable. Neither makes sense. If my laser's on one side and it hits the target on the other, then that foundation is flat. So I would submit to you, okay, that the curvature necessary for this globe to exist does not, when tested, when measured. Now, there's a lot of cool hypotheticals, a lot of cool theoreticals, a lot of cool logical fallacies like if-then statements that globers make. But when it comes down to the brass tacks of just, is the curvature there or not, where it's not, right? Where is it? Now, of course, you offered Zanuck to offer rebuttal, he has no demonstrable rebuttal. He only has a hypothetical rebuttal. His rebuttal to you is that the laser itself curved around the big hump of Earth like a heat-seeking missile to hit the target. That's his only explanation.
Hold on. So gravity pulled down the laser.
No, refraction. What they say is refraction.
Yeah, well, hey, guys, don't miss this point right now.
How does
To be fair,
pull down laser?
That's fine, Johanna, but to be fair, some Globers have said in the past that it was gravity that did it, as ridiculous as it sounds.
Yeah, they have said that. I've heard them. That it actually bends the laser down over the curve, up, over, and down the curve.
Well, I mean, does it happen in space? Because they say this is a sphere where it happens only here, right? So if it's not gravity, and if it's refraction, well, does the same refraction happen in space? Does the laser curve? Where is it curved?
Yeah.
Does it curve towards Earth?
For the new guy, I think you're getting a little bit ahead of yourself. Let's you got to remember, like with this topic, it's massive because there's a lot of things to it. So if you discover one thing to be true, like hold on to that one thing first, like before you got to digest it. Right now you're just packing a lot of stuff in your mouth. You're not chewing. You got to really digest the thing that you're taking in first before you move off to because I know you're excited and it's a big topic, but trust me, pace yourself because there's a lot of information here.
Don't forget what we talked about in VC check-in, dude. Remember all that stuff as well.
Yeah, Zanuck is he's been around a couple years, like most of the flat earthers in here. Like we've known him for years, so he can't refute some of the things that we give like as plain proof that something that AI Overlord just finished telling you guys. So you can't refute it. He'll give you a hypothetical, but that's as best he'll go with that.
Zanuck is an anti-flat earther. There's some people on the internet, they're anti-flat earthers. So what they do is they, for some reason, dedicated their life to following us around and, causing us trouble for free. For some reason, I don't know why they're doing it for free, but whatever.
Indio lives in his head rent-free. That's what I know.
Dude.
You got a condo there, man.
Look, I'm waiting for Zanuck to say he's actually me, and like I know the Earth's a globe or something because he's done everything else, so he might as well be me too.
He's like that.
Indio, I gotta call you out on your bullshit, bro.
He's the literal reference of jack of all trades.
Call me out my bullshit.
Yeah, can you name a time that Zanuck has ever caused us any trouble with our arguments, please?
Well, I mean, no. Okay, sorry. Yeah, sorry. It's like, but it's the whack-a-mole. That's the trouble. It's like you just like whack-a-mole. Like he's the king of Gish Gallop.
You mean to say he's a gift that keeps on giving?
Yeah, it's like I don't know how you can sandwich so many arguments into one freaking sentence, and then you're just like whack-a-mole, pew 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 pew,
well,
trying to just knock them all down.
Andy, I'm kind of proud of him though, because he's not saying that he's the citation like he was actually claiming. Was it a year ago?
But he is. Yeah, he is.
Is he still saying that? I thought because he was using another.
He just said he took the survey test, so he's the citation, right? He flew an airplane, so he's the citation for that.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
So he did the survey. He did the sextant, so he's the citation for that too.
Yeah,
so he's still the citation.
I was trying to give him a little bit of credit because he was turning it over to the manual. He's like, "Well, you guys are refuting the manual," so I thought he was like actually saying that it wasn't him doing it. So I was like, "Hey, man, I'm gonna give you a little credit on what you just said," but no, it sounded like he went back to like, I'm gonna do the odometer, traveling over the earth, and there's a lot that he was actually. I thought he was actually.
Yeah, he said he worked. He said he manufactured odometers. Remember? Did you hear that?
Oh, wow. He did say that. My bad. I'm gonna recant. Let me recant.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that's
unbelievable.
He has to, every now and again he comes with little short